Chapter 975, Demonic Kin, I. Crack. The snows of the northern sea never melted, dyeing everything in pale hues. Gale winds swept over the mountaintops, where an old man sat unmoving atop a peak. His white jade fishing rod extended deep into the endless blizzard, its crystal line pulled taut, stretching all the way into the boundless icy sea below. Xiao Shooting had remained seated for decades without moving a muscle. The snow and wind swept past him, yet not a single flake touched his robes. His hands were steady, as if they had been cast in iron. Muffled sounds came through the blizzard as a figure descended with the wind, 2 rows of medicine pouches swaying from his robes. His hair was streaked with white, and his voice was warm and deep. Xiao Yuanci said, "Greetings, Taoist master." "So you've come, Yuanci." Xiao Shooting murmured, his hands unmoving, and asked casually, "Were the pills delivered to the Li family?" Xiao Yuanci knew full well that nothing he did or thought could be hidden from this old ancestor. He knelt respectfully and replied, "Yes, Taoist master. I have already delivered them. Moved by our past bond as master and disciple, I acted before reporting to you. I beg your pardon." "Very well." Xiao Shooting showed no strong reaction, speaking gently. "You've always thought me heartless. But in this matter, your actions were lacking. Sometimes, heartlessness is the only way to save someone. You fail to see that as clearly as Tu Longjian does." Xiao Yuanci hesitated to speak further, but Xiao Shooting didn't give him the chance. He said softly, "I knew that the Li family had a purple mansion realm technique long ago. When the Eastern Fire Grotto heaven collapsed, the sect records of the Dongli sect spread to the hands of the 3 sects and 7 gates. The secrets were laid bare. This sect traces its legacy to Wei and Li. Though the Grotto heaven held little of true value, its details alone could be fatal. Reliable stopping power for every journey. Open. When Li Shiming reached the Foundation Establishment realm, the heavenly signs were abnormal. Si Buoxiu went to investigate and compared it with the Dongli records. He not only identified the grade, but even determined the exact Purple Mansion realm manual they were using. Xiao Yuanci remained silent. The old man said gently, "It was a 4th grade manual, the Golden Palace Radiant Origin Manual. One of its secret techniques requires a specific spiritual qi, the Golden Yang Radiant Origin. The Li family's refusal to give up the ancient city wall beyond Mount Shiping is clearly for harvesting that qi. Si Buoxiu, of course, doesn't care whether the Li family's technique is complete or not. That they have a Purple Mansion realm technique is a good thing, but even without it, they're not weak. None of that really matters. So what if they've got a Purple Mansion realm technique? How many of those who take the wild road ever succeed? And if they do, at most they become like Changxi. No, the real issue is Li Zhouwei." Xiao Shooting sighed and said, "He is a Purple Mansion realm seed and not just in name. His bloodline is extraordinary and even surpasses Qi Buzi. He's no mere Changxi. Do you know how many people are watching him? There are also a few in Jiangnan who wish to see that Radiant Sky Stone used on Li Zhouwei. They may not act directly, but none of them can stand seeing someone else thrive." The old man said softly, "Tu Longjian, in the end, isn't seasoned enough. He'll never outplay Tianwan. The moment he wagers against her, there'll be no shortage of people ready to strike against Li Shijuan. Even if he obtains the Radiant Sky Stone with Li Shijuan dead, it'll be no different than failing to obtain it at all. That's why Tianwan dared to let those 2 rogue cultivators make their move. She knew someone would assist them from the shadows." Xiao Yuanci let out a deep sigh and said, "I don't understand." Xiao Shooting replied, "You'll understand when you see it unfold. Li Qinghong has gone to the Eastern Sea and Li Shijuan has fallen. So who can stop Li Shiming now? He has the nature of one who seeks immortality. You think he won't secretly use the Radiant Sky Stone to attempt a breakthrough? Who could resist that? How would it still end up in Li Zhouwei's hands? Changxi and I were keeping him in check, and he knew it too. But once you delivered that pill, he could no longer sit still. He'll attempt the breakthrough even though it's a near certain death, and he'll exhaust all his resources doing it." Xiao Yuanci lowered his head in silence. In his heart, he too understood the overwhelming allure of the Purple Mansion realm. Li Shiming's final words were likely just to appease him. The old man sighed deeply before saying, "Right now, the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators are only worried that Li Shiming won't try to break through. Li Shiming attempting it doesn't matter as he'll likely die. He doesn't understand the real danger. He looks at how the 3 sects and 7 gates do it often and thinks the success rate is as high as it seems. I deliberately arranged those tasks to delay your refining, just so the pill would be ready after Li Shiming entered seclusion. Only then could it go to Li Zhouwei. But you forced it through at the cost of injuring yourself, just to deliver it on time. The old man looked at him deeply and sighed. Fine then. I'll honor the bond between master and disciple. Xiao Yuanzi remained silent for a full 15 minutes. You may go, said Xiao Shooting. Xiao Yuanzi departed, despondent and lost in thought. Xiao Shooting continued to hold his fishing rod. Once Yuanzi had gone and the blizzard in the sky eased slightly, the disappointment on his face vanished instantly. Yuanzi is gentle and pure-hearted, and of direct lineage. What suspicions could the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators have? This is merely to probe Li Zhouwei. He lifted the long rod slightly, as though dragging something that weighed 1,000 kilograms. The entire snowy peak shuddered faintly. In an instant, the mountain snow began to tumble, gradually forming an avalanche that thundered through the mountains. A faint point of light slowly began to rise from the icy sea below. Mount Dali. Mount Dali lay blanketed in pristine snow. Silver trees stretched across the landscape under the moonlight. Li Zhouwei gazed into the distant snowy ridges undulating across the horizon. Wisps of black smoke curled upward through the snow. Patrolling lesser demonic creatures gathered around small fires, stomping their feet and laughing in the cold. Mount Dali sat at the northern edge of Jiangnan. It snowed every year, though never for long, and the locals simply admired it as part of the scenery. The white ape looked into the distance and said hoarsely, Your Highness, Mount Dali has not tasted human flesh for 100 years. These demonic creatures have grown dull and innocent, and no longer know the taste of men. That is the merit of our predecessors, replied Li Zhouwei with a nod. He then descended onto a snowy peak. Snow rustled underfoot as they walked before the den of the deer demon. A cluster of demonic creatures sat around a fire pit, warming themselves. As he landed, the demonic creatures near the fire were startled, but none of them fled. A big-eared, deer-faced demon stepped forward. Though only at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, it could already speak human tongue. It smiled and said, Hey human, here for herbs? Come share the fire. Its accent was strange, but before it could finish, the tiger-headed demon next to it turned pale with terror. Yanking the deer demon to its knees, it cried out. This lowly demon greets the 2 honored elders. This tiger demon was a Qi cultivation realm captain and had already birthed spiritual awareness. Recognizing the 2 as Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, one look from the white ape nearly scared the life out of him. He pressed himself flat against the snow as the old ape said, Go and report. We of the Li family have come to visit the Den Lord. Li Zhouwei paid it no mind and waited a moment before the den. The deer demon's earlier words still lingered in his ears, and he said, Our family has come and gone through Mount Dali for the past century. We often trade spirit patties for spirit items, harvesting herbs and essence. The demonic creatures here have long since ceased eating humans. They are simple and pure-hearted. Our cultivators, needing their help, approach them with courtesy. That's how harmony like this is born. Your Majesty speaks truly, replied the deer demon. Chapter 976, Demonic Kin 2. Just as he finished speaking, a whistling wind arose from within the den. A middle-aged man draped in robes, with black hair and brown eyes, strode out. His long hair was loose, and he had a great shield strapped to his back. He said in a resonant voice, This humble demon greets the great king. After speaking, he bowed deeply in respect. Li Zhouwei frowned and helped him up. Lucan had always addressed the elders of the Li family as fellow Taoists, but this formal bow was a breach of seniority. Li Zhouwei asked in surprise, Why are you doing this, senior? Lucan rose with a smile and replied, This is another matter. When one sees the white Qilin, one must first offer proper courtesy, thus the bow. Though he smiled warmly, the reverence in his gaze didn't fade. Clearly, like the dragon son Dingjiao, he regarded Li Zhouwei as the white Qilin. The deer demon didn't elaborate further and led him inside the den. It was impressively spacious, with walls white as mutton fat jade and clean-lined in texture. Lesser demonic creatures knelt respectfully to the side, while beast skin mats, mostly from wolves and tigers, lined the floor. With a deer demon as the den lord, it's no wonder wolves and tigers are vanishing from the northern range. After they were seated at the head of the table, Lucan's brown eyes glanced at the white ape, and he quickly offered his apologies, saying, I spent the past few years visiting friends in the Helen Mountain Range and then wandered to the southern border. By the time I returned, several years had passed. I truly delayed things. Li Zhouwei didn't believe a word, but responded casually, quickly turning to the real reason for his visit. Our family has received many messages recently, and I'm sure Senior has seen them. I'd like to meet with Senior White Banyan. Do you still have news of the Demon Den? Please help us get in touch. It's already arranged. Lucan laughed heartily, rose with cupped fists, and said gently, "Rest easy, fellow Taoist. I reported to the Demon Den as soon as I returned. The message has already been received, and they've been awaiting your arrival. I'll send for him now. Reliable stopping power for every journey. Open," he added softly. "My master has gained great favor among the mighty demonic creatures these past few years. His status within the den has steadily risen. After building a solid foundation, he broke through to the foundation establishment realm, and his talents have now fully revealed themselves. Many demon generals have submitted to him, and he is now a true lord." Lucan had clearly reaped benefits from White Banyan's rise in rank over the years. His face radiated pride and delight as he called to the other demonic creatures to prepare a great feast, while dispatching a runner to summon White Banyan from the demon den. The white ape observed quietly. Though they were all dear demons, the table was laden with meat and wine, prompting him to remark softly, "Den Lord, this feast is quite bountiful, and rather heavy on the meat." Though Lucan didn't recognize the white ape, he quickly deduced that the old ape had to be quite ancient. He asked, "May I ask your age, fellow Taoist?" "Over 460. The white ape's reply truly startled Lucan. He praised in awe. "Just so you know, though we are deer demons, eating meat suits us better than grass. Even ordinary deer occasionally eat birds or snakes and bugs. It's all in our nature, and besides..." Lucan didn't finish saying, "Most demons eat humans too," but Li Zhouwei had already caught the implication. He clasped his hands behind his back in silence. It was clear that Lucan had mistaken him for a fellow demon. Otherwise, he would never have choked back those words at the last moment. "Lucan!" As the white ape and Lucan conversed merrily, a loud shout rang out from outside the cave. A streak of purple fire stepped across the sky and landed in the cavern, revealing a youth dressed in a long, blue-green robe with wide sleeves. A string of gleaming silver beads hung from his neck and shoulders. His brows were slightly narrow as he called out, "I'm here." Lucan hurriedly moved to bow. The youth strode forward, smile fading slightly as he glanced at Li Zhouwei, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes as he asked, "You're that white Qilin, right? I heard Li Shijuan has died." "Li Shijuan is my granduncle," replied Li Zhouwei. "Oh." With that reply, White Banyan sorted out their generational relationship and said, "Tch. I went into seclusion and decades passed in a blink. Your family's cultivators have changed batch after batch. Though humans have short lifespans, I think calamity causes more death than age ever could. Your family truly carries the bright Yang lineage. My lord in the den mentioned you and said you were a white Qilin. Now that I see you, I agree." White Banyan warmed up quickly and grew casual. He glanced at the eagerly staring deer demons below and said with slight irritation, "You've really picked up bad habits from those people to throw a banquet just because I showed up? They're all dying to eat. Go on, drive them out, and let them feast on their own." Lucan respectfully acknowledged the order, understanding immediately. He rushed to shoo and kicked the lesser demonic creatures out, then thoughtfully shut the stone gate and stationed himself attentively outside. Once White Banyan saw Lucan retreat and the stone door slammed shut, activating the protective formation, he finally smiled and said, "There aren't many from your Li family I still recognize. I recall a little old man, one of Tonya's nephews. Last time I went to the lake, he was the only one I could talk to. Is he still alive? If not, I won't bother going again." "He's still in good health," replied Li Zhouwei. He knew that the fox was referring to Li Xianxian. Relations between the families had grown distant since Li Tonya's death years ago. Yet White Banyan still remembered that was already quite rare. Li Zhouwei didn't delay and got straight to the point. "While cultivating in the Eastern Sea, I accepted a request from the dragon's son Dingjiao to seek you out. It concerns requesting access to the abyss on behalf of the dragon clan." White Banyan chuckled and said, "I figured. Those dragons really did go out of their way to have you deliver the message." Then his tone turned serious. "My great-grandmother and Dongfang you never got along. They're not quite enemies, but certainly couldn't see eye to eye. If Dongfang you weren't already dead, Even with my lord's good standing with the dragon clan, Ding Jiao wouldn't have dared ask. Li Zhouwei didn't interrupt, listening silently as White Banyan mused. He probably didn't tell you much, but I can guess. He wants to go to the southern sea, right? Our fox tribe shouldn't set foot in the sea. But if the dragon son insists, then it's not too troublesome. I can make the trip on my lord's behalf. Li Zhouwei finally relaxed and let go of his worries. He hadn't been greedy for the spirit artifact in Ding Jiao's possession, and he hadn't even truly intended to accept it. Forming a solid bond with the dragon clan was far more valuable. While Li Zhouwei was still mulling over the matter, White Banyan let out a chuckle and said, "Then it's settled. White Qilin, you'll come with me to the southern sea." Li Zhouwei had always been a neutral intermediary between the dragon clan and the fox tribe. He always maintained a courteous, impartial stance and never took sides. Yet now, through one twist and turn after another, the matter was now somehow personally tied to him. My cultivation is shallow, and I know little of ancient matters. I fear I'll only hinder your journey if I accompany you, replied Li Zhouwei. He lifted his brows and saw White Banyan smiling at him. Though this youth had taken human form, he still carried an unmistakable fox-like aura, and his voice had a slightly delicate lilt as he said, "White Qilin, Ding Jiao doesn't just want to visit the abyss. He wants to forge ties with both you and me. If you don't go, the whole thing falls apart. And besides," he sighed, then grew serious, speaking in an unhurried tone, "now that Li Qinghong's gone, things won't stay peaceful for you around the lake either. Traveling with me and Ding Jiao will be easier on you. At the very least, no one will dare plot anything while you're beside us." Chapter 977, Demonic Kin 3. Li Zhouwei fell silent for a moment, carefully weighing the fox demon's words. The demon den at Mount Dali had always maintained friendly ties with his family. There were even rumors of their favor. At the very least, White Banyan clearly valued his friendship with Li Tongya. Li Zhouwei hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Many thanks for your guidance, Senior. Since you were a close friend of my ancestor, we naturally treat you with the respect due to an elder. Since you've spoken, you must mean no harm. I will obey." The words clearly pleased White Banyan, whose expression softened with a hint of nostalgia. Li Zhouwei paused, then asked with a puzzled tone, "I may have some innate abilities, but I come from a declining line. It's only natural for the dragon's son Ding Jiao to befriend you, Senior. But what's the reason for befriending someone like me?" White Banyan's tail swayed beneath his robe as he popped a fruit into his mouth. He pointed at Li Zhouwei and said softly, "You are a white Qilin." Then he gestured to himself and said quietly, "I am a white fox." Seeing Li Zhouwei nod, he added firmly, "Ding Jiao is still just a white serpent dragon, isn't he?" Li Zhouwei seemed thoughtful, while White Banyan chuckled and said, "The dragon clan has always been this way. They're arrogant and proud with the heart of a monarch. Even 1,000 years ago, they were already befriending all sorts of demonic creatures and offering aid to downfallen demonic creatures. You must understand, the dragon clan has long dreamed of becoming true dragons. But what is a true dragon? Their ambition is immense, and they fancy themselves demon emperors, seeing all of their kind as subjects. So of course there are benefits if one of them commands a white Qilin." He paused, his expression growing contemplative as he muttered, "I recall a Taoist master once saying, that Gao Xuanzhi fellow, he too received plenty of aid from the dragon clan." Li Zhouwei nodded on the surface, but still felt uncertain within. For now, he could only go along. After a moment of silence, he finally exhaled and said quietly, "But I am human." White Banyan let out a snort, his smile slowly fading. His tone grew solemn as he spoke softly. "A white Qilin makes no difference." His words echoed through the den. The old ape lifted its head to glance at him, as White Banyan continued in a slightly thinner voice. "Once you've reached the Purple Mansion realm, this body of yours is merely flesh. Any ordinary Purple Mansion realm cultivator can reshape their form at will. Male or female, it's all the same. If you don't wish to remain human, molding yourself into a bird or beast poses no difficulty. In the Tao of transformation, beast or man, both are simply me. What difference is there?" He gave the youth before him a long, deliberate look and added softly, "You are even more unusual, as you carry the Weasley bloodline. To be blunt, you are a descendant of a true monarch. When your cultivation reaches its peak, you will become a white Qilin. Once a divine ability settles upon you, all it would take is a single thought, and you can transform into a true white Qilin in an instant. How could a white Qilin form possibly compare to that of a human? The Weasley royal family of old were all the same. They roamed the world in their beastly forms, only transforming into human shape when necessary, just as demonic creatures do. His fox-like eyes blinked once as White Banyan sipped his fruit wine and said, "The difference between man and beast was never that great to begin with. And you are a descendant of a golden core realm cultivator, of a true monarch. A true monarch is a being of heaven and earth, beyond the distinctions of man or beast. The moment one becomes a true monarch, they cease to be human. You bear their blood, so you naturally carry their nature." The fox demon let out a laugh as he pointed upward and said, "Take the pristine water true monarch, for example. With a single thought, he becomes the very waters of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he can sweep through every green pool north and south. Do you think he truly believes himself to be human? He is pristine water, and he is the green pool. He is the cave spring and the tribulation dew, even a feathered serpent or azure serpent dragon, even talismans and incantations. His centuries of cultivating in human form are but a single drop in the pool." Li Zhouwei listened in silence. When White Banyan finished, he responded softly, "There's no need to dwell on this. All cultivation ultimately returns to essence and destiny. If one day you attain metallic essence, you'll grasp these mysteries more clearly." "I am enlightened, Senior," Li Zhouwei replied with a gentle nod. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. White Banyan nodded in turn, his solemn demeanor vanishing in an instant as he chuckled and said, "That's how my lord explained it. I was listening nearby and made sure to take notes. I thought I'd share a bit with you." "Then please convey my thanks to your lord." Li Zhouwei offered his thanks. White Banyan laughed and said, "Then let's not waste time. Let's head to the Serpent Dragon Palace together. The bicolor scaled beast is fast, so you won't even need to fly yourself." Li Zhouwei replied, "Please allow me a moment to settle matters at home. I'll join you shortly." But White Banyan was already brimming with excitement. He rose swiftly, flicking his blue-green robe, and said, "No matter, I'll go with you. It'll give me a chance to see that old man too." Waves surged across the eastern sea as a streak of silver and another of purple lightning tore across the sky. The silver-robed youth looked up as if admiring the unique beauty of the eastern sea and said with a smile, "Senior, I've heard there's a Miao family in the southern sea whose thunder arts are especially unique. Are you familiar with them?" Li Qinghong had quite a bit of history with the Miao family and replied softly, "I've crossed hands with them twice. They're no weaklings. Back then, I was still inexperienced and even suffered a few losses. Perhaps we'll run into them again in the Grotto Heaven. Their family is quite unusual and cultivates devil techniques. They are truly one of a kind under the heavens." Li Qinghong and Shi Zikong had flown for over half a year before reaching the territory of Donglu Island. The land was stained in hues of red and black. The once smoke-filled skies had calmed significantly, and most of the surrounding islands had already fallen. The islands lay charred and blackened, with no trace of mortals to be seen. A few dilapidated grand formations were now in the hands of cultivators, and rubble littered the ground. The main island of Donglu remained relatively stable. Though it had been under siege for 5 or 6 years and looked utterly bleak, it had not yet collapsed. The cultivators encircling it didn't seem to be in a hurry, taking turns to slowly grind away at the grand formation protecting it. In the inland regions, where orthodox sects once held sway, campaigns like this were usually swift and decisive. Dragging things on for years was rare. But the Eastern Sea lacked any real code of conduct or honor. Here, everything revolved around profit. A slow grind was more fitting for such people. Surprisingly, no one noticed as the two of them flew to the edge of the main island. The Foundation establishment realm cultivators stationed there were clearly unremarkable. They were typical reckless types who had clawed their way up through brute effort and bloodshed. They hadn't trained in any perception arts, so it was only natural that they remained unaware of the duo's arrival. Shi Zikong watched for a while and then smiled. "Senior, will you make a move? I have decent cultivation myself, so I can lend a hand if needed." "Just a bunch of rogue cultivators, no need," replied Li Qinghong. She wasn't troubled by these people. The cultivators besieging the Han family were clearly a loose alliance of nearby factions. They were united in name but divided in truth, and far from formidable. Otherwise, the Han family wouldn't have held out for this long. She was contemplating the best way to resolve things without bloodshed, But Shi Zikong had already noticed her hesitation and said with a smile, "That's not hard at all. I'll chase them all off, and you can just free the people afterward." Chapter 978, The Heart of All Under Heaven, I. The youth brimmed with confidence, as if dispersing these rogue cultivators before them was a mere trifle. Li Qinghong was slightly surprised and softly said, "Fellow Taoist, you're—" Shi Zikong laughed quietly, shook his silver-white sleeve, and retrieved a gleaming miniature carriage no bigger than his palm. Two small white and blue flags adorned it, each etched with talismanic symbols. He chanted, "Under the command of the profound Thunder Division, by decree of the Northern Palace, Chariot of Thunder, ride the lightning, heal the world, and purge afflictions." The Thunder Chariot shuddered, instantly coming to life like a pouncing tiger. It then expanded to the size of a house. The two blue and white thunder flags fluttered high, crackling with silver lightning, stretching 9 meters with the wind. The Tao of profound thunder commands wind and rides thunder. Dispersing a crowd of cultivators is nothing at all. Thunderclouds billowed across the sky as tempests swept over the sea. Shi Zikong leapt onto the thunder chariot, tightened the silver reins, and ascended amidst the storm, calling out in a clear voice, "Senior, just give me 10 seconds." The sea surface had turned into a maelstrom of gales. They were now surrounded by murky darkness, and visibility was down to nothing. Only the ancient, imperious thunder chariot blazed with silver brilliance, its 2 thunder banners trailing behind like serpentine bolts of lightning. Shi Zikong resembled a god of thunder with gleaming silver robes and an awe-inspiring presence. That's right. He hails from the renowned Purple Mansion realm Immortal family of the Northern Sea. His lineage likely traces back to the Thunder Palace. He's no ordinary man, thought Li Qinghong. The youth was young, modest, and respectful, with no extravagant ornaments upon him. For a moment, Li Qinghong had forgotten his esteemed background. But seeing this chariot now, its grandeur nearly rivaled that of Tuoba Chongyuan in his prime. A man cut open a watermelon and was shocked to death. He saw, open, the Thunder Arts families and sects of the Northern Sea truly are remnants of the old Thunder Palace. This majestic thunder chariot is proof enough. In a flash, Shi Zikong had already ridden the storm forward. Donglu Island was now cloaked in gloom, and the cultivators unable to see their hands before their faces. As they looked up, bolts of silver lightning descended from the heavens, sending them into a panicked scramble. This group had been a haphazard gathering of various cultivators. Terrified, they quickly scattered. The 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators shot into the air in outrage, curses on the tips of their tongues, but their expressions changed upon seeing the esteemed and overbearing chariot. Hesitation took hold, and none dared approach. Shi Zikong formed a hand seal and cast his spell, pulling thunder down on the 3 men's heads like tearing a sheet of white cloth. He spoke coldly. The Eastern Sea is full of nothing but devil cultivators. The 3 were rogue Foundation Establishment realm cultivators from the Eastern Sea. One was brimming with bloodthirst, while the other 2 were cloaked in murky qi. None could endure the might of this profound thunder, and were immediately scared out of their wits, crying out miserably as they turned tail and fled. Though Shi Zikong's spell art seemed casual, its grade was exceptionally high. Thunder was swift by nature, and the 3 men fled bitterly as they let out billows of black smoke. Shi Zikong was genuinely startled. What pathetic cultivation! Though vast, the Eastern Sea is the Dragon Clan's territory. Its endless underwater treasures are untouchable, with only a few isolated islands. What resources could they possibly have? But even as he was weighing this in his mind, the 3 cultivators had no thought of fighting back. Survivors from the Eastern Sea were all cautious, so when faced with such an overwhelming display and a chariot this regal, anyone could tell he was of immortal family lineage. None dared utter a word as they flew off with heads lowered, praying he wouldn't give chase. He had only meant to restrain them for a while, but had underestimated his own strength. In a flash, they had been cleanly routed, leaving the Donglu Island sea region empty. After circling through the air on thunder and storm a few times, he reluctantly stowed the chariot away. "Impressive strength, fellow Taoist," said Li Qinghong as she stepped forward with a smile. Shi Zikong looked slightly embarrassed. Just then, the formation beneath their feet flickered, and an old man in a red robe flew out, casting a cautious glance before calling from afar, "May I ask which senior stands ahead?" As this was the Li family's matter, Shi Zikong said nothing and tilted his head slightly. Li Qinghong merely nodded and didn't reply. After 2 glances, the old man suddenly understood and hastily approached. So it was. Ahem. Li Qinghong cut him off. The old man came to his senses, drew nearer, and spoke quietly. I humbly invite the 2 seniors into the formation for a detailed discussion. But Li Qinghong didn't wish to waste time. She replied gently, that won't be necessary. This voyage had uncertain prospects, so Li Qinghong had left behind the Chongming Profound Insight screen and the 6-fold Profound Thunder Punishment tokens. She leaned in to whisper something to Shi Zikong, who nodded in realization and drew a pale apricot-colored tower from his sleeve. It enveloped the area in a barrier, sealing off sound and sight. The sudden act startled the red-robed elder, but he gritted his teeth and stayed still as the tower's light wrapped around them. Only then did Li Qinghong speak softly. May I ask which Taoist friend you are? I am Han Shihai, a humble man. I once had the honor of meeting the fairy, replied the man. It's you. Li Qinghong truly remembered him. When she had visited Donglu back then, it was this man who received her. But he looked like a middle-aged man then. Now his hair was white, and his aura had drastically changed. Han Shihai's face showed deep gratitude as he replied, I exhausted my lifespan maintaining the family formation. Forgive me for making a sorry sight, fairy. Han Shihai had long been at a dead end. Now, tears streamed down his weathered face as he poured out his heart. Han Shizhen had been the pillar of the Han family. After dying unexpectedly in Dragon Clan territory, the family had collapsed overnight, their strength dwindling with each passing day. They were already in an extremely precarious state. The Han family ancestor had been secluded in cultivation, seeking to break through to the Purple Mansion realm by the Earth Virtue Tao of Earth returning, but the anomaly of falling water rising storm had caught him off guard. He barely lasted a year before perishing in a cascade of celestial signs. The surrounding families had then risen in force. One by one, the remaining Foundation Establishment realm cultivators of the Han family had died. Only Han Shihai and a female cultivator remained, cornered on the island, ready to sacrifice the whole family just to survive themselves. But even if Han Shihai had pondered for 10 days and nights, he'd never have imagined that Li Qinghong would be the one to come to their rescue. Caught between overwhelming joy and sorrow, tears streamed down his face, and he nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. Li Qinghong merely helped him to his feet and said softly, Your family has operated in the Eastern Sea for years. Do you have any intelligence on the Miao family of the Southern Sea? Han Shihai didn't ask what she wanted it for. After a moment's search, he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch and replied solemnly, My benefactor, the Miao family once had business dealings with us. Everything we know is contained within this jade slip. Li Qinghong took it without much ceremony and said gently, Good. We only frightened them off. You'd best arrange for your family to withdraw immediately. Any further delay, and those families may return to hunt you down once we leave. Chapter 979, The Heart of All Under Heaven 2. Han Shihai was completely dumbfounded. He had long been prepared for the Han family to be absorbed into the Li family. He had even behaved like a subordinate just now, yet Li Qinghong's words shattered all those plans in an instant. But why help my family for no reason? Thought Han Shihai. A century's worth of survival in the Eastern Sea failed him completely at this moment. He stared blankly at Li Qinghong and muttered, Fairy, you first shielded us before the Immortal sect, and now saved us from the fire and flood. How can my family simply turn and walk away? Li Qinghong gave a faint laugh and asked, You're a cultivator of the Eastern Sea, and you say something like that? I'm telling you to leave, and yet you won't go. Do I need to carve off a piece of you to make you feel at ease? When she saw the abject confusion on his face, she adopted a more serious tone. The deaths in your family do bear some connection to ours. Our ties remain, and your family's sudden downfall is no more than a matter of lending a hand. Elder, say no more. Take your people and go at once. Han Shihai heard the sincerity in her words. Choking up, he said, Fairy, your kindness is as weighty as a mountain. My life is nearing its end. I may fall within days and cannot repay this grace. But the Han family shall never forget this life-saving favor. If there is another life, we shall repay it, even if bound by grass and ring. Rescuing the Han family was a matter of old ties, but Li Qinghong had no desire to be too entangled. She replied softly, My family also walks on thin ice. I, Qinghong, likely won't see that day. Go find another path to survive. and do not mention the Li family, lest it bring misfortune to your esteemed family." Han Shihai was overwhelmed with grief. Covering his face, he took his leave, returning swiftly to the island. The spirit boats rose and fell, and his group departed in a flurry. Only after they disappeared from sight did Li Qinghong and Shi Zikong rise together upon lightning. The youth seemed deeply shaken, flying in silence for a long while. Li Qinghong paused, then asked, "Fellow Taoist, have you heard about the Thunder Palace? The whole realm seems to be in an uproar." "Of course I have," Shi Zikong replied absent-mindedly. "The Immortal Lord left this world, and 2 cultivators attained earth virtue fruition simultaneously. The sects and families have been bound for too long, so now that heaven and earth act in unity, the 12 Thunder Palaces naturally collapsed. There's really nothing more to say." Seeing Li Qinghong lost in thought, Shi Zikong seemed to intuit her unspoken doubts and casually added, "The common people have long suffered under the Thunder Palace. Earth virtue represents the state and livelihood of the people. When the people hear, I hear. When they see, I see. My heart is the heart of all under heaven. Is it any surprise the world boiled over? All it takes is a single thought. I know what you want to say. I've heard how people denounce the Thunder Palace across the land, but I merely smile and stay silent. My heart is the heart of all under heaven. How terrifying that is," thought Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong, having lived inland all this time, had rarely encountered true earth virtue cultivators in this age of upheaval. Even among Purple Mansion realm cultivators, only Taoist Master Changshi, who merely practiced art-based techniques, was renowned for them. This was the first time she had heard of earth virtue divine abilities, and she was inwardly shocked. If that's the case, it's no wonder earth virtue cultivators are reduced to mere spellcasters. If a single thought could sway the masses, what family could tolerate that? Her heart grew heavy, and for a long while she said nothing, though other speculations stirred within her. Azure manifestation is also earth virtue, but not the aspect related to state and livelihood. Perhaps only 2 of the 5 earths possess such divine force. Among the 5 virtues, 5 waters, 5 fires, and 3 metals had manifested clearly. The rest remained obscure and unnamed. Li Qinghong tried probing subtly, but whether Shi Zikong truly didn't know or simply didn't wish to answer, he revealed nothing. What technique had the Han family ancestor been cultivating? Was the falling water rising storm anomaly that killed him intentional or not? Only people like Shi Zikong might know such secrets. She was somewhat distracted, while Shi Zikong was still lost in Han Shihai's earlier words. After a long silence, he said quietly, "I always thought those who cultivated devil techniques were utterly unforgivable, yet he showed such devotion. He drained his entire lifespan to protect his family. My family practices the true art of profound thunder arts, but even so, it's rare to find someone like him among us." Li Qinghong replied softly, "The Eastern Sea is rife with blood pills. Devil techniques and spells are everywhere, so even orthodox cultivation ends up tainted with blood. That's why they all seem like villains to you." Shi Zikong paused, then showed a trace of pain as he murmured, "But taking blood pills means you've taken them. Cultivating devil techniques means you've cultivated them. No matter how noble or reluctant he may be, he still reeks of impure blood. I may respect the man, but if I met him in the Northern Sea, I'd still strike him down with thunder. My Taoist elder once said that their wrongs may not be their fault, but their evil is still their own. Even if we lack the strength to purge all demons and right every wrong, we mustn't turn a blind eye to the evil we can subdue." Li Qinghong wanted to respond, but held her tongue. Silence fell between them as a heavy weight settled in her chest. His ancestors belonged to the Thunder Palace Dao lineage. Perhaps they were not as cruel as described in the Shun family's records, but they were not exactly compassionate either. The entanglements of ancient history are impossible to sort, and even the names of Wei and Li aren't much better. There's really nothing more to say. As she traveled through the Eastern Sea, she changed directions and headed for Yuezhou Island, where the Profound Peak Gate was located. This news is no small matter. I'll use the Profound Peak Gate to send a letter home. Moongaze Lake. Li Zhouwei had just settled the matters at home and delegated everything accordingly. With his father, Li Qingliao, in seclusion, he had no choice but to entrust elders like Li Minggong and Li Qinghuai to oversee things for the time being. He headed toward the main hall. White Banyan was wandering barefoot through the grand hall, with Li Xianxian following alongside. The two seemed to be in high spirits, chatting and laughing as they strolled. There were truly few people Li Xianxian could open his heart to. He was an old man who preferred to speak of the past, but those who could truly engage with him were fewer still. Only a handful like Li Qiuyang, Chen Donghe, and In Jiyin could truly make him open up. Li Qiuyang had been injured repeatedly and later scorched by merging fire. He had aged beyond recognition. When Li Xianxian visited, he could hardly speak much with him. Chen Donghe and In Jiyin, though respectful, were too reserved to speak freely. But White Banyan, grumbling and muttering as he always did, somehow managed to get Li Xianxian to open up. Li Zhouwei could already imagine bursts of laughter once they left, and felt reluctant to interrupt. Yet after just a few moments, White Banyan came darting out, said a few words of farewell to the elder, and Li Xianxian, never one to hold up the younger generation, saw him off with a smile. The two of them rode the wind away from the lake, and only then did White Banyan mutter with a bit of discontent, "My White Fox tribe can read people's hearts to some extent. That old man's got a lot of knots in his heart. He's not had an easy time in his twilight years." A rare hint of gloom passed across Li Zhouwei's face. Meanwhile, White Banyan rummaged through his sleeve for a Dharma artifact, still muttering, "You'd better cultivate properly. Don't go out picking fights just to prove yourself. Those who do always end up dead. Don't be like your elders either, throwing away their lives for their own pride. Live longer, so the old man doesn't have to mourn again." "I understand, senior," Li Zhouwei replied with heartfelt sincerity. White Banyan tossed a spirit boat into the air, which transformed into a plain wooden cart in an instant. Its two wheels were crooked and uneven. The bark clumsily peeled away with patches everywhere. There were even a few branches still stuck out. White Banyan introduced it proudly. "This is my demon cart. Back in the northern foothills, I used it to ferry the younglings of my tribe. Later, after moving into the den, I casually refined it into a Dharma chariot. You're the very first white Qilin to ride it." "Right." Li Zhouwei found it rather odd. This was his first time seeing someone travel in a pushcart. He sat cross-legged inside, while White Banyan landed beside him, grinning broadly for some unknown reason. He then summoned an azure gale gust. "Let's go," shouted White Banyan. Chapter 980, Southern Sea, I. Though White Banyan's cart looked unremarkable, it was anything but slow. In just over a month, they were deep within the southern border as they galloped forward on an azure gale. Then, several demonic creatures appeared to block their path. They were led by a wolf demon with a greenish face, protruding fangs, and fiery red hair. He looked quite different from those in Jiangnan. White Banyan barked twice as he proclaimed, "I am the White Fox of Mount Dali. Which blind fool dares bar my way?" The wolf demon's expression changed. Its already ugly face wrinkled further as its four eyes widened. It called out, "So it's Grandpa Fox. Forgive us, forgive us. Since you're passing the ridge, why not visit our great lord's place? I'll fetch some hot tea and invite you to enjoy a few blood buns." White Banyan glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "Which backwater mountain is your lord from, to dare invite me over?" The four-eyed wolf demon replied respectfully, "He is the Black Ape General under the Lord of Mount Bifu I, residing in Black Lacquer Ridge." Scram, scram. Annoying pest. White Banyan's expression changed at the mention of the Lord of Mount Bifu. A wave of his hand sent the wolf demon flying 3 meters away as he snapped. Just a monkey, yet so full of himself. The two demonic creatures were swept into somersaults by the wind he stirred. Groaning in pain, they got up and shouted, "Be careful, Grandpa. There are shape-shifting shamans near the ridge. They are very treacherous." White Banyan had already sped several kilometers ahead, but the two demons were still calling out "Grandpa, Grandpa," as they saw him off. Li Zhouwei looked thoughtful, and White Banyan snuck a glance at him before saying awkwardly, "I don't know those yokel demons at all. Don't overthink it. It's just that as a fellow demonic creature, we exchange a few words when passing through. So that's how it is." Li Zhouwei sensed something off in his tone. His golden eyes swept across the forest below, then he asked, "The Lord of Mount Bifu must be a Purple Mansion realm great demon, no? What's his background?" Well, White Banyan had pulled a few fruits from his robe, hoping to stall any questions, but was too slow. Left with no choice, he said, "The Lord of Mount Bifu, his name is Tsinlufu. He's a descendant of one of the 9 true Qi sons, possibly tracing his lineage to the true hornless dragon's 8th son, whose corpse still lies at the bottom of what is now the Scarlet Pristine Sea. So although Tsinlufu is a serpent dragon, he's never dared set foot in the Eastern Sea. He just lords over this southern border, and colludes with a few other great demonic creatures. He's an old wretch, that one. Sinlufu. Li Zhouwei's heart trembled at the name. He finally understood the awkward look on White Banyan's face. The demon king of the southern border, Sinlufu, lord of Mount Bifu at the peak of Purple Mansion Realm. My own ancestor was refined by him, thought Li Zhouwei. White Banyan knew well that Li Tongya's own younger brother had been refined by Sinlufu. That was why he had steered far away. Now that they had flown out of the mountain range, he finally dared to explain quietly. Sinlufu is a great demon on par with my lord, and was once an allied demon king of Qi Wei. Being a descendant of the 8th young master, he's truly formidable. As Li Zhouwei watched Mount Yu grow distant, he memorized the name of the Bifu mountain lord. But his tone remained calm as he asked, "This lord's true form is the azure water serpent dragon?" "Correct." White Banyan let out a breath of relief at the neutral tone and replied, "If the dragon clan hadn't disavowed him, he'd probably be considered some sort of dragon king by now. He also knows how to refine pills and has some standing in the southern border. He was already at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm over 200 years ago. Back then, he led demonic creatures to attack the fledgling Azure Pond sect. That's likely when Qi Wei first met him." Li Zhouwei silently took note of that, while White Banyan advised, "That was centuries ago. Best to let it lie. Sinlufu is a long-lived old demon, among the top in the Purple Mansion realm. Even my lord couldn't defeat him." Li Zhouwei responded with a smile, and only then did White Banyan breathe easier. He pointed to the distant forests and patted his chest as he said, "Most cultivators heading to the Southern Sea have to detour through the Eastern Sea, but you don't. If you ever go there, just ride the wind all the way. If anyone in the mountain or valley dares block you, just slap them aside." Li Zhouwei said softly, "Wouldn't that offend those mountain lords and generals?" "Of course not." White Banyan laughed heartily in answer. "You saw it yourself. Which little demon didn't call me grandpa along the way? These lesser demons have no hope of reaching the Foundation establishment realm. They're just errand runners. I'm from the Fox tribe, so I'm polite, but if it were a tiger or a leopard, they'd just grab one and make them do their bidding." The distant sea slowly came into view, and the stifling atmosphere lifted, along with White Banyan's mood. The southern sea's waters were darker, and the climate was hotter. Lufeng Island had already emerged on the horizon, with towering dark green trees reaching into the clouds. But White Banyan veered eastward, and the waters gradually turned jade green, signaling their entry into the Scarlet Pristine Sea. The Scarlet Pristine Sea lay at the southernmost edge of the Eastern Sea and bordered the Southern Sea to the east. White Banyan, being a lazy sort, stopped once they reached the edge. He casually grabbed a lesser demon and sent it to notify the patrolling sea demonic creatures, then turned the cart back, saying, "That Ding Jiao fellow will catch up on his own. We'll go on ahead." They rode the wind as they made their way back. Li Zhouwei looked out and saw the eastern islands of Lufeng Island scattered like stars. Though thick with jungles, there were few signs of human habitation and no cultivators coming or going. "It's quite different from the Eastern Sea," muttered Li Zhouwei. No island in the Eastern Sea would be left so unused. It was nothing like the Southern Sea's empty spaces. White Banyan glanced at him and said softly, "Cultivators in the Southern Sea live in underwater cave dwellings and palaces. These islands are like private gardens for major forces and are protected by strict formations. They're used to grow spirit items and gather spiritual qi from the veins. Mortals live scattered across the larger islands like Lufeng and Songzhou. Each should be about the size of Yu State." Li Zhouwei nodded in agreement. The seafloor of the Southern Sea wasn't occupied by the Dragon Clan and was tens of thousands of times vaster than the surface. It had its own world, so there was no need to live above water. Moreover, the Southern Sea wasn't as closely connected to the mainland as the Eastern Sea was. The southern border served as a barrier, and trying to gather qi from the mainland meant crossing the entire Scarlet Pristine Sea. The dangers of such a journey were obvious, making local island gathering even more vital. Further south lies Danjung Wulou, where Buddhist cultivators and devil cultivators are more common, said White Banyan. The name Danjung Wulou reminded Li Zhouwei of what Li Qinghong had once mentioned. She said that a relative of theirs was cultivating there, possibly an illegitimate son from Yuanqing's generation. Once the Dragon Clan matter is settled, I'll head to Danjung Wulou to have a look and visit that elder. I wonder if he even knows that our family lord has fallen. Li Zhouwei and White Banyan traveled for most of the day, galloping deep into the sea. They were then greeted by a vast white seabed, dotted with coral and brightly lit as if it were daytime. Densely packed houses and streets stretched out, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the former Tail subkingdom. A thin light barrier covered the seabed, clearly marking it as a market. White Banyan looked excited, immediately putting away his cart and donning a cloak as he descended into the market. 1. Bifu, Bifu, literally means jade green fragrance. Chapter 981, Southern Sea 2. Li Zhouwei followed suit. The grand formation protecting the market was separated by a thin layer of seawater. No one came to greet them, but the place bustled with people coming and going. Let's stroll a bit. The Dragon Clan will definitely arrive within 6 hours, exclaimed White Banyan. White Banyan wandered around eagerly, buying shells and corals here and there. His cloak concealed both his cultivation level and his demonic identity, allowing him to move freely and comfortably. Li Zhouwei browsed casually and bought a map. When the vendor recognized his foundation establishment realm cultivation, he offered the item with trembling hands and fled in a hurry, not daring to even accept payment in spirit shells. Li Zhouwei studied the map for a moment and muttered, "What a coincidence! This is Miao family territory in the Southern Sea." It was clear that the Miao family's domain was vast, and they ranked among the top powers in the Southern Sea. Even the market, Zhu Lei, one market, and the Zhu Lei cave below it, belonged to them. Thunder arts really are incredible. The Southern Sea cultivators mostly practice devil techniques, which are easily suppressed by thunder arts. Though the Miao family has few direct descendants, their domain is extensive. Thunder techniques are just too effective against devil cultivation, thought Li Zhouwei. He casually glanced around and saw the place teeming with devil cultivators. Blood chi items were everywhere, and on closer inspection, most of them had been refined from demonic creatures. Human pills were so rare and expensive that few dared approach them. The Southern Sea has few mortals, but many cultivators. With Buddhist, devil, immortal, and shamanic Daos all mixed together, mortals are rare. Most major devil techniques have been modified again and again to rely on consuming demonic beasts, thought Li Zhouwei. As he walked a lap through the market, he saw many mortals moving about as well, smiling and respectfully calling cultivators sir. 2 children in the corner were noisily debating Purple Mansion realm divine abilities. Li Zhouwei took it all in and suddenly understood. Mortals in the Southern Sea live inside underwater formations, and most are related to cultivators. On one hand, the population is too small to casually kill. On the other hand, once they're tied to cultivators by blood, they're less likely to be harvested. The Southern Sea couldn't compare to the mainland. In Jiangnan, a single mu-tu of land could feed a family. Even a lazy household could scatter seeds and soon not worry about food. This was the reason why the mainland could support the annual casualties of the 3 sects and 7 gates. The Eastern Sea likewise had few mortals, but many cultivators. However, it had a steady supply of spirit patties and blood chi from the northern and southern mainland cultivators, so resources weren't scarce. On the other hand, the Southern Sea had it harder. Aside from a few large islands, mortals could only live within underwater formations, constantly interacting with cultivators. All things considered, the Southern Sea, famed for its devil cultivators, actually has a very stable system. Mortals rarely face death, live closely with cultivators, and have clear understanding of cultivation. All they need to do is serve. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he thought. Commoners in Buddhist lands are sallow and starving. They're born yearning for death. The disciples of the immortal sects are ignorant and await their harvest without question. Yet here in the Southern Devil Sea, people know why they live and why they die. The great Tao lies right at their feet. As the lord of a lake himself, Li Zhouwei had seen many facets of human nature. He had always heard the Southern Sea was overrun with devil cultivators, but seeing it firsthand revealed a different picture, prompting this new reflection. But perhaps they refrain from killing simply because people are too few to bother with. Since they have no choice, they resort to refining pills from demonic creatures, and that eventually became a habit. If given the chance to reach the mainland or the Eastern Sea, they'd probably slaughter more fiercely than anyone else. As he silently studied the Southern Sea's extreme coexistence model of cultivator and mortal, hoping to borrow some ideas, White Banyan returned with a pile of shells and coral. He stuffed a sparkling blue conch into Li Zhouwei's arms and said with a smile, "My cave has plenty of little foxes. Since I rarely come out, I had to bring them something nice, and of course I couldn't leave you out." Li Zhouwei accepted it with a slight smile. The conch was merely an embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifact, good only for adjusting seawater flow. He thanked White Banyan and tucked it away, not wanting to reject the fox's goodwill. White Banyan immediately beamed, humming contentedly as he mumbled in a low voice. My great-grandmother once said that there were hardly any devil techniques or blood qi around when she first came to the Southern Sea. This place was still quite barren during her time. But ever since the Miao family rose, the entire region's devil techniques surged, and they're all surprisingly high quality. Oh, Li Zhouwei immediately sensed something unusual and frowned as he said, I had heard that the Southern Sea has long been infamous for devil cultivators running rampant. White Banyan scoffed and replied, in the early days, sure, there were devil techniques, but they were just run-of-the-mill. There were also many wood, earth, and water virtue-based techniques. There were even several immortal sects. Now they're all gone, thanks to the good work of the Miao family. After thinking it over, Li Zhouwei finally understood how the Miao family rose to such power in the Southern Sea. What a ruthless strategy. The Miao family first secured a monopoly on thunder arts and qi gathering techniques. Then, they spread all kinds of convenient, low-barrier, high-speed devil techniques across the vast region, immediately squeezing out all other cultivation methods. Once these high-grade devil techniques spread in desperate regions like the Eastern and Southern Seas, it's not something that could be easily reversed. Nearly half of these devil techniques don't even require qi gathering. All they needed was enough blood qi. So when their direct descendants use abundant resources to cultivate thunder arts, who among them doesn't dominate in every fight? He shook his head and thought to himself, no wonder the Miao family is called a thunder arts family, yet also part of the devil Dao. Whether they themselves consume blood qi or not remains unclear, but this move alone shows their cunning. As Li Zhouwei fell into deep thought, White Banyan started mumbling again. Kid, most of the devil plague in Jiangnan came from the Blood Dharma Manual, which also originated from the Miao family. The Golden Feather sect borrowed techniques from the Miao family too. That Golden Feather sect are all schemers. Just look at how they've risen. They shine alone now among the 3 major sects, and the 7 gates fear them like tigers. That says it all. Li Zhouwei immediately caught on and thought to himself, a roundabout warning. In truth, the Golden Feather sect had no major conflict with his own family. In fact, their relationship was fairly cordial. The Li family had been gathering qi in the desert for years, and no one had dared interfere. Li Zhouwei didn't believe that was possible without Golden Feather's consent. What's more, rumor had it that Li Tongya and Zhang Yun were close friends, and the Golden Feather sect's disciples had always treated the Li family with courtesy. Still, since White Banyan had reminded him, Li Zhouwei could only keep it in mind and replied modestly, I'll remember your advice. White Banyan glanced at him, as if worried he might have said too much and provoked offense. He asked a few cheerful questions, but just then, howling winds rose from the sea, jade waves surged to the sky, and the clinking of iron chains echoed through the waters. Boom! A massive bicolor scaled beast slowly surfaced from the seabed. A splendid and lavish palace floated on its back. A vast black shadow quickly cast itself over the entire market, dimming even the once luminous night-illuminating pearls. The passing cultivators all looked up, stunned, gazing into the sea. The blare of conch horns erupted, followed by a familiar proclamation echoing from the waters. The Dharma chariot of the dragon son of clear sea and still pond is present. 1. Zhu literally means myriad thunders or all thunders. 2. Mu is a traditional Chinese unit of area, equal to approximately 666.7 square meters or 0.165 acres, commonly used for measuring farmland. Chapter 982, Begging to Loosen It, Ding Jiao really knows how to make a grand entrance. The entire street beside Li Zhouwei was shrouded in shadow. A crowd of cultivators fled in all directions, taking flight one after another beyond the grand formation. The area emptied out in an instant. White Banyan muttered, This dragon's son. Everything was in chaos as everyone fled. The 2 mortal children from before had already vanished. Before White Banyan could finish speaking, a streak of silvery lightning leaped out from the marketplace, bounded across the sea a few times, and flew toward the bicolor-scaled beast. A resonant male voice rang out. Miao Yi of Thunder Island greets the dragon son of Clear Sea and Still Pond. Li Zhouwei had met this man before. He had once come to Moongaze Lake to request the Durua spear. He was quite capable, and had privately inquired about matters regarding the ancestors. It turned out he was now stationed in the Southern Sea. Miaoyi placed both hands on his knees, knelt midair with both legs, then retracted his hands. With one knee down and one foot grounded, he kowtowed 3 times in succession. He kept his eyes low and did not dare to speak. Activating his perception technique, Li Zhouwei's vision sharpened. A fierce-looking demon general with bulging cheeks and black armor stood atop the bicolor-scaled beast, cracking a long whip. His expression was foul as he shouted, "This has nothing to do with you. Stand aside and wait." Miaoyi let out a breath of relief and stepped to the side, instructing his attendants to bring blood food. The black-armored demon general scolded impatiently. "The dragon monarch's birthday is near. No blood food is allowed in the Eastern Sea. Take that filthy stuff away. If the Lord sees it, who knows what trouble you'll get into." There were still about 2 weeks until the dragon monarch's birthday. How could Miaoyi not know that? Otherwise, why would he bring up blood food? It was merely an excuse for the other party to scold him. He nodded and bowed repeatedly, thanking the warning, and stood respectfully by the side. Miaoyi kept apologizing. White Banyan and Li Zhouwei observed it all as they made their way out of the marketplace. The fox sneered as he looked around. The area was now completely deserted now that all the cultivators had cleared out. Li Zhouwei looked around as he exited the water barrier. The surroundings were murky. The once vast yellow-green seabed, filled with coral and seagrass and glowing yellow spirit items underneath, was now covered in muddy sand and stone. They were likely swept away by the turbulent waters. The Miao family probably gathered them over decades, and now it's all gone, thought Li Zhouwei. The Dragon clan were domineering, but did they really have to show the Miao family such blatant disrespect? Li Zhouwei found it a bit puzzling. White Banyan smiled at him and whispered, "Thunder Island once came into possession of a treasure highly valued by the Dragon clan. Both the Black Dragon lineage and the White Dragon lineage sent envoys to exchange for it. After much deliberation, the Miao family gave it to the envoy of the Black Dragon lineage." White Banyan looked like he was gloating a little as he said, "Either way, they were bound to offend one side." The White Dragon lineage was thoroughly offended. So Ding Zhao showed up all the way here with a nasty attitude. Miaoyi knows this well and is terrified of making a single wrong move. He's in deep trouble now. Li Zhouwei finally understood and asked, "What kind of treasure was it?" "The Dragon clan is wealthy in the Eastern Sea, yet this was enough to cause infighting among them." White Banyan replied, "It was the Radiant's profound essence." Li Zhouwei immediately caught on, so it was for the sake of offspring. Radiant's profound essence was just an ordinary purple mansion realm spirit item and not particularly valuable to the Dragon clan. However, its effect of aiding conception made it extremely precious. Li Zhouwei and White Banyan were now in front of the bicolor-scaled beast. Miaoyi was still standing there with head lowered, not daring to move. He likely recognized Li Zhouwei, but the respectful expression on his face remained unchanged, and his breath was steady. "This one's got depth and composure," thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei glanced at him. The black-armored demon general stepped forward with a smile, retracted his whip, and said, "Honored guests, this way please." White Banyan quickly followed the demon general into the hall. Behind them, everything dissolved into endless waves. Blue and green swirled as water surged upward. Clearly, the bicolor-scaled beast had taken off. Li Zhouwei steadied his footing as a hearty laugh rang out. "Fellow Taoists." A white-horned youth in robes embroidered with waves and serpent dragons stood before them. His light blue eyes carried a smile as he stepped forward in golden boots and said in a clear voice, "White serpent dragon of clear sea and still pond, Ding Zhao greets fellow Taoists." This was clearly directed at White Banyan. He flicked his pale blue sleeves and replied in a soft, melodious voice, his tone markedly different from before. "Fox of the serene heart, who listens to the lake's stillness, White Banyan greets the crown prince." "Excellent." Ding Zhao laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. He invited the two to sit, and then feigned surprise as he said, "So White Banyan is a fox of the serene heart, with such close blood ties to Mount Dali's master. I've been negligent. Had I known your identity, I should have come out to greet you myself. That was my mistake. You flatter me, Crown Prince." White Banyan's eyes were slightly narrow, and his features strikingly attractive. He sat gracefully with a wine cup in hand, his tone soft and elegant as a refined smile appeared on his face. It was completely different from his usual playful demeanor. He replied gently, I merely received the grace of the Mountain Lord's blood pool and had my temperament altered by fate. I am unworthy of such courtesies. Ding Jiao suddenly understood and nodded, clapping lightly as he said, "Even so, such blessings speak of deep fortune." The two continued their cordial conversation for a bit. Then Ding Jiao turned back to Li Zhouwei, his tone turning serious. "Ming Huang, I was in the wrong last time and failed to receive you properly. Now that this matter has been settled, I am deeply grateful and will remember this favor." What Li Zhouwei truly wanted was the favor of the Dragon Clan, not one of their spirit artifacts. That bright young spirit ring was certainly powerful, but not something he could make use of. So he shook his head and said, "You're too kind, Crown Prince." It was Senior White Banyan who stepped in to help. I dare not claim credit. As the three conversed, White Banyan displayed a completely different side. He was elegant and eloquent, weaving refined stories into the conversation and praising Dongfang Yu several times. Ding Jiao listened with a smile. Both the host and guest were clearly enjoying themselves. The bicolor-scaled beast moved at astonishing speed. Time seemed to shift as Li Zhouwei listened to the two chatting. At last, he felt a slight tremor as a long-whiskered demon general stepped forward to report. "Honored sirs, we've arrived at the grave abyss." Ding Jiao rose and began descending, leading the two while speaking softly. "Ming Huang, you might not know, so let me explain. This place lies south of the Southern Sea and is called the Grave Abyss." The group flew off the scaled beast together. A vast sandy terrain stretched before them, with stone islands of various sizes arranged in a radial pattern. A massive abyssal trench lay in the center, and was so wide that one could not see the far end of the chasm even with the sharpest gaze. The land masses on both sides of the abyss were shattered. Some were as large as cities, and others as small as houses. Seawater flowed along web-like channels into the abyss below, which contained nothing but endless darkness. Chapter 983, Begging to Loosen It, 2. Ding Jiao gazed at the scene, his voice low and distant as he said, "Before the ancient cataclysm, this used to be a vast continent. It was as broad as Jiangnan, but only sparsely populated. Jiangnan had tens of millions of people back then, while this place had only a few million. During the cataclysm, two immortal lords fought here and shattered the entire continent. Not only did all spiritual energy vanish, but it still does not contain life. We of the Dragon Clan call it the Grave Abyss. It stands opposite to Shichi Island in the Eastern Sea." White Banyan nodded, seemingly also visiting this place for the first time. He looked around with great interest and spoke softly. "I heard there's no spiritual energy here, which means no great void. Even Purple Mansion realm cultivators must descend and physically fly here." "Exactly," Ding Jiao replied quietly. "This abyss extends all the way to the Underworld. It is said that the spirits of the Underworld pass in and out through this very place." He continued descending as he spoke. The three quickly vanished into the boundless darkness. Li Zhouwei watched the surging seawater pouring down on both sides. His brows furrowed as he murmured, "This grave abyss is terrifyingly vast. Why haven't the waters of the Southern Sea drained dry? It's hundreds of times larger than the Sky Pit in the Northern Sea. Even if it rained over the entire Southern Sea, it wouldn't be enough to refill it. Could it be like the ocean's edge, where the seawater falls into the depths and instantly transforms into water veins that rejoin the sea?" Ding Jiao shook his head and explained, "The seawater doesn't pour into the abyss everywhere. This is merely a drainage outlet. If you fly a bit farther south, the land actually rises above sea level and no water flows in." Li Zhouwei nodded and reminded, "There's no spiritual energy here. If we run out of mana, we'll be in trouble." "Don't worry." Ding Jiao took out a few white pearls from his sleeve, thought for a moment, then put them away and instead pulled out a black circular spirit artifact. In a blink, it expanded beneath them. He apologized and said, "My cloud-riding mount isn't practical inside the abyss." White Banyan nodded, then asked with some doubt, "I've never heard the claim that this leads to the Underworld, but then again, we're unfamiliar with affairs beneath the sea. Could the Crown Prince elaborate?" He offered a courteous apology, but Ding Jiao waved his hand and replied solemnly, "This matter dates back to the Qi state, 1 era, when Northern Qi replaced Wei. Prince Li Xuanzhi of former Wei raised troops and briefly controlled the Longdi region, which people called Long Wei at the time. A senior member of my clan lived in Wei and made a close friend there. They got along extremely well. Later, there was a great drought in the south. That elder personally went to bring rain. But upon returning, he discovered that his friend had been murdered. So he came all the way here, delved deep into the abyss, and flew straight into the underworld. There, he met a judge of the underworld and brought his friend back. Li Zhouwei was stunned at first, but his heart began to burn with hope as he asked solemnly, "Is the legend really true? When someone dies, they're taken to the underworld. Can they truly be brought back?" Ding Jiao hesitated, then replied slowly, "When mortals die, their souls truly disperse. It's said that everyone in the world has their name recorded in the underworld's registry. If someone cultivates to the Purple Mansion or Golden Core realms, the underworld can even discern their spells and cultivation level. As for capturing souls, such things no longer happen nowadays." But the strong hope in Li Zhouwei's heart was abruptly extinguished. He lowered his head. Ding Jiao answered, "I've inquired about them too. That person was born before the ancient cataclysm and had cultivated the Purple Mansion and Golden Core realms, so the underworld detained him according to old laws. For those born after the cataclysm, unless they fail while attempting Golden Core realm, the underworld no longer intervenes." White Banyan felt uneasy and changed the subject, silently recalling something as he spoke softly. "What if there's an immortal cultivator who isn't listed in the registry?" "Not listed." Ding Jiao glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. "Then they must be cultivating in the shamanic talisman Dao or practicing the spiritual cultivation Dao." The white fox lowered his head in thought, while Li Zhouwei only felt a moment of disappointment before adjusting his state of mind and saying softly, "I've heard of Li Shu and Xuan. There were constant uprisings in the north back then, and several gained momentum. The Weasley family even restored their state twice. Later, there was also a man named Li Xian, but I don't know what became of him. The Li family had collected a fair amount of information over the years and paid particular attention to such matters, though news was hard to come by in Jiangnan. It was rare to hear anything while in the Eastern Sea." White Banyan glanced at Ding Jiao and spoke softly. "He was slain by the Emperor of Qi. His head was hung at Dianyang City and left there for 9 years." Ding Jiao remained silent as the spirit artifact beneath their feet slowly rose and fell. Li Zhouwei's breath caught slightly, his expression darkening as he gazed into the boundless darkness. Just what is Ding Jiao trying to do? Thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei had gradually begun to sense the weight of Ding Jiao's identity along the way. This crown prince of the White Dragon lineage was likely one of the most exalted among them all. Li Zhouwei wondered. The Eastern Sea is vast, and there's no shortage of Purple Mansion realm demonic creatures under the Dragon Clan. If he truly wanted something, could the clan not dispatch one of them to help him? Even without considering the rest, Dongfang Heiyun alone is strange enough. White Banyan was merely a Foundation Establishment realm fox demon, and his cultivation wasn't even one known for superior hearing. Perhaps it was due to his bloodline, or maybe he had a few unique techniques for listening. But could he truly compare with a Purple Mansion realm being who possessed divine abilities? Judging by the attitude of both demons, this must be something orchestrated jointly by the Fox tribe and the Dragon Clan. But what kind of matter is it that they would bring me along? White Banyan said Ding Jiao wanted to form ties with me. Is there some kind of benefit involved? These thoughts churned briefly in his mind. Then he sat in silence for several days. Ding Jiao and White Banyan had both stopped speaking entirely. Ding Jiao said not a word, while White Banyan looked extremely focused, his ears twitching faintly. He slowly stood, listened for a moment. Then white fur began to emerge across his body. With a small twist, he transformed into a pure white fox that didn't have a single blemish. The fox's 2 ears stood erect, and there was even a third ear between his brows. It formed a triangle, pointed upward. From the side, it resembled a fluffy and exquisite white horn. White Banyan revealed his true form and crouched on the platform as they continued descending. Ding Jiao remained still, watching the two silently. The spirit artifact beneath them flew slower and slower until it finally stopped. Ding Jiao said softly, "There should be sound at this point. White Banyan, listen carefully. My spirit artifact is running low on mana. If nothing can be heard here, we'll go deeper." Li Zhouwei couldn't hear anything at all. The silence around him was terrifying. White Banyan paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Please fly a little farther." Ding Jiao wordlessly urged the Dharma artifact forward, and they flew for nearly an hour before they stopped. They were surrounded by endless darkness, without the slightest glimmer. White Banyan twitched his ears and frowned. "It's a man's voice." The fox listened for another 15 minutes before whispering. He said, White Banyan seemed uncertain, his expression tense. He lay flat again and listened carefully, then looked a little stunned and murmured, "Binding, burning hot, begging something." Li Zhouwei's heart clenched. Ding Jiao furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "Did he say anything else?" White Banyan listened a while longer. He activated his mana, and purplish light mixed with mist swirled around him. The white fur by his ears gradually turned deep violet. After another 15 minutes, he said in a soft tone, "No other words. Just that one sentence." His expression was somewhat shaken. White Banyan paused, then added. His voice was at times as loud as a tiger's roar, heart-wrenching and filled with the sound of coughing blood. At other times, it was sharp as a rat's squeak, piercing the clouds and splitting stone. It was utterly terrifying. He said, "The binding is burning hot, bound too tightly. I beg you, loosen it a little." Ding Jiao raised his brows, his expression a mixture of cold fury and shock. After a moment of silence, he pulled out a jade vial from his sleeve, placed it on his palm, and said in a low voice, "Fox of the serene heart, keep listening. 1. The qi here used is qi, not the cheat. Qi, that means life force, vital energy, etc. The qi translates to even, uniform, level, or joint in English. Chapter 984, Listening in, I. Ding Jiao spoke in a low voice. White Banyan glanced at him, but was already showing hesitation. After all, some things weren't meant to be heard so casually. He whispered, "Does the Crown Prince have any information? This place is strange. If the one below has too great a background, we might violate a taboo." So even White Banyan doesn't know who it is, thought Ding Jiao. After all, among the three, he was the one who had gone to listen in person. If something went wrong, White Banyan would be the first to suffer. Ding Jiao naturally understood his concerns and replied softly, "It's fine. A senior once mentioned that what's beneath isn't a golden core realm cultivator. If a golden core realm cultivator had cried out in pain, would we still be alive? Uncle Hayun would have come out to warn us long ago." What White Banyan feared most was a golden core realm cultivator. Ordinary purple mansion realm matters wouldn't endanger him as a fox of the serene heart, but if it involved a golden core realm cultivator, even the lord behind him might not be able to protect him. "Since Uncle Hayun hasn't appeared, it means there's no danger here," said Ding Jiao, gently reassuring the two of them. He put away the jade vial in his palm and revealed a bright white stone bead. The bead was milky white, with 3 faint yellow patterns etched on its surface. A soft glow surrounded it, but there was no mystical brilliance. Ding Jiao spoke softly. "This place is so deep that even purple mansion realm cultivators can't reach the bottom. The deeper it goes, the stronger the baleful qi. Normally, they just hear a single cry. That's why I specifically brought this ancient spirit artifact. This item once belonged to the G1 Immortal Dao. It's called Yin-2 Era's G Earth Tongue and has been in my estate for a long time. It has only rarely been used." White Banyan couldn't help but glance over at the impressive origins, revealing a hint of envy as he softly said, "An Earth Virtue ancient spirit artifact is truly rare. The G Immortal Dao is top tier. Only a dragon-blooded crown prince like you could own such a piece." Ding Jiao looked a bit embarrassed. He raised his chin slightly, and his pair of dragon horns glowed faintly, becoming the only source of light in the entire abyss. He replied, "Earth Virtue is indeed formidable, but this item is too ancient. Back then, cultivators didn't craft Dharma artifacts for combat. They prioritized mystique above all. So this one isn't very useful in battle." White Banyan looked slightly puzzled, but Ding Jiao didn't explain. He casually tossed the bead into the air. It spun midair and released a hazy yellow glow. Li Zhouwei frowned slightly, but Ding Jiao remained silent. The yellow light circled them once and swept across the stone walls like a shadow. Wherever it passed, the earth and stone trembled with a rustling sound. Ding Jiao's voice turned low and he chanted an obscure incantation that was hard to decipher. Suddenly, the stone wall beside them split open with a loud crack, forming a palm-sized mouth. Its lips and teeth were clearly defined, and a deep voice buzzed forth from within. The voice was hoarse, like rocks grinding against each other. It was layered, ancient, and hesitant, yet it showed no extra emotion. White Banyan watched thoughtfully, then chuckled and said, "It is, after all, from the G Immortal Dao." Ding Jiao waited a moment, then gave up and handed over the bead with a smile. "Ming Huang, this item can hear the language of the earth and make stone and soil speak for us. But G Immortal Dao was the head among immortal Daos, and this spirit artifact is prideful. It won't accept my demon power. You should give it a try. How interesting. Only now did Li Zhouwei understand their reaction. He took the bead gently and channeled his mana into it. The bead immediately brightened several-fold and came to life. The mouth on the stone wall called out eagerly, "Greetings, my lord." Li Zhouwei swept his spiritual sense over it and nodded, then asked, "Are you this wall?" The wall replied respectfully, replying to my lord, "I am indeed the minor god of this wall, awaiting your exalted instructions." Good. Ding Jiao nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Go down for a round and report what's below. Remember, you don't need to see or listen, just speak as instructed. I'm afraid even one glance or sound might shatter your feeble divine power, and I'd have to summon another." "Thank you, exalted immortal." The minor god within the wall gave thanks, and the mouth slid down the wall. Li Zhouwei gave a small nod of approval, then looked at the Yin Era's G Earth Tongue in his hand. It was simple and unadorned, with no hint of being an ancient spirit artifact. White Banyan's ears twitched. He formed seals and began chanting softly in preparation. His voice was like a low weeping. It was sharp and grating to the ear. Soon, purple light shimmered from the fine hairs on his body, flitting around the two like birds. Li Zhouwei suddenly felt a clarity in his ears, followed by the emergence of chaotic noise. It was distant at first, then drew near, rising and falling. Binding, too tight. Please, loosen. White Banyan hadn't exaggerated. The voice was anguished to the point of heartbreak. The person was howling and wailing as if undergoing brutal torment, desperate to scream its very heart out. As each person performed their role, Ding Jiao finally focused his spirit and spoke softly. "Who are you?" Li Zhouwei suddenly felt all the sound around him vanish. The agonized cries ceased, replaced by a silence so intense it sent chills down his spine. After more than 10 seconds, a roar sharp enough to pierce metal and shatter stone erupted skyward, shaking the entire abyss. The man's voice was as shrill as a ghost's wail. "Who are you? Where is Yao Qinlin? Where is Yao Qinlin? Please loosen. Please loosen." The force of the cry made White Banyan let out a muffled groan. Li Zhouwei felt the bead in his hand suddenly grow heavy. The bead, which had been steadily drawing on his mana, abruptly cut off its connection. Ding Jiao's face turned pale. Pung! A crisp sound echoed by his ear. Li Zhouwei was still supplying mana, and the Dharma artifact was still under Ding Jiao's control. When he saw Ding Jiao frown, there was no need for words. It was clear the minor god had been shaken to death. Without a word, Ding Jiao summoned another mouth from the opposite stone wall, gave it instructions, and sent it downward, his tone slightly grim. "There's no great void here. Summoning a mountain god each time consumes tremendous mana, and not to mention, I have to brief them all over again." White Banyan worked to calm his breath, his expression complicated, and whispered, "He might be at the bottom of the abyss, and who knows how far down he might be." But the moment the prince asked, he was able to roar all the way up here using just his mana. In just a few seconds. That kind of power. Ding Jiao had clearly realized the same and furrowed his brows. White Banyan thought for a moment and continued, "My lord probably couldn't do that. Maybe only our ancestral matriarch could attempt it. When Shao Shooting and the others attained the Purple Mansion realm, they could spread their voice across 10,000 kilometers, but that was through the Great Void. Anyone who gained divine abilities could do that. It wasn't too rare. But here, with no Great Void present, for someone to rely purely on mana to send their voice upward, that was no ordinary feat." After a while, Ding Jiao spoke again. "Who are you?" A few seconds later, a man's voice sounded again. It was much calmer this time. The voice was hoarse and deep. It was clearly spat out from between gritted teeth and was accompanied by the sound of coughing blood. "I am Li Xuanzhi." White Banyan was stunned. Ding Jiao looked up, and beside them, Li Zhouwei slightly opened his eyes. The voice echoed like a grand bell, striking his heart. Crown Prince Li Xuanzhi of the Late Wei state. So the one bound at the bottom of the abyss was the Late Wei Crown Prince, the same Li Xuanzhi who had been publicly displayed in Jianyang for 9 years. 1 Ji, ancient Chinese deity of agriculture, associated with millet and revered as a patron of farming, order, and foundational cultivation. 2. Yin refers to the Yin dynasty, another name for the Shang dynasty, especially its later period. Chapter 985, Listening In 2. Li Zhouwei's brows rose as he opened his golden eyes, staring at White Banyan and Ding Jiao. Both demons appeared truly shocked. They were not faking it. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Then wave after wave of doubt surfaced. Is this the real Li Xuanzhi, or a fake? If Li Xuanzhi was killed in Dianyang City, why is he here? And who did this? What is the Dragon Clan's intention? Questions flashed through his mind like lightning. Ding Jiao glanced at him and asked softly, Li Xuanzhi? I am Dongfang Ding Jiao. My grandfather is Dongfang Yu. Who bound you here? The voice below paused, trembling with barely contained pain, and rasped, Uncle One. The pain is unbearable. I beg you, Uncle, loosen the bindings. Li Zhouwei listened in silence. Li Xuanzhi had clearly only caught half a sentence and had mistaken him for Dongfang Yu. Ding Jiao seemed frustrated because no matter how many times he asked, the man kept repeating his plea for the bindings to be loosened. 15 minutes passed before Dongfang Ding Jiao asked again, What binds you? How long have you been here? It seemed Li Xuanzhi had reached the limit of his endurance. His voice turned sharp, piercing all three of their ears. The Fuxia, 2, binding Lin 3 cord. Where's Yao Qinlin? Loosen the bindings. Humph. Ding Jiao grunted as his brows furrowed. It was clear that the mountain god had once again been shaken to death. Endless wails rose from below, while Li Zhouwei observed quietly. The white serpent dragon paused slightly and said softly, My demon energy is running low. Let's head back up first. The spirit artifact beneath his feet slowly began to rise. White Banyan also withdrew his spell, and the noise and wails vanished. Li Zhouwei glanced down at the bottomless abyss. Ding Jiao seemed a bit gloomy and said quietly, Ming Huang, I only heard there was something strange here. It was said that a senior was imprisoned underground. My clan never speaks of it, so I decided to investigate. I never imagined it would be him. Truth be told, Dongfang Yu was a close friend of Emperor Gong of Wei. Ding Jiao's father, the Dragon King of Baiye, addressed Emperor Gong as uncle. By seniority, Ding Jiao should be calling Li Xuanzhi his uncle as well. Their relationship was just 1 or 2 generations apart, so it was close enough to be calling him uncle. Human sentiment faded with absence. Ding Jiao had only mentioned this connection to build rapport, and to Li Zhouwei it carried little real weight. But Li Xuanzhi was different. As crown prince, he may very well have had close conversations with Dongfang Yu himself. That was why Ding Jiao's emotions were especially conflicted. Though he had been mentally prepared, the sight before him still stirred him deeply. As a crown prince, he had rarely suffered setbacks growing up, let alone watch a senior be imprisoned underground while he remained powerless. He could only mutter, his mind is already gone. He only reacts to a few names. He must have been tortured for a very long time. White Banyan had spent the most demon energy and was somewhat listless. He murmured, the fall of Weizli was 1,500 years ago. He was displayed in Dianyang City for 9 years. Perhaps he was captured and dragged underground afterward. No one could endure 1,500 years of pain. Of the 2 demons, White Banyan was simply sighing with emotion, while Ding Jiao was genuinely anguished and indignant. The Dragon Crown Prince said coldly, though Emperor Qi was ruthless and cruel, the Jie tribe still owed favors to Emperor Gong. They only executed Uncle and a few of his followers to display their heads in Dianyang City. Perhaps they didn't want to kill him, or maybe they couldn't. They would never torture him like this. Besides, the Qi state was long ago destroyed by the Tuoba family. The ones who imprisoned him here must be one of the current great northern Immortal Dao faction. They are hostile to Weizli and covetous of Bright Yang. White Banyan listened with growing unease, muttering inwardly, this kid isn't stupid. You're practically naming Mount Luoxia directly with how detailed you're being. Ding Jiao, oh Ding Jiao. White Banyan understood clearly that Mount Luoxia had always had poor relations with the Dragon Clan and with most of demonkind. Even his own Mount Dali had suffered under them more than once. But Mount Luoxia was guarded by a Dao embryo realm cultivator. It wasn't a Dao lineage one could casually mention. How could Li Zhouwei not catch the implication? Zhao State was now little more than a toy in the hands of Buddhist cultivators. The number of great northern Immortal Dao factions could be counted on one hand. He could guess the name from the clues alone. So though he made the connection, Li Zhouwei chose not to respond directly and instead asked solemnly, Your Highness, the matters of Wei, Qi, Liang, and Zhao are rarely recorded in the south, so it's hard to grasp. May I ask, what Dao did Emperor Qi cultivate? Li Zhouwei now knew quite a lot. At his question, Ding Jiao sighed. Emperor Qi, Shi Chang, cultivated the Radiant Essence Dao, which complements Lesser Yang. They are always paired. This Dao now allows one to transform Bright Yang into Lesser Yang. It's clearly aligned with what's above. White Banyan quickly stepped in, afraid Ding Jiao might mention Mount Luoxiao again, and said, "Exactly. The Supreme Yang can be divided into Lesser Yang, which gives rise to Radiance, and Radiant Essence in turn transforms Bright Yang into Lesser Yang. It's the very cycle of mutual generation." Li Zhouwei made a mental note. After all, he cultivated the Tao of Bright Yang. If he ever encountered someone who practiced Radiant Essence, he would need to stay on guard. When Ding Jiao placed his hands behind his back, he spoke softly, "Thank you both. This matter has now reached a conclusion. Though the outcome isn't entirely satisfactory, I now understand the situation." Ding Jiao observed their reactions and knew his words had sunk in. He didn't spell it out further. Nodding slightly, the spirit artifact beneath his feet accelerated, transforming into a white streak that shot upward. Ding Jiao said softly, "This matter in the abyss is a secret, and not exactly something to be proud of. I ask that the two of you keep it confidential for your own sake as well." "Of course." The two responded promptly. Ding Jiao said with a smile, "Rest assured, there is no great void here. I came specifically on a special day. The inland cultivators can't calculate the actions of our dragon clan today, and those arrogant Dao lineages seldom concern themselves with outer sea affairs, let alone trace anything back to us." His meaning was now even clearer. He was telling them not to worry. White Banyan nodded with a smile, while Li Zhouwei mulled over his words. "A special day?" Li Zhouwei paused slightly, then suddenly understood. After calculating carefully, he silently praised, "Today is the Dragon Monarch's birthday." When Li Zhouwei and the others went to Thunder Island, they had overheard Miao Yi mention the Dragon Monarch's birthday. At the time, Li Zhouwei had asked White Banyan, who said there was still about half a month to go. "And all this commotion has taken about 12 days. The moment we were down in the abyss just so happened to be the second day of the middle month 4. He glanced at Ding Jiao, while White Banyan remained silent. Li Zhouwei now understood. The Mount Dolly Fox tribe knew this was the best date. That's why White Banyan rushed so urgently, and the bicolor-scaled beast's travel time had been calculated ahead of time. Ding Jiao acted like he came and went on a whim, but that was far from the truth. 1. The Ra is Sherbo, which means uncle. The uncle here refers to a respectful term for an older male friend or acquaintance. 2. Fu literally means wild duck, and she means to dry in the sun or sunlight after rain. 3. Lin refers to the Qilin, a divine mythical beast symbolizing nobility, auspiciousness, and spiritual authority, often associated with celestial omens and protective power. 4. Zhongyue, middle month, in the seasonal lunar calendar, the second month of a given season, used in traditional timekeeping. Chapter 986, Dragon and Fox. 2 demonic creatures and 1 man emerged from the grave abyss and back into the sea. They passed over numerous shattered, barren, and uninhabited islands that were truly devoid of any sign of life. Moongaze Lake's Mount Sheeping also lacked spiritual energy. Though it rose into the clouds and had no spiritual items, it at least had a few mundane plants. This place had no vegetation at all. There was only bare sand and stone. Li Zhouwei, however, was not just looking at the surface. Inwardly, he calculated, this place is unimaginably barren, but it is not part of the Great Void. It's an ideal location to avoid the prying eyes of Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. The only pity is that it's unfit for cultivation. The long-bearded demonic creature waited to the side. Ding Jiao was in a foul mood and said little to him as he drove his spirit artifact forward. The bicolor-scaled beast lay silently on the seabed like a glittering underwater mountain range. As Ding Jiao arrived, the black-armored demonic creature eagerly scampered over to greet him. "Honored lords." Clearly, Ding Jiao had no interest in conversation. The black-armored demonic creature instantly read his bad mood and became as docile as a sheep. At a mere wave from Ding Jiao, he dashed off, raising his whip to drive the beast. When he arrived before the palace, Ding Jiao flicked his robe and finally let out a breath, a smile appearing on his face as he softly said, "Please." The 2 demonic creatures and the man entered, only to find someone already standing inside the hall. His sleeves were neatly arranged, and he had a graceful smile on his face. Waiting off to the side, he bowed as the trio entered. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Greetings, fellow Taoists," said the man. "Uncle Hayun." Ding Jiao quickly stepped to the side and respectfully saluted. The Dragon Crown Prince smiled warmly and said courteously, "Uncle, you manage countless affairs each day. It is truly rare and fortunate to have you visit my hall for a chat." Dongfang Heiyun returned the gesture politely and said warmly, "When I heard the Crown Prince had come to such a perilous place, I came here early to wait. I also followed along just now, but feared disturbing your mood, so I refrained from making my presence known." He remained half a step behind Ding Jiao, escorted him to the main seat, and waited until both host and guest were seated. He then gracefully sat to the side, smoothing his sleeves as he softly said, "Li Xuanzhi, after all, is still an ancient demon who's over 1,000 years old. His mind may be muddled, and it's hard to say he won't lash out even if he is bound by the Fuxia binding lin cord. There are many dangers underground. Though your highness commands overwhelming dragon might, I worried about disturbing your dignity or offending your guests." "Thank you, uncle." Ding Jiao was all smiles, while White Banyan carefully examined Dongfang Heiyun, inwardly startled. So this is Dongfang Heiyun? Aside from lacking divine abilities, he's no different from a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. No wonder he shattered Tuoba Chongyuan. He might really be able to protect himself against Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. After a few more glances, he grew even more suspicious. Is he really not at the Purple Mansion Realm? In all the world, there's only this one Dragon Cloud One. Who can truly grasp his strength? Could it be that he has already reached the Purple Mansion Realm, and the Dragon Monarch has merely concealed his divine abilities? Ding Jiao paused slightly and asked softly, "Uncle, I am unfamiliar with the Fuxia binding lin cord. Could you explain it to me?" "Oh." Dongfang Heiyun spoke gently. "The Fuxia binding lin cord is a Dharma artifact of Yao Qinlin. This spirit cord uses the most excruciating pain in the world to wear down one's will. You young ones wouldn't know. Pain is no trivial matter. It is the foremost enemy of the mind. When torment continues long enough, one cannot stop weeping. Hatred, love, and the pursuit of the Tao, all are forgotten. Only pain remains, and with it the desperate longing for a moment's rest. That is the purpose of the Fuxia binding lin cord." His tone remained calm and elegant, yet his words carried a cruel edge. That thing delights in hearing pleas for mercy. The more one resists, the tighter it binds. The pain splits bones and pierces the soul. Only by howling for mercy can it slightly loosen. Should one stop, the pain multiplies 100-fold. It's merely a method to grind down the will. After centuries, the only thought left in the mind is that begging earns a moment's reprieve. That Li Xuanzhi can still respond at all shows the sheer strength of his mind. What a vicious treasure. Ding Jiao's brow never relaxed as Dongfang Heiyun spoke. Being one of the branches closest to Wei and Li, he fell into silence. After finishing his conversation with Ding Jiao, Dongfang Heiyun sipped his wine, glanced at Li Zhouwei, and said with a smile, "This must be the White Qilin." "Ming Huang greets Senior," Li Zhouwei replied politely. Dongfang Heiyun only nodded and didn't say more to him. Instead, he turned to the fox and said, "Give my regards to your master." After a few polite words, he quickly withdrew, offering a bow at the hall entrance and fixing Li Zhouwei with a meaningful look before vanishing. Ding Jiao, now in a much better mood, raised a cup toward the other two, then glanced in the direction Dongfang Heiyun had departed, quietly pleased. The Dragon Sons were one of the Eastern Sea's most prized individuals, and they rarely spared a glance for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Ding Jiao had always been mild-mannered and respectful, if not overtly courteous toward these Foundation Establishment Realm figures, even Dongfang Heiyun. Those few brothers of mine. Their intent to command Uncle Heiyun has always been strong. They've been constantly issuing instructions both big and small. Now they'll be in a bind, thought Ding Jiao. Dongfang Heiyun had naturally treated him well. Had it been any other dragon's son, they would have considered escorting him this far as a courtesy. They certainly wouldn't have appeared in person or shared a drink so politely. Dongfang Heiyun is only the beginning. In the future, there will be Ming Huang, White Banyan, thought Ding Jiao. He quietly stared into the distance for a long while, then turned toward Li Zhouwei with a pleased expression and said softly, "Since Ming Huang is unwilling to accept the ancient spirit artifact, how can I let the two of you make this trip in vain? That would be my fault." Ding Jiao clapped softly, and two demonic creatures entered from outside the hall, each holding a stone box as they approached reverently. Ding Jiao spoke solemnly, "My two brothers, this gift must not be refused. As the host, This is just a small token of my goodwill. Li Zhouwei watched the stone boxes being presented, already mentally prepared, and thought to himself, this is what the white banyan fox meant by building ties with the two of us. Ding Jiao might not know exactly who was in the abyss, but as the one who extended the invitation, he most likely knew that the person below had been harmed by Mount Luoxia. He also surely knew this person was connected to both the Dragon Clan and the Weasley lineage. If that weren't the case, why insist on calling me here? How else could this serve as a means to forge ties? Thought Li Zhouwei. There was more at play. It was very likely a part of the ongoing struggle between the Dragon Clan and Mount Luoxia. Ding Jiao had laid all of this bare, almost openly declaring that Mount Luoxia harbored ill intentions. Dongfang Heiyun even made a special trip here and appeared in person just to tell me how painful the Fuxia binding lin cord is. If Mount Luoxia treated the late Weasley Crown Prince that way, can they possibly bear any goodwill toward the Li family, or toward me, Li Zhouwei? The Dragon Clan had long been close to the Weasley lineage. I've only just reached the Foundation establishment realm, and they're already inviting me into the sea. Their stance is clear. But what role is the Dali Mountain Fox tribe playing in all this? Pondered Li Zhouwei. 1. This should be referring to Dongfang Heiyun as his name, Heiyun, means converging cloud. Chapter 987. Turning into a deer, I. Senior White Banyan bears me no ill will, but once Mount Dali is involved, and considering the past tensions between the Dragon Clan and the Fox tribe, I was tasked with delivering this message. Perhaps this is an attempt to shift their relationship. Li Zhouwei carefully recalled White Banyan's words, and his thoughts gradually became clear. The death of Dongfang Yu was certainly the key turning point in easing tensions, but age-old grudges aren't resolved by one death alone. The Fox tribe is taking the initiative, and the Dragon Clan are being gracious in return. This is likely due to external pressure. If they now share a common enemy, and this diplomatic attempt is centered around probing Mount Luoxia's secrets, using someone like me with deep hatred toward Mount Luoxia as the link, then the answer seems obvious. Li Zhouwei maintained a polite smile, golden eyes calm and unthreatening, but inwardly, clarity was dawning. It's Mount Luoxia that's forcing them to turn from enemies into allies. But why only now? Did Mount Luoxia do something? Or are they about to? The bicolor-scaled beast glided smoothly through the ocean. Music echoed in the hall, the scent of spirit fruits wafted through the air, and wine shimmered in goblets. But Li Zhouwei felt as if he were at the center of a storm. He could feel currents stirring above him, with Mount Luoxia, the dragons, the foxes, and countless hidden factions intertwined beneath the heavenly glow. My Li family is barely stronger than the weakest of the Fox tribe. Nothing more than ants in comparison. More importantly, does Mount Luoxia know? And what does that person think of all this? Though Ding Jiao had repeatedly promised that today's events wouldn't be traced back to them, Li Zhouwei never took his words to heart. He treated it all as empty pleasantries and remained completely on edge. Could the Purple Mansion realm cultivators of Jiangnan truly have been unaware when I was invited into the Serpent Dragon Palace? My family searched for foxes several times right near their territory, so how could they not have known? Even my departure from the lake and boarding the bicolor-scaled beast in the Southern Sea was no secret, not with so many eyes watching. There's no need for divination here. Just a bit of reasoning, and most of the puzzle becomes clear. What is Ding Jiao really trying to keep secret? Is it just entering the abyss? Li Zhouwei remained utterly composed as he faced the crown prince of the dragons, who wore a kind smile at the head of the hall. He was as calm as a still lake. Get rid of it urgent. Dangerous plants at home. Open. This prince's status is even higher than a typical Purple Mansion realm cultivator. He may be trying to befriend me, but surely there's more to it than that. There were no real clues amidst the fog of uncertainty. Just then, the black-armored demon general presented a stone box and lifted the lid. A faint glow shimmered across the surface of the contents. Li Zhouwei's expression didn't change. He looked over and saw that the box held a case of crystal-clear spirit water, so faint in color it was nearly invisible. There was a single spot of bright yellow floating on the surface. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. The water exuded an overwhelming spiritual qi, yet the yellow reflection had no discernible origin, as if it had appeared from nowhere. Dongfang Ding Jiao chuckled, waved his hand to halt the music and dance in the grand hall, and spoke softly. Ming Wang, this item is called Hidden Plunder Gold. It is formed from the essence of the supreme yang that fell into the deep sea. It cannot be seen by sight, nor detected by spiritual sense. Even if placed clearly before you, you wouldn't notice a trace of it without a divine ability. The box contains Huiyuan spirit water, which we dragonkin use to cleanse our forehead horns. Humans often use it to cultivate ocular arts. This hidden plunder gold can only cast a reflection within this specific spirit water, making it easier to locate. Li Zhouwei had heard of Huiyuan, one spirit water before. There was something similar in the mainland known as pure essence spirit water, which his own family had used to cultivate perception techniques. It was considered precious, but here, they had an entire box of it. It's merely water used to reveal hidden plunder gold, and a thin layer at the bottom would have sufficed, yet they filled a whole box. This truly shows how wealthy the Dragon Clan is, thought Li Zhouwei. Ding Jiao went on to say that the Dragon Clan used this to wash their horns, which implied it wasn't even a rare treasure to them. Ding Jiao shifted his focus to the invisible hidden plunder gold and spoke softly. This item is a rather unique supreme Yang Dao spirit item. It can be placed within the Xinyang, Juk acupoints, or the Qi Si to aid in cultivating Dharma light. It benefits nearly all types of Dharma light. Li Zhouwei silently circulated the heavenly radiance, hidden light technique within his body. Although his spiritual sense couldn't perceive the item before him, he could feel his Dharma light stirring restlessly. This spirit item is indeed excellent. It's likely a rare and unique treasure of the supreme Yang Dao. Otherwise, with Ding Jiao's temperament, he would never have taken it out, thought Li Zhouwei. This dragon prince had already presented an ancient spirit artifact upon their first meeting. Ordinary items clearly wouldn't appeal to him. Even the Huiyuan spirit water was merely used to illuminate this treasure. Li Zhouwei thus nodded solemnly and said, I only made a short trip and barely put in any effort. I truly feel unworthy of this gift. Still, I will remember this kindness. Thank you, Your Highness. Ding Jiao's furrowed brow relaxed when he didn't refuse. He smiled and nodded, then turned to White Banyan and said gently, This restrained profound purple flame was a serendipitous find by a senior Luan too, during a journey to the Western Sea. A few years ago, a fire Luan visited my place and gifted it to me. But after thinking it over, we dragons are rulers of the aquatic races. We have no use for the restrained profound purple flame. Its value would be far greater in your fox tribe's hands than with us. Our elders have long discussed this matter. I won't say more. White Banyan, just accept it. White Banyan visibly paused, apparently surprised by the flame's value, but happily accepted it. Ding Jiao was delighted and clapped his hands, and a group of purple-robed women promptly entered the hall. Come. Dongfang Ding Jiao raised his cup as the purple-robed women began dancing. Violet-blue shrimp tails flicked back and forth beneath their robes. It was clear they were shrimp demonic creatures in human form, and their dance was uniquely captivating. Well, they are dragons after all. Not a single feast or performance has been repeated throughout this journey. There were shrimp, clams, crabs, snakes, and everything imaginable. The Dragon Clan truly puts thought into these things, thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei raised his cup. They continued their conversation amidst the dancing and music. Ding Jiao genuinely wished to build ties, while White Banyan and Li Zhouwei were willing to respond in kind. Hosts and guests alike were all smiles as a joyous atmosphere filled the hall. Outside the hall, water flowed rapidly, casting emerald-red reflections. The bicolor-scaled beast sped toward the eastern sea. Above, dark clouds loomed, and thunder rolled through the shifting sky. 1. In mythology and Taoist texts, hui is often used to symbolize something sinister, ancient, or serpentine in nature, sometimes linked to primordial chaos or evil beasts. Yuan, means origin, source, or primordial essence. 2. Luan, refers to a mythical bird in Chinese mythology. It is sometimes considered a type of phoenix or a companion to the phoenix, especially in contexts of harmony, beauty, and nobility. Chapter 988, Turning into a Deer, 2. Moongaze Lake. The grand hall atop Pinjia Island was empty and spacious. A few cultivators hurried by as Li Jianxian descended the broad steps at a brisk pace. His features had matured over the past 2 years, and he moved swiftly down the staircase while several attendants stumbled after him. Your Highness. The 2 men were elderly, with completely white hair. Judging by their robes, they were scholarly tutors. But Li Jianxian moved with the energy of youth, slipping beneath the arms of the palace guards in a flash and leaving the older men far behind. They had no choice but to stop, sighing in resignation. Now that Li Jianqian was older, he had grown tired of basic lectures. Skipping lessons had become a habit. When they saw the direction he was taking, it was obvious he was going to find Li Keiwan. Since they weren't permitted into the inner hall, the tutors had no choice but to stop there. In the past, we praised His Highness for his intelligence. How did he lose interest in learning now? It's Keiwan who studies well, full of virtue and diligence. Indeed. The two sighed again and retreated. Meanwhile, Li Jianqian had dashed all the way into the hall and pushed the heavy doors open with a loud creak. The desks inside were neatly arranged, and the books on the shelves lined up perfectly. As the door opened, golden sunlight poured in, bathing the girl before him in warm light. Get rid of it immediately. These plants should not be kept indoor. Open. Keiwan. Li Shuan had now returned to the lake and taken up her name, Li Keiwan. Her attire had grown more vibrant, and her complexion healthier. Her eyes were bright, and a small peach blossom hairpin adorned her hair. She covered her mouth and giggled. Brother Qian's escaped again. You'll definitely get scolded tomorrow. That's nothing. At most, they'll nag a bit. As long as they don't report me to the elders, they can't do anything, replied Li Jianqian as he pulled out a bamboo box from his sleeve and set it on the desk with a soft thud. When he lifted the lid, several snow-white pastries sat neatly inside. Li Keiwan thanked him, but her brow furrowed slightly as she asked, Brother Qian, the tutors are teaching you about virtue, the divide between mortals and immortals, unity among prestigious families, and how to manage the lineages. You're going to be the head one day. How can you not listen? Li Jianqian gave a low chuckle and smiled at her, pulling out a few cultivation scrolls while shaking his head and saying, That's the lacquerer's talk. Once is enough. The heavenly scripture of the dimming Li Day and the Hoshu Golden Book were purple mansion realm techniques. Naturally, they couldn't be left lying around in the hall. They had long since been stored away, and both of them had already memorized their contents. What could be read now were merely cultivation notes and essentials. Li Keiwan looked at him in confusion. As Li Jianqian flipped open the scroll to find the notes he had written, he replied casually, All immortal families and sects are like palaces. What these people speak of are merely the gold lacquer on the surface. They're meant for decoration. Every family has its own kind of lacquer, whether bright or dark, but lacquer all the same. He glanced up at the girl across from him, hesitated for a moment, then amended his words. Maybe it's important. I've just grown tired of hearing it. Li Keiwan didn't let the matter slide. After a moment of thought, she shook her head and said, Brother Qian may be brilliant, but I don't believe it's just lacquer. Those words aren't mere decoration. Once spoken, our people rely on them. Maybe it doesn't matter to Brother Qian what kind of lacquer is used, but when the people look up, they can only see the color of that lacquer. And that means everything to them. Her words made Li Jianqian pause. He looked seriously at the girl across from him, frowning as he replied, But public opinion can be easily manipulated. A single spell or divine ability is enough. What they think doesn't matter, it's meaningless. Look at the Buddhist cultivators in the north. How miserable are the commoners there? How lost are they from birth to death? If their lives were compared to those in Jiangnan, they'd be considered utterly wretched. Yet they devote themselves to the next life and revere the monks. What ill reputation is there to speak of? Li Keiwan fell silent for a moment. She glanced quietly at Li Jianqian across from her and said softly, But how they live, that matters. Li Jianqian pondered for a moment, then replied with sudden clarity, True. After all, this is the very foundation of my family. The girl pursed her lips, realizing that Li Jianqian had linked it to the matter of talisman seeds. She hesitated to speak, then thought it over and smiled inwardly. There's not much difference anyway. In the end, people judge actions, not thoughts. Brother Qian is clever and far beyond me. So long as he has the will, no one will ever be able to take advantage of him. Li Keiwan let out a chuckle. Just the thought of working side by side with someone like Li Jianqian made the road ahead feel much smoother. She turned back to her book, but Li Jianqian quietly stole a glance at her and thought, Her talent is extraordinary. I'd better stay on good terms with her. No matter what lies ahead, having a genius on my side is the best outcome. Though the two had argued for a while, they somehow ended up holding a deeper respect and fondness for each other. Li Jianqian reflected inwardly. We're both smart and naturally gifted. Two intelligent people with shared principles rarely come into true conflict. The two continued reading in silence for a while, until someone arrived outside the hall and announced twice, The fourth young master has arrived. That referred, of course, to Li Chenghuai's son, Li Zholuo. He was their fourth uncle. Li Jiangqian quickly gathered his things and went out to greet him. Just as he stepped from the inner hall, he saw Li Zholuo pacing anxiously. Fourth uncle, Li Jiangqian greeted him confidently, while Li Keiwan, still not very familiar, quietly followed him. Li Zholuo returned the greeting politely, clearly troubled. He let out a soft sigh and shook his head as he said, "Something's happened on the lake. My father was up all night dealing with it, and the elders have all gone to Qingdu to discuss. He sent me here first thing in the morning. We're to wait here. The others will come shortly. Senior White Ape is coming to escort us to Qingdu." Oh. Though he was young, Li Jiangqian had his own opinions and simply asked, "What happened?" Li Zholuo, having spent time at his father's side, was familiar with many matters. He sighed and said, "A common deer was found on the eastern shore. Though it couldn't speak, it moved like a human, bowing and weeping as it dragged several people down the mountain. Its hooves were stained with ink. It could even write." Li Qian's eyes widened in astonishment at the strange tale. Li Zholuo continued in a hushed voice, "My father studied the matter all night. None of the Foundation establishment realm cultivators in our family could understand beast speech. Fortunately, Senior White, a trace of anger appeared on Li Zholuo's face as he shook his head. He said, "The monk was enraged by the killing. The hunter begged for mercy, but the monk said he had traded 2 lives for 1, and so cast a spell turning him into a deer in order to taste what it felt like to be hunted." This, Li Keiwan looked puzzled. But Li Jiangqian's expression darkened instantly as he growled, "What bald donkey dares do such a thing? Might as well turn everyone who's ever killed into a beast. Where is Master Kongheng? Any word from him?" Li Zholuo's face showed unease as he shook his head and said, "That's the troublesome part. Master Kongheng examined the deer. He said the one who cast the spell possessed extremely high cultivation. Not even a trace of mana could be detected on the deer. Their cultivation is without question superior to Master Kongheng's." Li Jiangqian frowned. Only after the two finished speaking did Li Keiwan quietly ask, "If he was turned into a deer, what happened to his bedridden wife?" "She," Li Zholuo paused and said, "she was already gravely ill and hadn't eaten in a long time. By the time they found her, she was gone." Chapter 989, Fuxia I. Mount Qingdu had seen increasing construction in recent years, with pavilions and towers rising in great numbers. After the Li family's main bloodline moved away from the mountaintop, the cultivation chambers within the Qingdu cave dwelling became a secluded place for cultivators by the lake to enter seclusion and break through. It was quiet, undisturbed, and above all, safe. Li Xianxian emerged from the hall at the mountaintop, followed closely by Li Zhoming, grandson of Li Shiming. The child had truly poor innate ability. After all his efforts, he remained stuck at the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With Li Shiming currently in seclusion, the boy could only tag along and lend a hand to Li Xianxian. When the old man arrived at the hall, a stag was kneeling before it. Its fur was slick and glossy, but it was kneeling with unwavering stillness. The stag had tears streaming from its eyes. The white ape watched from the side, its eyes calm but tinged with sorrow. Kongheng stood with palms pressed together, murmuring sutras. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he looked deeply troubled. Li Xianxian had already heard the full story. Though rarely angered, the old man could no longer hide his displeasure and said urgently, "A Buddhist cultivator? If you have a problem with my family, come at us directly. Why take your anger out on a mere mortal?" Li Qinghuai stood to the side and spoke in a soft, helpless tone. "This matter has stirred up quite the uproar. News has spread across all the towns along the eastern shore, and people are on edge. No one dares enter the mountain anymore. Some are even trying to erect temples, claiming that they won't suffer such disasters if they worship the revered one." "Absurd," exclaimed Li Xianxian. He then let out a sigh, while the white ape gently stroked the stag's back. Only after a long moment did the ape speak. "Zhao Xie is the most stubborn of them all. He has always toyed with human lives, taking pleasure in doling out so-called karmic retribution. He never understands the pain of others. Only when pain befalls him does he erupt in fury, forgetting compassion, forgetting mercy, and raising his blade in the name of righteousness." The old ape rarely spoke at such length, and the hall instantly fell silent. Kongheng felt stifled at this. He paused, then murmured, "Senior, they too teach people to do good. They're just too overbearing. Not all of my Dao are like this." The old ape let out a sigh and said no more, only replying, "What Master Monk says is true." Li Xianxian looked at the stag lying on the ground and said, Since Master Monk cannot resolve this, do you have any clue of the monk's whereabouts? Or can you identify that Master Monk's Dao lineage? If we let him run unchecked across the lake, it might bring even greater danger later. Kongheng paused, then explained, I cultivate the ancient Dao and cannot divine such things. Judging by his appearance, he is also a seasoned master monk and left no trace behind. I fear he won't be easy to find. As for his Dao lineage, Kongheng now spoke with some confidence, his voice soft. From his conduct, he likely belongs to one of the 7 Daos, one that leans toward the ancient techniques. He neither committed slaughter nor used any curses. His actions were relatively orthodox. Oh, Li Xianxian felt slightly relieved. If it had been someone like Murong Xia, a yinshi who cultivated human heads in his belly, he could convert half a town with a single chant. That kind of threat had to be found immediately. But turning someone into a deer didn't match the methods of a yinshi, so he asked, which of the Daos are considered orthodox? Kongheng nodded and said, reporting to the elder, the ascetic Dao of strict precepts and the great Mayana Dharma realm both act in upright ways and resonate with our own. There is also another, the wrathful purification of the world Dao, which also counts as part of the orthodox tradition. Li Xianxian was momentarily stunned. The old man frowned and said, wrathful purification of the world is considered orthodox too? It is. Kongheng spoke in a low voice. Those monks in remote mountain temples don't count. The few renowned great temples of the wrathful Dao in the past had very strict rules. Though they are stubborn and rigid, they revered demon slaying. That still qualifies as orthodox. Li Xianxian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and replied, then it's likely from the wrathful Dao. This kind of karma, forget 100 years, even 1,000 won't be enough to clear it. The wrathful Dao. Kongheng chanted several lines of Dao scripture in succession, his expression troubled, and replied softly, Elder, the wrathful Dao is not easy to deal with. If it were just a wandering monk from some remote mountain temple, that would be one thing. But if this truly is the wrathful Dao, then such conduct could only come from one of the great temples. His worry deepened as he continued. It said that the wrathful Dao suffered severe losses after the fall of the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors. The great temples have all sealed themselves off, and most master monks outside have perished. We can only hope it isn't the merciful one who has come. Though the merciful one has lost nearly 90% of their power after the wrathful subduer's fall, he's still not someone any monk can afford to provoke. Li Xianxian remained silent. After 15 minutes, Chen Yang strode in quickly, cupped his fists, and said in a low voice, Honored sirs, a master monk is waiting outside the peak. Li Xianxian was startled and immediately called for Li Qinghuai, speaking anxiously. Go quickly to Mount Wu and see whether Shiming's seclusion has reached a critical point. If not, ask him to come at once. This could be serious. Li Qinghuai nodded and hurried off. When he saw how flustered the old man was, Kongheng quickly tried to comfort him by saying, since he came openly to inquire, he may not be an enemy. Elder, please wait here. White Ape and I will meet him first. Li Xianxian had no better option. With Li Shiming in seclusion, only the White Ape and Kongheng remained among the family's foundation establishment realm cultivators. The old ape was not strong, and Kongheng was the only reliable one. He could only nod in agreement. Once Li Xianxian agreed, Kongheng strode out of the hall, the old ape silently following behind. Kongheng said in a low voice, we don't yet know whether this person is friend or foe, but at least he's a Buddhist cultivator. I'll go first to sound him out. Elder, please wait within the formation. The white ape nodded slightly. Once they reached the formation's outer edge, Kongheng rose on the wind and indeed saw an old monk standing on the shimmering surface of the lake. The old monk's face was full of wrinkles, and he held a staff in his hand. His expression was calm and emotionless. Draped in a deep yellow kasaya, he only revealed most of one arm, which was muscular, well-defined, and reflecting a faint white sheen under the sunlight. Faint circular runes on his kasaya shimmered in the light, sparkling like scales. The long staff hanging from his hand was pure white like jade. He said nothing and simply stood in silence. A circle of cultivators had gathered around him. They were all trembling with fear and did not dare to breathe loudly. The surrounding cultivators finally let out a breath of relief when Kongheng landed on the lake and scattered at once. And Siwei, their leader, approached and respectfully reported, Master Monk, this man used a piece of rotten driftwood from the lakeshore as a boat. He rowed all the way here. Kongheng glanced briefly and saw that the man was indeed using a dead log to remain afloat. The man's expression turned grave as he opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Are you a disciple of the Northern Revered One's Dao lineage, Master?" Kongheng hadn't even opened his mouth before the monk seized the initiative with his question, making things a little awkward. He responded politely, "I do not dare claim the title of Master. I am but a humble monk, Kongheng, disciple of Liao River Temple." Liao River Temple. The old monk was clearly not of mild temperament. His eyes snapped open, the scale-like patterns on his kasaya glittering, and he spoke in a stern, reproachful tone. "Your Dao lineage is lofty and orthodox, admired by all. How could you forget the evil of indulgence? We cultivators tread the world on foot. Why imitate those who flit through the skies? Does that not stir the desire for pleasure?" This man had transformed someone into a deer without cause. Yet before Kongheng could even voice his question, he was already scolded. Startled, Kongheng frowned and said, "Whether one flies or walks lies in the heart, not the act. Elder, your words are too harsh." The old monk let it pass with a snort and said coldly, "North Demon-Subduing Temple, Fuxia." Chapter 990, Fuxia 2. As expected, he's from the wrathful Dao lineage. Kongheng's heart sank. Things were turning dangerous. He forced himself to cup his hands and return the greeting, speaking gently. "May I ask why the senior has come here?" Fuxia remained cold, almost amused, as he replied, "Master Monk Kongheng, do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to? You and I both walk the Buddhist Tao. How dare you speak such nonsense? Are you even truly a cultivator of the Northern Revered One's Tao?" The courtesy on his face had faded, and he now clearly doubted Kongheng's identity. Kongheng paused briefly, then dropped all pleasantries and said sternly, "Senior, do you call turning a man into a deer with such a beast-forming curse righteous? I've only heard of North Demon-Subduing Temple exorcising evil, never of such heretical arts." Fuxia's eyes flared with a bronze gleam, as painted golden lacquer shimmered on his face. His voice dropped, seething with rage. "Beast-forming heresy? This is the law of karmic retribution. A deer is a creature of heaven and earth, neither noble nor base. All life is equal. He killed a deer for selfish gain, which is no different from killing a man. Turning him into a deer was already lenient, as he was ignorant and uneducated." Kongheng's sleeves stirred without a wind, golden light emerging faintly behind him. His voice now carried the deep resonance of a Buddhist chant as he said, "He killed the deer to save his ailing wife. Yet you turned him into a deer, and his wife, already destitute and bedridden, died as a result. He killed a deer, but you killed a person." When he heard that word, but, Fuxia realized Kongheng valued human life above that of beasts, betraying a disregard for the doctrine of all beings being equal. He flew into a rage. Golden lacquer spread across his face, with bright markings emerging as he shouted, "Madman, let me ask you. He was poor and his wife bedridden, but whose fault is that? Who is to blame? How dare you spout such nonsense here?" His voice rolled like thunder, sending the surrounding cultivators fleeing in panic. Those who reacted too slowly were already bleeding from their ears, staggering unsteadily. Kongheng formed hand seals, the golden light behind him surging upward. Clang! A six-armed Vajra emerged from the golden light behind him. Its massive golden face was etched with horizontal patterns, glinting with red light. Its round eyes bulged, and its 6 arms held golden chains that stretched like a spiderweb across the sky, casting a shimmering golden canopy to shield the surrounding cultivators. Kongheng gritted his teeth and said, "How can it be anyone's fault? His poverty came from a gambling father who squandered everything. His wife fell ill due to cruel fate and misfortune. How can blame be assigned so simply?" Fuxia froze for a moment, then burst into a deep, mocking laugh as if hearing the most ridiculous thing. His staff radiated brilliant light as he sneered. "What a fine tale of misfortune and fate. Let me tell you the truth." His staff shot upward like a white rainbow, striking the golden chains above with a crisp, resounding clang. Fuxia shouted furiously. He lived on the lands governed by Yearly family, yet lived in poverty and despair. That is Yearly family's sin. Every tragedy stems from Yearly family, and now you dare push the blame onto me? His wife was ruined by Yearly family. Then he turned to harm other lives. I turned him into a deer out of mercy, recognizing that he too was a victim. I haven't even begun to settle scores with Yearly family. This outburst stunned Kongheng. Even the golden chains in the sky trembled and halted for a moment. A wave of searing white light descended upon him, forcing a muffled groan from his throat. It felt as if Mount Tai, one, was crashing down on him, leaving him breathless. His entire body surged with chaotic mana. He forced out through gritted teeth, twisted heresy. But the monk before him paid no heed to the duel itself. His eyes blazed with fury, and kept Kongheng suppressed with one hand holding the staff as he said coldly, "You build no temples, appoint no tenant lands, teach no dharma, and offer no guidance, yet you divide land by household and name. So people drift with their fate, rootless and lost. Tragedy is inevitable. You watch them rise and fall, indulge in worldly rights and wrongs, and still claim you bear no blame? If you had taught dharma and gathered the lands into the fold of the temples, making the people tenants of the monastics, then they would only farm and cultivate. With bliss in their hearts, the more they suffered, the closer they'd be to the revered one. How could poverty still exist? How would hunting even be necessary? With monks overseeing them, how would his wife ever fall ill?" The fury in Fuxia's eyes seemed almost tangible. Then, he suddenly raised his other hand and summoned a blinding beam of golden light. "My Tao's dharma was sabotaged by those petty immortals, and my efforts failed at the final step. I've lost most of my power and can no longer borrow divine might. But against the likes of you, it's more than enough." The beam of golden Tao light in his hand leaped like a venomous serpent as it lashed through the air at Kongheng. Alarms exploded in Kongheng's heart. His eyes turned completely golden, releasing waves of radiant multicolored light that drifted down like rain across the lake. The multicolored light was quite unusual. Wherever it passed, lotus blossoms rose on the lake, and the sound of chanting scriptures thundered through the air. Five-colored radiance surged upward like a fountain. The white staff in Fuxia's hand instantly dimmed, and the golden chains seized the opportunity to retract, coiling protectively around Kongheng. The great radiant light art. The colored light rained down upon him in countless threads. Fuxia's face twisted in fury as he growled. To wield such a high and noble spell art, yet submit to those of the immortal Tao. His words echoed over the lake. Kongheng felt a burning pain in his chest and gritted his teeth, forming seals and casting spells. The golden chains thickened and grew more solid, yet he dared not act rashly, fearing suppression from that white light. Seeing no response from Kongheng, Fuxia paused briefly, then spoke in a deep voice. "These cultivators of the immortal Tao pursue only self-cultivation. How could they possibly care for the people? Once they enter the world, they build layer upon layer of immortal peaks that are full of schemes and treachery. Interests entangle and hearts grow clouded. There are only a few who ever remain truly good. Only through the Buddhist Dharma is there equality among all beings. All become temple tenants, united in one heart. Even suffering is joy. We think only of truth, kindness, and beauty. There's no officials, no hierarchy, and no struggle against cruel fate. Yet you serve as a guest under the immortal Tao, watching all this with indifference. Kongheng, you are a disgrace to the northern revered one's Tao." Before he could finish, thunder cracked in the sky. Blazing radiant light gathered above them, forming a massive, ancient, and exquisitely carved wall of divine light. It loomed like Mount Tai, casting an enormous golden reflection upon the lake's surface. Fuxia's rage reignited. His eyes gleamed like bronze as the blinding radiant light bathed him, making him resemble a golden statue. He said coldly, "I am debating with a fellow of my generation. Who are you to interrupt?" The radiant past before him expanded in his eyes. Then a voice rang out like thunder, cold and fierce. "To hell with you, you bald donkey. Go preach your plague-ridden dogma elsewhere." 1. Mount Tai is one of the 5 great mountains, Wuyert, of China and holds immense cultural, spiritual, and historical significance. Located in Shandong province, it has been a site of imperial worship, Taoist and Buddhist pilgrimage, and poetic inspiration for over 3,000 years. In literature and idioms, Attaining, Mount Tai pressing down, metaphorically describes an overwhelming force or unbearable pressure bearing down. Chapter 991. The plot of the Demon-Subduing Temple, I. Among all the Tao lineages under heaven, the one Li Shiming detested most was the northern Buddhists. The tales of his elders Li Xianling and Li Tongya had been repeated hundreds of times by his grandfather Li Xianxian, his voice still lingering with unresolved bitterness. Li Xianfeng had died besieged by Buddhist cultivators, and even Li Shijuan had nearly perished at their hands. It had been the same during the Chengshui tomb dispute between the north and south. He had only begun his cultivation not so long ago, but Buddhist cultivators had come knocking at the door. Li Shiming snarled, "That last battle nearly killed my kin. And now what is your intent?" The way Kongheng was now paralyzed beneath the old monk's white light was far too similar to the events of that day. The Weisli era was Bright Yang's golden age, only to be overturned by the northern Buddhist barbarians. From then on, fate became entwined with Golden Core realm cultivators and revered ones. Where Bright Yang thrives, there too come the master monks. Li Shiming naturally understood the reason behind all of this, but he still couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart. When he heard the monk's aggressive tone from afar, he knew Buddhist cultivators often used beguiling words, so he let them go in one ear and out the other. He simply raised the Radiant Origin Pass and smashed it down. Caught off guard, Fuxia took a full blast of radiant light. His face darkened, but he raised a single hand to hold up the mighty Radiant Pass. The searing white bricks burned his bronze hand bright red, but the old monk saw through it at a glance and said coldly, as expected of the Bright Yang, always obsessed with rank, propriety, and rigid hierarchies. As soon as he finished speaking, Kongheng finally found an opening. The six-armed Vajra behind him glared fiercely, and golden chains surged forth to bind Fuxia. Finally, he had a chance to catch his breath. While Kongheng gathered his breath, Li Shiming smashed downward, but he felt as if he'd struck an icy, unyielding boulder. His chest tightened, nausea rose, and he nearly coughed up blood. "Bald donkey," shouted Li Shiming. Fuxia seemed unfazed. Both hands had long since braced themselves, and he threw a single punch that caused the entire Immortal Foundation to tremble. Narrowing his eyes, he examined Li Shiming for a moment and thought, "That's Li Shiming." Kongheng finally had a chance to speak. Using his mana, he regathered his scattered chains. He had just taken a full blast of white light to the face, and though his voice was a little hoarse, he maintained a calm demeanor and said softly, "Elder, you claim that hardship brings one closer to a revered one, that the temple tenants labor year-round and thereby attain enlightenment. But who among them truly became a revered one? Which one? With no cultivation of Tao and no destined karma, they are only suffering and chanting names. Tens of thousands starve and die, yet I've never seen the scriptures add a new entry for the merciful one, or for a Maha born of misery. The Buddhist lands manifesting now across Yin and Zhao states. Aren't they nothing but a grand deception?" Though his voice was soft, it was backed by a mana that could shake the soul. Fuxia's face showed disbelief, and he froze on the spot, unable to move. Seeing the opening, Li Shiming's eyes lit with heavenly light. His radiant pass was made of white bricks, with ornate battlements and 72 bright ridges upon the corner tower. It was like a celestial gate, and the base of that white gate bore countless intricate patterns, gleaming with radiant light. Fuxia had grown arrogant, holding up the Radiant Origin Pass with just one hand. But the Radiant Pass was famed for its crushing might. Li Shiming didn't just possess profound techniques, he had even cultivated 2 secret techniques. Now, pushing himself to the limit, he activated everything. For a moment, it was as if the sun had risen on Moongaze Lake. Boom! A deafening roar rang out as Fuxia braced both hands against the Radiant Pass. He was submerged in the overwhelming heavenly light. The radiant light reflected off his body and pierced into the lake, vaporizing the water into thick clouds of white mist. Clang! The golden chains on Kongheng leaped outward, swarming densely around the monk. The 6-armed Vajra behind Kongheng yanked the chains taut, causing sparks to explode from within the white light. The cultivators hovering above the lake scattered in panic, diving in search of protective formations to save themselves. The old monk's voice rang out like thunder from beneath the gate. It was infused with a mix of fury and shock. You dare question the fundamental dharma of our Orthodox faith? You actually doubt the root teachings of the Orthodox faith. Beneath the radiant gate, the monk had transformed into a gleaming golden statue. His eyes were unnaturally large, whites like jade and pupils like molten bronze. It instilled fear in all who beheld him. His form grew increasingly massive as he gritted his teeth and surged with power. Boom! Li Shiming felt his mana drain away as if it was being devoured by a whale. The Radiant Origin Pass trembled unsteadily. In all his years of cultivation and countless battles, he had rarely needed to worry about running out of mana, as it was always replenished faster than consumed. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed 2 pills and muttered, "Come on, then." Though Kongheng was engaging the monk in debate, he showed no mercy in his spellcasting. The monk was pinned down by the radiant pass, yet the golden chains overlapped and coiled around him, and more appeared from thin air, binding his limbs and body. But Fuxia paid them no heed. He stared blankly at Kongheng and spat out from between gritted teeth. "What did your master even teach you? These people cannot cultivate. Lifelong suffering is their cultivation. Naturally, they go to the Buddhist lands of Maha, where all they need to do is enjoy bliss to the fullest." Kongheng's expression grew extremely conflicted. For a moment, he couldn't respond. Li Shiming, watching this, grew frustrated and cursed. "If that bliss is so wonderful, why aren't you off enjoying it? Why remain in this world? If the temple tenant life is so good, why did you choose to cultivate?" Fuxia sneered coldly. The radiant light flared so brightly that his face was no longer visible, but his voice rang out loud and clear. "What do you know? I was born a temple tenant. My family has been temple tenants for generations and had long since entered the Buddhist land. Back then, the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors was still undefeated. I even went to meet the elders, but now, all of them have been killed by you heretical demons. And as for why I don't go to that land of bliss, what do demons and heretics know of our aspirations? If a cultivator like me is found to have wisdom roots, it is the revered one's command that we cannot go enjoy bliss like ordinary folk. We must remain in this world and endure suffering, just to guard the Buddhist lands against invaders like you." Li Shiming froze, unable to tell if Fuxia spoke truth or lies. He turned to look at Kongheng, only to find the monk's eyes shut tight, lips murmuring in chants, completely absorbed in scripture and spellcasting. Kongheng offered no reply at all. What? He's a Buddhist cultivator of the ancient Tao, and he can't even argue back. Kongheng always assumes others think like he does. He's still too honest, thought Li Shiming. But Li Shiming didn't know that although Kongheng appeared calm on the surface, he was already in utter turmoil inside. They were still in the midst of battle. Otherwise, he'd be drenched in cold sweat. Kongheng's Tao lineage was no ordinary one. Though the Liao River Temple of the Northern Revered One's Tao had declined, it was still a cultivation ground of the Revered One and held considerable status in the desert. When his master was alive, they had engaged not just with the merciful ones, but also Mahas. Chapter 992. The Plot of the Demon-Subduing Temple, 2. Kongheng had once entered the Pure Land, one himself. There were luminous treasure pools, glazed jade steps, lotus canopies, hundreds of birds and beasts, and millions of souls in bliss inside. One could even leave upon being summoned. He was young then, and the experience had shaken him deeply. It even made him begin to secretly question his own Tao lineage. I've had heart connections since my youth, and I can sense others' emotions. Those people were all genuinely happy. Fuxia too is wholeheartedly devout. This, thought Kongheng. After the Liao River Temple collapsed, Kongheng had journeyed southward, witnessing countless tragedies across Yin and Zhao states. Only then did he begin to appreciate his master's Buddhist teachings. Yet Fuxia's words had stirred that old unease once again. There was a tight knot in his chest that he could not bring himself to voice. Their ways are simply too extreme, too domineering. If all 7 Taos followed the same moral discipline as the great Mahayana Dharma realm or the precept Tao, thought Kongheng. The great Mahayana Dharma realm and the precept Tao did not absorb the bliss realm into their bellies, but instead guided people through Dharma light. They chanted scriptures and preached teachings, only receiving the people one by one when their merits are fulfilled and their hearts yearn for it. Thus they are known as the righteous Taos. As for the remaining 5 Taos, they often disregarded the will of the people, swallowing them in one gulp. It was such ruthlessness that made Kongheng hesitate. If not for that, his resolve would have faltered long ago. "Kongheng," Li Shiming shouted, snapping the narrow-eyed monk back to reality. The golden chains in his hand had long gone taut, and the radiant origin pass now trembled unsteadily. Kongheng was sluggish and dispirited, but Li Shiming's mind was racing. He knew his own strength well. He might not excel in open combat, but the grinding and suppressive force of his radiant pass was no joke. If he unleashed its full might, even core disciples of the 3 major sects would be forced to yield. Even someone like Li Qinghong would avoid getting caught beneath his radiant pass during a duel. Not to mention, He also had Kongheng beside him. This monk's Buddhist arts were anything but ordinary. With the two of us combined, crushing him fair and square beneath this pass and countless golden Buddhist chains binding him, what foundation establishment realm cultivator could possibly endure? The radiant pass was being pushed to its limit, yet the bald old monk didn't budge an inch. Though his body was scorched red from radiant light, he held the pass up without retreating, as if enduring it for the sake of cultivation. Li Shiming surged with mana, and his voice drifted into Kongheng's ears. "Master Monk, this bald donkey is formidable. Have you figured anything out?" Kongheng responded with a secret technique. "It's likely that this thing lost all divine abilities after the fall of the former Merciful One and the Wrathful Maha, and now only retains the Merciful One's Dharma body." The Merciful One's Dharma body. Li Shiming had considered the possibility before, but the confirmation still gave him a fright. The Merciful One's Dharma body was by no means something of the foundation establishment realm. Even if it was stripped of divine abilities, how could it be suppressed by ordinary means? This monk was likely still pursuing cultivation. Otherwise, he would have overturned the Radiant Pass and attacked long ago. Just as the two of them paused, Fuxia let out a breath and erupted into a surge of golden light. He rumbled, "Kongheng, wake up. Your innate wisdom is unmatched. Why lead yourself astray? I remained unmoved under your suppression only so I could persuade you a few more times." His body surged with golden light and soared toward the sky. The golden chains had wrapped him into a glowing sphere, yet the old monk showed no fear. He formed a lotus seal with his 5 fingers, spat out a pink mist, and shouted, "Go." The dark yellow kasaya on his body came alive, swirling like rice paper caught in a raging wind. After 2 revolutions, the monk vanished from beneath the gate. The golden light burst forth in chaos, blinding both men with brilliance. "It's over." Kongheng, also a cultivator of Buddhist arts, handled the spell with relative ease. His eyes flashed, regaining clarity, and the 6-armed Vajra behind him stepped forward to intercept the sweeping staff midair. The clash erupted in dazzling light, forcing Kongheng to cough up a bit of blood. Kongheng looked around and saw a ferocious tiger beneath the bright patterned gate, its coat marked with deep black stripes. The tiger had a powerful, lithe form, its fur a deep yellow and its stripes ink black. Its brows were white, and its pupils, like Fuxia's, were a bronze hue. It had a short black horn at the center of its forehead which pulsed with waves of profound light. A horned tiger. Kongheng's face turned pale. His voice carried helplessness and bitterness as he quietly said, "Senior, you served as a Dharma protector at North Demon-Subduing Temple. With our Dao lineage now on the brink, why not stay at the mountain gate and guide the people? Why travel thousands of kilometers to come here? If anything were to happen to you, how would Abbot Fuyin bear it?" Both men had briefly lost their vision and spiritual sense. Fuxia's staff was already midair, poised to strike with lethal force, but Kongheng's words halted him. He spoke in a deep voice, "So you truly do share deep ties with my North Demon-Subduing Temple." Li Shiming's vision finally returned. He saw Fuxia standing shirtless to the side, while the tiger beneath the radiant pass didn't struggle. Yet the profound light from its horn made Li Shiming's mouth go dry and bitter. "Damn it," cursed Li Shiming. Dealing with one Fuxia had already been difficult enough. Now that he had broken free, staff in hand and eyes full of menace, how could Li Shiming and Kongheng continue suppressing the horned tiger? The brilliant radiant pass rose and returned to Li Shiming's grip. As soon as the radiant pass was released, the horned tiger sprang up and landed beneath Fuxia. The bronze-eyed old monk, clad in golden lacquer, now straddled the beast, holding the long staff quietly as he stared at Kongheng. The entire lake fell silent, a hair-trigger tension hanging in the air. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed as he stared at Fuxia, a strange suspicion rising within him. Kongheng was an honest monk, though young and bound by many precepts. He was never one for scheming. But Li Shiming had seen plenty of schemes in his life and been raised with no shortage of such lessons. Doubt had already taken root. He's taking advantage of Kongheng's honesty and trying to sway him with words. He must have an agenda. According to Kongheng, the Dao lineage of North Demon-Subduing Temple is in danger. Why would he come all this way? I don't believe that he'd still have the leisure to wander outside after Ma's death. He must have a reason for coming to our lands, thought Li Shiming. The young man watched Fuxia warily, while the old monk kept his gaze locked on Kongheng and said calmly, "Kongheng, since you know our abbot, and understand that our Dao lineage is righteous, I had no wish to start a killing spree. So, I'll let you act first. Kongheng finally opened his eyes and said softly, I acknowledge your cultivation, senior. Fuxia nodded atop the tiger and said quietly, leave this place. Join our Dao lineage. Come back to the temple with me. So that's what it's all about, thought Li Shiming. Li Shiming lowered his gaze, studying Fuxia's expression carefully. After reviewing the sequence of events in his mind, he sensed something off. Kongheng already looked hesitant, so Li Shiming sent him a mana-powered voice transmission. Kongheng, this bald donkey talks too much. I suspect there's something wrong with this old man. But Kongheng didn't see anything unusual. While quietly pondering how to calm the monk down, he responded with a voice transmission. He's trying to persuade me to join his Dao lineage. It's only natural, he speaks at length. If I refuse him outright, I fear it might bring harm to others. Something's not right. The wrathful Dao lineage is now like a rat crossing the street. It's hated by all. How could he act this brazenly? His every move so far has been suspicious. Did he really endure all our spells just to suffer for the sake of cultivation? Li Shiming couldn't shake his doubts. His mind was fogged with suspicion, and he cursed inwardly. If only Shijuan were here. That old thing wouldn't have gotten away with any tricks. Shijuan would have seen through him with a single glance. But Li Shijuan was already dead, and Li Shiming had no path of retreat left. The young man stared coldly at the monk, mana coursing through him, and sent a message with a secret technique. This bald donkey clearly came here for you. He won't harm you. We've only exchanged a few moves. Why should we surrender so easily? Let's try again before deciding anything. 1. In Buddhism, Pure Land refers to a transcendent realm created by a Buddha or Bodhisattva, a place free from suffering and conducive to spiritual development. Chapter 993, The Story of Kongheng I. Li Shiming's suspicions didn't come from nowhere. At first, he hadn't realized how formidable Fuxia was and had suppressed him using the Radiant Origin Pass. Now that Fuxia had escaped and he'd discovered he possessed the Merciful One's Dharma body, the doubts in his heart grew even stronger. My Radiant Origin Pass is powerful for suppression, yes, but it has its weaknesses. If he truly has the Merciful One's Dharma body, wouldn't he have been able to smash my Radiant Pass with a single fist? The Merciful One's Dharma body was not something a mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could compare to. If that punch landed squarely on his immortal foundation, even if Li Shiming didn't die on the spot, he would at least cough up blood, lose 70% of his strength, and be left with no power to fight back. He speaks of me with deep hatred, and my ancestor even slew the one he's been obsessing over, the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors. This is a Dao of fierce demon subduing. How could he possibly harbor goodwill? Even if he refrains from killing due to the deterrence of Jiangnan's Purple Mansion realm cultivators, he could still knock me aside with a punch. Wouldn't that leave him in full control of the situation while I'd be running for my life? That's not how the Merciful One should act, transmitted Li Shiming. The earlier flurry of spell exchanges had happened in a flash. Few were as quick-thinking as Li Shijuan, but now that Li Shiming had caught his breath, he had quickly analyzed the situation and his suspicions were almost certain. After Li Shiming voiced his concerns, Kongheng nodded in agreement and replied, "It's fine. I'll test him again." He pressed his palms together before his chest, chanting without pause. 5-colored radiance surged from his hands, and colorful rain drifted down from the sky once again. Lotus flowers bloomed across the lake, releasing waves of fragrance. "You're still resisting?" said Fuxia. He seemed displeased, but secretly he was anything but. He simply turned the tiger back into a garment and draped it over himself, letting the multicolored rain fall upon him, causing waves of 5-colored brilliance to ripple across his gold-lacquered skin. Another orthodox binding spell? This man's background truly isn't ordinary, thought Fuxia. The binding spell was powerful, but Fuxia neither dodged nor avoided it. After all, he too hailed from a prestigious sect. Just as Kongheng's command voice had little effect on him, Kongheng's spell arts were similarly limited in their effect. Besides, he possessed the Merciful One's Dharma body. Seeing that Fuxia allowed the multicolored light to bind him while still gazing directly at him, Kongheng's golden chains swirled around him. The 6-armed Vajra released its grip, folded all 6 arms before its chest, cradling Kongheng as the 5-colored radiance in his hands continued to shine with solemn majesty. The lake shimmered with multicolored light, but Li Shiming didn't spare Kongheng a glance. His eyes were fixed on Fuxia. The old monk stood motionless amid the rainbow rain, and as heavenly light gathered in Li Shiming's hand, he thought to himself, this bald old donkey barely used any spell arts. He's relying entirely on that Dharma body of his. Seeing that Fuxia still hadn't moved, he formed hand seals and shouted, Heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters. As soon as the shout rang out, the great formation of Mount Qingdu rumbled to life. Dense gray mist surged from the surface of the lake, blotting out the sky. Countless serpent-like water creatures sprang forth, swift and cunning, each wielding Dharma artifacts formed from lake water. Fearless and ferocious, they charged at the monk. It was none other than Mount Qingdu's heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters. Though this Foundation Establishment Realm formation was quite intimidating when activated, Fuxia didn't even glance at it, and simply raised his brow, thinking, tricks no better than mosquito bites. Sure enough, the rolling gray mist did nothing. The water serpents were laid bare under the radiance emanating from his body and were scattered into white vapor by the golden glimmers dancing over his lacquer-like skin before they could get close. This formation was Lu Chengdi's proud creation. The morning mist and serpent stream components were specifically designed to target Qi cultivation realm cultivators, and naturally, they were useless against the merciful one's Dharma body. Li Shiming wasn't discouraged. He watched coldly as the spell in his hands abruptly changed. Grounded, exclaimed Li Shiming. He pressed 2 fingers together, and a sheet of white light flared beneath their feet. Kongheng and Li Shiming were unaffected, but Fuxia paused slightly, his expression darkening as he squinted. Now, shouted Li Shiming. At almost the same time, the radiant pass rose up, built of gleaming white bricks. Its corner towers glowed, and the heavenly gate's radiant light burst downward from the sky with a thunderous boom. The blinding light forced the nearby cultivators to shut their eyes and raise their sleeves to shield their faces. Master Kongheng, that single moment of Fuxia's hesitation was all Li Shiming needed. The instant he saw it, he activated the Radiant Origin Pass with full force. Heavenly light surged from his eyes, and a small banner flew out with a flick of his sleeve. The banner was only palm-sized and was colored red and yellow with golden patterns. A vividly lifelike red sparrow was painted upon it, surrounded by 5 overlapping streams of crimson light, beak wide open as if spouting flames. It was a Dharma artifact of the Dongli sect, the Yongli Red Sparrow Banner. This was the artifact's first time displaying its might. 5 streams of palm-sized crimson light flew out from it. They circled the ornate base of the Radiant Origin Pass, flaring up as they simultaneously unleashed 5 different kinds of flame. Heavenly patterns interwoven, Yongli punishment flames. The 5 types of flame appeared in shades of ochre, pale yellow, canary yellow, bright red, and vermilion. They slammed downward with overwhelming momentum, sending pillars of fire soaring skyward as multicolored fire clouds rapidly formed over the lake. Some clouds were red, some yellow, but each one's glow was dazzling as vital qi gathered in abundance. The heavenly glow in Kongheng's hands did not fade as he continued to restrain the man. The 6-armed Vajra behind him extended its arms once more, but did not release the golden chains from before. With a Dharma artifact of the Dongli sect and those raging flames, if my golden chains entered now, they'd likely be scorched and melted over time. Kongheng did some quick thinking, and he had all 6 arms pressed down on the radiant pass at once. Boom! As the flames roared, Li Shiming could see Fuxia's expression darken beneath the Radiant Origin Pass. The young man sneered between gritted teeth. As expected, I knew something was off with you. Ever since Fuxia had made his move before Mount Qingdu, he hadn't used a single spell. Even the conjuring of the Horned Tiger had relied on a Dharma artifact. Though he clearly had the strength to defeat 2 people with just his fists, he had dragged things out, avoiding movement whenever possible. Though Li Shiming wasn't trained in Buddhist cultivation, he had long pursued the Tao of the Purple Mansion realm. He had a solid foundation in spell arts and had already begun to grow suspicious. The most valuable and unique component of the heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters was precisely the grounded formation. It was constructed using a rare material known as inferior water, obtained by Yang Shower. It was a formation of extreme rarity. This grounded formation is valuable because it excels at draining others' mana and disrupting flight techniques. The problem lies in his mana. Piecing together all of Fuxia's prior behavior, Li Shiming realized the trick and said, "This man's cultivation has already fallen to the level of a master monk." Though he still possesses the Merciful One's body, all its miraculous power is gone. He cobbled this together with the teaching of others, yet has nothing of his own. Certainly, even his mana has been severely weakened. How hard must it be to control a body like that without divine abilities? Such beings were not unheard of. Back then, even Li Xianfeng had to burn through both of his immortal foundations to barely grasp the true command metal of Shenyu, one metal, in order to fight. How could Fuxia possibly fare better? One Shun, and Yo Yu are the 9th and 10th positions in the 12 earthly branches, Dizhi Dizzy, forming a sequential pair in the traditional Chinese calendrical, astrological, and metaphysical systems. Chapter 994, The Story of Kongheng, 2. Kongheng immediately caught on. I underestimated how much the fall of the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors affected them. And this is a Dharma body Fuxia cultivated himself. He fell from the position of the Merciful One, with deep experience and cultivation. If not for that, he probably wouldn't even be able to move right now. Kongheng wasn't foolish, just bound by strict principles. He never judged others rashly. But now that the wool was pulled away, realization struck him like lightning. When he rode that piece of deadwood across the lake earlier, was it really just for ascetic practice? I doubt it. The Merciful One's body is tremendously taxing. He likely feared his mana would run dry if he flew, so he used the wood to conserve as much mana as possible. Kongheng, after all, had a pure and kind nature. Even now, he refused to believe Fuxia had deceived him from the start, merely thinking the monk had not only sought asceticism. But even with that charitable assumption, the two of them quickly realized that Fuxia's drawn-out tactics, such as his use of escape spells and the transformation of his robe into a tiger, was likely mostly bluffing. Their hearts eased. Boom. Fuxia arched his back and struggled upward with great effort, letting out a thunderous roar. The radiant pass immediately trembled, but Li Shiming didn't show any mercy. Seizing this weakness, he channeled the heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters at full power while pulling a small bottle from his robes. Profound pattern bottle. Heavenly light surged from the profound pattern bottle and merged with the radiant origin pass. If the Guiyang disc wasn't strictly a defensive Dharma artifact, Li Shiming would have hurled that white disc in as well. It's a pity the Chongming Profound Insight screen is in Zhouwei's hands, or I'd have a bit more confidence, thought Li Shiming. The radiant origin pass pressed down like a mountain, gradually stabilizing on top of the monk as the 5 types of searing fire continued to burn. Li Shiming's mana dropped rapidly, while Fuxia could no longer move. He realized that his lack of mana and the difficulty of controlling the Dharma body had been thoroughly exposed. The old monk sighed and shook his head. When it comes to schemes, I'm not 1/10,000th as skilled as you purple gold devil Dao people. I only wanted to keep it hidden, but I'm not one for deception, and you saw right through me. Li Shiming ignored the bald old monk completely. He swallowed a pill and went all out, converting his footwork technique and mana entirely into heavenly light and pouring it into the radiant pass. Fuxia, under the blazingly fire, repeated an old trick. Forming a lotus shape with his 5 fingers, he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled a cloud of powdery vapor. But Kongheng had been watching him closely and wouldn't let him escape again. He let out several strands of golden light with a sudden shout. They streamed down beneath the radiant origin pass like shooting stars. His hands clenched as he scattered radiant light across the sky and grasped at the air. With 2 crisp clinks, the golden lights struck before Fuxia, sweeping the powdery breath away like wind dispersing clouds. Fuxia's hands remained in a spell seal, expression unchanged, but he no longer chanted. If the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors hadn't perished, he wouldn't even need divine abilities. Even 100 Konghengs wouldn't be enough to withstand a single one of his spells. But now, Fuxia had no choice but to admit he was powerless. With the death of the wrathful subduer, the wrathful Dao had suffered greatly. Small sects and temples were never orthodox to begin with, and still had spells they relied on, but major temples like his tied all their powerful spell arts to the Maha, and thus, everything had become void. It wasn't that Fuxia couldn't use any spell arts. He could even drive his Dharma body to punch through the radiant origin pass. But his mana was already difficult to circulate. If he cast spells carelessly, he might not even have enough left to return north with Kongheng. Besides, the abbot has already calculated. We must not kill Li Shiming. It's best not even to injure him, thought Fuxia. The situation might have seemed difficult, but the old monk was unbothered. He sat down cross-legged in the midst of ragingly fire, forming seals with both hands at his dantian, saying nothing. But why must I even cast a spell to escape? He sat silently within the searingly fire and the radiant origin pass, letting the five-colored flames scorch him and the heavenly light refine him. All the brilliance of his mana withdrew. He remained seated in the flames like a golden statue. Li Shiming paused for a moment, then suddenly understood. What a cunning bald old donkey. The two of them had seen through Fuxia's act. They knew he struggled to cast spells and lacked the mana to overturn the radiant origin pass. It was all a bluff, so they confidently chose to suppress him. But Fuxia turned the situation to his favor and simply sat there in peace. Why? Because Fuxia possessed the Merciful One's Dharma body. Be it the searingly fire or the heavenly light, no matter how powerful or mystical they were, they amounted to nothing before that sacred form. Fuxia didn't need to resist. All he had to do was reveal his true body. Li Shiming's mana wasn't limitless. If this continued, it would only waste his energy, and sooner or later, he'd run dry. The lake fell silent. Li Shiming frowned and gradually reduced the firepower of the Yang Li Red Sparrow banner. He stopped only when the radiant origin pass began to tremble slightly, then continued silently maintaining the suppression. Li Shiming asked quietly, "Master Monk, is there any way to resolve this?" Kongheng had also grasped the situation. He sighed softly and replied, "At the very least, I can now speak to him as an equal. Let me try to persuade him." He walked across the lake, passing through the rising mist and the intense radiance of the firelight, until he reached the radiant origin pass. Li Shiming was startled and quickly called out to him, "Be careful, Master Monk. The Li fire and radiant light won't recognize who's who. Your flesh is far too precious to be sharing space with that guy." The conditions beneath the radiant origin pass were already terrifying. Fuxia, with the Merciful One's Dharma body, naturally feared nothing. But any ordinary Foundation Establishment realm cultivator who entered wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Kongheng looked at him from afar, let out a soft chuckle, and returned the courtesy. "It's fine, Shiming. This is my tribulation. I journeyed thousands of kilometers southward for the sole purpose of facing it." Li Shiming stared in stunned silence as Kongheng walked straight into the flames, enduring the blistering heat and dazzling radiance, until he finally reached the space beneath the radiant origin pass. Fuxia kept his eyes closed, sitting silently in meditation without saying a word. Kongheng spoke gently. "Elder, there was something you left unsaid earlier." Fuxia understood that he was referring to the deadwood earlier, which implied some measure of reproach, so he replied in a deep voice, "I'm a Dharma protector, not an idiot. Why should everything be laid bare?" "I understand." Kongheng sat cross-legged before him and said in a gentle voice, "All 7 Daos carry selfish intent. In the world today, one cannot survive without self-interest. I've long understood this. Even the Mahas who once conversed with my master had their own motives." These words were slander against the Mahas, and Fuxia's eyes snapped open in fury. But Kongheng smiled softly as he said, "When the Mahas visited my master, the skies over the Liao River were filled with 5-colored radiance that night. I stood behind my master as they spoke in dazzling words, offered divine teachings, and recited esoteric lotus doctrines. They were speaking of chaotic heavens, weeping stones, and endless heavenly tears filled with celestial splendor. And yet, they failed to sway me. But 5 of my senior brothers from that time were all lured away." Kongheng's words touched on matters of secrecy and even mentioned the revered Mahas. Multicolored clouds gathered in the sky and golden lotuses bloomed across the lake. At last, Fuxia's expression grew solemn as he murmured, "And what of it?" "Abbot Fuyan is my 3rd senior brother, Kongheng," replied Kongheng. His tone remained steady and a faint smile lingered on his face. Chapter 995, Solemn and Treasured Form. The words struck Fuxia's ears like a clap of heavenly thunder. Countless memories surged up in his mind, and many of his earlier doubts slowly became clear. Fuxia bellowed, "Then why are you so stubborn?" "Stubborn?" Kongheng smiled, shook his head, and said softly, "The next day, when I returned to the temple, I had completely forgotten every word spoken by those few Mahas. I opened the scriptures to read, but every volume blurred before my eyes. The characters leaped from the pages one after another, streaming away toward Zhao and Yin's state. When I turned to look back, I saw the entire courtyard filled with characters, like refugees fleeing famine hand in hand. A sea of words flowed down the mountainside, vanishing into the boundless horizon. That very night, every scripture in my Liao River temple turned into blank paper. His words slowly hung in the air, and a look of understanding crossed Li Shiming's face. Kongheng let out a couple of self-deprecatory laughs and replied, "That is why I am least skilled in debating the Tao." Fuxia finally fell silent, while Kongheng spoke in a gentle tone. I was only 18 that year. I had just finished reading manuals on cultivation methods and collections of intriguing tales. I was preparing to read the scriptures, but from that moment on, I had no books left to read. Senior, the cultivators of the 7 Taoists all long for the Dharma of ancient times, when one could often ascend to the seat of the revered one. They come to me seeking the true scripture, but I have nothing to give you. I have never read such things. In all my cultivation until now, I have relied only on my own heart to comprehend. A look of dawning realization crossed Fuxia's face. At last, he understood why Kongheng so often met his rebuttals with silence. His voice lowered slightly as he said, "The ancient scriptures are not suited to the Tao of today." "Indeed," Kongheng said gently, "I have read the scriptures of all 7 Taoists. Great desire is boundless. It talks about first gaining, then losing in pursuit of solemnity. Wrath manifests form, turning evil to good and shaping the treasured image. Dharma strives for realms, spreading the Buddhist Tao throughout the present world and delivering all beings. Discipline is harsh and cold, knowing the sea of suffering and thus providing a boat to cross. Virtuous clarifies the heart, turning joy, anger, sorrow, and desire into the pursuit of nothing from something. Compassion dwells within, nurturing all beings, and all beings in turn nurture me. Emptiness devotes itself wholly, transcending self-attachment in pursuit of liberation." Kongheng said softly, "You all take people into the Pure Land. Senior, it's not that I do not know the fundamental Dharma. I have also entered the Pure Land. Let us set aside for now whether the people's joy there is genuine or not. But your esteemed Tao uses the suffering of the mundane world and the joy of the Pure Land to instruct the masses and make them forget worldly attachments in pursuit of a solemn and tranquil state of emptiness. Has that truly been achieved? Has there ever been a great master of divine abilities emerging from the Maha's Pure Land? Is divine power in the Pure Land truly the Maha's personal possession, or is it liberation free from the pull of suffering and joy?" For the first time, Kongheng grew solemn. There was no anger on his face and no rebuke. There was only deep thought and concern. His fair face, bathed in the glow of 5-colored light, shone with boundless radiance. He said, "None. Senior, none at all." Fuxia stared at him in disbelief. The old monk revealed a thoughtful expression for the first time. However, the moment that expression appeared, Fuxia's entire aura faltered for an instant. He said coldly, "There are also accomplished ones in the Pure Land, such as cultivators like Duin and Lu Baiye." Kongheng shook his head and said softly, "Have you ever seen them?" Fuxia's eyes lit up as he seized on those words and said in a deep voice, "Just because I haven't seen them means they don't exist?" "You have seen them." Kongheng gave him no chance to argue and replied softly. Seeing Fuxia stunned, he lightly pointed toward the sky and said with a smile, "Lu Baiye is right up there." At that moment, Fuxia had already forgotten all their quarrels. He slowly raised his head, trembling. The 6-armed Vajra stood majestic and solemn, its 6 arms pressing firmly down upon the radiant pass. "You impossible! Don't think to deceive me with your wicked words," shouted Fuxia. Kongheng slowly shook his head, his voice very soft as he said, "This is the solemn, treasured form. This is the pure realm. This is the one in the Pure Land who has forgotten both self and other. When I was 18, he came to aid me from the wrathful manifestation, and to this day, he has not spoken a single word." Fuxia did not know how to respond. He was lost and at a loss for what to do. Kongheng said softly, "I know what senior brother means. The wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors has fallen, and the wrathful Tao lineage is in decline. He wants me to give rise to wrath in my heart and devote myself wholly to the wrathful manifestation, so as to accomplish the Maha's will and restore the Tao lineage. Am I right?" Fuxia was silent for a moment, then replied, "It is." Kongheng's expression was gentle, the radiance on his face growing ever brighter, as he said pleasantly, "That is the crux of the problem. You believe the wrathful manifestation is good, so you want me to become the wrathful manifestation, and thus you came to take me. You believe all living beings suffer, so you wish to deliver them all and create a blissful Pure Land. First, you let them endure all the pain and hardship. Then you place them all within it, so they will be filled with gratitude. He asked, You stand above, seeking to deliver all living beings, but have they ever wished to be delivered by you? Why wouldn't they want it? Fuxia's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, The world is so full of suffering, and the Pure Land so full of joy. Seize any commoner at random in Yin and Zhao state, and every one of them yearns to enter the Pure Land with all their heart. Kongheng said softly, That is because life in this world is too bitter, and they seek only pleasure. But boundless peace, boundless purity, and boundless stability in the form of a solemn, treasured image is not what the common people desire. They suffer the pains of the 7 emotions, yet they also enjoy the pleasures of the 7 emotions. Boundless solemn form is nothing more than a boundless image of death. It is only when the suffering grows so great they wish to die, when they would rather have no joy at all, that they are willing to enter the Pure Land. You think everyone wishes to enter the Pure Land, but in truth, they are all tormented until they have no choice but to wish for it. Fuxia rebuked, Nonsense. Who would not want a solemn, treasured form? Those who do not simply lack the realm to attain it. Kongheng rose to his feet, speaking in a gentle tone. A solemn, treasured form, boundless in its utmost purity, is still but a single form. No matter what it encounters, it responds in exactly the same way, as it is the same person. If 10,000 people achieve it, in truth, it is just one person occupying 10,000 bodies. Senior Fuxia, that is not how you cultivate to become the revered one. You act in the name of cultivating to become the revered one, using vast lands of joy to deceive millions and intending to use puppets of solemn form to seize all their souls. Meanwhile, you keep your own 7 emotions and 6 desires, sitting high above, watching the world with a smile and calling it foolish. Some even more foolishly end up using that solemn form to occupy themselves in the end. Millions reduced to one boundless peace, one boundless purity, one boundless and unshakable image of death. Fuxia looked at him heavily, his voice hoarse, and said, Is this what the ancient Buddha taught? Kongheng looked at him quietly and said gently, This is what I say. The scorching blaze of departing fire had already climbed up his body as Kongheng's words hung in the air. Li Shiming's urging voice sounded again and again, and Fuxia's face suddenly went blank. In that case, Kongheng, why not become a Maha yourself? Fuxia's old face was filled with sincerity. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he begged. If all 7 Taoists are wrong, then you, Kongheng, could ascend as Maha, teach the world the way to infinite liberation, turn this filthy world on its head, and create the foremost Pure Land. My lord, return to the North Demon-Subduing Temple. We are willing to serve at your command. Chapter 996, 3 Treasures, I. Golden clouds blazed brilliantly in the sky as Fuxia spoke. Peacock-like clouds swirled, golden pools surged, and colorful rain fell in torrents. A Pure Land appeared in the northern sky. This Pure Land was shrouded in clouds and mist. A massive golden gate, beside which lay a colossal sleeping one-horned tiger, black as ink and patterned head to tail, was faintly visible within. Countless golden Dharma protectors stood upon the clouds, stretching to infinity. Tens of millions of human figures lifted their heads, with some bowing and some kowtowing. They gazed upward in eager anticipation. The 6-armed Vajra, Liu Bai, who had always pressed down on the radiant origin pass without the slightest response, paused for the first time. When the peacock's cry echoed from the northern sky, that forever serene and forever wrathful-eyed head slowly lifted. Its golden lips parted, and a melodious chanting of scripture rang out. Boom! Every cultivator on the lake lowered their brows and covered their eyes, not daring to look. The sight was like a shot of pure stimulant driven into Fuxia's heart. He jerked his head up, caring nothing for his lack of mana or the searing flames burning him. The entire radiant origin pass shook violently with his movement, as though it might collapse at any moment. They are saved, good, good. The old monk was wild with joy, tears of excitement streaming down his face. He gazed at Kongheng in desperate pleading and said in a mournful voice, My lord, the Buddha land has manifested. Please proclaim me the wrathful manifestation Emperor Sion. Return to the northern demon-subduing temple. sit in majesty amidst the heavenly rain of Mandara blossoms, endure immeasurable and boundless eons, and achieve the mighty station of the Emperor Sion Maha. As if in answer to his voice, the moment Fuxia's request left his lips, a rich, resonant tolling of bells came from the northern golden clouds, ringing 9 times in succession. Dung dung. Kongheng gazed far into the distance, the image of a pure land reflected in his pupils. He knew that if he so much as nodded, if he had the slightest thought of purifying the world, the position of Emperor Sion Maha in the heavens would immediately respond to him. He would become a cultivator like Murong Xia, attaining the state of non-retrogression. Once non-retrogression was attained, unless someone could break into the pure land itself and obliterate even the last trace of his true spirit, he could reincarnate for 100 lifetimes without losing his consciousness, forever enjoying the seat of the Maha. He would no longer need to cultivate in this life. He had already brought his master monk's cultivation to perfection. As an ancient cultivator, Kongheng's next step was not to become the merciful one, but to become Maha. All he had to do was head north, reclaim the Maha seat, and stand among the supreme of this realm, with even the Dharma master's fruition attainment faintly within reach. Yet he still gazed on in calm silence. Kongheng's own Tao lineage had reached its end, and all that remained was the word enlightenment. It had been so many years since an ancient cultivator had produced a Maha. If he missed this opportunity, there would never again be a Tao lineage with even a single Maha, and the Pure Land would personally welcome outsiders instead. Senior, the wrathful manifestation is not my Tao. Fuxia, in the Dharma body of the Merciful One, had his tears turned to glass within the blazing flames, then shattered by heavenly light, casting shifting glimmers across his face as he stared at Kongheng in a daze. Kongheng quietly looked at Fuxia. The narrow-eyed monk already had white teeth and red lips, but now his face shone with boundless radiance as he spoke. My image is not the image of all beings. I will not establish boundless pure lands, nor set up fearsome visages, nor build incense-filled temples, nor ordain monks to be worshipped. All such things are karmic burdens. No cultivator shall be made to believe in me, and no commoner to bow to me. My Tao is to seek liberation, not to bring people into the Pure Land. Fuxia looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his spirit deflating like a punctured bellows. As his will slackened, the radiance of the Merciful One's Dharma body dimmed further. His back bent in an instant, as he was pressed down even more firmly. The old monk remained still as he craned his neck to look up at the sky. Blazing flames swirled around his body as he muttered scriptures under his breath, watching the golden heavenly glow fade bit by bit. The giant tiger sank into the clouds, along with his hopes. The glare in Fuxia's wide eyes vanished, replaced by a look of dejected sorrow. In a low voice, he said, I used sharp words and aggressive pressure all along, constantly suppressing and rebuking you, condemning you with extreme and rigid doctrines. Yet, I could not make you feel even the slightest anger. Had there been the smallest resentment in your heart, the title of wrathful manifestation Emperor Sion would have fallen upon you. So I pressed you with my authority, threatening you and intimidating you with the radiance of the Merciful One's Dharma body. If you had felt even a trace of fear, without needing to nod, without needing to follow me, the Emperor Sion's title would have fallen upon you. Since you neither grew angry nor afraid, I then wept in grief, hoping to move you with sorrow, to beg you to spread your teachings across the world, and sit beneath heavenly rain and Mandara blossoms to enlighten all Buddhists. If you had harbored even the smallest thought toward it, the Emperor Sion's title would have fallen upon you. The radiance on Kongheng's face remained unchanged as the flames around them gradually faded. Shards of glass flew from Fuxia's Dharma body. The old monk braced the radiant pass with one hand, mana circulating, his eyes full of crystalline light as he walked straight out of the flames. The Merciful One's Dharma body was now fully in motion. At this moment, Fuxia could topple the radiant origin pass without lifting a single finger. The endless flames had served as his nourishment, making his body shine all the more brilliantly the more they burned. Fuxia said solemnly, but you did not waver. The lake was silent, all eyes filled with fear fixed upon the Merciful One. Only Kongheng spoke gently. The Mahas have long since tried. Kongheng smiled at him, while the old monk removed the dark yellow kasaya from his body, folded it neatly, and placed it in his palm, setting a pure white staff atop it with his other hand. He carefully placed them in midair as if on an unseen stand, pressed his palms together, and said respectfully, "Since this old monk has come to this demonic land, I never intended to return. I will gift 3 treasures to you. The first is the profound coffer tiger pattern Qilin, formed from a horned tiger. It is mysterious beyond measure, and able to transform into a ferocious tiger to charge forth, devouring all things. Ordinary cultivators cannot stand against it. The second is the exquisite white true jade demon-subduing staff, a treasured artifact that has subdued countless demons and devils. Its dark, baleful aura soars to the heavens. A single strike can split mountains and sever rivers. The evildoers it has slain dare not seek redress." Kongheng frowned, the 5-colored radiance on his face flowing endlessly as he said softly, "These belong to the northern demon-subduing Dao lineage. I cannot take them." The old monk was stubborn beyond reason, ignoring Kongheng's words entirely. Pressing his palms together against his chest, his bare upper body shimmering with radiance, he first bowed deeply toward the north. Eyes closed, he spoke firmly. "The third is the North Demon-Subduing Temple's Dharma Protector Saraira." These words finally stirred a reaction in Kongheng. He stepped forward, opening his mouth to dissuade him, but no matter how fast he moved, he could not outpace the merciful one. The moment Fuxia's voice rang out, a glassy radiance spanning heaven and earth burst forth, shooting straight into the sky. The lake's surface blossomed with countless lotuses, while pink petals, mixed with shards of many-colored glass, rained down in a flood. In a flash, all that remained was brilliance and a boundless glow. Kongheng was instantly submerged in the countless rays of light. Fuxia, having embodied the merciful one for many years, self-immolated, and the sound of sutras filled the air. The burning house and prison shattered, the ground awash in gold and crimson. OM. But the pure land that should have appeared to receive him was long gone. All the brilliance and color gathered and condensed into a single glassy relic. No matter how dazzling the iridescence, no matter how sky-piercing the light, it lasted only an instant. Before it could fully bloom, it was drawn in like a great whale drinking water, disappearing into the relic without leaving the slightest trace. The colors of heaven and earth withdrew, leaving only a single relic floating before Kongheng. Chapter 997. 3 Treasures, 2. The lake grew even more silent. The fingertip-sized relic hovered in midair. It was translucent and pure white. Rings of rainbow light swirled around it, forming shifting illusions, while the lotuses on either side released wafts of fragrance. Kongheng gazed quietly at the relic before him, then gently took it into his palm and put it away. The black and red glow of sunset draped over him, and the lake's light dimmed to an uncanny darkness. Fuxia's death was like that of the 12 master monks shot dead by Li Xianfeng on the Great River. Aside from the relic, it left only a brief rain of glass petals and the blooming of a few lotuses. The Pure Land willing to appear for Kongheng gave no sign at Fuxia's passing. There was not a flash of golden light, and not a toll of a bell. Only the hazy red sunset lingered on the horizon. It was only when Li Shiming arrived in a beam of light that a sliver of daylight touched Kongheng's body. The narrow-eyed monk seemed to awaken from a dream as the 5-colored radiance on his face faded away. He returned to his earlier gentle, courteous demeanor, his expression tinged with shadow as he said softly, "I've troubled you, Shiming." "Think nothing of it," replied Li Shiming. The radiant origin pass gathered heavenly light, obscuring the view of the surrounding cultivators. Only Li Shiming, standing nearby, could see clearly. His expression was complicated and his heart full of feeling as he asked quietly, "Master Monk, are you well now?" "It is nothing serious," Kongheng answered earnestly, cradling the kasaya and staff in his hands. "Only, the bond between myself and your esteemed family has now come to an end." Li Shiming had long expected this. He closed his eyes and bit down hard, while Kongheng bowed to him and said guiltily, "When Shijuan met with misfortune, I should have left, but I felt guilt in my heart and wished to guard you a little longer. I never thought I would nearly bring disaster to your esteemed family. This is truly my fault. Now I must roam the world and verify my Tao." Senior Kongheng. Li Shiming had yet to speak further when all his words were stifled by Kongheng's smile. He said softly, "Master Monk, please see my grandfather before you go. It won't be too late to leave after that. You've been in my household for so many years, and the elders respect you greatly. Zhou Wei is still outside. It would be a shame if you couldn't see him once more. Kongheng gave a small nod. Li Shiming's rambling tone was faintly reminiscent of Li Xuanzhi's, and it made the monk's vision blur. As he descended toward Mount Qingdu, he turned back to glance northward, toward where Fuxia had bowed before his death. The relic in his hand grew hotter still. The splendid golden clouds had long since vanished, and the flying peacocks were gone without a trace. All the things the old monk had valued more than life, such as the golden pools, faithful devotees, had all vanished like a passing wind. The lake lay in gloom, shards of glass scattered across its waters, leaving only the dim sky and a half-dead sun sinking into the clouds. Eastern Sea. The night was deep, and a palace of pitch-black profound stone stood atop the sea reefs. The palace itself was small, its dark walls indistinguishable from the rocks, as it faced true north. Waves splashed, washing over the steps before the palace and dancing around a pair of fine, azure-blue boots. Their wearer had unbound crimson hair, a suit of golden clothes gleaming like scales, and green eyes that stared into the distance. Behind the man stood a youth, his attire neat and proper, standing slightly to the side. The man in gold spoke in a low voice. Hayun, that is the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors. Dongfang Hayun raised his brows, his eyes likewise turning toward the distant north, where peacocks danced at the horizon, golden pools surged, and a pure land emerged in the skies. Bowing slightly, he replied, "My lord, Buddhist cultivators gather followers to attain the Tao. The seed of Maha is an evolution of the Dharma Master's fruition attainment, and no immortal could be deceived about it. Now that the Maha seed has responded, ready to manifest the wrathful manifestation Emperor Sion into the world, no matter how many abilities wrathful might possess, even feigning death could not accomplish this. He must surely be dead. If Li Shiji were here, he would instantly recognize the man in gold as the Mu Sea Dragon King from years past. He was Dongfang Changmu, son of the Dragon Monarch, a being of immeasurable status. The Purple Mansion Realm Demon Dragon listened and nodded. Dongfang Hayun then said, "Back then, Jingzhan was caught by the Golden Bridge lock and slain by true monarch Shangyuan. His chance of survival was already slim. Whether the wrathful subduer of the 4 demon emperors lived or died was incidental. The 6 manifestations merely wanted to test how the Dharma Master behind the wrathful Tao lineage was faring. From the way things stood, with meat served right to his mouth, yet left untouched, and even allowing that ancient Buddhist to slip away, it was clear the Dharma Master's condition was far from ideal." "Not necessarily," Dongfang Changmu said softly. "Neither Luo Xia nor the Underworld made a move, and Jiangnan showed little interest. They likely already knew the Dharma Master would not respond. The truth is, the higher that ancient cultivator's cultivation rose, the more certain people wanted him gone from Jiangnan. The one of the wrathful manifestations saw an opportunity, buzzing in like a fly scenting blood, and made yet another futile attempt to rouse the Dharma Master and persuade him to take the Maha seat." Dongfang Hayun bent slightly, adopting an admiring posture, and said softly, "My lord speaks truly." Dongfang Changmu said softly, "After all, the times have changed. Buddhist cultivators hold their own place in today's world, and the rest of the cultivation world is already wary of them. How could they casually allow an ancient Buddhist to cultivate in Jiangnan? If he were to suddenly attain enlightenment overnight, manifesting a Buddha land to blanket all of Jiangbei, wouldn't that mean another war?" Dongfang Changmu chuckled and said quietly, "Years ago, the immortal Tao grew complacent, allowing Buddhist cultivators to seek the Tao in every sect. In the end, the Hua, one, essence fruition was secretly attained by Suxikong, leaving the 12 essences short by 1, and causing several immortals' faces to change. It was a lesson learned the hard way." "Indeed," Dongfang Hayun replied respectfully. Dongfang Changmu asked slowly, "How did the Fox tribe respond?" Dongfang Hayun cupped his hands and answered, "Mount Dali has sent a fox of the serene heart, who has already made contact with His Highness Dingjiao. There is no problem." "Oh, the White Dragon succession." A faintly amused smile crossed Dongfang Changmu's face. He took a step toward the pitch-black Great Hall, as faint thunder rumbled in the clouds. The Purple Mansion Realm Great Demonic Beast shook his head lightly as he said, "As expected, after all, Zipei gave the item to the Dragon King of Baiye." Dongfang Changmu waited a moment before a streak of flowing light broke through the sky, taking shape in midair as a narrow-eyed woman. She swept her gaze over them and said in a deep voice, "Changmu, it's time to move." Dongfang Changmu laughed heartily and gave a casual wave. The great void split open before them with a thunderous sound, revealing a vast expanse of purple stretching from heaven to earth, shrouding the endless void. The great void pulsed with countless bolts of lightning, as though about to merge into a sea. As he summoned his divine abilities to ward off the thunderbolts, Dongfang Changmu looked down at a distant pale purple grotto heaven. Dongfang Changmu asked, "Is everyone gathered?" "Naturally." The dragon woman nodded and said, "We don't go about things with the roundabout schemes of the human race. There's no need for divine abilities to lure them in and no elaborate, grand designs. No matter what lightning arts those cultivators practice, we'll just send a few purple mansion realm demon kings to catch them." She added casually. In less than 15 minutes, we had them all rounded up and tossed straight into the grotto heaven. Hua can mean splendid, magnificent, or refer to China/Chinese, depending on context. Chapter 998, Departure. Kongheng rode the wind back to Mount Qingdu. By now, night had completely fallen. Li Xianxian was already waiting in the grand hall. The old man was still shaken and unable to recover from the terrifying scene just moments ago. When the two landed steadily, Li Xianxian hurried over to greet them. When he saw that both were safe and sound, he allowed a smile of relief to appear. But after glancing at one, then the other, he noticed Li Shiming's look of melancholy and Kongheng's complicated expression, and his joy began to fade. "This is," muttered Li Xianxian. "Elder." Kongheng pressed his palms together, bowed respectfully, and said gently, "This humble monk is about to depart for the various prefectures, leaving Jiangnan behind and heading elsewhere." "What?" Li Xianxian froze for a moment before quickly saying, "Is it that there are places or people here who have wronged you?" "Kongheng, after all these decades we have been through." The old man thought for a moment, then quickly added, "That Fuxia monk's rambling was most certainly aimed at my family. You need not take it to heart, Kongheng." As Li Xianxian spoke, Kongheng simply pressed his palms together in a bow and said gently, "Elder, you bear the visage of one blessed with fortune. Though your first half of life was pressed and wearied, there will not be many obstacles ahead. It is better to worry less." Li Xianxian could not answer him and could only nod. Kongheng then spoke softly, "As for the matter of Zhou, I have long given it thought. I originally thought that a veiled Yin spirit item is rare and troublesome to purchase overseas. Fortunately, I have heard that your esteemed family has also obtained a veiled Yin Dharma artifact, which can be used to perform the needed spell." He drew a manuscript from his sleeve and handed it to Li Shiming. The paper was filled with neat, fine characters, evidently penned by the monk himself. Kongheng said, "By performing the method written in this book, it will be possible to preserve the lady's life and suppress her spiritual nature, so that the child will not be affected by bright yang." Li Shiming was deeply moved and promptly put it away. Kongheng said apologetically, "However, since I will not be personally casting the spell, the degree of force may be difficult to control. If the veiled Yin is too strong, it could also bring about trouble. You must take great care and handle it cautiously." "All right," Li Shiming agreed, and the monk bade farewell to Li Xianxian. He then walked out, following the stone steps down to the mountainside, where a stag lay motionless by the roadside, quietly watching them. Kongheng stopped and sighed. "He should not have treated you this way." The monk took out the exquisite white true jade demon-subduing staff from his sleeve. The treasured artifact had already shrunk into a short rod about the length of a forearm and the thickness of a finger. It gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight, with faint patterns still visible on its surface. Kongheng sighed again and said, "This means I must go north, for these things should be returned to the North Demon-Subduing Temple. The exquisite white true jade demon-subduing staff and the profound coffer tiger pattern kasaya are precious, and the Sarira pearl should be returned to the stupa all the more." Li Shiming had already guessed what Kongheng was going to say, and his heart felt bitter. That old bald donkey was shrewd to the end, using schemes and countless twists, even at the cost of his own life, to force Kongheng to go north. Kongheng's worth as a cultivator of the ancient Tao is no small matter. His future path may be free of danger to his life, but his Tao lineage might not be preserved. This treasured artifact was truly extraordinary. Just taking it out caused layers upon layers of five-colored radiance to spread across its surface. Li Shiming took a closer look, calculating in his mind, "This is absolutely not at the Foundation establishment realm. At the very least, it matches a purple mansion realm spirit artifact. 3 such items in a row, he truly spared no effort. Kongheng held the treasure and gently tapped it on the stag's head. Your crime is not so great. You should be released. The stag let out a whimper, then struggled to its feet. Its fur scattered to the ground like leaves swept by the wind, bursting into a bloody heap from which a man rolled out. His face was covered in deer blood, his expression dazed. He bowed and said, "Many thanks, Master Monk." Kongheng draped a garment over him and said softly, "The dead cannot return to life. Mourn, then move on." The man lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with confusion, and said quietly, "I have been poor and destitute since childhood, and always cold and hungry. Even upon reaching adulthood, I had nothing to my name. My humble wife married me from thousands of kilometers away, and we supported each other through every hardship. Now that she has died unjustly, I no longer have the will to live." Kongheng lowered his head to look at him. His heart perception circulated, and he sensed that this man had already formed the will to die, so he turned to the side. Had I agreed to the wrathful manifestation Emperor Sion back then and closed the karmic thread, not only could he have fulfilled his fate to become a deer-bodied Arhut, but his wife might have gone on to the Pure Land. Fortunately, this man was from Jiangnan and not a citizen of Zhao State. If he had some understanding of Buddhist law, he might have borne resentment toward Kongheng. Now, having been harmed and then saved by the monk, his eyes held only confusion. Kongheng sighed softly. "Why not come north with me, and we can seek out the North Demon-Subduing temple together?" The man froze for a moment, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he nodded. His black hair fell away in a sudden cascade. He put on the monk's robe draped over his shoulders and silently followed Kongheng. Li Shiming nodded at the sight and escorted them all the way to the lakeside. The night was deep, while the shore was silent and empty. The only sound was the crunch of 2 pairs of footsteps on the bank. "This is far enough, Shiming." Kongheng pressed his palms together. Li Shiming stopped, quietly studying him, and suddenly realized, once Kongheng leaves, of all my peers from years past, I alone will remain. He then said softly, "If, in years to come, Master Monk happens to pass by Moongaze Lake, stop and rest here. I will offer the best hospitality I can. But perhaps by then, Shiming will have failed and perished, and all will have changed. This place may no longer bear the Li name." A smile suddenly came to Li Shiming's face. The youth's usual faint unease was gone, and he said calmly, "When that time comes, Master Monk, do not perform rites to send me on. Let me die completely. I would have no face to meet the ancestors and elders of past generations." Kongheng pressed his palms together in prayer, sighed without speaking, and took his leave. Li Shiming watched as the two walked farther and farther under the moonlight until they disappeared into the northern woods. Then, he finally rode the wind back to the mountain. The cultivation of the jewel steppes was so slow that it made Li Shiming bristle with frustration. This time coming out of seclusion had not disrupted much, since he had made little progress. By his estimate, he had barely mastered 1 or 2 parts out of 10. "It will likely take 10 years, muttered Li Shiming as he descended back to the peak, his heart weighed down with heavy thoughts. The Eastern Sea. Palaces stood in rows upon the back of the bicolor scaled beast, yet there was one spot left open, which contained a tall platform of pure blue. 3 jadeite tables were set there, with Dingjiao seated high at the head. Below, 2 aquatic beasts were locked in fierce combat. One was a thick-scaled, long-tusked water elephant with snow-white scales and razor-sharp tusks. The other was a long-tailed, single-horned serpent with the horn at the center of its brow gleaming brilliantly. It shone pale blue and cast a mist over the space before it. The thick-scaled, long-tusked water elephant rolled and thrashed as blood gushed from its eyes like a spring. Blood streamed down its scales and turned into rolling pearls upon the ground. "Ming Wang." Dingjiao's clear and commanding voice drew Li Zhouwei's gaze back. The dragon crown prince leaned against a throne of jadeite coral, its armrests adorned with 2 pristine hooked serpent heads that were bright as jade. "What do you think of this profound light?" asked Dingjiao. Li Zhouwei set down the jade cup in his hand, nodding as he said, "This ever-flowing converging water profound light may be a 4th-grade item, but while it excels in transformation, it lacks killing power. Its many variations can dazzle an opponent, but it cannot truly harm them. In single combat, it would still fear foes skilled in defense." Dingjiao nodded at these words. Below, the 2 exotic beasts fought to the death, while the crown prince watched with pale blue eyes, sipping his wine idly as if his thoughts lay elsewhere. Chapter 999, Departure 2. Li Zhouwei had been in the palace for quite some time. The bicolor-scaled beast had galloped across the waves, touring the scarlet pristine sea for a week. Growing weary of music and dance, Ding Jiao had ordered the aquatic beasts to the stage for combat. Li Zhouwei listened as a lesser demon beside him gave an introduction. One of the beasts was a treasure-scaled fairy beast, and the other a jade-necked flood dragon. Neither was a common demonic creature. Either one alone could dominate and wreak havoc over an entire stretch of waters. His family's wuxiao would not even have the chance to enter the stage in the Eastern Sea. At the very least, it would take a white-scaled hooked serpent like Lingyu Laniang's, or the converging water sea's whole pill water ape, to earn that honor. But before the Dragon Clan, they are nothing more than playthings, thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei glanced at the scene. The treasure-scaled fairy beast began to counterattack as the converging water profound light gradually weakened. It was rare for him to witness such demonic creatures fight, and though he looked intrigued, he thought, I wonder how matters at the lake have turned out. I've been kept here for so long. Everything in the southern sea had already been settled, and he could have left long ago, yet Ding Jiao and White Banyan had pulled him along on a tour of the sea. There had been nothing worth speaking of along the way. It was merely an excuse to delay his return. Though Li Zhouwei felt uneasy, it was ultimately something beyond his control, so he calmed himself. As he was thinking, he noticed a demon hastily approaching along the palace corridor. This one was clad in silver armor, with a golden face and silver teeth, and 2 pairs of short halberds strapped to its back. The demon was clearly no ordinary being. The demonic creature walked straight to Ding Jiao's high seat and seemed to use a secret technique to transmit some words. Ding Jiao's hand, holding the jade cup, froze in midair, though no change appeared on his face. Shortly after, the demon general bowed and departed. Ding Jiao resumed his usual demeanor. Opposite him, White Banyan, clearly tired, listened for a moment more before finally rising with a smile and said, This conversation has been most pleasant, but I cannot be away from my peak for too long, so I shall not trouble your highness further. Ding Jiao rose with a few polite words and escorted them out of the hall and through the corridor. The 2 demonic beasts were still locked in their life and death struggle, blood spraying through the air and transforming into pearls that rolled to Ding Jiao's feet, yet no one spared them a glance. Ding Jiao saw them off, then returned alone to the platform, his smile fading away. It was clear that the news brought by the white-armored demon general was not good. Yet Ding Jiao, with his deep self-control, had remained calm and amiable before his guests. However, his expression darkened the moment they departed. The crown prince's white horns glimmered faintly as he silently leaned against the turquoise railing, gazing down from above at the 2 high-ranking demon generals battling fiercely below. Ding Jiao gave no command even though the honored guests had left, and so the 2 demonic creatures did not dare to slack in the slightest. Their scales shattered, their horn bones splintered, and the ground was littered with dripping blood and rolling pearls. Ding Jiao remained silent, his pale blue eyes narrowed. The hall was filled with a suffocating pressure, and it was clear to any with eyes that the white dragon crown prince was in a foul mood. The guards to either side began to tremble, not daring to lift their heads. After 15 minutes, the black-armored demon general with jutting jaws could no longer bear it. He knelt in trepidation and said respectfully, Your Highness, the dragon monarch's birthday has just passed. It may not be proper for noble-blooded beasts to die in the arena. The jut-jawed, black-armored demon general was named Ran Wu. He had served by Ding Jiao's side for many years and was no ordinary subordinate. Though Ding Jiao was clearly angry, Ran Wu was the only one in the hall who dared to speak at this moment. Ding Jiao did not reply. He turned and strode into the hall with a cold expression, the great doors slamming shut behind him. The demon general looked as if he had been granted amnesty. Still pale with fear, he said nothing and only waved his hand urgently. The 2 demonic creatures below immediately ceased fighting, kowtowing several times toward the great hall before scrambling away in haste. Outside the hall, the air was one of jubilance. Inside, however, it was empty, silent, and heavy. The lamplight was dim and ghostly. Ding Jiao strode up to the high seat, then suddenly swept his sleeve, sending a cluster of jade flasks and cups crashing to the ground in a cascade of sharp, ringing sounds. Ding Jiao's face suddenly lengthened as he bared white, razor-sharp fangs. Snowy dragon whiskers sprouted from either side of his neck, and the color in his eyes deepened all at once. The tables in the hall rattled and clinked from the sheer force of his presence. Mount, Luo, Xia. He ground his teeth, his voice like thunder. Yet it remained trapped within the hall, making everything within shudder and quake. The two emerged from the sea's surface to find the bicolor-scaled beast already resting in the shallows. White Banyan's earlier farewell had clearly not been without reason. He took out his twin-wheeled chariot, let out an "Ayo," collapsed onto it, and said with a sigh, "I'm exhausted." All of White Banyan's composure and elegance vanished into thin air, replaced by his usual lazy demeanor. He dangled both feet outside the chariot and swayed them idly. He was even unwilling to activate his Dharma artifact and kept sighing and grumbling. After so long beneath the sea, Li Zhouwei's spirits lifted considerably when he once again breathed in the fresh scent of the sea breeze. Since White Banyan had gone on strike, Li Zhouwei had no choice but to steer the Dharma artifact himself. They were heading westward all the way back. White Banyan lay sprawled for a while, only gradually perking up when they reached the shores of Lake Xian. He called out to Li Zhouwei to be careful and slow down, while laughing as he said, "Life for the Dragon Clan is just that dull. They can't wander freely into human territory. No matter how much the sea's demonic creatures stir up trouble, none of it is as colorful as human amusements. That arena fighting. Humans were already tired of it back in the Zhou dynasty. It bores me to death." Li Zhouwei acknowledged with a rumble, offered a few words of praise for Dingjiao, then asked softly, "I imagine much has happened at my lake. Senior, do you have any news?" Li Zhouwei had been anxious for home and hurried back at full speed, but White Banyan had persuaded him to take his time, which likely meant there was no serious trouble at the lake. Now that he had a chance, he questioned the fox. White Banyan paused, then smiled and said, "It was nothing much, just a wrathful, merciful one seizing the chance to come over and drive away your monk. If you had still been at the lake, many cultivators would have gladly used the opportunity to see through your depths." The fox made no effort to conceal the truth. Lifting his gaze to the distant sea, he spoke evenly. "You must understand, Bright Yang is not merely about a Buddhist cultivator trampling an immortal mansion dynasty. There was also a bright young Buddhist cultivator who became the undefeated king of brightness. If that monk had truly chosen the Tao of wrathful manifestation, with destiny leading the way, and you happened to be at the lake, then there's a very high chance that history would have repeated itself. You, the White Qilin, would be pulled into the Pure Land to serve as the undefeated king of brightness, and you'll be taken away to the north." Oh, an image of Kongheng flashed through Li Zhouwei's mind. White Banyan shook his head with a laugh. Even Mahas couldn't persuade him, let alone the merciful one. "I told you before, it's just a minor nuisance. First, there's no need to meddle blindly, and second, it's also a precaution." Li Zhouwei thanked him quietly, and then said thoughtfully, "So Buddhist cultivators can also cultivate Bright Yang. Bright Yang is a fruition attainment of heaven and earth. It doesn't distinguish between immortals, Buddhists, demons, or devils." White Banyan rolled over, making himself more comfortable, and said casually, "The undefeated king of brightness was originally a Buddhist cultivator's method. When Suxikong obtained the Hua essence, the Buddhist lands were thereafter filled with radiant light, giving Buddhist cultivators treasures they could wield. If they could also obtain Bright Yang, wouldn't that be magnificent?" Chapter 1000. Tuchi I. Bright Yang. With the Weasley family in decline at the time and Buddhist cultivators in the lead, the northern Buddhists naturally sought to contend for the fruition attainment. Li Zhouwei continued, "So, judging from how things stand now, with the undefeated king of brightness dead, it seems the Buddhist cultivators lost in their struggle for Bright Yang." White Banyan spoke after a long pause. "Correct." Knowing better than to pry, Li Zhouwei sat quietly on the Dharma artifact. Dingjiao, thought Li Zhouwei. The Dragon Crown Prince had indeed treated him well, yet Li Zhouwei still harbored deep doubts in his heart. However, he never showed them because of the Dragon Clan strength. The Azure Pond sect and Luoxia Upper sect weren't saints, but was the Dragon Clan any better? Even if the matter of swallowing thunder had yet to be settled, it had been thousands of years, and the Dragon Clan's role has rarely been an honorable one. The Dragon Clan had begun arranging the swallowing of thunder years ago. How could Dongfang Dingjiao not know that Li Qinghong's life or death was still uncertain in the sea? Yet the Dragon Crown Prince acted as though nothing was happening as he chatted and laughed warmly. Li Zhouwei had remained composed during his time in the Grand Hall, offering an occasional smile. This was already giving Ding Jiao enough respect. First, the Dragon Son was of noble status, and second, forming good ties with the Dragon Crown Prince might give Li Qinghong the slightest chance of survival in the matter of swallowing thunder. Even if all else fails and there is no room for tact in dealing with the Dragon Clan, and even if the elder in my family is certain to die, I cannot allow them to believe the Li family harbors resentment. The best course is to say nothing and appear completely indifferent, thought Li Zhouwei. If he were to raise the matter of Li Qinghong to Ding Jiao, it would lay his concern bare, and the Li family could not bear the consequences of Ding Jiao's refusal. Thus, Li Zhouwei acted as if nothing were wrong. It was only after leaving the Dragon Palace that he mused to himself. Ding Jiao's calm demeanor means either that the Thunder cultivators would at most lose their cultivation but not their lives in the swallowing thunder affair, or that he sees me entirely as a white Qilin, and thus the Li family members are naturally not to be considered my kind. Despite Ding Jiao's many courteous conversations, Li Zhouwei found it difficult to open his heart to him, much less reveal his true thoughts. All their exchanges remained purely polite. Li Zhouwei pondered. As for my family's relationship with the Dragon Clan, and the reason behind Ding Jiao's closeness to me, I fear there will be no clues until after the Swallowing Thunder affair. It's a pity Senior White Banyan and Ding Jiao delayed me for too long. Now I can't go to the Southern Sea and can only wait for the next opportunity. After cultivating cross-legged on the Dharma artifact, Li Zhouwei finally arrived at Moongaze Lake. White Banyan immediately perked up and sighed. I'm absolutely not going if something like this happens again. It's both dull and exhausting. The fox was naturally the type to laze around on the mountain. His heart was already set on returning, and he flatly rejected Li Zhouwei's invitation, piloting his Dharma artifact away as if fleeing. Li Zhouwei rode the wind down onto the island and made his way to the Grand Hall, where he found a young man waiting outside. The young man was dressed in pleated robes, and his golden mana was as sharp as a blade. Upon seeing him, the youth quickly stepped back 2 paces and bowed. Third brother. Zholuo, you're here. Li Zhouwei had only met this younger fourth brother a few times, yet Li Zholuo saluted him with great respect and said earnestly, It has been a long time since I last saw you. Third brother. You toil tirelessly outside, while we brothers merely help with minor matters at home. The thought fills me with guilt. Li Zhouwei glanced at him in surprise, then said with a nod, You are too polite, fourth brother. Each of us has our role to play. Since you are at the Qi cultivation realm, you are also a pillar of the family. Do not belittle yourself. I am enlightened, brother, replied Li Zholuo with a small laugh. His innate ability was second only to Li Zhouwei among the celestial world generation, and, being from Li Shiji's branch, his innate ability was naturally not low. Though he lacked talisman seeds, reaching Qi cultivation realm at 18 put him only slightly behind Li Shijuan in his youth. Golden radiance shimmered over his body like ripened wheat in 6 distinct streams, each trailing a long tail of light. They flowed ceaselessly around him, lively as sparrows, highlighting his bright eyes and the sharp-edged vigor of youth. He cultivated the gold aura profound inquiry technique, a rather fine ancient technique. The Li family had obtained feathered gold liquid when they had broken through a forbidden formation, which allowed for the practice of this technique. Li Zholuo was the first to do so, and it naturally filled him with pride. Li Zhouwei had a favorable impression of him. He nodded with a smile and said, I have read the gold aura profound inquiry technique. It has the bearing of a 4th-grade technique and is no worse than the other techniques. Just cultivate it well. Li Zholuo's expression brightened at this unexpected praise. He followed Li Zhouwei into the hall as the latter casually asked, Where are eldest brother and second brother? He was naturally referring to the brothers Li Zhoufeng and Li Zhouyong, both older than himself. He had met them more often in years past and was fairly familiar. Li Zholuo smiled and replied, Both brothers are in seclusion beneath Qingdu, and it looks like they have a good chance of achieving Qi cultivation realm within the next 2 years. Good. Li Zhouwei gave a word of praise, partly in commendation of his 2 brothers, and partly in approval of Li Zholuo's frank and open manner. His voice softened noticeably as he said, My father has been in seclusion for a long time, and Aunt Minggong and Uncle Qinghuai are also at the time to attempt the foundation establishment realm. You should all reach the Qi cultivation realm as early as possible, 1. So you can take on the family's responsibilities. Li Zhouwei knew his own family well. There were only a few uncles or elders who could speak easily before him, let alone brothers. Thus, he patted Li Zholuo on the shoulder and said softly, Kongheng and I have both left the Eastern Sea, and Zhongquan Island has no one watching over it. Once our two brothers emerge from seclusion, you should discuss among yourselves who will take people to the Eastern Sea to hold the post there. Everything will be at the family head's command. Li Zhouwei smiled and dismissed him. His once tense mood had improved considerably as he followed the steps up to the rear hall, where Li Xianxian, having received word, strode up with a face full of hopeful anticipation. He asked, Ming Huang, what did the Dragon Crown Prince say? Li Zhouwei first invited him to sit in the hall, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, I do not yet know if there is any chance for a turnaround, but His Highness Dingjiao did at least gift me a treasure in thanks. He produced the hidden plunder gold, recounted his journey with certain details omitted, and said what could be said. The old man shook his head repeatedly, and he also spoke of the matter concerning Fuxia before returning to the conversation. Li Xianxian finally let the matter drop. He took 2 jade slips from his robes, handed them to Li Zhouwei, and said in a deep voice, Ming Huang, the spiritual qi for the 2 children must be prepared first. Li Zhouwei took the jade slips and swept them with his spiritual sense. Brightly blazing essence requires finding an earth vein where Li fire gathers. If one uses the 4 Li fires such as the profound yang, observing Li, heavenly yang, and lofty Li, one must refine the baleful fire in succession, obtaining the essence of each. Then, using the baleful fire to illuminate the heavenly light, in 6 months one can obtain a wisp, and 10 wisps make a portion. Grand Unity Pure Mercury requires seeking a place where the properties of matter undergo profound change. Using a whole pill treasure as the pivot, alternately applying yin and yang spiritual items, and blending treasures of the 5 elements, one can obtain a wisp in 181 days, and 10 wisps make a portion. That was outlined in the 2 jade slips. The rest consisted of procedural techniques and secret tips. They were far more extensive than ordinary qi gathering methods. Li Zhouwei had already read them before, so Li Xianxian spoke softly. Both of these are somewhat troublesome. The complexity of the methods is secondary. First, the spiritual flames are hard to find. Second, a place where matter changes in nature. Ming Wang, do you have a plan? 1. In the previous paragraph, it was stated that Li Zholuo is in the qi cultivation realm, but I'm not sure why the author wrote this. Chapter 1001, 2 Qi 2. Li Zhouwei pondered for a moment, then asked softly, Granduncle Shiming has a Li Fire banner containing 5 types. 1. Of Li Fire. How many of them are usable? Li Xianxian had already anticipated this and took out a red-yellow Li Fire banner from his sleeve, speaking softly. I already asked him, though 5 Li Fires have been refined into it. Only observing Li and lofty Li match our needs. The other 3 do not, so we are short 2 kinds. He also gave me an address in the Eastern Sea, saying there is an earth vein of Li Fire there, just right for gathering qi. Li Zhouwei thought for a moment, then immediately formed a plan. Do you recall the yang nourishing technique? The family's only spiritual flame is Granduncle Shiming's long-marching fire essence, which was originally transformed from profound yang Li Fire. The old man nodded in reply. By reversing the method, it can be turned back into profound yang. That would give us one of the 2 flames we lack. Only heavenly yang remains, so where could we obtain it? No need. Li Zhouwei shook his head. You may not have read the yang nourishing technique closely, but heavenly yang is also included in its transformations. We need only refine it first with profound yang. Use the Li Fire banners observing Li and lofty Li in place. Then have someone else transform the profound yang in a heavenly yang, and we can return to continue without further searching. Good. Li Xianxian nodded in sudden understanding. Li Zhouwei said softly, Aunt Minggong cultivates fire arts, so she will have to make the trip to bring in Siwei and a few others to the Eastern Sea. I believe the address Granduncle gave is near the Suzhou Reefs, which should be safer. Li Xianxian, however, felt protective of his juniors and said bluntly, Minggong and Siwei already work so hard. It seems rather unfair to burden them again. Li Zhouwei said in a gentle tone, Everything will be arranged properly. When the 2 return, we can take the opportunity to give them the essence-gathering pills so they can break through. Good. Li Xianxian visibly relaxed at that. Li Zhouwei had always been decisive in handling family affairs. and was already considering the grand unity pure mercury, as he said softly. A place where the properties of matter undergo profound change. I have not heard much about such places, but there is one that fits quite well. Li Xianxian, who had been troubled over that for some time, quickly raised his brows to ask. Li Zhouwei then said in a low, firm voice, Chengshui Marsh. It was once the site of a great battle, and was suppressed by the Xinyo pristine marsh seal and transformed into a vast stretch of pristine water. Later, with the combined efforts of many from the Purple Mansion realm, it was altered into converging water. It is perhaps the most fitting example of a place where the nature of matter changes. As for the whole pill treasure, the family has a mercury drop of quite high grade. It is normally reserved for whole pill Dao cultivators and unusable by others, so it has long been stored away. Now is the perfect time to use it. Li Xianxian was impressed by how effortlessly he had settled the matter and agreed repeatedly. Li Zhouwei simply said softly, however, Chengshui Tomb is dangerous. It would be best to have a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in command. Let's ask Senior White Ape and Li Wan to make the trip. Make the arrangements as you see fit, replied Li Xianxian. When the spiritual qi for the two had been settled, Li Xianxian felt greatly reassured and left with a cheerful smile. The hall grew quiet. After waiting a while, Li Zhouwei took out the jade slip containing the yang nourishing technique, gently tracing its engravings as he narrowed his eyes and thought, what a formidable spell, and such an ingenious one. Li Zhouwei knew this had come from Tu Longjian's hands, and he even suspected that the yang nourishing technique was one of the Dongli sect's most important and vital Dao lineages. His heart trembled as he thought, this thing, why isn't even a single secret technique locked? How could not even one be secured? And just letting people read it openly like this. No sect in the world would be foolish enough to leave their techniques without protective seals. Otherwise, the Li family's own River Mountain Sutra would not have lain untouched for nearly a century. For the Grand Dongli sect to leave such a vital Dao lineage completely unguarded. And then there's the whole pill Dao, with Chengshui Tomb, and just the right mercury drop. Even if the mercury drop proves unsuitable, Hangzhou Dao Gate still has a Purple Mansion realm spiritual item stored away. Li Zhouwei did not dwell on it further. He casually approved the documents on his desk, set down the vermilion brush, and only then let a thoughtful expression cross his face. Now Kongheng has been driven away as well. If there's another setback, things will become troublesome. The White Ape was about to head north to gather qi, and the family that was once rich in Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators was suddenly empty. Li Zhouwei pondered for a while, then summoned Qinyang. Qinyang, now at the 5th stage of qi cultivation realm, cupped his fists in salute. Li Zhouwei spoke softly. Zhongquan Island has been vacant for too long. First, invite Master in to make a trip to the Eastern Sea. If Uncle Cheng Hui comes out of seclusion, have him return immediately. He paused, then added, if there is any other news, write back quickly as well. Qinyang withdrew respectfully. Li Zhouwei sat in silence for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand. The hall doors slammed shut with a deep rumble, sealing off any prying eyes or disturbances from outside. With the sun high overhead, he took out the stone box containing the supreme yang spiritual item, the hidden plunder gold. Once this item leaves the deep sea, it must not be exposed to moonlight. If it meets the moon's glow, it will instantly turn into profound balanced qi, thought Li Zhouwei. Pale gray spirit water flowed inside the stone box, reflecting a faint point of yellow light. His spiritual sense revealed nothing, so Li Zhouwei simply roused his mana and lifted the box before him. He felt a faint heat at the center of his brows, and the small yellow light reflected in the box vanished instantly. A speck of radiant light appeared within his Shenyang mansion. His spiritual sense burned like fire as he steadied his mind and circulated heavenly radiance, hidden light. The speck of radiant light instantly plunged like a falling comet, trailing a searing tail as it shot through the 12 Chonglu and sank into his juk acupoint. Li Zhouwei kept his eyes closed for a long while as shifting light and shadow played at his side. At last, he exhaled a stream of heavenly light, filling the hall with brilliant gold, before opening his eyes. The golden hue in them gradually faded. A fine treasure, muttered Li Zhouwei. The heavenly radiance, hidden light that once lingered sluggishly in the juk acupoint before slowly rising to Shenyang, had now grown several times thicker, and its circulation was a lot faster. It could now surge from the center of his brows in just a few seconds. Setting aside how much stronger it's become, This speed alone is now fit for actual combat, thought Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei had not been cultivating heavenly radiance, hidden light, for long. Even at peak mastery, most cultivators could only draw it forth in several seconds. But when he refined this Dharma light to perfection, he could unleash it almost instantly. The hidden plunder gold was far more useful than he had expected, putting him in high spirits. Yet he was not content with just this. Leaving the hall, he rode the wind to Mount Qingdu, where he entered the ancestral hall and retrieved 2 jade slips. Both spells were appendices to the heavenly scripture of the dimming Li Day. One was the 6th grade Li Fire Profound Light Technique, Greatly White Radiance. The other was the 5th grade Supreme Yang Li Fire Technique, Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art. My bright Yang Dao lineage is closely tied to Li Fire. Cultivating the Greatly White Radiance is much like what fire virtue cultivators do. It's a perfect fit. As for the Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art, though it's not a Dharma light, it is a Supreme Yang Li Fire technique, and since the Hidden Plunder Gold is a Supreme Yang spirit item, it might even provide an added boon. 1. This might be an author's mistake. The author wrote 4 types of Li Fires previously, and now 5. I will check and come back to correct this later on. Chapter 1002. A Sneak Attack. Eastern Sea. Night surged dark and restless, yet Green Pine Island shone brightly. The immortal peak that housed the Azure Pond sect was sparse with vegetation. Iron pillars rose one after another, their bases marked with scattered dark red bloodstains from some unknown demonic creature. The blood slowly turned into wisps of smoke. A middle-aged man emerged from the forest of iron pillars, the treasures on his body clinking with every step. His expression was dark and sinister. The moment the cultivators saw him come out of the grove, they hurried to flatter him with greetings. Greetings, Lord Fei. This was none other than Fei Luya, who was once a disciple of Mount Wu. He had visited the Li family several times in the past to seek a way out of his predicament. Later, he was seized by Li Xianfeng and sent to serve the Ning family. Decades had passed since then. Fei Luya's slightly bloodshot eyes swept sideways without replying. Several guest cultivators hurried forward, eager to attend to him and curry favor. Fei Luya was ruthless and calculating. Over the years, he had clawed his way upward by any means necessary. Born of Mount Wu, he was versed in shamanic spell arts, many of which contained sinister lesserine methods. These methods were very effective in the southern border, which allowed him to rise step by step. A few years ago, he had finally caught the eye of the Ning family's direct descendants and was heavily relied upon by Ninghijing, which had allowed him to reach his current position. No matter how much the Azure Pond sect guest cultivators secretly looked down on him, they still had to address him respectfully as Lord. Fei Luya removed a jade pearl from his waist and swept it around him, sealing the area to prevent eavesdropping before speaking in a low voice. Have you guys used Dharma artifacts to survey the abyss? Is there any movement within? No, my lord. One man stepped forward, presenting a palm-sized azure mirror with both hands, and spoke softly. Li Shiji has not emerged for many years. I fear his life may be in danger. Even the glimmering inquiry mirror cannot detect him, muttered Fei Luya. He put away the ancient Dharma artifact that resembled a mirror. Back in the day, he had been penniless and was merely a small Mount Yu tribesman. But now he was using ancient Dharma artifacts, and the many treasures on his body clinked with every step. Still a Mount Yu at heart, no matter where he goes, he can never shake the filthy habit of hanging every manner of trinket on himself. The guest cultivator kept a smile on his face while cursing inwardly. Fei Luya glanced at him without comment, then flicked his sleeve to dismiss them all before turning back toward the grove. Ninghijing, clad in red soft armor, sat upright in complete darkness. Across from him, a plump monk sat with hands pressed together, eyes narrowed in a smile, while a small letter lay on the stone table between them. Ninghijing remained seated, a grim expression on his face. When Fei Luya approached, he unfolded the letter once more and read it. This is a letter from within the sect. The letter seemed to have been folded dozens of times, the creases deepening with wear. Ninghijing said slowly, Chi Fubo's people have already left the sect. The 2 baleful Chis and 1 light within the abyss had gradually calmed. Li Shiji was not yet dead, and it was only a matter of time before he emerged from the earth vein. After a brief moment of thought, Ninghijing asked, Master Monk Liaokong, what does Qi Jihu say on his side? Liaokong smiled at him with a blessed countenance and a genial air and spoke softly. Qi Jihu intends to strike at Li Shiji in the Reef C1. The grand formation is already prepared. The moment he passes through, it will be activated to kill him. Good. Ning Hejing's tone was calm as he said quietly. With you backing him, Qijihu will have no trouble killing this man. No matter how much Si Yuanli pretends to be dead, he will have to react. Ning Hejing clearly regarded the two as his confidants, speaking without reservation in a steady voice. It is thanks to the master monk's intervention that this matter could be settled. The reason Ning Hejing now made heavy use of Fei Luo was merely because the man had some ability and had lost territory to the Li family, making him relatively trustworthy. However, the one he truly valued was the master monk Liaokong before him. After all, only an enemy's sworn enemy is worth trusting, thought Ning Hejing. Leaving aside the long-standing grudges between the Li family and Buddhist cultivators, Li Xianfeng alone had slain 18 Buddhist cultivators by the river, which was more than enough to cement a grudge. Ning Hejing had seen with his own eyes that Liaokong truly intended to harm the Li family and had played a major role in this matter. Daoist Master Suiguan still bears the Qi surname, Buzi is away, and Yuan Xiu seems genuinely uninterested in the Azure Pond sect's leadership. But the Si family is not one to be bullied. Once Li Shiji dies, Si Yuanli will surely retaliate, pondered Ning Hejing. Liaokong wanted to eliminate his Buddhist enemies, while Ning Hejing wanted Qi Fubo and the Si family to turn on each other. Their goals aligned perfectly. Liaokong's proposal to use Qi Jihu, an old brute by nature who roamed about looking for ways to harm Li Shiji, was exactly to Ning Hejing's liking. Ning Hejing had calculated the matter from all angles, leaving no doubt, and said quietly, "That snake demon is nothing remarkable. The fact that it has survived the abyss for this long is already a miracle. Even if luck is on his side, with one man and one demonic creature against Qi Jihu's 3, plus the master monk, and with the grand formation covering the area, how could he possibly escape? When Qi Jihu kills Li Shiji, you will immediately reincarnate back to the north, and we will be in the clear." Fei Luo listened for a while, then frowned. "But, my lord, the abyss is interconnected and has many exits in the surrounding area. If Li Shiji returns to Green Pine Island from the abyss to recuperate, instead of heading to the Reef Sea, won't the plan come to nothing?" Ning Hejing laughed and shook his head in reply. "That is where you do not understand." The plump monk at the side gave him a meaningful glance and shook his head before replying. "Benefactor, this is something I calculated a few days ago. I would have needed something he had used personally, but unfortunately, Changtian Peak cannot be entered. Fortunately, Li Shiji once lived on Qingsui Peak. Using an item belonging to him obtained from Peak Master Yuan of Qingsui Peak, I was able to calculate that Li Shiji has already arrived at the Reef Sea. In fact, the fellow has been there for some time now, secretly tending to his injuries. I am just about ready to take my leave of you two and head there myself." Ning Hejing then smiled at Fei Luo and said, "I only just learned of this myself, which is why I had not told you before." Fei Luo suddenly saw the truth of it, repeatedly praising their cleverness, making the two burst into hearty laughter. Yet inwardly, the Mount Yu man felt a chill. He doesn't actually trust me. Fei Luo did not believe for a moment that he had just found out. It turned out he had been sent to toil over the various veins of the abyss, using Dharma artifacts to search everywhere, solely to mislead others, himself included. The Mount Yu man stood quietly, his mind churning with thoughts, though his expression remained calm. 1. This should be referring to the Crimson Reef Sea. Chapter 1003. A Sneak Attack. 2. Reef Sea. The Reef Sea lay at the edge of the Unison Sea, where the waters were shallow and reefs were in abundance. Li Shiji emerged from the nearby seabed. He had hidden in the abyss for such a long time, but he was still in decent condition. On the other hand, Li Wuxiao remained listless and had yet to recover. The old demon had only just taken on human form. His face was pale and his movements labored, so he stayed behind in a temporary cave dwelling at the exit to recuperate. The dawn rayfish, Li Qiyun, had also managed to recover somewhat. The orange celestial plumes on its cheeks shone brighter than before. Now in its true form, it traveled north alongside Li Shiji, man and rayfish turning into a streak of heavenly glow that moved at astonishing speed. Li Shiji glanced at the map in his hand and said softly, "The nearest market is just ahead. After being inside for so many years, I've used up all my pills. I should buy some more so Wuxiao can heal." He seemed unguarded, yet his gaze would occasionally sweep over the reefs beneath his feet as if searching for something. After flying for a short while, he saw the seawater below suddenly roil as several streaks of white light shot skyward, condensing into a brilliant white barrier. Li Shiji. The thunderous shout rang out, and Li Shiji reigned in the dawn rayfish, raising his brows as several figures rose from the sea's surface. The leader, with a mid-stage foundation establishment realm cultivation, a rugged face, and a look of smugness, could only be Qi Jihu. Behind the man stood 3 guest cultivators. There were 2 mid-stage foundation establishment realm middle-aged men in red robes, and 1 late-stage foundation establishment realm old man in white robes. They were all familiar faces. Li Shiji recognized them as Qi family confidants. Guest cultivator Zhao, who practices bright yang, Xia Yun, who cultivates molten fire, and the Mount Yu man Wu Weibai, who is stationed in the outer seas. Li Shiji glanced at them without fear and said with a smile, "If there's anyone else, come out as well." You. Qi Jihu had disliked Li Shiji for a long time. Now, seeing the fearless young man fearless riding such a large dawn rayfish, his smugness quickly shifted to caution, and he kept silent. He first probed with his spiritual sense and found that the dawn rayfish was only at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Relieved, he gave Li Shiji no chance to speak, his expression grave as he called out, "Attack." In an instant, 3 beams of Dharma light swept toward Li Shiji. One was as bright as sunlight and extremely fast. One blazed like fire as it enveloped the space around him, and the last was cold and pure, slithering through the air like a venomous snake. The 3 behind Qi Jihu were not only guest cultivators of the Azure Pond sect, but also Qi family confidants. Their 3 beams of Dharma light were dazzling and extraordinary, while Qi Jihu himself stood in full battle readiness, his hands forming seals quickly as dense spiritual qi surged around him. "Good," Li Shiji praised as he lightly patted the dawn rayfish beneath him. The spirit beast vanished in an instant, and a cauldron-shaped heavenly glow appeared in his hand. Lifting his sleeve, he gave it a gentle flick. Calamity, dispelling heart cauldron. The beam of Dharma light that was as bright as sunlight had only just reached him when it was instantly drawn into his hand, like a great whale gulping water, vanishing without a trace. With another flick from Li Shiji, it burst out again with a dazzling brilliance, slamming into the fiery red Dharma light and shattering it into fragments of flame. Before the 3 could finish their probing exchange, Li Shiji had already dissolved into several streaks of heavenly glow, leaving the remaining Dharma light to flail about like a headless fly. What an impressive spell art! The only late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator among the 4, the old man Wu Weibai, let out a sigh. His Dharma sword flew forth, but it seemed to collide with something moving incredibly fast midway, wobbled, and bounced back into his hand. 2 streaks of heavenly glow appeared in the opposite direction. Li Shiji's figure flickered once in the air. He sheathed his sword and vanished once more into the sky. His footwork technique has reached an exceedingly refined level. The 4 froze for a moment. Wu Weibai had seen Ling Yuxia in his youth and knew well just how troublesome such heavenly glow techniques were. Heavenly glow techniques always came and went without a trace. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Qi Jihu was a little unwilling, but still took a mirror from his sleeve. He had thought he might not even need to use it, yet he was forced to after just one exchange, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Buzz. The mirror was indeed no ordinary object. As soon as it was brought out, a speck of roaming heavenly glow appeared within the grand formation, and a shaft of supreme yang light rose from the mirror, cleaving toward it. Qi. The mirror's perception was formidable, though the Dharma light it produced was much weaker. When it struck the heavenly glow, it vanished without a trace. In return, a bright streak of heavenly glow was flung back at them. It had clearly been swallowed and redirected by the calamity, dispelling heart cauldron. Before coming, the 4 had studied Li Shiji's dawn dew gathering technique in detail and were well acquainted with its many spell arts. They recognized the calamity, dispelling heart cauldron at a glance. The calamity, dispelling heart cauldron is no easy spell art to cultivate. He must have put in immense effort. Qi Jihu's brows rose as he blocked the returning radiance first. His reaction was swift as the white light in his hand leaped upward, and he said coldly, "Don't drag this out. End it quickly." Qi Jihu was confident his preparations were more than sufficient. For people were enough to subdue Li Shiji, and with a master monk hidden in the shadows, the only thing he feared was reinforcements arriving. He shouted, "Don't be timid." Clang. The bean-sized white light in his hand struck squarely at midair, forcing Li Shiji out of the heavenly glow and revealing his figure. His expression grew a shade more solemn as he brought his hands together in a seal. Scatter! A burst of heavenly glow surged from his hands, pushing the bean-sized white light aside for a moment. He drew out his fan to block the incoming Dharma sword, and his next spell art was already prepared. Rainbow Phantom Split. Brilliant colors rose into the air, splitting into more than a dozen figures of Li Shiji, filling the sky with heavenly glow. The four were momentarily stunned before activating their perception technique, but the figures looked identical. Not only did the Dharma light and Dharma sword lose their targets and waver aimlessly, even the bean-sized white light hesitated. Bang! In that single breath's time, the three heard a violent crash. A blinding heavenly glow flashed past them, slamming hard into guest cultivator Zhao, who was forming a seal. Puffed. Completely unaware, he spat a mouthful of blood skyward and plunged into the sea before his defensive Dharma artifact could even return to his aid. What? The heavenly glow transformed into a youth in multicolored robes, feathers on his face, grinning as he pursued guest cultivator Zhao into the depths. Qi Jihu cursed inwardly and abruptly pulled out a talisman. "Protect me," shouted Qi Jihu. He infused it with mana, only to see the two behind him busy hacking at the clones in the sky. He cursed furiously at them just as several streaks of heavenly glow rose before him. A speck of orange-yellow light flickered twice, stinging his eyes painfully. Not good, thought Qi Jihu. He suddenly felt his hand close on nothing as the talisman vanished without a trace. Tears sprang from the pain in his eyes, and when he finally managed to see clearly, each of the remaining figures of Li Shiji was holding a talisman in their hand. In the next moment, the dozen figures of Li Shiji all cast their spells together, turning into more than 10 orange-hued illusions that vanished, leaving only drifting heavenly glow roaming the formation. The first spell art Li Shiji had ever practiced was Floating Light Gathering. It was not only the heavenly glow's greatest specialty, but also his own. After years of refinement with Talisman Qi, he had brought it to the realm of perfection. The two guest cultivators behind him hurried to shield him. Wu Weibai sighed inwardly and transmitted quietly using mana. "Your Highness, this floating light gathering technique of his is truly formidable. If you plan to use talismans, you should inform us beforehand." Though Qi Jihu had warned them earlier, this could hardly be blamed on the two. Knowing the opponent possessed a gathering technique, he should have stepped behind them before taking it out, rather than announcing it after it was already in hand. Wu Weibai's words were tactful enough, but Qi Jihu failed to realize it was his own lack of dueling experience. He silently blamed the two behind him as a stifled anger welled in his chest. Yet, at the same time he was secretly alarmed by the depth of Li Shiji's spell arts. I've never heard that Li Shiji had such a high innate ability in spell arts. He's hidden it well. Chapter 1004. A Sneak Attack. 3. Good talisman, thought Li Shiji. The talisman Qi Jihu had taken out was extraordinary. It had a pale blue and white base, with gold paint forming the script. Its grade, symbols, and incantation were unknown, making it impossible to use. Li Shiji did not give it another glance. Forming a spell art with his hands, he raised his thumb, tapped 2 fingers in succession, then shifted into a 2-finger transformation seal. First, he pointed at the northern falling clouds, then at Siam Mountain in the east. 3 gleams of radiance, emerald green, earthy brown, and profound gold, rose from his fingertips. The 3 could hardly stand by and watch him cast spells. Qi Jihu immediately raised his hand, and a gleaming white, needle-shaped Dharma artifact appeared in his palm. Mana flowed and gathered into it, yet he did not know which target to strike. Wu Weibai was at a loss for words, his heart stifled with frustration. Back then, when I told you to diligently train in understanding the properties of spell arts, you dozed off day after day, only wanting to practice arts of great destructive power. Now you're getting your retribution. By rights, a Dharma artifact used for this kind of scan should not only be able to pierce Li Shiji's whereabouts, but also distinguish between these illusionary clones. Yet of all things, Qi Jihu had to bring a bright young heavenly light Dharma artifact, the clear Serenity Mirror. There were many spell arts capable of producing illusionary clones, but when using a Dharma artifact to examine them, heavenly light and heavenly glow types were mutually obscured and could not see through each other. If only you'd brought the glimmering Inquiry Mirror or the Taiyu Sword, there'd be no need to waste time dealing with these clones. Wu Weibai silently grumbled to himself, unaware that Qi Jihu, though keeping a calm expression as the radiant mirror floated above his head, was inwardly cursing his luck. However much of a wastrel he was still at the mid-stage foundation establishment realm now. How could such an oversight happen? Qi Jihu thought. Ning Hujing borrowed the glimmering inquiry mirror, and the Taiyu sword was taken by the Lingyu family to the southern sea for demon slaying. The clear serenity mirror is better than having nothing at all. Wu Weibai shot him a glance, but kept his hands moving. Being older, he had mastered many spell arts. He had already begun forming seals, and now he raised his sword to his lips and shouted, "Endless long fire, exhale into apricot light. Command." A stream of apricot yellow flame burst from his mouth, swelling rapidly in the air into a bright, round sphere. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a silver bottle had shattered in the air, releasing countless streams of apricot lightly fire. The surging flames spread, forming a round expanse of apricot yellow. They swept across the dozen figures of Li Shiji, which were forming seals and treading on heavenly glow. Xia Yun was overjoyed, waving his hand to cut apart the approaching glow and calling out, "Senior, what an amazing spell art." But then, Li Shiji formed a seal with one hand and brought the other together. The dozen clones simultaneously swept their sleeves, casting shimmering lights before them, blocking the surging apricot yellow flames. Wu Weibai's expression changed. He had crossed swords with Lingyu Xia before and had even personally shattered her heavenly glow clones. How could there be such a thing as a heavenly glow clone still capable of casting spells? There was no time to react. Qi Jihu could only hastily release the spell art in his hands, only dispersing one clone. Xia Yun was still controlling his Dharma artifact, chasing after the clones to destroy them, when Wu Weibai shouted, "Defend quickly." But Li Shiji had already completed his spell seals. 90% of the rainbow phantoms in the formation had been dispersed, with only 2 remaining, positioned with his true body in a triangle within the formation. The heavenly glow grew dim and hazy. "Morning rainbow lure," exclaimed Li Shiji. The 3 gleams, emerald green, earthy brown, and profound gold, leaped up together, crossing midair and flashing down upon Qi Jihu. But the burly man's expression lit up with joy as he shouted, "Good." The jade pendant around Qi Jihu's neck exploded with a bang, releasing a bright yellow halo that condensed in midair into a 3-tailed feathered beast. It pounced forward like a predator, latching onto the heavenly glow. All 3 were delighted at the sight. Li Shiji's heavenly glow spell arts came like a typhoon. Wu Weibai was better prepared, having already brought out his Dharma artifact and talismans, but Xia Yun was so frightened that his soul nearly fled his body. He was the only soft target of the 3. Following the logic that it is better to break 1 finger than to injure 10, killing him first made the most sense. Since he had not known the depth of the heavenly glow's power, how could he not be afraid? Yet Li Shiji had chosen Qi Jihu instead. As a direct descendant of the Qi family, he had treasures to protect him, and the heavenly glow was instantly restrained. Qi Jihu rejoiced, and Wu Weibai grew suspicious. However, Xia Yun was the most elated, raising his Dharma sword to cast a spell as he laughed. "What kind of thing do you think you are?" He pierced through a heavenly glow clone with 1 sword strike, only to hear Wu Weibai cry out in alarm, "Not good." The old man drew his sword and leaped forward, but with a clang, it was blocked by a fan radiating a deep blue light. A glint of gold flashed from within the emerald green, earthy brown, and profound gold gleams, and Li Shiji suddenly appeared before Qi Jihu, standing with his hand on his sword. "This is bad," exclaimed Wu Weibai. Though the 3 had witnessed his skill in spell arts, they had not forgotten that the Li family was a family of sword immortals. What's more, throughout the earlier exchanges, Wu Weibai's swordsmanship had been dismissed by Li Shiji as easily as swatting away a joke, proving his mastery in the way of the sword. The Dharma sword worn by this Changtian peak master was certainly not for decoration. Too close, thought Qi Jihu. When his opponent appeared before him, Qi Jihu's hair stood on end. He hastily reversed his spell art, forcing his mana to dissipate the fire art he had condensed in his hands, and slammed his spiritual sense into the necklace at his neck. "Return." Qi Jihu hurriedly summoned the 3-tailed, feathered beast back into the jade. Seeing his master in danger, Wu Weibai bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood as he shouted, "Ha! Wu Weibai was indeed a seasoned cultivator. His shout rang out like thunder, condensed into a single thread of sound that struck right beside Li Shiji, making him freeze abruptly. Qi Jihu finally seized the opportunity, his heart easing as shock turned to joy. A perfect chance, thought Qi Jihu. Wu Weibai had halted Li Shiji's advance at the cost of injuring himself. The three-tailed feathered beast suppressing the tricolored heavenly glow in midair vanished in an instant and reappeared before Qi Jihu, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring at empty air. It spewed a mist of golden light straight at Li Shiji's face. He's been struck by the Jade's condensed Mongjin feathered beast. The match is decided, exclaimed Qi Jihu. Qi Jihu knew the treasure's worth. This jade had been passed down from his forebears once it had been acquired from a grotto heaven, and depicted the long-extinct gold-feathered beast. One breath of its dense mist was enough to kill an ordinary Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Even with Li Shiji's profound cultivation, he would fare no better. Chapter 1005. A Sneak Attack 4. What a stroke of fortune, thought Qi Jihu. By pure accident, he had dealt Li Shiji a heavy blow, but before the joy could bubble up on his face, it was replaced by astonishment instead. The Li Shiji before him dissolved completely, like sunlight melting the last snowfall. A clone? Wu Weibai's pupils dilated sharply, and only one thought remained in his mind. The clear serenity mirror. Sure enough, the reflection in the old man's eyes revealed the golden gleam of gold and cloud. A fair and strong hand gradually emerged from nothing, flinging a stream of heavenly glow that pressed down upon the white, crystal-clear mirror Qi Jihu had left suspended in the air. Floating light gathering. Qi Jihu's focus had been entirely on the three-tailed feathered beast. He was in no position to withstand this sudden strike, and suddenly felt his chest hollow and heavy. His blood surged upward as his spiritual sense took a heavy blow. His link to the treasure instantly weakened. A spell art can actually be used like this? Thought Qi Jihu. Li Shiji had seized the clear serenity mirror, and the rippling light in the air vanished at once. It was as though he held a struggling sparrow in his grasp, the weight shifting unpredictably in his palm. His other hand, already brimming with heavenly glow, came crashing down on the mirror's surface. Clang! The arc of heavenly glow dispersed like mist as Li Shiji stepped back, vanishing into the air. Before Qi Jihu could react, a miserable scream rang by his ear. Ah! It turned out that when Qi Jihu recalled the gold-feathered beast, the tricolored heavenly glow had veered towards Xia Yun instead. Xia Yun had been promoted largely due to his good relationship with Ninghejing. He had also curried favor with Qi Jihu when the winds shifted. Though he had some skill, he never expected that Qi Jihu would recall the feathered beast, causing the tricolored heavenly glow beside him to turn and strike at him. This fellow had amassed quite a bit of wealth over the past 2 years. The white light from his body flickered a few times, slightly resisting the attack. Combined with the Foundation Establishment Realm Talisman he had activated earlier, it reduced more than half the damage inflicted. Unfortunately, the strike came too swiftly for him to prepare further. Qi Jihu looked up to see Xia Yun's head pierced clean through by the tricolored heavenly glow, leaving a fist-sized hole. One could faintly see the seascape beyond through the gap. The youth retreated in panic, hastily pulling out rice meat to patch the wound in his head. The Zhao fellow is still tangled with that dawn rayfish underwater. Qi Jihu didn't need to look. The mana fluctuations beneath his feet had been constant from the beginning of the battle. After fighting for so long, he was already exhausted and had no desire to continue battling. He thought, this man's spell arts are so profound. What in the world is Liaokong doing, still not making a move? How much longer is he going to wait? If this goes on, Xia Yun will be dead. Now that the clear serenity mirror had been seized, Li Shiji vanished into the heavenly glow in the air again. Qi Jihu had raised a tortoise shield before him when he heard Wu Weibai exclaim in delight. Eh? Qi Jihu looked up sharply and saw that the figure that had turned into golden light had reappeared, falling from midair. Realization dawned, and he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, the clear serenity mirror is an ancient Dharma artifact. It's not something you can just take. The golden cloud has been disrupted, thought Li Shiji. He had been holding the clear serenity mirror, and the three would have been powerless against him if he had been able to transform into heavenly glow. Unfortunately, the clear serenity mirror was a high-grade ancient Dharma artifact from the Azure Pond sect. Its constant struggle disrupted his footwork technique. As he fell, Wu Weibai seized the chance to drive his sword forward. The Dharma sword twisted like an ominous golden and silver-ringed serpent, patterned and restless. The old man shouted, "Activate the Dharma artifact." Prompted by his words, Qi Jihu dispersed the spell art in his hands, shut his eyes, and poured all his strength into activating the clear serenity mirror. The struggles of the Dharma artifact in Li Shiji's grip suddenly doubled, forcing him to split his focus to suppress it. Li Shiji's gaze swept over the scene, and understanding dawned in his heart. Qi Jihu may have many treasures, but he rarely engages in real combat. Xia Yun is barely competent. Only Wu Weibai is truly seasoned. His spell arts may not be exquisite, but his cultivation is solid. As Wu Weibai charged toward him, Li Shiji formed seals and chanted with one hand while urging his spiritual sense with the other, following the link through their spiritual resonance. Qiyun, clang. Just as Li Shiji finished, the serpent-like sword leapt toward him. The clear serenity mirror still clung stubbornly to Li Shiji's hand. Wu Weibai did not fear him withdrawing the Dharma sword. His aged eyes fixed on the composed and dignified youth before him, one hand gripping the mirror, the other pressing on the sword. Clang. An arcing sword Qi shot straight toward the heavens. Wu Weibai's serpent sword was jolted halfway out of position, its tail flicking high as moon-white sword Qi flowed gracefully, splitting into 3 agile arcs that flew out from the same spot. The 2 moon gate sword forms Li Shiji executed were not as sharp and ethereal as those of Li Shijuan, but they were perfectly fluid. Wu Weibai did not understand sword techniques, and his weapon leaned more toward a Dharma artifact than a true sword, causing him to flounder under the assault. Boom. The seawater shook as snow-white water surged into the sky. A stream of heavenly glow burst through it. The dawn rayfish, Li Qiyun, and Li Shiji crossed paths in midair, and the clear serenity mirror changed hands, falling into the dawn rayfish's grasp. Freed from his restraint, Li Shiji instantly activated Golden Cloud, his figure splitting into dozens of heavenly glow streams that soared and circled within the formation. He got away. Li Qiyun gripped the clear serenity mirror just as the guest cultivator, Zhao, burst out of the water. His face that was twisting in fury was met with another brilliant stream of heavenly glow that blasted him straight back into the water with a resounding splash. Having lost the clear serenity mirror, Wu Weibai and Qi Jihu grew increasingly cautious within the heavenly glow. Qi Jihu's face was dark, while Wu Weibai sighed and said, "Your Highness, this spirit beast appears to be a Foundation Establishment Realm Dawn Rayfish. It has little ability in spell combat, but it's extremely troublesome to entangle with. Zhao Fu has been pinned down and can't break free." The situation was now clear. Qi Jihu and his 3 companions had no way to deal with this master and servant. If Liaokong still refused to act, even retreating would become a troublesome matter for them. "How can his mastery of spell arts be so profound?" muttered Qi Jihu. He could hear the meaning in the old guest cultivator's words, but for some reason Liaokong seemed to have gone mad. He was still hiding somewhere, and had yet to make an appearance. The 2 were in a bind as 2 streams of heavenly glow rushed toward them. They each struck to defend, dispersing them with a wave. Clearly, they were nothing more than illusions. Thud! A muffled sound came from the side. Xia Yun's aura weakened, and a surge of hazy flame spread out, dispersing much of the heavenly glow. Wu Weibai's heart clenched with fear as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Qi Jihu was seething with frustration. He clearly had fine Dharma artifacts and many powerful arts at his disposal. Yet, every strike felt like hitting cotton. They couldn't even touch the enemy's shadow. His anger and fear had reached their peak. Could it be we have no choice but to let him leave? Wouldn't that mean all this was for nothing? Lowering his gaze to the sword Qi surging from within the heavenly glow, he shouted in a deep voice, "Liaokong." The thunderous call made Li Shiji instantly more alert, and the heavenly glow drew back noticeably. Yet even after several seconds, there was no response. Qi Jihu ground his teeth and shouted again, "Liaokong." Only a muffled echo returned within the grand formation. Wu Weibai's expression changed drastically, turning grim as he shouted, "Your Highness, withdraw the formation at once." Qi Jihu also sensed that something was wrong. Fear flashed across his face as he quickly formed seals, guiding his spiritual sense to channel mana into the formation plate hidden in his sleeve. The bright yellow formation in midair remained motionless, firmly covering the sky. Wu Weibai nearly spat blood and almost fainted. Qi Jihu formed several spell seals, but the grand formation above remained as steady as Mount Tai, not budging in the slightest. The color drained from his face as well. Wu Weibai felt a rush of hot blood surge to his head, terror flooding his heart. Trembling, he forgot all formality and cried out in alarm. You couldn't borrow the glimmering inquiry mirror or the Taiyu sword, isn't that right? Qi Jihu looked at him in a daze, as if waking from a dream. Wu Weibai lifted his head in despair. The three gleams of emerald green, earthy brown, and profound gold were gathering within the heavenly glow. Dozens of shimmering clones flickered faintly in the haze, like starving wolves baring their fangs, ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. Chapter 1006. Abandoned Pawn in the Formation I. Waves surged across the reef sea as a massive ship sailed through the air. At its bow stood a black-robed youth with his hands tucked into his sleeves. An elderly man with graying hair and sharply raised brows stood amidships with a fierce expression. He was adorned in gold and jade from head to toe, with radiant Dharma light flowing over him. It was a clear sign that he was a direct descendant of the Qi family. Guest cultivators stood in 2 rows on either side, each clad in dazzling spirit armor. Each Dharma artifact in their hands was more ornate than the last. Some were wielding axes or sabers, while others had spears or staves. 3 stood to the left and 3 to the right, none with a cultivation lower than mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Such a grand display is clearly arranged just for Li Shiji. In the center, Qi Buhua was well into his years, his hair gone gray. Surrounded by foundation establishment realm cultivators, he wore a faintly anxious look, occasionally casting glances over the sea before finally speaking in a deep voice. Why has he still not arrived? Be at ease, senior. Li Yuanxin chuckled lightly and said offhandedly, there's more than enough time. The monk Ning Hejing's scent may be formidable, but Li Shiji cultivates the heavenly glow Dao. It won't be so easy for him to lose his life. Qi Buhua glanced at the black-robed youth, at last revealing a trace of satisfaction, and said with a nod, we misjudged you earlier. You deserve much credit in this matter. Qi Buhua held considerable status, so Li Yuanxin merely responded politely. Qi Jihu was rash, domineering, and often ruined matters. While Qi Fubo outwardly respected him as a senior, in truth he disapproved and rather disliked him. On the other hand, Qi Buhua was Qi Fubo's trusted aide, and both steady in conduct and the strongest cultivator in the Qi family. Thus he understood these matters well. The old man raised his brows slightly and said leisurely, the Lingyu family is entangled with the Southern Sea demonic unrest. Sea Tongi has been kept on Green Pine Island by Ning Hejing, and the entire Sea family is under our watch. Li Shiji has truly been abandoned. Qi Fubo's abilities were far from weak. He had kept the forces of several families under surveillance since Si Yuanli went into seclusion. If he had sent Qi Buhua here, he must have been at least 90% certain, with ample contingencies, that he could keep the Si family and Lingyu family completely restrained. Even so, Qi Fubo had dispatched 6 peak masters along with the late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator of profound strength, Qi Buhua. Qi Jihu's grand formation was laden with hidden mysteries and immense power. Even if there was the slightest chance that Lingyu Lanying and Si Tongi were here, the formation could still suppress all 3 of them. Jihu was completely unaware of this, stepping into the game himself to earn the Si family's trust. Now, unless Taoist Master Yuan Xiu personally comes here, there will be no room left for maneuver, thought Qi Buhua. The only thing Qi Buhua feared and worried about was that the monk and Qi Jihu might kill Li Shiji too soon, leaving him without a shred of face. The Li family still has considerable ties to the Purple Mansion realm. Killing Li Shiji would likely require appeasing many with heavy concessions. It would be better to capture him alive and force Si Yuanli to back down, pondered Qi Buhua. By now, Qi Buhua was no longer worried that Yuan Xiu would actually take action. He thought, the Taoist master must have tacitly agreed to aim at the Li family. This is meant to test something. Otherwise, things would never have reached such a passive state. Even if he steps in to save Li Shiji, he will have lost all face. Even taking 10,000 steps back, if Li Shiji were truly saved, he'd merely return home. Could the Taoist master really kill the likes of us? All signs pointed to the outcome being set in stone. Ning Hejing's scheme was crude, but it was only because Qi Fubo chose to turn the plan to his own advantage that he had agreed to act. Otherwise, why would he bother? The old man pondered in silence. while Li Yuanqing stood respectfully to the side, his mind turning over entirely different thoughts. Qi Fubo truly wants Qi Zhu dead. Qi Buhuan knew part of the truth, but not the whole. This direct descendant junior of his was no gentle soul. Qi Fubo had long since tampered with the formation so that once it was activated, one could enter but not leave. He had even sent away the Taiyu sword and the glimmering inquiry mirror well in advance. As for the monk Liaokong, Qi Fubo was certain the man would not act wholeheartedly. Liaokong wants to harm the Li family, so he will definitely wait to see Li Shiji kill Qi Zhihu. Even if Li Shiji refuses, he will help him do it. With that crime on his head, it will be easier to take that Wei Li's life. Ning Hejing is far too naive. With all these factors combined, Qi Fubo was eagerly hoping for this uncle of his to die at Li Shiji's hands. It's simple. If the two merely fight for a while, no matter how the facts are twisted, at most Li Shiji would be thrown into the tower. But if it rises to the level of life and death, with Qi Zhihu dying at Li Shiji's hands, then Li Shiji will have no defense. And that will be enough to take his life. Only then will it become a sharp sword aimed at the C family. Qi Fubo was undoubtedly the most ruthless and calculating of all the figures in the Qi family. Though he had never met the monk Liaokong, his grasp of the situation had allowed him to tacitly align their interests. Li Yuanqing's thoughts stirred, but he merely folded his arms across his chest in silence. The C family can even push the Li family away. What exactly are they thinking? Li Yuanqing's thoughts darkened, and he could almost see Yuanli's honest and serene face through the shimmering blue water. Does the C family want to bring down the Qi family and share the Azure Pond sect with the Li family and the Lingyu? Most likely not. A sudden realization struck Li Yuanqing. How many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators does the C family even have? Only 2 worth mentioning. And how much longer could Yuanxiu live? How many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators does the Li and Lingyu families have? Never mind Li Shiji, master of Changtian Peak. Li Shiming is in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm and a rare alchemy genius, while Li Zhouwei is a once-in-a-century bright young prodigy. The youth's expression darkened as he followed the line of thought. More importantly, the Li family has ties with many Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. Li Xianfeng and Li Qinghong have been urging Si Yuanli to harm the Qi family. Has Si Yuanli not noticed their selfish intent? And Yuan Xiu himself, being used as a pawn, does he feel nothing? And the Lingyu family? Lingyu Laning may not be a genius, but is she lacking in methods? The Lingyu colluded with the Xiokue Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, raising enemies in the Southern Sea to build their own power, and carried the resentment of Jiangnan cultivators along the river to pressure Si Yuanli. How could that not inspire wariness? Is Si Yuanli really aiming for such an Azure Pond sect? In Li Yuanqing's eyes, the seat of power in the Azure Pond sect was like an immortal throne covered in thorns. The sharpest belonged to the Li family, and the most poisonous to the Lingyu family. With the Si family's scant numbers and Yuan Xiu's dwindling lifespan, once Si Yuanli sat upon it, and Yuan Xiu died, who would take over? The Li family? The Lingyu family? His vision seemed to rise in an instant. Vaguely, Si Yuanli's face, so honest it bordered on dull, turned transparent, and behind it appeared the figure of that unsmiling, stern-faced Purple Mansion Realm Taoist master. Be it Qi Fubo or Qi Xuxiao, they are both scissors, both axes. They dare not touch the main trunk of the Si family, so they can only cut away the 2 poisonous thorns, the Li and Lingyu families on the Si family's behalf. When the Li family declines and the Lingyu family loses the Southern Sea, all cultivators will tremble. Si Yuanli, feigning compassion, will denounce the Qi family for oppressing peak masters and harming esteemed families. Then, emerging like a savior, he will replace them. After that, he will lavish favor upon both families and comfort the various peaks, securing peace from then on. By the time the 2 families realize something is wrong and grow suspicious, what could they do? His face remained calm, but his heart was already quaking. So that's it. I see now. Chapter 1007. Abandoned Pawn in the Formation 2. Once this thought took shape, all the Si family's strange actions finally made sense. Yet instead of feeling relief at his sudden understanding, he only felt a bottomless chill. The thought vanished as quickly as it came. The youth shivered, feeling a chill on his neck, and instinctively touched his throat. Qi Buhua caught him and immediately asked, "What is it? What is it?" "Of course it's to see if my head is still attached." Li Yuanqing cursed inwardly, half afraid that some talisman light might streak over and take his head in an instant. Outwardly, he only smiled gently as he said, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I only feel it is a bit cold here." Cold? Qi Buhua laughed heartily, suddenly realizing, and sighed. The Dragon King of the Reef Sea cultivates the cold essence Dao, turning the seabed into a crystalline grotto heaven. It's naturally a bit cold here. If you fly further ahead, you might even see some icebergs. He turned back in a kindly manner, glanced at the people on either side, and said with a smile, "See that? I forgot that Yuanxin is still a Qi cultivation realm cultivator, whereas we Foundation establishment realm cultivators naturally feel nothing. That was my oversight." Within the Grand Formation, Qi Jihu was besieging Li Shiji, intending to frame him for murder. Li Yuanxin's testimony would be indispensable, and Qi Buhua kept that in mind. Li Yuanxin is, after all, Li Shiji's family uncle. He's a key figure. Even if I'm not worried about him recanting, it's still worth winning him over. Li Yuanxin replied with a few courteous words, then turned away. After the spirit boat traveled for a few seconds, the talisman in Qi Buhua's hand suddenly flared and pointed north. "Found him!" exclaimed Qi Buhua. He was overjoyed and quickly steered the spirit boat in a new direction to give chase. Seeing nothing in the distance, the old man activated a perception technique, quickly forming hand seals and pressing his hands to his eyes. A bright yellow formation appeared, shrouding the sea, and Qi Buhua's joy grew as he said in a deep voice, "Right ahead." Li Yuanxin took it all in, his heart sinking. This old thing may be aged, but his reserves are far too deep. It's one thing to have cultivated a powerful perception technique, but he even knows a special art to enhance it by covering his eyes. Such special arts were only used in rare circumstances. For him to have trained in it showed how profound his skills were. Though Li Yuanxin's cultivation wasn't high, his knowledge was not shallow. Just a glance made his heart tighten. It seems Qi Jihu isn't dead. This old thing is formidable, and with 6 Foundation establishment realm cultivators, even with Liaokong taking action and the Grand Formation in place, there's still a chance. His face remained calm as still water, but anxiety stirred in his heart. When he saw the others leave the boat to enter the formation, Li Yuanxin racked his brains and spoke in a low voice, "Senior, wait." At such a sensitive moment, before Qi Buhua could speak, the Qi family's guest cultivators at his side narrowed their eyes sharply at Li Yuanxin. The Qi family members were always proud, and tolerating Li Yuanxin's interference was already out of respect for Qi Buhua. How could they let him give orders to 7 Foundation establishment realm cultivators? Just as they opened their mouths to curse, the old man quickly stopped them and said gently, "Yuanxin, what is it?" Qi Buhua was courteous enough. Firstly, because Li Yuanxin was useful, with a mind deep enough to produce unexpected results, and secondly, because in his view, delaying entry into the formation was completely unnecessary. Even if Li Yuanxin harbors ulterior motives and wishes to save his nephew, he ought to have entered the formation earlier. Dragging things out will only cost his nephew his life, thought Qi Buhua. Thus he was more tolerant, while Li Yuanxin only showed a look of doubt and said in a low voice, "Senior, I worry that people from the 2 families may still be nearby, and second, I fear that since Li Xianfeng has been to the Great Ning Palace, Li Shiji might be carrying a Purple Mansion Realm talisman." A Purple Mansion Realm talisman? Qi Buhua was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help asking, "And what of it?" "I fear he might use the talisman to escape the formation. If we rush in all at once, and he slips away, Heavenly Glow is so swift that we could do nothing but watch." He smoothed over his words and said softly, "Catching him is easy for us. It would be better to leave one person outside, so should he use a Purple Mansion Realm talisman to pass through the formation, they could capture him." Qi Buhua frowned. Escape talismans from the Purple Mansion realm were exceedingly rare, capable of traversing formations through the Great Void. Of the few the Azure Pond sect possessed, most were in Taoist Master Yuan Xiu's hands. The rest were split between Sect Master Qi Zhiyun and the late Qi Zhiyan. Li Shiji with such a treasure? That seems an overblown concern. The old man grew doubtful, fixing him with a deep stare. Li Yuanxin paused for a breath. Then, seeing his curiosity was indeed piqued, finally said hesitantly, "My lord, in truth, this formation can be entered but not exited. I fear if we all go in, we might fall into a trap." A half-concealed truth was all the more enticing. The old man froze and his heart jolted. The aged and experienced Qi Buhua needed only a moment's thought before reacting in alarm, muttering, "He means to use Jihu's life." The old man left the sentence unfinished, his face quickly sinking. He drew in a deep breath, lifted his chin, closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and the wrinkles on his face pressed together like old bark as he said with a sigh, "Then, we wait a while longer." He waited where he was. It was already silent within the grand formation, save for the occasional flicker of light. It was clear proof that the cultivators inside had already dealt with their opponents. Good. Qi Buhua clenched his jaw like iron, exhaled, and gave his orders coldly. "You stay outside. If anything goes wrong for me inside, I will crush my jade pendant. 3 of you come in then." The other 3 should act according to the pendants of those 3. All 6 acknowledged their orders. Qi Buhua's aged face shifted slightly as he saw Li Yuanqing standing respectfully nearby, a flicker of doubt crossing his gloomy expression. So by that logic, could this brat be colluding with Li Shiji, hoping to use this to buy him some room to maneuver? And where's Liaokong? Since Jihu has been harmed, the monk should be battling Li Shiji inside the formation. He stared at him heavily, a trace of ruthlessness rising in his eyes as he thought, this is a good chance to test him. Qi Buhua suddenly broke into a smile and shook his head. "As for you, Yuanqing, why not come in with me? You are Li Shiji's uncle. It's perfect to persuade him to surrender. It'll save us the trouble of anyone going in and out." Li Yuanqing understood at once, nodded, and cupped his hands, replying, "I shall obey." "Good." Qi Buhua laughed heartily, used his mana to draw him to his side, and, looking at the youth's calm demeanor, was certain of his judgment. He thought, since Li Shiji is of the Li family, how could he not heed his family uncle's command? Even if he pretends not to hear, he will still be distracted in order to protect Li Yuanqing. Could he bear the infamy of killing his own family uncle? That's another weakness to exploit. Even if his heart is of iron and stone, utterly unmoved, and the 2 are not colluding, I will simply have 3 guest cultivators come in. 1 to watch Li Yuanqing, and the other 2 to help me subdue Li Shiji. Would that not be effortless? He already has a mortal enemy in Liaokong. Even Li Qinghong can do nothing here, let alone this man. Chapter 1008, Liaokong, I. Drops of pristine water fell in a steady rhythm within the grand formation, clear light flowing as waves of heavenly glow rippled through the air. As Qi Buhua stepped into the formation, he found it empty of people, with only a golden pagoda standing unmoving amidst the heavenly glow. That must be Liaokong. Qi Buhua needed no further inspection to know that Qi Jihu, Wu Weibai, and the others were dead beyond doubt. Suppressing the grief in his heart, he immediately activated the formation, the light in his pupils swirling as he covered his eyes to enhance his vision. His perception technique was profound indeed, and it allowed him to faintly glimpse figures moving within the heavenly glow. The silhouette of a monk appeared within the pagoda, and his resounding voice rang out, "Senior, this man is cunning. I can't hold him, strike quickly." Forming a spell seal, Qi Buhua summoned the glow of pristine water into both hands. Looking up, he saw Li Shiji speeding toward him. It was only after blocking the hazy heavenly glow that he caught a tricolored heavenly glow streaking toward him at astonishing speed out of the corner of his eye. It was aimed directly at Li Yuanqing in his grasp. This was outside Qi Buhua's expectations. He faintly heard the youth's voice, refined yet ice-cold. "I'll rid Lord Xianfeng of you. Unfilial wretch, first. Damn you." Qi Buhua heard the curse, and in the space of a breath hesitated between saving or not saving him. But the tricolored radiance was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it was before Li Yuanqing's face, piercing straight toward him. Boom. The white light flaring from Li Yuanqing's body held for only an instant before shattering like an eggshell. The golden pagoda hurried to catch up with the heavenly glow, finally pinning it down for the moment and producing an ear-piercing screech. That Azure Pond sect man. Damn it. Why bring a mere Qi cultivation realm brat in here? Muttered Liaokong. Clearly, Liaokong had no idea why Qi Buhua had brought Li Yuanqing inside. But when he saw Li Shiji aim to kill the very moment he saw him, he could tell this man's identity was anything but simple. In keeping with his principle of thwarting the enemy, Liaokong intercepted the heavenly glow, set the pagoda before the 2, and descended alongside it. Qi Buhua's eyelids twitched, and Li Yuanqing had already broken out in a cold sweat. Since the youth's appearance did not seem feigned, the old man finally let out a breath and said coldly, "Monk, help me capture him, and I will let you go." The Azure Pawn sect's main bloodline and direct descendants had been almost entirely annihilated by Buddhist cultivators at Mount Bianyan. So how could Qi Buhua harbor any goodwill toward them? Yet, being an old man, he still felt a faint sadness for the main lineage. What's more, having brought so many cultivators here, victory was almost certain. If not for Liaokong being the Li family's mortal enemy and capable of causing them trouble, the monk's unpredictable nature would have made Qi Buhua consider killing him as well. Liaokong immediately detected the hostility in his tone. The plump monk's expression shifted slightly, but he swallowed his anger and said quietly, "Who is this Qi cultivation realm brat anyway? He's getting in the way. He's his blood relative." Qi Buhua replied, and Liaokong's eyes lit up instantly as he said delightedly, "Good, good. Well played, senior. I have a way to deal with him." Qi Buhua originally had no need for the monk, but fearing that Li Shiji might seek death, it was not a bad idea to have Buddhist methods on hand. He said coldly, "Make it quick." Liaokong immediately activated the golden pagoda, raising a shield of golden light, then took a golden bead from his sleeve and swallowed it. His mana surged and poured into the pagoda, which instantly blazed in brilliance, like a golden sun with shimmering ripples of radiance. Not bad, he has some skill, thought Qi Buhua. Qi Buhua felt heat feather his face. While Liaokong was focused on casting his spell, the tricolored rainbow light slipped out from beneath the pagoda. The old man pulled a green goblet from his sleeve, infused it with pristine water mana, and tossed it lightly. The goblet immediately flipped upside down, the bright flood dragon patterns upon it releasing a burst of azure light that swept away the heavenly glow around them. Drawing in mana, it captured the tricolored rainbow light, the morning rainbow lure. Li Shiji's second spell wove through the heavenly glow, and while Qi Buhua locked onto it with his spiritual sense, he caught a glimpse, out of the corner of his eye, of a faint smile crossing the black-robed youth's face. The old man moved like a striking snake, the wrinkles on his face bunching up all at once as his head turned at an unnatural angle. His aged eyes bored into Li Yuanqing as he asked, "Yuanqing, what are you doing?" Li Yuanqing had drawn out a jade talisman from beneath the cover of his robe, already filled with mana, and said softly, "My lord gave me the formation talisman, so I can seal the formation's entrances and exits." Oh, Qi Buhua's aged face twitched, and in a flash of insight, the truth struck him. Fubo feared I might save Jihu, feared I might feel that when the lips are gone the teeth grow cold, and one day be abandoned myself. So he gave the talisman to him. I would never have known this. He had the talisman yet did not use it, and deliberately revealed it to me in order to draw the 6 men away. The grand formation in the sky locked in place, 8 formation patterns arrayed in its corners, each glowing and dimming in turn. He was clearly sealing it from both inside and out, preventing any entry or exit. The old man's face darkened at once. So what? How long can this formation hold off 6 men? Once Liaokong, Li Shiji, and I exchange blows, you'll have no life left to speak of? His mind swirled with suspicion as he looked on coldly without a word. Lifting his hand, he sent a fierce gust sweeping toward Li Yuanqing, ready to kill him with a single casual strike and snatch back the formation talisman. Suddenly, waves of golden light surged forth, and the golden pagoda that had hovered in the sky for so long burst into multicolored brilliance, crashing down from above. Caught off guard, Qi Buhua's face finally showed an expression of utter disbelief and shock. How is this possible? But the golden pagoda had already struck the green goblet squarely and knocked it askew with a teeth-grating creak. The mist-like azure light instantly dispersed, and the heavenly glow beneath darted into the haze like a cunning fish. At that moment, a sword light that had lain in wait within the haze suddenly flared. A chill crept up Qi Buhua's neck and a cold shiver spread across his back. That must be the second tricolored rainbow light from earlier, now upon him. How could this be? Of all the people who might betray him, Liaokong was the last he would have suspected. He would sooner believe one of the 6 men outside to be a Xi family spy than ever suspect the monk. The Tao of Emptiness lost 18 disciples to Li Xianfeng, and they've been mortal enemies with the Weasley Alliance for generations. Even harming 1 or 2 Li family member would bring you great benefits. How could you possibly help Li Shiji? Have you gone mad? Qi Buhua roared half a sentence, the rest still lodged in his throat, for not only had the golden pagoda slid sideways toward him, the monk had also thrown a punch. The truly deadly threats were the sword Qi and heavenly glow rushing at him head-on. The jade talisman on his body shattered, and the three-tailed feathered beast appeared before him, spewing out yellow Qi to block the sword light. Gathering all his mana into his 2 fingers, Qi Buhua thrust them toward the heavenly glow approaching from behind. Puff! The fierce heavenly glow made only a muffled sound before vanishing, turning into a dawn rayfish that dove into the sea. Qi Buhua had never imagined such a creature was involved, and before he could withdraw his spell, the 2 tricolored heavenly glows had already reached his back. Swallowing blood in secret, he drew back his magic to block them. Chapter 1009, Liaokong 2. Floating light gathering. But at that critical moment, the old man's spiritual sense suddenly jolted. Li Shiji had timed his strike perfectly. A spell struck the green goblet, knocking it out of Qi Buhua's spiritual awareness. This was more than just losing a Dharma artifact. It caused him to falter for half a step, allowing the whistling golden pagoda to strike him squarely. Pooh! Qi Buhua's Dharma robe managed to block the pagoda, but deep as his foundations were, it still forced blood from his mouth and interrupted his spell. Before he could react, both his arms were cleanly blasted apart by heavenly glow, dissolving into countless droplets of pristine water. In an instant, the battle had turned sharply against him. Li Shiji had long since studied Qi Buhua and knew this elder was advanced in years, highly skilled in spell arts, and a direct descendant of the Qi family. Protective arts aside, the grade of his spells would certainly surpass Li Shiji's own. Thus, the 2 heavenly glows struck directly at his arms and blasted them into a spray of pristine water. This rendered him unable to cast spells for the moment. At that moment, Liaokong's golden pagoda crashed down, sealing his body in place. As for Li Yuanqing, he cared not in the slightest who lived or died. He had already bolted far away, clutching his head, and was now curled up at the far end of the formation. In a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator's duel, even without considering the aftermath, the sheer rain of pristine water alone was enough to make him suffer a great deal as it drenched him in stinging pain. He pulled 5 or 6 talismans from his sleeve in quick succession, but he was already pulled up into the rosy clouds in a flash of multicolored light. Li Shiji stood before him, refined and handsome, with relaxed brows and ash-gray eyes. Heavenly glow flowed over the feathered robe he wore, accentuating his extraordinary bearing. In one hand, he gripped the green goblet tightly. No matter how it shook, the Dharma artifact could not escape his grasp. With his other hand controlling 2 streams of heavenly glow, he looked at Li Yuanqing with a gentle familiarity and said softly, "Little uncle." Li Yuanqing looked rather disheveled. He glanced at him once and only said quietly, "I greet the master of Changtian Peak." Green Pine Island. Ning Hujing sat quietly in the hall. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in rattan armor, arms folded across his chest. 2 gourds hung at his waist, trembling slightly, as if something inside them was struggling. This man had entered the Grand Formation and fought his way up to the Immortal Peak. The guest cultivators had either dared not stop him or were subdued in just a few moves. Ning Hujing hadn't even had time to flee before he was cornered in the hall. Fei Lia stood respectfully at the man's side, the jade talisman in his hand glimmering faintly. It was clearly the key to opening Mount Yu's Grand Formation. Ning Hujing had long known he was not reliable, and had promoted him solely to pass information to Li Yuanqing. Now, he showed no surprise, merely closing his eyes slowly and sighing, "Senior Lingyu." The man before him was none other than Lingyu Rao, who had once entered the Great Ning Palace alongside Li Xianfeng, bringing 2 prodigies of the Qi family with him. Known as the Rousy Scorpion, Lingyu Rao had once stood equal to Tang Shidu and Li Xianfeng in fame. Though modest in manner and without a particularly loud reputation, he remained a figure far beyond the reach of most even in the current Azure Pond sect. It had taken barely over 10 exchanges for him to injure Ning Hujing. The Foundation Establishment Realm Spirit Scorpions within the gourd had already stung him, and now he could only sit in the main seat awaiting death. The Lingyu family, colluding with the Lin family, so that's how they saved your life. No wonder Lingyu Rao didn't so much as move. Knowing he could not escape, black blood welled bit by bit on Ning Hujing's lips as he said quietly, "Qi Buhua and the others have left the sect. Si Yuanli must have made his move inside as well, sacrificing Li Shiji. Good, very good, good." Lingyu Rao let out a short laugh and said lightly, "From beginning to end, Liaokong has always been Li Yuanqin's man. Fei Luoya? You deliberately leaked information, thinking it was Fei Luoya who passed the message? No, it was Liaokong all along. Fei Luoya was only here to keep you from escaping. Impossible. Ning Hujing laughed derisively and said coldly. He's a Li. What monk of the 7 Daos would side with them? To willingly become prey that lengthens the lifespan of his peers? Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, make your move. This matter will not see the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators take action. Lingyu Rao's voice lowered slightly. Though this man from Mount Yu had unremarkable features, his gaze was razor-sharp, stabbing straight at the person before him as he replied. As for why, it is naturally because of a portion of the Merciful One's Dao lineage from Qinling Temple was left behind by Li Xianfeng, and a Buddhist cultivator's treasured artifact. Ning Hujing exhaled with difficulty, caring nothing for such things anymore. The smiling face of Qi Shuxiao appeared in his mind's eye, and he spoke softly. What of the sect master? Only then did Lingyu Rao recall the Qi cultivation realm sect master, and he shook his head in reply. It has nothing to do with you. The face of Ning Hujing, always cold and overbearing, finally softened. Lowering his head, he murmured in a tone of plea he had never before used. The sect master is benevolent and gentle, a friend to all peaks, and has never harmed anyone. Taoist Master Buzi is still away. Please, my lord, for his sake, spare his life. Lingyu Rao repeated. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Hujing finally froze like a statue, sinking quietly into the main seat as Fei Luoya stepped toward him. Lingyu Rao casually turned away, walking out of the great hall and gazing into the resplendent morning sun. The golden red light fell across his face as a heart-rending roar echoed from within the hall. Qi Fubo! Qi Fubo! Fools, to have trusted a tiger and wolf. Fools, to have trusted a tiger and wolf. Ning Hujing's voice, thick with choked hatred, still carried that same domineering, imperious ferocity as it rang from the hall, passing through the open doors and echoing across the peak for a long time. Lingyu Rao paid him no mind, as his gaze stayed fixed on the horizon. Si Yuanli. In truth, Lingyu Rao had not coordinated this trip with the Si family, but now that he had acted, even if Si Yuanli wished to remain still, he would have to make a move. He muttered, after all, Si Yuanli has been waiting for me to strike. The Si family had remained motionless, leaving the Li and Lingyu families to grow increasingly vulnerable. The Li family, far away at Moongaze Lake, was beyond the Qi family's immediate reach, so only Li Shiji could be targeted. The Lingyu family, however, was closer. Its power in both the prefecture and at sea had been steadily stripped away, suffering even more. Si Yuanli, for his part, was happy to watch the Qi family weaken both houses, while quietly waiting for the slow slice of a dull blade, until the two could endure no more. Thus, when Li Shiji, Li Yuanqin, and Liaokong brought down 2 members of the Qi family, Lingyu Rao seized the opportunity to act. Otherwise, who knew how much longer Si Yuanli would delay? As it stands, our 2 houses have become the first to strike and are now deeply involved. Should Suiguan or Buzi bear grudges in the future, the Si family will not be left alone to stand at the forefront. Whether he moves or not, Si Yuanli holds the winning hand, thought Lingyu Rao. Lingyu Rao understood the scheme well. The longer the delay, the greater the loss for both families. It was better to simply fulfill Si Yuanli's aims early. He pondered, with Purple Mansion Realm cultivators behind you, you naturally sit firmly in the fisherman's seat, free to direct the game. But 30 years from now, who can say? Soon, he let the thought go and walked forward with a bright smile. Outside, the morning sun flooded the sky in gold. The middle-aged man's expression lit up, a look of relieved ease flickering in his eyes as he chuckled softly. So long as Shokue stands, my family will remain an evergreen tree. Chapter 1010, Seclusion, I. Mount Wu. Mist-like spiritual energy drifted in all directions, flowing along the patterns carved into the jade stone. At the highest point, all the gathered auras converged atop a jade pillar beneath the radiant morning light. Li Shiming sat upright upon it, his pale white Taoist robe embroidered with golden patterns fluttering gently. His cultivation had reached its peak. Though the jewel steps technique was difficult, he had discovered that as his cultivation deepened, it could be constantly cross-referenced with the Huai River map, an ancient spirit artifact of the Purple Mansion realm from years past, making his progress much easier. Now, after years of cultivation, and having encountered several moments of profound enlightenment thanks to his past fortunes, his progress had not been slow. That very morning, with brilliant sunlight and pure energy in the air, he happened to complete this secret technique. The Jewel Steps is a secret technique for cultivating mental fortitude and enhancing spiritual sense. With the Radiant Origin Pass as its wondrous method, its radiance can illuminate the entire mountain, allowing a cultivator's mana to remain clear wherever it reaches, free from the scourge of inner demons, thought Li Shiming. The Jewel Steps manifested upon his immortal foundation. If he were to unleash the Radiant Origin Pass now, both side towers and the central Radiant Gate would have faint, illusory Jewel Steps. Knowing this well, Li Shiming chose not to activate his immortal foundation. This could be troublesome. I wonder how much the sects know about Ming Huang's immortal foundation. The Jewel Steps are clearly different in some aspects. If they have the records left by Wesley from those years, they might see through the fact that I've cultivated it. Li Shiming murmured inwardly, thinking to himself, I fear it would be unwise to engage in any more duels. He let out a long breath, raising his head to glance at the dripping water clock beside the jade pillar, where 54 round jade pearls lay piled together in the tray below. I originally estimated it would take 10 years to master, yet it took barely half that time, thought Li Shiming. That was a good thing. Li Shiming withdrew his gaze, took out a pale purple jade slip, and flipped it over to read. The next secret technique was the Great Fissure. This secret technique was related to perception technique arts. Its text was much lengthier, and nothing was familiar to him. Li Shiming skimmed it briefly, then froze and thought. Its difficulty is several times greater than the Jewel Steps. And if I account for the mutual repulsion between certain secret techniques, the time it will take becomes even harder to estimate. Moreover, Li Shiming reckoned that the Huai River map from back then was a Purple Mansion Realm spirit artifact connected to both the Radiant Origin Pass and the Everbright platform, which had greatly benefited his cultivation of the Jewel Steps. The Great Fissure clearly had no such link, and he could no longer rely on that fortune. To cultivate this set of secret techniques in earnest would take at least 20 or 30 years, and if I encounter any part one cannot comprehend, who knows how much longer it might be delayed, thought Li Shiming. Having made his estimate, Li Shiming put away the jade slip, rose from the jade pillar in a flash of light, and passed through the formation. The morning light was at its brightest as he flew into the island, where all the cultivators before the great hall lowered their heads in greeting. Li Shiming strode into the hall, and did not see Li Zhouwei around. Instead, a young man in black robes and silver armor was standing in the hall, 6 long and elegant silver-white ancient tokens hanging at his waist. The man was not especially tall, but his armor set off his shoulders to appear broad. His features were refined, and his dark and striking eyes were especially captivating. There was a faint purple mark between his brows as he stood bathed in the brilliant morning light. So familiar, thought Li Shiming. Li Shiming halted mid-step. Although this youth was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, his bearing was far from ordinary. The young man looked up at him with joy in his eyes, clearly recognizing him at a glance, and said with a bow, Chenghui greets uncle. Chenghui. Good. Li Shiming had noticed the 6 command tokens at the youth's waist and guessed his identity. Now that it was confirmed, he was overjoyed as he nodded repeatedly. He stepped forward, took the young man's hand, and sat down with him, praising. Good. 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 You've broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Now, our Radiant Lure generation finally has someone to carry the torch. And you're just past 50. Opportunities are hard to measure. Back then, I thought few among you could break through. Yet with the falling water rising storm, you didn't even need to use the essence-gathering pill. It was the first time Li Qinghui had spoken with this elder in such a manner. He sat down at the edge of the chair and replied respectfully, Uncle, Brother Qinghua has already entered seclusion in the island, and Brother Qingliao will likely emerge soon. I acted rashly and merely seized the opportunity ahead of them. Li Shiming shook his head in reply. Although Li Qinghui was ranked among the top in innate ability within the Radiant Lure generation, he had not obtained an abundance of resources along his cultivation path. He had gone to an island to cultivate during the falling water rising storm in the Eastern Sea, but encountered great upheavals before and after. Sometimes, he had even lost all contact, let alone receiving much support from the family. When it finally came time for his breakthrough, even the family's essence-gathering pill had not been given to him. Though a direct descendant, his resources were not even on par with those of Siwei and a few others. His situation was almost like an exile. While Li Shiming did not manage the household, He had heard Li Xianxian complain about it dozens of times and was well aware of the truth. "You've been wronged all these years," said Li Ximing. "Uncle, you overstate it." The words made Li Chenghui uneasy. The light in his eyes dimmed as he said solemnly, "Our brothers went to the front lines to kill the enemy, and 8 out of 10 did not return. I, however, sat quietly by the sect's spring and only focused on cultivation. How could I dare harbor resentment in my heart? To receive the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens right after reaching the Foundation establishment realm feels far too heavy for me." Relieved, Li Ximing chatted with him for a while. Looking into his eyes, he found them almost unnaturally black, carrying a faintly captivating quality, and asked, "Have you cultivated any perception techniques?" Li Chenghui nodded quickly and replied, "Uncle, during my decades overseas, I gained some opportunities and cultivated the Yinming, one profound eyes. The cultivation method has already been sent home." Li Ximing nodded in satisfaction, while Li Chenghui spoke with slight embarrassment. "This perception technique requires the Linmu, too, profound liquid to refine. This spirit water is usually only found in the Mu Sea. When I had the opportunity, the portion I obtained was used by me first and not left for the family." Li Ximing gave him a surprised glance and simply said, "It's nothing. Your opportunity is yours to use." Aside from Li Zhouwei, those in the Radiant Lure and Celestial World generations who had not received talisman seeds generally performed in an unremarkable manner. Li Ximing had not expected Chenghui to have changed so greatly and was quite pleased. He offered some encouragement by saying, "Back then, Lord Tongya only began to show his true brilliance in his 30s. Keep working hard." Ignoring Chenghui's modest words, he asked, "Where is Zhouwei?" Li Chenghui replied softly, "Uncle, the family has found a spirit jade vein in the Helen Mountain range. The patriarch sent people to investigate, and its reserves are sufficient to craft the white jade grand court required for the dust of the court 3 of the aged courtly path scripture. However, with jade in abundance inland, that vein is currently occupied by a demonic creature of the jade true Dao lineage. It has taken over the mountaintop and drives a group of lesser demons, so the family head must make a trip himself." Li Ximing frowned and said softly, "Just be cautious and don't fall into a trap. One een can mean abundant, prosperous, deep/dark red, or be used as a surname, also the name of the Shang dynasty in its later period. It can also carry a sense of earnest or sincere in some contexts. Ming usually means bright, clear, understanding, or illuminated. Tulin, lean, means scales, especially fish or reptile scales, often used in compounds referring to aquatic or dragon-related beings. Mu means solemn, reverent, harmonious, majestic, or as part of a proper noun, sometimes in place names, dynasties, or family names. 3. This term appeared in Chapter 792, Molten Fire Dao 2. Chapter 1011, Seclusion 2. "Rest assured, Uncle," Li Chenghui replied warmly. "After all, it's not far. Once the Azure Pond sect matter is settled, the journey there will be quite safe." Li Ximing frowned at that and asked, "How is Azure Pond sect? Has Si Yuanli taken action?" Li Chenghui replied with a smile, "That's right. Qi Buhua was in the Reef Sea, but he was killed by the master of Changtian Peak, the rosy glows of the Celestial Pavilion 1. My lord rode the dawn ray fish away at leisure, and the remaining 6 couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. The Rousey Scorpion, Lingyu Rao, then stormed Green Pine Island. Fei La activated the Grand Formation. Ning Hujing was defeated and killed, and the Sword of the Fleeting Azure, Si Yuanli, appeared in the main hall, capturing Qi Fubo and the others who had seized control of sect affairs and slighted the various families, and rescued the sect master." He paused, then explained, "The sect master is now in seclusion for a breakthrough, and Si Yuanli is the one managing the sect." Oh, that was an enormous amount of information. Li Ximing took more than a dozen seconds to digest it before asking, "And what about little uncle too?" Li Chenghui understood and replied quietly, "My lord endured humiliation, feigning compliance with the Ning family and Qi Fubo, and gained Si Yuanli's favor. He is now also in seclusion, breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm." "Good." Li Ximing finally breathed a sigh of relief, paused for a few seconds, and said with a smile, "Brother Shiji is truly formidable now." "Indeed," Li Chenghui said softly. "I've heard my lord's spell arts are extremely profound, and even surpassed Ling Yuxia of old. He's known as the foremost master of spell arts in the Azure Pond sect, and now that he leads Jotian Pavilion in charge of spell arts, he's truly among the top figures. I've also heard he carries a long sword but never draws it, relying solely on spell arts in battle. However, rumor has it his swordsmanship far surpasses his spell arts, and if anyone could force him to draw his sword, it would cleave the skies, revealing the true elegance of a sword immortal family. As Li Chenghui spoke, a proud expression appeared on his face, his eyes brimming with joy. So that's how it is. Li Shiming was half convinced, mulling over the thought in his heart. In the past, I always heard him say that Shijuan's swordsmanship was even stronger, yet I never imagined his sword and spell arts would now advance together to this degree. He has already far surpassed me. For now, he chose to believe it and said with a smile, "Good. Third brother now has great prestige. If anything happens in the future, he'll be able to uphold the family." Li Chenghui responded, then heard footsteps coming from the front of the hall. Li Xianxian hurried in from outside. The elderly man was wearing a pale blue long robe, and his white beard was flowing in the breeze. A talisman brush that had been in use for nearly a century hung at his waist, and his gaze was earnest. "Minger, grandfather." Li Shiming rose to greet him, glancing at the two behind him, one boy and one girl, both just over 10 years old. The boy's chin was slightly pointed, his smile warm and inviting, while the girl was very polite, bowing her head and greeting everyone repeatedly. Though he had spent most years in seclusion, Li Shiming still recognized Li Jianqian and Li Keiwan. Smiling faintly, he asked softly, "Has Aunt's life jade shown any signs?" "None." Li Xianxian had been checking it day after day, almost living in the ancestral hall. He said hoarsely, "It has been years since she left. The jade's luster shifts between bright and dim, but there are no signs of cracking. It is smooth and glowing now, so there seems to be no major problem." "Good," replied Li Shiming. In truth, both Li Shiming and his grandfather knew that this life jade was almost certainly of no real use if she was by the dragon monarch's side, but it was at least some comfort and something to hold on to. Li Shiming sat quietly, listening as they recounted the events of recent years one by one, until the sun had set, the daylight in the hall dimmed, and mana lamps flickered to life, casting bright light all around. When they had finished speaking, Li Shiming chuckled, took the old man's hand, and spoke gently. "Grandfather, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and the family is flourishing. I will enter seclusion to break through to the Purple Mansion realm." Li Xianxian paused, gazing at the young man before him in Taoist robes. The old man lowered his brows and eyes, unable to speak for a moment, and finally said softly, "You all may leave." Li Chenghui led the two children out with a solemn expression. Li Xianxian had lost his father at birth and later sent off two elders. After Li Xuanfeng's death, he had sent off those of his own generation as well. One by one, the Abyssal Clarity Generation 3 passed away, and only Li Shiming remained among the Dawn Moon Generation 4 in the family. For a moment, he found it hard to speak. Silence fell over the hall, until Li Shiming spoke softly. "In my youth, I was ignorant and caused grandfather, father, and uncle to worry. When my father passed, I did not even see him one last time. That was the height of unfilial conduct. Of all my failings, the root lies in my own cowardice. In sincerity and selflessness, I cannot compare to eldest brother. In decisiveness and bearing, I cannot compare to third brother. In intelligence and quickness, I cannot compare to junior. Even in calm courage and keen self-respect, I cannot compare to Yuexiang." Now his expression held neither hesitation nor self-pity. He simply spoke quietly. If any one of them had been in this position, there would not have been so many tragedies. If I could simply be an alchemist, practicing qi ingestion at dawn and resting in the mountains at dusk, that would be best. But back then, I accepted this duty. Li Xianxian said softly, "How did it come to this?" Li Shiming gave a small laugh and said softly, "Grandfather, do you remember how, years ago, when I went to the Shao family, I was led astray by wine and women and greatly disappointed my father?" Li Xianxian only nodded silently. Such candid words from his grandson unsettled him, and he could not help but wonder if this breakthrough attempt was akin to suicide, yet the words he wanted to say stuck in his chest. Li Shiming merely sipped his tea, speaking as if telling an after-meal anecdote. "That woman was actually a refined young lady. Every time I went to see her, my heart would burn hot, but each time I loosened my trousers, I would start to freeze up. My feet would go cold and fear would overwhelm me. I went in with high spirits and left in disappointment. Still, I kept going to her, but I was unable to go through with it each time. In the end, I simply stopped loosening my trousers and just touched her briefly before leaving. She grew unwilling to accept this and once gave me spirit wine to make me lose consciousness. When I awoke, I found things had gotten out of hand. So, when Brother Shijuan asked me back then, I said I didn't know. Later, after breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, my old memories became clear again, and that day replayed in my mind. I was so terrified that, even in my drunkenness, I clutched my trousers tightly, not daring to let go. She tried more than once, but could not pry my hand open. The spirit cloth was tough, and she couldn't cut it with scissors, so she had to undress herself to stage the scene. Whether someone was behind it, or it was her own doing, nothing came of it, and no one bothered to pursue the matter later. Now, though honored as a peak Foundation establishment realm cultivator, he spoke of this matter without the slightest fear, his voice low. "Grandfather, I no longer have the chance to explain it to him." Li Xianxian was struck dumb by the revelation, staring blankly at him before finally speaking. "Why did you never tell me?" "It no longer matters." Li Shiming glanced to the side and said softly, "I have been a man with the will, but without the courage. I've been mediocre and cowardly for most of my life. But not anymore. I have nothing left to lose. No one in our family has yet perished attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. From today, that will begin with me." The young man rose from his seat. Li Xuanzhi's expression was complicated as he was escorted all the way to the front of the hall. Still not fully recovered from the moment, the old man's voice trembled as he spoke. "Shiming. Pinger, he never blamed you." Li Shiming paused at the words, but did not reply. Upon reaching the front of the hall, he respectfully bowed deeply to the old man, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows before saying in a respectful voice, "Grandfather, take good care of your health." He rose and transformed into radiant light, not daring to cast another glance at the old man, and flew toward Mount Wu. Left behind, Li Xianxian sank down on the steps, his white beard trembling as he let out several long breaths before his body eased slightly. The sky had grown late, and the old man began to feel the chill beneath the moonlight. 1. This title should be referring to Li Shiji. 2. I think this should be referring to Li Yuanqing, son of Li Xianfeng. I'll correct the reference if I am wrong. 3. This is the 2nd generation of the Li family. 4. This is the 4th generation of the Li family. Chapter 10:12. Divine Ability, I. Divine abilities are the fruit of the vast Tao Foundation. They're nurtured from the Immortal Foundation, carried from the Qi Si into the Xinyang Acupoint, and through the 12 Chonglu, one with its boundless visions. The Juk Acupoint, the Qi Si, and the Xinyang Acupoint shine in unison. From there, the Xinyang Mansion, too, soars into the great void, severing the mortal shell and dispersing worldly appearances. Li Shiming steadied his mind for 6 days as he sat upright atop the jade pillar. Several jade slips were laid out before him. The Li family's Tao lineages were not extensive, yet most had been granted by the Immortal Mirror. Their profundity went without saying. They were all worthy of study and reference. The Radiant Essence scripture describes the Purple Mansion realm as fire rising from the heart, yang radiance within and without. The heavenly scripture of the dimming Li Day states, "Conceal the heart's fire, let the sun decline toward the southern light, and govern the world facing south." The Hoshu Golden Book is even more concise, summarizing it in just a simple sentence. The nature of things transforms to the utmost. These were all Taoist methods pertaining to the Purple Mansion Tao and Golden Core Tao. As Li Shiming prepared to attempt his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, he paid special attention to such knowledge. When Kongheng was still around, Li Shiming had even sought him out to ask about it. Kongheng had said, "Follow your will to completion, attain infinite radiance, realize the Maha, gain divine abilities, and enter the state of liberation. Wherever transformation manifests, follow it there. Wherever you reside, guard it diligently." Each sect had its own interpretation, yet the method to break through to the Purple Mansion Tao and Golden Core Tao was largely the same. Temper the Immortal Foundation, drive it up to the Xinyang Acupoint, pass through the 12 Chonglu, and cross the boundless illusions. It was easier said than done, as just the step of driving the Immortal Foundation up to the Xinyang Acupoint was enough to halt 90% of cultivators. The Purple Mansion realm cultivation methods each had their own techniques, Yet once the immortal foundation stirred, left the Qi Sea, and began to ascend into Yin Crossing and Spirit Gate, the cultivator's entire cultivation would surge upward. There was absolutely no turning back, which meant that failure to break through to the Purple Mansion realm inevitably led to instant death, usually without any chance of survival. To begin on this upward path, one first had to ignite the Juk Acupoint, then move upward into the Xinyang Acupoint. If their mana reserves were insufficient, their immortal foundation of too low a grade, or their Taoist mastery too shallow to handle excessive depletion, they would burn out before even reaching the Xinyang Acupoint, dying on the spot. Back then, Lianqing and others secluded themselves for several years, only to make a hasty and failed breakthrough, transforming into a celestial phenomenon before falling at this very stage. They had collapsed at the very first hurdle. Those who perish here have their cultivation dissipated. Though the celestial phenomenon may be grand, it drifts away like cloud smoke, and no precious spirit items descend from it, thought Li Shiming. If one successfully soars into the Xinyang Acupoint, they must manifest their divine ability. The higher the grade of the immortal foundation, the more secret techniques one has cultivated, and the deeper one's understanding of their own Tao, the easier it will be to manifest a divine ability. This process was not long, lasting only about 6 years. Failure in refining the divine ability is where rogue cultivators and family cultivators most often fell, for their foundation grades would be inferior, their secret techniques fewer, and even their Tao comprehension lacking compared to others, leading to a hasty downfall. If, in the end, one could manifest the divine ability within the Xinyang Acupoint and use it to propel the Xinyang Mansion into the Great Void, they will regard the mortal flesh as nothing. In the immortal Tao, this is called severing the mortal body and dispersing worldly appearances. For Buddhist cultivators, this would be pushing the Xinyang Acupoint into the Pure Land, attaining the state of non-retrogression. To enter the Great Void, one must first experience the thought of obscurity, forgetting both self and surroundings. Often one would sink into it, lingering without wanting to leave. It may break in a few days, or they may remain immobile for decades. By then, the mortal body has already been severed, yet they remain unaware, sometimes staying trapped until their lifespan ends. This is where the differences in time taken to break through to the Purple Mansion realm come from. Ningguan and Yang Tianya have most likely halted at this stage. Ningguan's situation is uncertain, but according to rumors, Yang Tianya had, in all likelihood, remained in obscurity until his lifespan was nearly exhausted, with no chance of reversal. At this stage of success, half the phenomena of the Purple Mansion realm are already present. If one were to perish now, the celestial phenomenon might blanket a region, showering it with spirit items, or affect several prefectures, turning into a natural disaster. In the past, Yuan Liqing, the Yuan family's ancestor, had failed in his breakthrough, to the lament of all. The overcast rain had shrouded several prefectures. Even with the Azure Pond sect's means to extend the phenomenon's duration, the effect was still not to be underestimated. Only after piercing through the thought of obscurity did one have the chance to face boundless illusions. The illusions last but an instant with the divine ability held within. If one failed to cross, all cultivation would be lost. However, if they succeed, they emerge from seclusion having attained the Purple Mansion realm. This is how it is now. In ancient cultivation, one still had to face the 3 tribulations. After passing them, those from the Thunder Palace would already be waiting, one to drive the lightning and another to stir the clouds and call down profound thunder to smite evil. Even if you lived an upright life, it was hard to avoid harming others, and all their suffering would be returned to you. Such calamities no longer need to be crossed nowadays. Otherwise, with Li Shiming's combat abilities, whether he could survive would truly be uncertain. He merely sorted through the key points, put away the jade slips, then searched his storage pouch for a vermilion brush. Using mana as ink, he infused it into the brush, making it shine brilliantly. Li Shiming thought to himself, with the radiant violet pill my master gave me, I won't fall at the first hurdle. And if I pass away in meditation, there should be quite a few spirit items. He pondered for a long while, estimating the scene of his own death, then casually set up a formation to encircle the jade pillar. Standing beside it, he began writing with swift strokes. The desert city walls have crumbled, and gathering chi is especially difficult. If I die, the skies will gather their radiance, sand and smoke will billow, and the radiant origin will overflow. I bind it with a formation to benefit future generations. Li family descendant, Shiming. Putting away the brush, he flew atop the jade pillar, brought 2 fingers together, and gently traced a circle on its top. Although the jade pillar was of high quality, it was not especially sturdy. Li Shiming only needed a single stroke to carve a small groove into its center. Blowing away the jade dust, Li Shiming retrieved a small golden-red ring from his sleeve. The small ring was no thicker than a pinky finger. It was neither gold nor silver and was shrouded in a faint red glow. Li Shiming embedded it into the groove he had just carved. It was the Sunseeker ring. This treasure's material and grade were unknown, but it was at least an ancient bright young item. Li Shiming had deliberately taken it out and placed it at his seclusion spot, perhaps to invite a good omen. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle, then took out an ink-colored jade box from his sleeve and set it on the table. Inside was a white stone the size of a fingernail, its radiant light shining brilliantly like mist and smoke. The radiant sky stone. This spirit item was used to condense a divine ability. Li Shiming dared not gaze at it too long. He also took out the radiant violet pill with 5 golden patterns and placed it on the table alongside it. He swallowed a calming pill, then sat on the meditation mat beneath the jade pillar. Letting the light and shadow intermingle around him, he regulated his breathing for 3 months, before finally opening his eyes, which now held nothing but calm. Buzz. The pure white jade bottle on the table lurched, its mouth tilting as a perfectly round pill flew out. Li Shiming wrapped the pill in a layer of mana to prevent its medicinal power from dissipating. Yet the radiant violet pill, forged from numerous treasured panaceas, shone brilliantly the moment it emerged. It was like a miniature sun leaping into the air, illuminating the entirety of Mount Wu in dazzling light. He swallowed the radiant violet pill and instantly felt a surge of heat burrow into his qi. The radiant light mana surged in golden white waves within his qi, sending white vapors roiling. The radiant pass, built from white bricks, its refined battlements, and the 72 ridges atop its corner towers all gleamed brightly like the gates of heaven. Intricate patterns adorned its white base, shining with radiant light. Chonglu, is a term unique to Taoist internal alchemy for referring to the human throat passage. Its name originates from the anatomical feature recorded in the Taoist classic Yao, Jindan Yuan Ao, which notes that the throat passage has 12 segments. In literary works such as Journey to the West, the term appears as a symbolic channel for the circulation of qi, as in cultivation descriptions like the Chonglu's liver fire enters the heart. In Taoist rites for guiding souls to transcendence, the 12 Chonglu is regarded as the necessary passage through which a departed soul must ascend to the heavens, corresponding to the principles of qi circulation in internal alchemy. 2. This is referring to the Xinyang acupoint, which is between the eyebrows. Chapter 10:13, Divine Ability 2. As the sun-like radiant violet pill fell into the qi, bright young energy rained down, flooding the entire qi and instantly submerging everything in golden brilliance. Boom. Fortunately, the radiant origin pass was itself a suppressive immortal foundation and reacted immediately. As if provoked, the radiant pass leaped from the qi, pressing down upon the sun-like radiant violet pill, holding it in place and maintaining its pill form. Good. This spared Li Shiming the trouble of splitting his focus to suppress it. Bright young mana poured into his limbs and bones like a flash flood from within his qi. Ignoring the swelling pain in his meridians and qi, he exhaled celestial radiance through his mouth and formed seals with his hands. Soar, Immortal Foundation. The spell formulas and mental techniques of the Purple Mansion arts ran in unison. The radiant origin pass, brimming with boundless celestial light within his qi, began to tremble. Its jewel steps shone ever more brightly, as a profound joy and great fortune surged from the Immortal Foundation. It transformed into golden light, shooting upward from the qi. For ordinary cultivators, the Immortal Foundation leaving the qi was already a sign of impending death. Even with the heart methods and incantations of the Purple Mansion arts to suppress it, the entire qi still withered like a punctured vessel, mana pouring out through the opening to propel the radiant origin pass upward and thinning rapidly. As the radiant origin pass advanced, the suppressed radiant violet pill flared back to life, showering radiant light like rain once more, and the whole qi grew vibrant again. It was all thanks to this treasured pill. The radiant violet pill had been refined from no less than 2 bright yang treasured panaceas and nearly 100 bright yang spirit items, allowing the Qi to remain full at all times. Without it, Li Shiming would most likely be drenched in sweat right now, overdrawing all his essence to push the Immortal Foundation. But with this radiant violet pill, Li Shiming only needed to keep the Immortal Foundation steady and let it ascend step by step. He calmed his mind and focused all his senses on the Immortal Foundation, oblivious to all changes of light and shadow in the outside world. He did not know how much time had passed before he finally sensed a sudden brightness ahead. The Immortal Foundation had pushed into a vast, hazy expanse. The Juk Court. The Purple Mansion Golden Core path had 3 key points, from top to bottom: Rising Sun, the Juk Acupoint, and the Qi. When the 6 cycles merged, the Juk Acupoint remained indistinct, and from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment, the only part one could observe internally was the Qi. Boom. The bright yang energy from the radiant violet pill seemed to have found an outlet, surging into this vast expanse. The mana within the Qi was quickly drawn away as nearly half gathered in the Juk Acupoint. As the radiant origin pass flew in, the haze before Li Shiming's eyes was finally illuminated by heavenly light, revealing a landscape of pure white. The ground in the Juk Acupoint was piled with snow-like mounds, all gathered around a central high platform. Atop that platform floated a bright, perfectly round object. Talisman seeds. Li Shiming had never imagined such a thing would be within his own Juk Acupoint. Instinctively, he glanced down toward his Qi. The radiant violet pill in his Qi had already been spent. It was now shrouded by a thin layer of mana. At the bottom of the Qi, that same round, gleaming talisman seed lay quietly. There's one in the Qi too? Is it the same one? This was not the time to ponder. Without thinking further, Li Shiming took a brief moment to rest, then had the radiant origin pass depart the Juk Acupoint and ascend once more. At this point, the aid of the radiant violet pill was finally gone. Lifting the Immortal Foundation on his own felt like carrying a massive cauldron. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his face, and his shoulders chilled. Even so, he was already far better off than most cultivators, since he was starting from the Juk Acupoint instead of the Qi. If it had been someone like Qi Zhiyun, they would likely still have 1 or 2 pills like the radiant violet pill to swallow, pushing straight up to the Xinyang Acupoint in one go. It was not that Li Shiming had no other pills to take, but the moment he split his focus, the Immortal Foundation would begin to fall. The replenishment from ordinary pills could not make up for the loss caused by such a drop. By his estimate, it would take at least a treasured panacea. My family does have treasured panaceas, but no one has ever broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, so no one knows exactly what's required. Sweat dripped down his face. This stretch was far harder to endure than before. The 12 Chonlu were like 12 great steps. He had to carry the heavy cauldron forward step by step, the strain pressing him until blood seeped from his 7 orifices. He did not know how long it had been. His vision had darkened, but then a faint light appeared before him, revealing a small mansion upon the sea. Here, the seawater was clear and jade green, with lotus flowers blooming in profusion. 12 white bridges spanned the 2 shores, and white light shimmered in the sky. Upon closer look, the sun hanging overhead was in fact a talisman seed. So there is one in the Xinyang Mansion too. Not bad. The 3 mansions are key to cultivation. How could any of them be left wanting? Li Shiming had no time to examine it further before radiant light surged into the mansion, churning the seawater and toppling several lotus blossoms. His head swam, his vision reeled, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. PFT. He quickly swallowed the rest of the blood, knowing he had taken a serious injury, yet his heart was filled with joy. I've finally made it up, thought Li Shiming. With the aid of the radiant violet pill, he had only suffered heavy injuries, but he was far from the point of burning out his reserves. He focused his mind and circulated his mana. His hands shifted through spell transformations and set the radiant origin pass in place within the Xinyang Mansion. The radiance brought a gentle warmth to his mind. His spiritual sense felt wonderfully at ease. However, his body stood in sharp contrast. It was weak as that of a mortal, as though he might collapse in the very next moment. He dared not delay, so he forced his eyes open while the radiant origin pass was secured and required little mana to maintain. He could only see darkness before him. Li Shiming reached out with his spiritual sense, then used his last traces of mana to lift open the jade box. The thumb-sized white stone inside floated up and gently pressed against the center of his eyebrows. The radiant sky stone immediately came alive, wriggling twice like a tiny creature before sprouting a fine layer of small scales. It dove headfirst into his brow, breaking through the skin and burrowing into the Xinyang mansion. The Radiant Origin Pass was still suspended in midair when the Radiant Sky Stone entered the Xinyang mansion. The pass pressed down at once, the 72 ridges of its corner towers shining bright, radiant light blazing forth. Attuning to the 72 profound aspects of Bright Yang, now seeking the inner through the outer Bright Yang, seeking life through nature. May 1,000 divine officials come to guard me. Divine light shining within, clear and pure radiance dissolving the 5 declines and 5 calamities. He recited the heart technique, and the Radiant Origin Pass in the sky began to tremble violently. He said, "Birth, aging, sickness, and death shall no longer invade. May life and nature endure, ever unbroken." The Radiant Origin Pass shook ever more violently, and mighty streams of white vapor flowed down like water. 2 golden, hollow heavenly lanterns lit up atop the corner towers, and their light flowed step by step along the bright stairways. The radiant sky stone seemed to evaporate into white mist, all of it pouring into the immortal foundation. Li Shiming's mind was filled with endless radiant light, the incantations on his lips and the seals in his hands shifting through set after set. He did not know how much time had passed before he faintly saw a white Qilin leaping between heaven and earth as white cicadas sang. The heavenly gate shattered, layer after layer of white bricks collapsing like broken tiles, sending multicolored lights swirling and flying in the center. A wave of drowsiness surged into Li Shiming's mind, and a hazy thought of obscurity enveloped his consciousness. It was as though he hovered between sleep and waking, as his vision was clouded in gray mist. Everything came to a halt within the Xinyang mansion. The seawater no longer rippled, the lotus flowers ceased to bloom, and the multicolored light froze in place, all locked in stillness. The sun in the sky paused briefly, then cast down a cool, water-like radiance. Chapter 10:14. The sky grew bright. That cool light flowed downward, and the dust-shrouded Xinyang mansion, lit up once more. The delusive thoughts of the great void vanished like snow in the presence of blazing light. The sea stirred again, and the lotus bloomed once more. Li Shiming felt a current of icy clarity circulate once through his Xinyang mansion, like drinking frozen snow. All the delusion in his heart was completely swept away. The talisman seeds have dispelled this delusion, thought Li Shiming. Joy surged in his heart as his spiritual sense extended from the Xinyang mansion. He glimpsed boundless gloom as heavenly light shone brilliantly below. A breath of icy coolness sank beneath his tongue, like sweet liquid seeping down his throat, and the delusion was gone. At this moment, his spiritual sense had already departed the body along with the Xinyang mansion. This mouth was in fact the Xinyang mansion itself. The spiritual sense had no tangible vessel, so the innate senses had substituted themselves, making it feel like a mouth. The coolness in his mouth was precisely the divine ability within the Xinyang mansion. When he saw the talisman seeds display their might and charge through the final barrier in one breath, Li Shiming's delight receded. He dared not be careless and kept his mouth tightly shut. There are still endless illusions, he thought. At once, figures rose out of the void before his eyes. Banners fluttered, golden light strode out from the darkness, horses neighed in chaos, and shouts shook the heavens. A full army appeared before him. The entire host was clad in golden armor, each with different though vivid and lifelike features, bearing spears and halberds. Their leader wore a phoenix-winged helm and a mask that concealed his face. He sat astride a tall steed, reins in hand, treading the air. He thrust a golden spear straight at Li Shiming's throat. In an instant, golden-armored soldiers surrounded him on all sides. They had their swords drawn and bows raised, weapons leveled at him. Li Shiming lowered his gaze and saw his own hands were empty, his body clothed in plain garments, nothing more than the form of an ordinary man. "Who are you?" The distant scene grew ever clearer until it was a mountain valley. The general pressed the spear to his throat and shouted, "Why are you here?" Knowing that the divine ability was in his mouth, Li Shiming refused to open it. The general grew both suspicious and angry. While the guards to either side pressed closer, their shouts uniting into one thunderous roar. Such a show of force could not intimidate Li Shiming. He held his silence. The general flew into a rage, tugged his reins, and rode away, taking his guards with him like the wind. Only then did Li Shiming relax his brow. But suddenly a black-striped tiger leaped out of nowhere and sank its fangs into his calf. A sharp crack resounded as the beast's teeth tore through his flesh. His bones and tendons were exposed, as blood splattered everywhere. Li Shiming was in unbearable pain and flung his hand out to drive it away, but a huge snake with a purple head lunged at him from behind. The snake had pale yellow pupils and slick scales. It ripped open his chest and carried off a chunk of flesh with one bite. He reached to cover the wound, only to grasp a few bare ribs. A flat-headed viper sprang up, darted into his belly, and yanked out a steaming string of entrails, scattering them across the ground. Venomous insects and savage beasts of all kinds rushed from the shadows, fighting over his body. In his haze, Li Shiming kept his mouth shut, gradually forgetting where he was, knowing only that the divine ability lay within his mouth and must not be released. Soon the beasts dispersed. Torrential rain poured, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the general returned with his men. They were hauling a great bronze cauldron. It was glowing red-hot, its oil boiling and seething. He asked, "Who are you?" Li Shiming still refused to respond. A group of people was dragged forward from afar, led by a frail, elderly man with snow-white hair. It was his grandfather, Li Xianxian. Soldiers on either side brought out dark, blood-stained boards and struck the old man 50 times. They questioned him again, and when he gave no answer, each drew blood-spotted rasps and began grinding away at his fingers. The old man's wails shook the heavens, yet Li Shiming kept his mouth shut. When all 5 fingers had been rasped away, the general lifted the old man and held him over the cauldron of oil, saying coldly, "Speak your name and be spared." The old man's blood dripped into the cauldron and bubbles splattered with searing heat. His voice rasped in plea, but Li Shiming gave no answer, shutting his eyes and refusing to look. The general had no choice but to let go, then ordered his men. This fiend's sorcery nears completion. He must not be allowed to remain. Soldiers stepped forward. One thrust a spear straight into his chest, causing the muffled sound of steel-piercing flesh to echo in his ears. Another swung a saber, and cold steel brushed his neck, forcing stars to explode before his eyes. At that, Li Shiming nearly opened his mouth. After a dazed moment, darkness welled up before him. Heavy iron chains hung on either side, crossing over his arms and neck, binding his waist and belly. The chains weighed him down until he could not lift his head. 2 icy gazes were fixed upon his face. On either side stood 2 figures. One held a writ, its tiny words like crawling ants and flies, faintly showing the title's messenger of the 9 underworlds and 10th generation, merciful king. Since Li Shiming would not open his mouth, the 2 soul fetchers asked nothing further and dragged him all the way into the underworld. Li Shiming beheld a scene of collapsed walls and iron plaques strewn across the ground. 2 little demons wielded long ladles of molten copper. Without a word, they hurled him in, shoving him deeper with their ladles, then expertly scooped up the copper and poured it over him. The molten copper burned through his chest and belly, scalding him until he nearly lost consciousness. If he had possessed a mortal body, he would have screamed by instinct long ago. Only willpower could hold it back. Fortunately, this was the body of his spiritual sense, which he could just barely control. After one round of molten copper, the little demons hauled him up. One of them remarked, "It is rare to see such a ghost fit for torment. Few such remain in the mortal world." The other demon replied, "Indeed. The Lord of the Underworld is in seclusion, and the seats of Supreme Shaman and Shokue have long gone unfilled. The dead die as they are. What ghosts can there be to speak of?" The 2 flipped him over, trying iron cudgels and pestles, boiling cauldrons, flaming pits, and mountains of blades and forests of swords one after another. Midway, the soul fetchers led over a white-haired old man. One demon called out, "Lord, which fellow Taoist have you brought?" The soul fetcher stood aside next to the old man and replied, "It is Taoist Qi Wei." Li Shiming nearly let a sound slip. He lifted his head and indeed saw an old man, clad in azure pond sect robes, beside the soul fetcher, gazing down upon him with lofty eyes. One little demon glanced at him and grinned. "Have you any grievances? The king watches from the heavens. He is the 10th generation merciful king. Speak a word, and this man will be struck down." Li Shiming struggled faintly, but only lowered his head without a word or even a groan. His mind was clouded to the extreme. The little demon gnashed its teeth and tormented him all the more viciously with blades and rasps. He endured it all until the command above resounded. This one is sly and obstinate. Send him to the vast sea to be reborn as a woman. Li Shiming trudged on in gloom toward reincarnation until at last his vision brightened. By now he had even forgotten about the divine ability within his mouth. Only one thought remained. He must not open his mouth. He looked about and found himself born into a wealthy household, yet burdened with countless illnesses. He would not open his mouth to eat, nor to take medicine. Though his life was not in danger, his ailments tormented him endlessly without medicine. Still, he clenched his teeth in silence. The family simply regarded her, too, as a mute girl, beautiful beyond compare. She never ate. They tried to pry her mouth open by force early on, but her lips were sealed as if forged from iron, unyielding to any attempt. Though she had never taken food, she grew day by day, and her parents secretly grew fearful. Though bedridden and unable to speak, she remained strikingly beautiful. Relatives who came and went, ignorant of the truth, often teased her with words or took liberties in secret. Thus she grew to 16 in bitter suffering. At last a man of the Liu family from the same village came to seek her hand. Her family hastily married her off. Fortunately, Liu Xing cherished her deeply. They lived in affection for several years. Her health slowly improved, and she bore a son and a daughter. Yet no matter how much Liu Xing pleaded, she never once opened her mouth. 1. This is referring to the Xinyang acupoint. 2. Referring to Li Shiming reincarnated as a girl. Chapter 10:15. The sky grew bright, too. One day, while she was weaving at home, Liu Xing burst in with his face flushed red and his body reeking of wine. He pushed open the door, seized their young son from the bed, and glared coldly, shouting, "You have not eaten for 3 years. What demon are you? This child wears human skin, but who is to say he is truly human? The exalted immortal on the road has told me long ago that you feed upon my official fortune by sharing my bed." The man was tall and brawny, his fury unrestrained. He seized the child and lifted him overhead in one motion. Li Shiming could not stop him, and Liu Xing shouted, "Speak." When she still would not speak, Liu Xing hurled the boy with all his strength. The child struck the stone with a sickening crack, his skull shattering and brains spilling out. Li Shiming felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The chill in his mouth surged violently, and his throat made faint sounds. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, and after a long struggle she finally uttered, "Pooh." His face alternated between ash and green, until he spat out a mouthful of blood, half his tongue with it, all mingling into a dark crimson pool that flickered in and out before his eyes. He lifted his head. Liu Sheng's furious visage was reflected in his eyes, yet it grew farther and farther away as he rose weightlessly, swiftly leaving behind these endless illusions. The icy current rushed straight into his mind, and everything before his eyes faded into boundless darkness. All of his memories returned to him, and Li Shiming felt his entire body grow lighter. The ice and snow within the Juk court, too, melted rapidly. Fierce flames burst into existence, filling the aperture. Li Shiming felt as though he was rising from endless darkness toward infinite light. The gardenias were blooming, the camel bells were ringing, and his vision was dazzlingly bright. Boom. He felt himself enter the realm where boundless truths dwell. Darkness stretched around him, the stars above drawing near and far, and he could make out countless figures seated in meditation within the great void. He soared until he reached the pinnacle of the great void, where clouds and mist shrouded innumerable remnants. Spiritual energy grew ever thinner, as the great void itself narrowed and fractured into ashen gray. His eyes burned with pain, and he plummeted back down. Below lay an endless desert, with towering passes upon it. A celestial gate stood majestic with 72 ridges clear upon its towers. Its white base was carved with countless patterns, and it was shining with radiant light. His consciousness fell endlessly, plunging through the celestial gate and into its deepest recesses, until at last he dropped out of the boundless great void and back into his body manifested in the world. Li Shiming abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay dim darkness. Sparse grasses and trees swayed as droplets of snowmelt dripped with soft sounds. The jet-black jade box upon the golden desk before him had been shattered by mana, leaving pieces scattered across the ground. The jade bottle that had held the radiant violet pill had long since flown into some unknown corner. The mountain top was in ruins, as if ravaged hundreds of times by demonic creatures. Jade pillars were lying collapsed everywhere, with the tallest lying broken beside him. The inscriptions he had left were dim and obscured by creeping vines. The formation lines that gathered spiritual chi on the ground lay broken and in disarray. Bathed in radiant light, plants had grown wildly and nearly covered the entire peak. Tiny golden sparks littered the earth, and wisps of golden-white mist drifted back and forth. It was the darkest hour of the night. The stars were few and dim, yet pure moonlight streamed down. The golden-white mists on the ground glowed faintly, exuding a strange and haunting beauty. Rustle. Li Shiming rose from the ground as withered leaves fell from his body with a dry rustle. The youth's pupils no longer reflected heavenly light. No radiance encircled his movements, and his golden-white Taoist robe even seemed somewhat plain. He seemed younger than before, his skin paler and fairer. Li Shiming seemed little changed from before, save for a small white golden mark at the center of his brows. Neither painted nor dotted, it shone dazzlingly like heavenly light, illuminating all directions. Li Shiming remained motionless for a long time. Rings of multicolored radiance slowly spread outward behind his head. The brilliance of the bright young divine ability emerged beside him, cloaking his form as he soared skyward, rising more than 9 feet high. At last, he moved his lips and teeth to release the heavenly light. Before the heavenly light even touched the ground, purple flames ignited out of thin air, slithering and soaring through the air like serpent dragons. The flames were purple on the outside and golden within as they blazed. Specks of golden heavenly dust drifted around the dazzling flames, shimmering as they spread in all directions, carried by the fiery wind. The purple flames spread along the ground, setting the entirety of Mount Wu ablaze in just a breath. As the purple fire surged outward, clusters of gardenia trees sprouted from the earth, rising tall with broad canopies. White blossoms fell among the dancing flames, scattering across the ground like snow. Billowing purple and golden flames surged into the sky, their radiance brightening the heavens before dawn could. Brilliant dawn was already rising quickly in the distance. Purple flames surged skyward across the mountains, and Li Shiming, shrouded in the radiance of bright yang, stood beneath the gardenia trees as white petals rolled endlessly across the ground. The first wisp of morning sunlight pierced through the formation and fell into his pupils. That first ray of sunlight was trapped within his eyes. His gaze turned pale golden, brilliance flowing within. His great Fisher golden pupils instantly reached ultimate perfection. His golden eyes slowly lifted beneath the firelight and gazed toward the distant south. Above his head, the clouds dispersed and released a flood of radiant white light. "The day has dawned," murmured Li Shiming. Moongaze Lake. Snow had fallen over Moongaze Lake. The moonlight was bright, and the moon was mirrored on the cold surface of the lake. The evening wind swept through, causing the water to ripple with shimmering light. Streams of light flew back and forth across the sky, lending the scene a touch of celestial majesty. It was the hour of the rat, 3. Most of the lights around Moongaze Lake were extinguished, yet the many cultivators patrolling and guarding the waters had not rested. They flew back and forth above the lake, like ribbons of color weaving through the night. Mount Qingdu's greenery had grown luxurious over the years. A side peak contained the intricate and rustic talisman pavilion, crafted from redwood. Before it, an old man washed his inkstone, carried the ink inside, spread talisman paper upon the desk, and paused with brush in hand. The old man was always busy. Though the night was late and the hour of the rat had arrived, his brush had not stopped. Stroke by stroke, he drew talismans, watching as crimson lines slowly appeared on yellow paper. Exhaling softly, he finished yet another talisman. Li Xianxian put it away, then suddenly noticed a brightness before him. He casually snuffed out a few spirit lamps, only to sense something amiss. He muttered to himself, "Where is this light coming from?" He lifted his brows and looked out. Already more than a dozen cultivators stood scattered across the lake, near and far, all staring dazedly toward the east. Golden radiance cloaked their bodies, their shadows stretched long upon the water. The old man's gaze shifted, and at last he beheld the brilliant golden dawn rising. The golden radiance was reflected in his clouded eyes. With a snap, the talisman brush in his hand fell onto the desk, rolled twice, and stained the talisman paper with ink, ruining the sheet. Yet Li Xianxian seemed not to notice. He had one hand braced against the window as his aged face was bathed entirely in golden dawn. Tears welled in his eyes as he forced them shut, his breathing ragged. On the 22nd day of the winter month, at the hour of the rat, the moonlight over Moongaze Lake receded, and the sky grew bright. 1. Going back to the male pronoun. 2. This is the Juk acupoint. 3. In Chinese astrology, the hour of the rat refers to the time period between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Chapter 1016. Entered into the Underworld Register, I. The Azure Pond Sect. Verdant peaks rose high, wreathed in drifting cloud smoke. Dharma light shone brightly in the great hall nearby. Crimson gates rose into the sky, corridors twisted back upon themselves, and triple eaves and layered rooftops stretched out, while curling incense wafted upward. It was a scene full of immortal grandeur. A streak of clear light sped toward the hall, halting before the steps, and transforming into a man in a splendid crown. He strode across the immortal threshold and hurried into the hall, where a middle-aged man sat at the head, brush in hand as he painted. The crowned man looked somewhat anxious, but before he could speak, the middle-aged man cut him off with a gesture, pulling him over to look. The painting was of a lofty crowned peach tree, upon which 3 serpent dragons coiled, each bearing its claws and fangs. The serpent dragon on the right was fat and bloated, its form ungainly, yet its tail hook gleamed with venomous luster. The left one was thin and frail, but its eyes were marked in gold, and it was adorned by crimson clouds. In the center, the last serpent dragon was mighty and imposing, though showing clear signs of age. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tantai 1, what do you think of this painting?" The crowned man could only pause to glance at the painting. After a brief examination, he replied gently, "Sect Master, your brushwork is exquisite, marvelous indeed, though the space beneath the tree feels too empty. Adding a deep pond there would bring it more life." Ha! Si Yuanli burst into hearty laughter, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Brother, what fine insight you have." The crowned man returned the gesture of courtesy, then lowered his voice and said, "My spirit falcon has returned from the north." At midnight, dawn shone upon Mount Wu and over Moongaze Lake. Purple flames surged to the heavens and colorful clouds rolled across the sky, filled with the aura of bright yang. I fear it will spread further still. At the very least, it will shroud the entirety of Moongaze Lake. Ho! Si Yuanli suddenly lifted his head, eyes blazing. After a glance, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Alas, Li Shiming has perished." The crowned man furrowed his brows, pausing before speaking softly. "According to my earlier deductions, his seclusion should have begun 12 to 14 years ago. If he has reached the Purple Mansion realm, the time frame is indeed far too short." "Far too short." Si Yuanli shook his head and said, "It takes about 10 years to push one's immortal foundation into the Shenyang acupoint. Even if he consumed the pills provided by the Xiao family, and even if he prepared a stockpile of treasured panaceas himself, it would still take 5 years at the very least. The Li family is not some deeply rooted family, and Li Shiming himself is no too long Jian. Manifesting divine abilities is even more perilous, requiring 6 years. I have never debated the Tao with him, so I do not know how much he has comprehended the bright Yang Tao. Let us assume he swallowed a radiant sky stone and had great fortune, barely making it through that stage. But after that comes the ignorance stage, which easily lasts more than 10 years. He let out a leisurely sigh, grinding open the blue spirit ink, and replied, "For such a phenomenon to occur at this time, his death is certain." Seeing him add more ink to the paper and sketch out a pond, the crowned man softly said, "But this phenomenon was so vast and far from ordinary. He consumed the radiant sky stone." Si Yuanli shook his head and replied, "That is a Purple Mansion realm treasure. After swallowing such a thing, how could the phenomenon not be overwhelming? The sky stone directly faces the radiant pass. Even you, Tantai Jin, might not qualify to use such a resource." He was of the Weasley lineage, he cultivated bright yang, and consumed a Purple Mansion realm treasure, so such an omen is only natural. The crowned man frowned and asked, "Could it not be that he truly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm?" Si Yuanli thought for a moment, then answered, "It is possible, yes. After all, he was of the Weasley lineage. Perhaps their Su family possessed some inherited technique that gave Bright Yang unique advantages. That may have been why he dared to use the Radiant Sky Stone. But do you think the Great Lords would not have already considered that? So long as he took it, there was no need to concern ourselves further. He would have remained in the ignorant stage for decades. Even if he succeeded, what then? By that time, Li Zhouwei would have long since been dealt with. If he had been capable, becoming a Bright Yang Purple Mansion Realm cultivator would have been fine, especially in the north where he could block the Buddhist cultivators. But unfortunately, he has perished. Besides, I heard he was weak-willed. Even had he survived the divine ability stage, how could he have crossed the endless illusions? In the end, all would have been for nothing. Tantai Jin, the crown man, was left speechless. He simply stood quietly by as Si Yuanli tidied up the painting, handed it over, and strode out. Unfolding it, Tantai Jin saw a small pond had now appeared beneath the peach tree. The serpent dragon on the left had most of its body hidden beneath the pond's edge, making it appear even more withered and frail. Si Yuanli, meanwhile, left the main peak, riding the clouds as he flew toward another peak. Upon its summit stood a solitary pavilion that seemed to float amidst the mists. Numerous jade talismans dangled from its eaves, swaying gently and clinking together with a crisp sound. Fellow Taoist Shiji. Si Yuanli stepped into the pavilion and found Li Shiji holding a jade slip, engrossed in reading. He now bore the appearance of middle age, yet his refined elegance and noble bearing remained undiminished. Years as pavilion master had only added an air of scholarly grace to him. Greetings, Sect Master. Li Shiji quickly rose to greet him. Si Yuanli did not dare to be careless and hurried to steady him. Though deep in his heart, he felt a fear, he could not speak aloud. All these years, who knows what extent his spell arts have reached by now, thought Si Yuanli. The only person within the Azure Pond sect who could inspire such dread in Si Yuanli was this man. To Si Yuanli, Li Shiji's scheming was unfathomable. Clearly a prodigy in the Tao of spell arts, yet he had never once revealed his brilliance of spell arts since the age of 10 when he entered the sect. Not even Yuan Tuan had seen through him. Even back when Tuoba Chongyuan hunted him to the brink of death, he never once exposed his true ability. Pondered Si Yuanli. It was not until the battle at Reef Sea made his name resound that Si Yuanli finally realized that this man was the true genius of the Li family's Xie generation. His innate ability in spell arts even surpassed that of Yu Muxian, once hailed as the greatest spell prodigy of their era. If not for the fact that his wife came from the Yang family, I would certainly have sought to bind him with ties of kinship and drawn him to my side. But never mind, things as they are not bad either. His heart grew heavy, yet his face showed only worry as he said softly, Shiji, something has happened at Moongaze Lake. As expected, Li Shiji's expression shifted and his brows furrowed. Si Yuanli recounted the matter from beginning to end, though his words now differed greatly from before, speaking of Li Shiming with tact and subtle hints. Li Shiji himself had studied much concerning the Purple Mansion realm. When he heard Si Yuanli's account, his heart sank into emptiness. Slowly closing his eyes, he exhaled and murmured, Sect Master, you mean my younger brother. He likely failed his breakthrough and perished. Si Yuanli hesitated before nodding and replying. Not necessarily, perhaps he did succeed. Li Shiji knew those were but words of courtesy. He stood quietly for several seconds before bowing and saying respectfully, Sect Master, thank you for informing me. I shall not detain you further. Si Yuanli responded at once and departed on the wind. Li Shiji escorted him out, then barely holding himself together, returned to the pavilion. There, at last, he closed his eyes and wept, crystalline tears glistening on his face as he whispered 5 words. Ming'er didn't have it easy. Li Shiji narrowed his eyes, searing his tears away with a touch of mana. He pulled a letter from the desk, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write, his heart growing ever colder as he thought. Since Ming'er has failed and perished, grandfather will surely be heartbroken beyond measure. I am the only remaining one of the Xie generation. Everyone now schemes over my family's heir. Even if I must gamble away my cultivation and life itself, I must see Zhouwei preserved. 1. This is the surname of the character, not the given name. Chapter 1017. Entered into the Underworld Register. 2. Dawn broke, and purple flames shot straight into the heavens from Mount Wu. White clusters of gardenia petals rolled along the mountaintop, carried by the blaze's glow, while pale golden sandstones spun in the air. Mount Wu had once been formed of basalt, so its soil was dark crimson in color. But now, The earth across the mountain had turned pitch black, its stones shattering apart, and everything was transmuted into a radiant hue. The entire mountain had become the territory of Bright Yang. The grand formation's spiritual energy shifted abruptly, and its power was greatly reduced. Spirit sand swirled beneath his feet as gardenias bloomed in profusion. Li Shiming attuned himself to his body as his qi and cinnabar glow surged in all directions. Everything was radiant within the Juk court. The snow that had once filled it had long melted, and heavenly light had transformed into bright yang purple flames that flowed freely within. Fire rises in the heart. Yang shines within and without. Thus the Minghuang divine ability is accomplished. Radiance extends 2 meters. Purple flames blaze forth. Colorful clouds ascend and dissipate. In the past, Li Shiming could not grasp these words, but now he understood immediately. The fire rising in the heart naturally referred to the Juk court at the heart. The bright yang purple flames accumulated there, and with but a thought, he could now cause them to erupt. Golden armor and robes descend across the heavens. The celestial sun glows in the east. The earth fiends burst from the south. Thus one roams the great void, tempering golden lotuses. The dawn shone bright at the horizon, but no golden armor or robes appeared. Perhaps his divine ability had yet to manifest outward. He paused slightly, then cast his spiritual sense across the southern face of Mount Wu. The bright young purple flames raged fiercest on the southern slope, burning so hot that the radiant stones crumbled apart. Sure enough, streams of red-black earth fiend energy gushed forth, only to be suppressed by the purple flames and trapped within that narrow patch of land. This is what is meant by the sun glowing in the east and the earth fiends bursting from the south. My divine ability's completion has allowed this mountain to reap immense benefit, transforming into a treasured land of bright yang. This baleful qi is extraordinary. Not only can it refine pills and forge artifacts, it may even yield certain strands of bright yang qi itself. He sat quietly for several seconds, when suddenly the great void echoed with a hollow sound, and 2 figures emerged at his side. Li Shiming lifted his head slightly, his eyes returning to a pale gold. The divine light between his brows flickered, and the gray aura covering the 2 figures instantly dissipated, revealing their true forms. One was short in stature, with ugly and distorted features that culminated in 2 horns jutting from his brow. A gray cloth was draped about his shoulders. His eyes stretched so far to the sides of his face that only half an eye was visible from the front. His teeth were long and thin, his pupils a murky green-black, and he clutched a hazy gray pen as long as a pestle. The other was a head taller. His face was wide and long, sagging all the way down to his chest, his nose ridge splitting his face into 2 halves. His eyes were pink, and he struggled to carry a massive book in his arms. He had strings of copper coins hanging from his body. The horned one halted, offering a casual cupped hand salute. His voice was shrill and thin as he spoke. "Greetings, Taoist. I am Wang Long, emissary of the Underworld's judiciary. Good tidings, good tidings. You have attained a divine ability, and I have come on behalf of all Underworld envoys to congratulate you. Congratulations, congratulations. May you be free from life and death. May your divine Tao be perfected. May the 5 laws reach their utmost. May you escape the great calamity, first attain fruition, and ultimately become true." He rattled off a long string of blessings in that sharp voice. When he finally finished, the long-faced man beside him said, "The same blessings, the same blessings." Wang Long then bent slightly at the waist to introduce the long-faced man as he pointed at the latter. "This is my companion, Zhang Gui. So it is the emissary of the Underworld." No wonder he had arrived so quickly. He was from the Underworld. Li Shiming returned the salute, while Wang Long, his voice shrill, smiled and asked, "Is that the Radiant Origin Pass?" Zhang Gui glanced at him twice, his long face as calm as a still pond, then answered, "Indeed. The technique is ancient in form and comes from the Weasley family's heaven-venerating gate. Fellow Taoist version is not the orthodox line, but likely the collateral royal branches guarding the northern frontier. The technique has been much simplified and is called the Radiant Origin Pass." "Good, good, good." Wang Long's voice grew even sharper as he immediately turned to ask, "Your surname and given name?" Li Shiming had only just crossed through boundless illusions. His own name was nearly stuck in his throat, and he almost could not speak it. After a moment, he quietly said, "I am Li Shiming of the Li family." Shi as in the dawn's radiance, Ming as in the light of sun and moon. As soon as the words fell from his lips, Wang Long's pen flashed twice, welling up with ink. The horned man shoved the long-faced one carrying the massive book and exclaimed, "Have you found him yet?" Zhang Gui continued to slowly leaf through the pages, tracing the contents with his finger as he searched silently. Wang Long, impatient by nature, refused to keep watching him and instead muttered to Li Shiming, "Tell me, why would several true monarch-level figures fight at all? They shattered the heavens with their battle. Several true monarchs themselves went to watch, disturbing both heaven and earth alike. Fellow Taoist, on my way here, I even heard that a hunk of flesh as large as a city fell from the sky in Wu State, festering across 4 provinces. I wonder which great figure was displeased to bring about such a calamity." He kept muttering, his half-human, half-ghost face gradually showing worry, as he whispered, "I wonder if fellow Taoists C can even break through to the Golden Core realm. If not, then this century's metallic essence will once again be incomplete." Li Shiming responded absently, not knowing the customs of the underworld folk, and did not speak further. Wang Long waited a while, growing ever more dissatisfied, then turned with a frown, his shrill voice snapping at the long-faced Zhang Gui. "Old partner, how long has it been? Delaying here and there. If those old fellows find out, they'll say we've neglected the souls of the dead, and you'll be the one punished for it." Zhang Gui looked left and right, then closed the book shut with a rustle. His indistinct brows furrowed, his face appearing even more grotesque as he slowly replied, "I cannot find him." Wang Long froze for a moment, then clenched his hands and flung open the book's cover. He grunted as he shoved it forcefully, toppling the massive tome to the ground. In an instant it split into several volumes, scattering across the floor with a rustle. He cursed. How could there be a mistake? Did you transcribe this all for nothing? The 2 underworld envoys were clearly pressed for time as they scrambled in a fluster to search through the mess. Li Shiming cast a brief glance and saw that the collection consisted of numerous volumes in varying colors, yet when he swept over them with his spiritual sense, they revealed nothing at all. It seems not even mana can lift these books, nor could any spell arts be cast upon them. I wonder if a divine ability could seize them instead, wondered Li Shiming. The 2 dropped their heads, each grabbing a volume in haste, flipping through them rapidly in their search. The collection was a treasure in itself, impervious to spiritual sense probing. For a time, the only sound all around was the flapping of pages being turned. Rustle, rustle. Seizing the moment, Li Shiming lowered his gaze. At his feet lay a volume bound in purple gold, laced with several strands of pristine white cord. It stood out as the most exalted volume. Its pages flipped of their own accord amidst the surging purple flames, until it reached the final page, whereupon it was inscribed on the margin, "Record of Purple Mansion Realm Divine Abilities, verified by the envoys of Jiao and Yang states, collated by the registry, Ghost Zhang Gui." At the very top was a line of golden script, written in ancient seal characters of the Yin script. Li Shiming recognized it at a single glance. In the Yin era, 697 cycles of earth virtue, 2nd month, 3rd day. Head of the ancient Li Wan of Yang State, now a cultivator of Mount Azure Pond, Taoist Master Guanxuan, Yang Tianya, attained divine ability. Beneath this golden Taoist inscription followed another line. In the Yin era, 698 cycles of earth virtue, 11th month, 23rd day. Person of the Wu tribe in Jiao State, now a cultivator of Linhai Prefecture, Taoist Master Hofu, Lin Wei, attained divine ability. Li Shiming's heart trembled violently. He knew both names recorded on this page. Yang Tianya required no explanation, and Taoist Master Hofu was none other than the present master of the Great Xiokui Temple. The Li family had been embroiled in Su Zhao's rebellion when Hofu achieved his breakthrough. Yang Tianya has attained his divine ability. He accomplished it even earlier than Hofu, thought Li Shiming. 1. This Li, it is not the same Li of Li Shiming. It is the same Li of Lijing Town, Lixiao Prefecture, and Lijing Mountain. Chapter 1018, The Old Man's Words, I. Chapter 1018, The Old Man's Words, I. Li Shiming only had time for a quick glance as Wang Long was already busy gathering up the book. Zhang Gui stepped forward in 2 strides, silently picked it up, and together they stacked the massive tome back. Only then did Zhang Gui lower his voice and say, "Truly nothing." The 2 exchanged a glance, as if sharing a tacit understanding, and said no more. Wang Long lifted the next book beneath, a purple gold volume, while Zhang Gui put brush to paper, writing as purple gold light flowed across the pages. Then Zhang Gui said, Moongaze Marsh of Jing State, now the domain of Moongaze Lake. He paused, then lowered his voice. Shiming, you haven't been cultivating in some other place for many years, have you? This matter is too great. You absolutely must not conceal it from me. Li Shiming reckoned that this was something that should have been recorded. Since the two couldn't find his entry, they were making a private edition. There was no need for him to hide anything, so he spoke plainly. Correct. Zhang Gui wrote 2 more characters, then asked, Dao title? Li Shiming thought for a moment before replying. Zhaojing. Zhang Gui bent over his writing once more. Li Shiming rested a hand on his storage pouch, searched for a bit, then drew out 2 jade boxes from his sleeve and said softly, Thank you both for making this trip. I've prepared a small token to express my gratitude. You are too courteous, Taoist friend. Zhang Gui did not pause his writing. He looked up to offer thanks, then bent back down to continue inscribing. Wang Long, meanwhile, promptly accepted the gift, gave a slight nod, and replied, This is simply our duty. No need for such courtesy, Taoist friend. Seeing how practiced the two were, Li Shiming realized these were all customary dealings. The jade boxes could not block spiritual sense. Inside one lay the Qinyan radiant fruit that Lucan had once given him, while the other contained a portion of Earth Fiend's cold spring. One treasure was aligned with Earth virtue, and the other with baleful qi. Both were somewhat connected to the Underworld judiciary. They were the finest items he could dig out from his storage pouch on such short notice. No one had ever spoken of the Underworld judiciary coming in person to record names. Fortunately, judging by Wang Long's demeanor, these 2 items should just barely suffice, enough that I would not offend them. As the thought flickered through his mind, Zhang Gui finished inscribing. He put away the brush, thick as a pestle, clasped his hands, and said, The recording is complete. Forgive us for disturbing you, Taoist friend. Now that your divine ability has been formed, enjoy 500 years of leisure. When your lifespan nears its end and you seek fruition attainment, I will return, and we shall speak again then. Wang Long lifted the book in his arms, and the two tore open the great void, slipping into the endless black abyss to return to the Underworld judiciary. Li Shiming waited a moment, then let his heavenly light from the center of his brows sweep the area to confirm no one was nearby. Even so, he remained uncertain in his heart. Yang Tianya has ties to the Underworld judiciary. He concealed his breakthrough and is clearly plotting something. Now he sent these 2 emissaries to let me see, almost as if extending goodwill. On the other hand, my name was not in the records. Those 2 emissaries added it themselves. Was it at the bidding of someone behind the Yang family? His standing must be high. Perhaps he is actually helping me. Compared to this, the 2 treasured panaceas he had just offered seemed of little importance. Setting his doubts aside, Li Shiming pondered inwardly. Now that I have achieved the Purple Mansion realm, it is precedent to announce it to all families. To conceal it would be impossible. But someone like me, who attained the Purple Mansion realm by exhausting the strength of my family, is different. Unlike Tu Longjian, who stood alone and relied solely on himself, or like the common immortal sects, who have Purple Mansion realm backers behind them, declaring my attainment before all families is not just a matter of words. He considered for a moment, then settled his mind. First I should visit elders Changxi, Shooting, and Junjian to show my gratitude. Only then will I make the announcement to the sections. This will not only show my sincerity, but also allow me to learn of any taboos. Thus, Li Shiming pressed upon the clouds, entered the great void, and made his way toward the Shao family. The great void, muttered Li Shiming. This was Li Shiming's first time traversing the great void. He used his divine ability to cloak his body, suppressing his radiance, and flew in near silence. Looking around, he saw only endless darkness, yet it rose and fell, fluctuating unpredictably. The great void was qi itself, bound closely with spiritual energy. It was not flat, but had highs and lows, distances near and far. Where spiritual energy was dense, the great void formed a towering mountain. When the energy was thin, passing through 500 meters in the great void was but a single step. Having just cultivated his divine ability, Li Shiming gazed into the great void and understood at once. The reason Purple Mansion realm cultivators could traverse 5,000 meters in an instant was that they followed the barren paths of spiritual energy in the great void, stepping across 500 meters in a single stride. But if the entire region was thick with spiritual energy, it was better to exit the void and travel with one's divine ability outside. Of course, if one encountered a place devoid of spiritual energy, then it could not be found in the great void at all, let alone provide a foothold. Li Shiming only traversed the great void for a short while, following several shortcuts. It only took him a few dozen seconds to reach the territory of Mount Xianyu, where the darkness gave way to circles of azure light, rippling like waves and filling the sky. He halted his divine ability, golden light flickering faintly in his pupils, and activated his perception technique to look more closely. He thought to himself, so it's a formation. The Shao family now has a purple mansion realm grand formation cutting off the great void. If it's displayed so brazenly, this is clearly meant as a show of power. These are no longer the days when Buzi pierced their formation to threaten Shao Gitu. He himself had once received such treatment. Only Buzi had been careless, caught sight of the immortal mirror, and gained no advantage. The sight stirred Li Shiming's heart, and he quietly considered the cost. If I have the chance, I must ask Elder Shooting. If my family could acquire such a formation, it would bring much greater safety. He halted at the thought, when suddenly a streak of white light shot forth from the formation and landed before him, hazy and indistinct. From within came the voice of an elder, carrying authority without anger. Which Taoist friend has come? Please enter the formation so that we may speak. Li Shiming did not wish to reveal his identity. He had suppressed his radiant light with his divine ability all along the way. He only gave a slight nod and followed the white light into the formation, where his vision instantly brightened. He saw cold mist curling through towering peaks, and two sheer cliffs facing one another. Pine and cypress trees grew ruggedly above a clear, icy pool. A small boat lay still upon the waters, where an old man faintly could be seen fishing. Snow was even falling, crunching softly as it covered the ground. Li Shiming halted at the shore, bowed, and said softly, "This junior, Zhaojing, Li Shiming, pays respects to the Taoist master." The jade-like fishing rod dipped with a soft creak, startling the creature below, which twisted away slyly. Ripples spread, causing the ice fragments to clink lightly. The old man quietly set the rod aside and said gently, "So it is Taoist Master Zhaojing. I had thought it was Qingyan, one, and feared I was remiss. Please, come aboard." Li Shiming took a light step, his radiant light shimmering faintly, and appeared upon the boat. Shao Shooting then set out a small table with 2 jade cups, and upon it placed a green jade flask. After waiting for Li Shiming to sit, Shao Shooting put away the jade flask, took out another, poured for him, and said with a smile, "Have a taste." 1. Referring to Taoist Master Qingyan of Changshao Gate. Chapter 1019, The Old Man's Words, 2. Chapter 1019, The Old Man's Words, 2. Li Shiming lifted the cup and drank the tea. The flavor of the tea was mild, and its spiritual qi merely ordinary. It hardly matched Shao Shooting's stature, and Li Shiming felt a trace of doubt, but the elder spoke. "Years ago, when Li Tongya came to Cloud-Crowned Peak, I offered him this same cup of Tongming fruit leaf tea. He thought it too precious and dared not drink much. Yet now this tea has become a common item even among your esteemed family." Li Shiming naturally followed his train of thought and respectfully said, "My entire family remembers Senior's great kindness. It will never be forgotten. Now that I was fortunate enough to succeed in breaking through, you were the very first person I came to seek. I had thought you were still at the Northern Sea, so this is most fortunate. Good. The matter at the Northern Sea has long since been settled." Shao Shooting gave a word of praise, nodded, and said with a smile, "I accept your intentions, but it would be best for you to first visit Sibuoxiu. He values rules and also his reputation. If you fail to show him respect, that old pedant may say nothing aloud, but he will be displeased in his heart." Li Shiming had planned to meet Tu Longjian second and Changxi third, leaving Sibuoxiu for last. Hearing this, his heart tightened, and he said softly, "Fortunately, Senior pointed this out." Shao Shooting replied warmly, "You managed to cross into the Purple Mansion realm so swiftly, which only shows your state of mind is not lacking. But Sibuoxiu's lifespan is nearing its end, and his situation is most precarious. He is the one you should first steady. If you ignore him and instead come to see me, an outsider, what will he think? Fortunately, you have not yet announced your breakthrough to the families, and your number is not counted among them. You even came here with your divine light suppressed. Bushio is likely still weighing whether you have truly succeeded. Though he holds the Dongli's secret register, since you took the Sky Stone and did not cultivate bright yang with his own eyes upon you, he cannot estimate it clearly. Li Shiming nodded thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, the Dongli's secret register? Correct. Xiao Shooting sipped his tea and said softly, the Dongli Sect's grotto heaven was divided among 3 sects, and its secret techniques as well. The Dongli secret register records all the peculiarities of the bright yang Daos. As early as when you were at Foundation Establishment Realm, Bushio had already discerned your Dao foundation and cultivation method. Li Shiming's heart grew heavy. His impression of Bushio's stern and upright image shifted in many ways. After accepting his thanks, Xiao Shooting continued, your breakthrough cannot be hidden for long. It is only a matter of time before it is discovered. It is better to announce it early and rise to the rank of an immortal family. Once news of your divine ability spreads, all the families will come to visit and offer congratulations. Hold a divine ability gathering, then pay visits one by one. The first 3 Taoist masters you meet are especially important, so pay close attention to them. Li Shiming carefully memorized every word, nodding solemnly. Xiao Shooting said, Tu Longjian has gone to the Southern Sea. You need not rush to see him. He avoids entanglements these days and wishes to stand apart from all. If you go hastily to meet him, you may disrupt his plans. Do not reserve a formal place for him. Just visit him privately. You may meet Changxi, but his lifespan is even shorter than Bushio's. He is the sole Purple Mansion realm cultivator of the Profound Peak Gate. Their decline will come within a few short years. Perhaps they may not even be able to keep their gate. Here he paused slightly, as though observing Li Shiming's expression, then spoke softly. Handle it as you see fit. If your ties are not deep, it is best to cut them early. Do not rush to meet him. It should be he who hurries to meet you. Li Shiming suddenly understood. He had known nothing of Purple Mansion realm affairs, while Xiao Shooting was deeply versed in such matters. Without such guidance from a senior, who knew how many mistakes he might have made. If I did not know these crucial points, I would only be manipulated by others. He bowed solemnly and said in a deep voice, Zhaojing offers deep thanks for Taoist master's guidance. Xiao Shooting let out a soft laugh, his face easing into warmth as he replied, seeing you as you are now, my junior's wish can finally be considered fulfilled. His whole life was hardship, since he was sincere to others yet often taken advantage of. To have gained a disciple like you is truly bitterness turned to sweetness. Li Shiming still remembered Xiao Yuanxi's radiant violet pill and gave a slight nod. Xiao Shooting then said softly, Go now. Settle your family's affairs, then make the announcement to the families. Yuanxi will accompany me to find you. The elder's gaze landed on Li Shiming. When Li Shiming heard the words, settle your family's affairs, his eyes clearly flickered. The youth immediately nodded, took his leave in a quiet tone, and departed into the great void. Xiao Shooting quietly put away the jade cups, sinking into thought. He knew enough to come see me first. But judging by his manner, it seems he is unaware of the great figure behind him. He took up the jade fishing rod and cast it into the icy pool. Snow fell in flurries as Xiao Shooting sank into deep contemplation, staring at the waters without a word. After Li Shiming departed the mountain, the purple flame over Mount Wu started to dim slightly. The fragile grand formation trembled with a booming sound. A young man clad in armor and with eyes as dark as ink descended on lightning, thunder at his command. It was none other than Li Chenghui. Behind him followed a middle-aged man in white robes, with a spear slung across his back. His cultivation was at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. His expression was cautious as he descended into the formation. The blazing purple flames burned hot, stinging their faces. Clan Uncle Siwei. Li Chenghui glanced around and said quietly, These purple flames are scorching. It would be unwise for you to enter. You stay outside to watch over him. I will search for my uncle's traces. The man in white was in Siwei. More than 10 years had passed, and he had now achieved the Foundation Establishment realm. His expression remained as composed as ever. He nodded, withdrew, and flew off with the wind. Li Chenghui went straight to the mountaintop. The jade pillars had collapsed, the ground was riddled with cracks, and strangely, gardenia trees had sprouted everywhere. White blossoms rolled across the ground, some even rolling over his boots. He searched carefully, but found no trace of Li Shiming. There was not even a Taoist robe. He only discovered 2 heaps of incinerated jade dust. Shielding himself from the purple flames with lightning, Li Chenghui drew closer and carefully examined them. He thought to himself, the family head once instructed me that if an anomaly occurs and no trace of the Lord is found on the mountain, it must remain a secret whether success or failure. Since he is not at home now, I must handle this myself. These past years, the 3 sects near Mount Shaoshi, the Golden Tang Gate, and the Jiangbei Devil cultivators have grown increasingly brazen with harassment and schemes. There will be no peaceful days ahead with this startling celestial phenomenon. Careful planning is needed. He plucked a gardenia blossom, placed it into a jade box, then quickly withdrew, riding the wind out of the formation. Outside, Li Xianxian was waiting, his face anxious. Seeing Li Chenghui approach, he asked softly, "How is it?" Li Chenghui hesitated, then replied softly, "The purple flames were too fierce. I could not see clearly, and was forced back out." In truth, Li Xianxian had little faith that Li Shiming could succeed in reaching the Purple Mansion realm, but he still clung to a sliver of hope, unwilling to let it go. He lowered his head silently and said in a hoarse voice, "What do Minggong and the White Ape say?" Li Chenghui answered respectfully, "Elder sister has sent word. The devil cultivators around Glacial Cloud Peak were startled by the celestial phenomenon and scattered in confusion. These next few days should be free of worry. However, since the family head is still in the Eastern Sea hunting demonic creatures, we must remain vigilant. The sects near Mount Shaoshi are not ordinary rogue cultivators. I expect they will head toward the lake." Good. Seeing that he had matters in hand, Li Xianxian quickly withdrew. Li Chenghui looked up at the sky and muttered softly, "Half of Moongaze Lake is already veiled in colorful clouds. The 3 sects and 7 gates cannot possibly be unaware. Word must have reached within the sect by now. All we can do is wait for their message." Chapter 1020, Attaining the Purple Mansion Realm, I. Li Chenghui had just left Mount Wu when a cultivator in black armor arrived, a sword at his waist. He had ashen eyes, gaunt cheeks, a gloomy expression, clenched teeth, and a heavy gaze. "Family brother," the cultivator called out, and Li Chenghui nodded. He asked, "Qinyang, what has happened?" Gray qi swirled around Qinyang. He was now at the late stage of the qi cultivation realm. He cultivated the Li family's pit water technique, which had been obtained years ago and was known as the Stone Pestle Sea Expansion technique. Its grade was unknown, but it surpassed the River One Qi technique by far. The black-armored cultivator spoke quietly. "A group has arrived at the river. They're cultivators from Floating Cloud Cave of the Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi. They claim to have come to offer congratulations." "Congratulations?" Li Chenghui laughed coldly as he replied, "Those 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi eye the riverbanks every day, shifting a foot today and an inch tomorrow. They even collude with devil cultivators along the northern shore. Congratulations? They've come with ill intent." The gloom on Chunyang's face clearly stemmed from this. His exchange with the emissaries of the Mifan 3 sects had obviously not been pleasant. The young man lowered his voice and said, "My lord, the visitors were rather arrogant, but were only led by a guest cultivator at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Their purpose is merely to provoke us and test our strength." Qinyang was deep-minded and not easily dealt with. He immediately saw through the other party's scheme and cupped his hands. The group did not enter the island, but hovered menacingly above the lakeside. The elder has already gone to meet them halfway. I ask you, my lord, to hurry there at once. Li Chenghui's expression finally changed when he heard that Li Xianxian had been intercepted by these interlopers. His ancient pupil technique stirred, as his black eyes started to gleam with purple light. He spoke in a low voice, "Let's go." Thunder rumbled beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a streak of purple light that shot straight toward the island. From afar came a sharp and piercing voice that was amplified with mana. "Old man, how many years have you lived? Still busying yourself at home?" Li Chenghui immediately looked up and saw Siwei in white robes, a long spear in hand, locked in a standoff with a young Taoist before him. Li Xianxian stood behind Siwei, his brows furrowed, unease showing on his aged face. Rage welled up in Li Chenghui's heart. He streaked forth like lightning, landing amidst the noisy crowd of cultivators. The 6 tokens whirled around him, forcing several people back a step, while his spear struck with a thunderous boom. "You!" The young man's expression shifted. He waved his hand to dissolve the oppressive force, displeasure flickering across his face as he said in a low voice, "Oh, so it's Taoist friend Chenghui." Though the man looked young and spoke with strength, His aura carried the withered scent of twilight years. Li Chenghui only needed a glance to recognize a facade. In truth, he was an old wretch, 100 years past, who had only managed to break through by clinging to the shifting spiritual energy of Su's state. Li Chenghui's voice turned cold as he replied, "Well met, Taoist friend." Inwardly, he mused, Floating Cloud Cave certainly has powerful cultivators. This fellow is nothing more than a pawn sent to probe. The Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi had risen later in Jiangbei and were situated just across the river. All three traced their lineage back to Mount Shaoshi and were bound together by common roots, with the Golden Tang gate backing them. Their strength was not inconsiderable. They were a typical northern sect, lacking a fixed Dao lineage and bound by none of the immortal laws of the 3 sects and 7 gates. Their ranks contained a chaotic mix, with some cultivating immortality, others demonic arts, and still others Buddhist methods. They had clashed often with his own family for the past 10 years. He did not recognize this man, though the man recognized him. Years ago, Li Chenghui had been stationed on the northern bank, wielding his thunder arts and the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens. He had battered several demonic cultivators so thoroughly that they nearly lost their heads. The 3 sects were shaken and were forced to send Buddhist cultivators against him instead. Taoist friend Chenghui, your cultivation has advanced once again. I am Zai Xingzi, at your service. Perhaps knowing he could not win against Li Chenghui, and mindful he was on foreign ground, Zai Xingzi kept his tone cordial, smiling without mirth as he greeted him. He said, I merely saw the elder here and asked a question in passing. There's no other intent. How could Li Chenghui not hear the sarcasm hidden in his earlier words? His reply was cold. What business brings you here, Taoist friend? Zai Xingzi said with a laugh. Our sect master saw auspicious clouds rising over Moongaze Lake, with the midnight hour bright as day. Surely, it was Senior Shiming breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. We came to offer our congratulations. Might I ask where the elder is now? Li Chenghui fixed him with a deep stare, his voice like ice as he replied, What business of the 3 sects is my elder's breakthrough? Go back to where you came from. Zai Xingzi frowned and said, Taoist friend, how discourteous. I came to offer congratulations, yet I cannot even see him once, nor any of the other esteemed families present. He gave a muffled laugh, answering his own words. It seems the breakthrough failed, yet still caused quite a phenomenon. Could it be that your family's elder? The Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi were ultimately at odds with the Li family. Zai Xingzi did not step into the grand formation, but stood outside, his voice strong and bolstered by mana, forcing it to echo across the lake. Li Chenghui slowly furrowed his brows. The entire Li family knew of the phenomenon. All the prominent families had guessed it was Li Shiming, though none knew the exact details. With the family keeping matters secret, speculation about the phenomenon had run rampant. Now that Zai Xingzi had voiced it aloud, the gathered families were no fools. Many of them began piecing together the truth. And Siwei and the others faltered slightly, while Zai Xingzi sneered. Barely a few decades, and your family's elder has already failed his breakthrough. Truly too hasty. Taoist friend Chenghui, you yourself know, advancing to the Purple Mansion realm is not a matter of a mere handful of years. Li Chenghui held his command token steady, unmoving. His family had only just suffered a mishap, and yet Zai Xingzi dared to rush forward brazenly. Comprehension struck Li Chenghui at once, and his face sank. Floating Cloud Cave's foundation is shallow. They could never discern the source of such a phenomenon, much less be so certain as to question it. Their ties to Golden Tang Gate run deep. No doubt, this reeks of Situmo's hand, thought Li Chenghui. His reasoning was flawless. The Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi could never have figured this out on their own. Situmo must have whispered in their ears. The Li family had already suffered from his schemes many times in the past. Li Chenghui knew his insidious nature full well and could only exhale silently. Li Chenghui cut him off. The purple flames of my family's Mount Wu have yet to subside. Our elder has not emerged from seclusion. Taoist friend Zai Xingzi, if you continue to stir up trouble here, do not blame me if my thunder arts show no mercy. He refused to give Zai Xingzi time to spew more nonsense. Purple light already flickered on the command token in his hand. Zai Xingzi merely chuckled and thought, I already knew Li Zhouwei went out to subdue demonic creatures. What is there to pretend about? Where aside from the Eastern Sea would he dare wander now? Without that white Qilin, how would your Li family dare take the initiative to stir up trouble? After chuckling, Zai Xingzi quickly donned a look of feigned alarm and said in a low tone, Daoist friend, do not be angry. I was only concerned. So your family's elder has already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm and is now recuperating in seclusion. Our sect master has long prepared gifts for me to deliver. Surely your esteemed family will not drive me away. Chapter 1021. Attaining the Purple Mansion Realm, 2. As he spoke, Zai Xingzi's eyes swept over the crowd and locked onto Chun Yang, standing behind Li Chenghui. The man's gaze was vicious and sharp as a flaying knife as it met his head-on. Zai Xingzi hadn't expected a mere Qi cultivation realm cultivator to look at him so brazenly. He paused mid-motion in mild alarm. He took note of him and thought to himself, what a poisonous gaze. I wonder which junior of the Li family this is. I'll have to find a chance to kill him early. Meanwhile, Li Chenghui clearly heard the sarcasm hidden between his words, and his heart grew faintly cold as he thought. It seems the various sects and gates are quite certain that Uncle Shiming has failed his breakthrough. They came prepared. Even if we can block them this time, there may be no stopping them the next. In truth, the Li family knew that such a short period of seclusion made a Purple Mansion realm breakthrough nearly impossible, and their hopes were slim. Yet as long as the jade talisman in the ancestral hall still glowed, a sliver of hope clung to their hearts. But more than 10 years had passed, and the talisman had never been nourished since. Its omen was no longer reliable. Even if the family head had planned in secret, who could have foreseen colliding with a phenomenon? As the thought flashed through Li Chenghui's mind, Zai Xingzi offered up a jade box, holding it politely with both hands joined together. Yet his eyes were cold as ice. All eyes were fixed upon the jade box. Suppressing his anger, Li Chenghui glanced at it. Its exterior was refined, though he had no idea what lay within. Should I take it, or should I not? Pondered Li Chenghui. Li Chenghui hesitated for only a moment. Then his face smoothed back into calm as he prepared to reach out and accept it. I can only deal with it for now. Just as he extended his hand, another warm and faintly glowing hand reached out first. The hands pinched the jade box, taking it effortlessly into its palm and raising it against the sunlight to inspect it. It wasn't just Li Chenghui who was stunned. Zai Xingzi was stunned by the scene too. The entire expanse of the Great Lake fell silent as everyone dumbly lifted their heads toward the sky. A man clad in white and gold Taoist robes had appeared at some unknown moment between the two of them. His features were not striking, yet they were dignified. Pale golden eyes examined the jade box, and the center of his brows contained a dazzling ray of heavenly light. This was Zai Xingzi's first visit to the Li family, so he had never seen this man before. The brilliance at the man's brow was so piercing he could hardly keep his eyes open. In that instant, he realized and sneered inwardly, Li Zhouwei? So he never left after all. And what of it? Before he could react and speak, a slightly trembling, excited voice rang out beside him. Uncle, that's a whole generation off. Thought Zai Xingzi. Zai Xingzi faltered as he stared blankly at the man's face, only to see those pale gold pupils gaze past the jade box and settle calmly upon him. I, a Taoist master, have mastered a divine ability, and your sect dares present me this? A mere Qi cultivation realm spirit item? Zai Xingzi's gaze went vacant. Vaguely, he heard the old man behind Li Chenghui burst into sobs. Yet before even half a wail was out, it turned into laughter. Li Chenghui's face shone with unrestrained joy. What? Li Shiming, a Taoist master? Moongaze Lake fell utterly silent save for the elder's resounding laughter. Zai Xingzi felt his mind whirl into chaos as a blazing shaft of heavenly light pierced into his eyes and shot straight into his skull. The skin on Zai Xingzi's face was swept away as if torn by a gale, revealing a wrinkled, aged visage beneath. The terror in his eyes vanished as his pupils convulsed violently. Then, his eyes burst from their sockets, transforming into two great brown cicadas that fluttered in the air as they flew away. The eyeless old man's appearance was terrifying to the extreme. His arms shattered like broken porcelain, raining down in fragments, while the sun above seemed like some dreadful Dharma artifact that forced his entire body to suddenly go limp. His flesh sagged and sloughed away like overcooked noodles. His heart leaped from his abdomen like an untamed steed, dragging with it a stomach like a giant scorpion, with a long string of intestines trailing behind like a tail. And yet, in the next instant, it all seemed but an illusion. Zai Xingzi's body restored itself and returned to its original form. His lips trembled twice before he suddenly exploded in place and scattered into a storm of flying stones. Li Shiming then slowly turned around. Since Zai Xingzi cultivated the earth virtue, the fragments of his body turned into radiant stones, raining down like hail. Li Shiming stood calmly amidst the white downpour as splashes rippled across the lake's surface. A moment later, all of Zai Xingzi's followers collapsed as their legs gave out. Some fainted outright and splashed into the lake. Li family cultivators rushed to fish them out, reviving them with mana, then forcing their heads upward to continue looking at the sky. The purple flames atop Mount Wu suddenly flared thick, and a radiant shaft of heavenly light pierced the skies, swiftly merging with the rainbow-hued clouds. Those clouds suddenly turned into dazzling white brilliance, flooding all of Moongaze Lake. The mirrored waters reflected the brilliance, blanketing heaven and earth in blinding light. Without opening his mouth, Li Shiming released a vast wave of sound that spread across the heavens, reverberating into the great void and reaching every corner of Yu State. I, Zhao Jing, Li Shiming of the Moongaze Li family, have today attained the bright young divine ability. From this day forth, we proclaim our Li family as a Purple Mansion Immortal family. In 3 months, we shall hold a grand ritual ceremony. All Taoist friends are welcome to attend and witness. The voice rang out clear and resonant, spreading in all directions under the blessing of his divine ability. Li Shiming floated above the lake, borne upon his divine ability, as specks of golden radiance emerged from the clouds. Wong, a towering bright white heavenly gate engraved with intricate patterns rose from within the clouds. Majestic dragon banners and lawn carriages, resplendent in dazzling hues, moved through it. Precious banners and canopies swayed in the wind, while figures clad in golden armor and robes, each wielding weapons, filled the skies. Celestial music and mystical chants reverberated as the heavenly gate slowly descended from the horizon. Nearly all cultivators lost control of their spirit wind, dropping to the ground and staring up in awe. The bright young divine ability, heaven-venerating gate. Only now did Li Shiming truly understand what an art of divine ability was. His true form was nothing more than purple flame and heavenly light, yet his entire array of divine abilities manifested in the overwhelming spectacle of the heaven-venerating gate. As one of the Weasley lineage, the sheer grandeur of this divine ability was enough to inspire awe and dread alike. He stood quietly amidst heavenly light and celestial music. Countless figures had long been standing within the great void, and now chose to reveal themselves one by one. Li Shiming smiled faintly and nodded as their voices rang out. The first to appear was an immortal mountain shrouded in dark mist, from which came a resounding voice. Congratulations, young friend, on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. I, Changxi, offer my felicitations on behalf of the Profound Peak Gate. May your divine ability flourish and may you, within 100 years, forge your golden core. Li Shiming looked up and indeed saw a middle-aged man with jade on his chest standing atop the immortal mountain. With just a blink, the man's appearance shifted into that of an elderly figure with hair as white as snow, a sight most wondrous. Senior flatters me. He returned the salute toward the elder. To the south, a simple bank of clouds materialized. Within it stood a stern-faced elder whose gaze, cast toward him, brimmed with surprise and even a touch of complexity. I am Si Buoxiao of the Azure Pond sect. Congratulations, young friend, on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. On behalf of the Azure Pond sect, I present this great lake as my gift. May you achieve mastery of the 5 laws and ascend to fruition attainment. Chapter 1022. The Congratulations of the Families. I. Si Buoxiao stood firm upon the clouds, and Li Shiming immediately cupped his hands in return and said softly, My family has cultivated for 100 years under the protection of the upper sect, with much aid from your esteemed family. The kindness still lingers, and my elder brother still serves within the sect. I must trouble Senior to look after me in the days to come. Si Buoxiao's gaze remained complicated, yet his expression had softened. Li Shiming's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm was now already a foregone conclusion, so there was nothing left for him to say. He could only sigh and speak gently. In the turmoil of the Qi family years ago, you suffered much harsh treatment. For that, I offer you my apology. Li Shiming did not comment either way, but his tone remained respectful as he replied, Senior, there's no need for you to say such things. I am unworthy of it. As their exchange ended, A scarlet rune of departing light shot forth from the great void, manifesting in the sky. Radiance pulsed as streaks of light condensed, and a man with thick brows appeared. He wore a long robe adorned with countless tiny scarlet talismans. It had narrow sleeves whose hem was embroidered with runes of departing light. His face was open and hardy, his brows thick, and his eyes large. With fists slightly clasped, he spoke in a ringing voice. I am Hengli of the Hengzhu Immortal Dao Gate, offering congratulations on behalf of my gate. I wish fellow Taoist affinity with the 5 laws, the golden lotus with ease, success in comprehending the purple mansion realm, and that all your endeavors may bear fruit. This man was none other than Taoist Master Hengli of the Hengzhu Dao Gate, one of Jiangnan's foremost artifact smiths. Coming in person showed Hengzhu Dao Gate's sincerity. Li Shiming, long familiar with his reputation, did not dare show carelessness and returned the greeting. I have long heard of Senior's great name. Today I see it is no empty reputation. Hengli chuckled quietly and said with a nod, the 9-colored profound mercury that fellow Taoist entrusted to my sect has been well kept. Now that you have achieved the purple mansion realm, we have already sent it over. It is on the way. Li Shiming understood that the 9-colored profound mercury he spoke of was the purple mansion realm spirit item once obtained from Wang Fu. He acknowledged the man amiably. Just then, a golden light appeared from the west, revealing a broad-shouldered man. He glared coldly at Hengli before turning toward Li Shiming. I am Tian Ke of the Golden Feather Immortal Sect, here on behalf of my sect to congratulate Taoist Master Zhaojing. May fellow Taoists' divine abilities be tempered 100 times over. Your true arts remain unshaken, your brilliance illuminate the heavens, and may you grasp your true nature. Both of these Taoist masters were skilled in combat arts, yet they were far from harmonious. Li Shiming quickly shifted the conversation and replied softly, the Immortal Sect has long been on good terms with my forebears. For Taoist Master to grace us with your presence brings radiance to this humble place. After Taoist Master Tian Ke nodded, a tall, thin man appeared amidst the clouds. Dressed in a shaman's robe, his gaze indifferent, he clasped his hands casually and said, Ho Fu of the Great Xiaokui Temple, here to congratulate Taoist Master. Although the Great Xiaokui Temple could still be counted among the orthodox Daos, its Dao lineage leaned toward the strange and sinister, and they seldom interacted with others. Ho Fu's attendance was only out of regard for the upright conduct of the Li family. Li Shiming responded politely, after which Ho Fu dissolved into black smoke and vanished. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a sword on his back also stepped forward to pay his respects, his tone gentle as he spoke in a low voice. I am Cheng Jiuwen, here on behalf of my sword gate. 1. To offer congratulations. Should fellow Taoists have the opportunity, you are welcome to visit our sword gate. The sword gate and Xiaokui Temple were both known for their aloof pride. This middle-aged man from Sword Gate seemed particularly disdainful of such gatherings. Li Shiming gave a courteous reply, and the man returned the salute before flying back into the great void. Once the Sword Gate cultivator departed, another man in a Taoist robe appeared. His features were kind and mild, his eyes shaped like willow leaves, and he spoke with a smile. I am Chang Xiao, here to congratulate Taoist Master Zhaojing. Li Shiming raised his brows to look at him. The man's face bore no trace of hostility, only a warm, smiling expression. Yet Li Shiming could hardly trust him. This man was notorious for being difficult, and besides, the radiant sky stone that enabled his breakthrough had come from Changshao Gate's hands. Though that affair back then had many forces in the mix, Changshao Gate shed much blood. Unable to keep Qingyan too within their sect, they used the radiant sky stone as bait and even schemed against Hengzhu Dao Gate, preventing Tu Longjian from siding with them. My family merely reaped the benefit, but who can know what this old fox truly thinks? Caution filled his heart, though he remained courteous and cordial. Changxiao's voice was deep as he said, Taoist Master Zimu of the Purple Smoke Gate is in seclusion. The other, who is of your generation, has gone to search for the reincarnation of Zipei and could not come to see you. Do not take offense. His words suggested an unusual closeness with the Purple Smoke Gate, leaving Li Shiming momentarily stunned. Still, he maintained courtesy and returned the salute. The remaining few in the Great Void did not appear, nor did Xiao Shooting. Each of the Taoist masters gave their greetings before fading away. Si Buoxiu lingered until the very end, his eyes fixed upon the heavenly gate in the sky. Hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to gradually sort out his thoughts. At last, he gave Li Shiming a slight smile and finally departed. The heavenly light behind Li Shiming retracted back into the center of his brow. The colorful clouds in the sky dimmed, and the radiant heavenly gate among the clouds slowly vanished. He descended onto the lake, where over 1,000,000 pairs of eyes rose to gaze upon him. Greetings to Taoist Master. Li Chenghui was the first to step forward, his excitement and joy so great that his eyes were red with emotion. He bowed respectfully before him, and Siwei and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him, while Zai Xingzi's attendants stood quietly to the side. Li Shiming stopped Li Chenghui with a gesture, bringing his two joined fingers an inch before his lips. His pale golden eyes flickered as he gently blew. Hu! Radiant light rained down, suppressing the unending purple flames burning atop Mount Wu. They writhed and burrowed one by one into the mountain's geomantic veins like living creatures. The Earth Fiend's spring was filled with purple flames, with faint purple baleful qi rising from it. From time to time, it spat out spurts of purple fire, clearly undergoing a new transformation. Having subdued the flames upon Mount Wu, Li Shiming smiled and said, "When I broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, I did not know how the situation might unfold. I dared not let others know, fearing that if I told you first, some divine ability might overhear it. Thus, I first went to see Taoist Master shooting before hurrying back here. It may not quite count as luring the snake from its hole, but at least I managed to catch one or two." Li Chenghui responded respectfully, but the excitement in the young man's heart refused to settle. Even now, he felt a dizzying sensation. My family has a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator now? My family is now a Purple Mansion Realm Immortal family. The crowd looked upon them in uncontrollable excitement. Li Shiming's gaze lingered on the few cultivators from the Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi. Their faces had gone pale with terror, some having fainted several times already. None dared to meet his eyes, afraid that his very gaze might kill them. The jade box still floated in the air as Li Shiming sneered. "Chenghui, take out the congratulatory gift from the Mifan 3 sects and let us have a look." Li Chenghui immediately understood. He carefully opened the jade box to reveal a round, smooth, pearl-white spirit item that resembled an eyeball, radiating streams of chilling air. Li Chenghui's voice was not loud, but it carried force and coldness. The floating cloud cave of the Mifan 3 sects presents the veiled Een spirit item, the Falconine Pearl. At this, the few representatives collapsed weakly once again, only to be lifted by Foundation Establishment Realm mana. All eyes on the lake turned toward them, sharp as blades. A bright young cultivator breaks through to the Purple Mansion realm, attains a divine ability, and becomes a Taoist master, yet they dare to use a veiled Een spirit item as a congratulatory gift? The intent could not be clearer. Zai Xingzi's death will hardly be without reason, and Siwei's anger had not abated, so he was applauding inwardly. Li Shiming gave a faint smile and spoke calmly. "Chenghui, return the item to them and let them go back." He turned toward them, and the Qi cultivation realm cultivators trembled, lowering their eyes in terror as if their souls were about to scatter. They vaguely felt the heavenly light from the center of Li Shiming's brow shining upon them. It felt as though they were standing beneath a blazing sun as sweat poured from their bodies like rain. 1. This should be referring to Wanyu Sword Gate. 2. A Taoist Master. Chapter 1023. The Congratulations of the Families. 2. 3 days. Either the floating cloud cave or the Mifan 3 sects themselves must give me, Zhaojing, an explanation within 3 days, said Li Shiming. And Siwei released them. These Qi cultivation realm cultivators had never expected to escape with their lives. Crying and kowtowing frantically, they were silenced by a single glare from Chunyang before staggering off on spirit wind back toward their sect. Taoist Master is merciful. Truly, they got off lightly, said Li Chenghui as he gazed coldly at the departing three. Li Chenghui was not wrong. Li Shiming's action was already exceedingly magnanimous. After all, he was a Purple Mansion Realm Taoist Master. To suffer such offense from a mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, even if Zai Xingzi had belonged to State's 3 immortal sects, without being of true direct lineage, his life could not have been spared unless a Taoist master personally apologized. Even if Li Shiming were to tear open the great void, descend over the Mifan 3 sects, and rain down blazing heavenly light and endless violet flames, until Floating Cloud Cave collapsed into rubble and was burned into a wasteland. It would still have been well within reason. At most, people would murmur that he cared little for mortal lives. But Li Shiming was not well acquainted with the Mifan 3 sects, and thus refrained from rash actions. Having only just broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, his divine abilities were not yet fully mastered. Fearing a hidden scheme, he judged it unwise to act with excessive severity. Therefore, he let them go, leaving Floating Cloud Cave to make their own apology. As they descended, Li Changhui quickly lowered his voice and spoke. Taoist Master, the Golden Tang Gate stands behind the Mifan 3 sects. Dealing with them may be somewhat tricky. Li Shiming understood his nephew's meaning. The Golden Tang Gate was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, hard-pressed to protect even itself. Their sect had been mired in endless infighting for 100 years, while the surrounding sects were anything but simple opponents. Ever since the fall of the mid-stage Purple Mansion Realm cultivators of the Situ family, their sole remaining Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, Situ Hua, had been forced to wander the southern sea, not daring to return inland. Rumor had it that he had been gravely injured by Yuan Su some years ago, and whether he had since recovered was unknown. It was only because Situ Hua dared not return inland that the Golden Tang Gate was able to linger on in Jiangbei. It was only after Situ Mo rose to power in recent years, coupled with Jiangbei's flourishing spiritual energy, that the sect slowly began to recover. The spiritual energy of Jiangbei was bought with the lives of cultivators from both north and south in those years. As Li Changhui was still speaking, a flash of escape light surged from the north, rushing swiftly toward them. A pale red light streaked across the sky, flames billowing like waves, until a bright and graceful woman appeared above the lake. Minggong. It was Li Minggong herself. She wore a crimson dress and held a sword in her hand, her face alight with joy yet mixed with disbelief and shock. Halting before the two, she hastily descended from the wind and bowed deeply. She said with a respectful voice, "This junior pays respects to Taoist Master." As she spoke, her eyes welled with tears. Choking slightly, she continued, "Congratulations to seventh uncle on refining a divine ability. This junior pays homage. This junior has already crossed the life and death barrier and forged the immortal foundation, the Pheasantly March. The Pheasantly March commands the true flame of the pheasant, refining the 5 viscera within and tempering metals without. Holding the flame in the mouth, it spews miasma and fire, transforming the body into a bird to soar upon blazing fire. The family's 4th grade manual, Pheasant Flame's Long March Technique, had always been a respectable true flame Dao lineage. That Li Minggong was the first to forge a Dao foundation in true flame was somewhat unexpected, yet it pleased Li Shiming greatly. He said warmly, "Good." Among all the Foundation Establishment Realm juniors, Li Minggong was the closest to Li Shiming, being the great-granddaughter of Li Xianxian. He helped her up with a smile and said with a nod, "True Flame excels at artifact forging. You should spend more time studying such matters. Jimin's lifespan is nearly exhausted, and there is still no one to guard 9 Gates Mountain, the family's peak of artifact forging." He raised his brows and asked, "Where are Chengliao and Qinghuai?" Li Minggong bowed with clasped fists and answered softly, "Taoist Master, my elder brother, failed his breakthrough some years ago." "Oh," Li Shiming paused, his face tinged with regret. Li Minggong and Li Qingliao had similar innate ability, yet Qingliao's temperament had been the best. He had expected the boy to succeed in breaking through, but though he had entered seclusion the earliest, his life had ended there. Now that I think of it, managing the family consumed too much of his time. He always had to look after his brothers and sisters, leaving too little effort for his own cultivation. Though his cultivation was decent, how could it compare to siblings who honed themselves ceaselessly day after day? Thought Li Shiming. Li Shiming fell silent for a moment. This matter had happened 5 or 6 years ago, and the family had already recovered somewhat. He only sighed inwardly, unwilling to reopen old wounds, and asked instead, "How is Qinghuai?" Li Qinghuai was the most gifted of the Radiant Lore generation. In theory, the Foundation Establishment realm should have posed no problem for him. Yet cultivation often depended on fate, and at times even luck itself, making outcomes impossible to predict. Standing beside him, Li Minggong answered respectfully, "He is still in the midst of his breakthrough." Li Shiming and the others had already descended onto the island. Over 100,000 people raised their heads to gaze at the dazzling radiance. Li Shiming pinched his fingers in calculation, then frowned. Too late. At the side, Li Changhui spoke respectfully. At 29th brother's cultivation pace, he should have entered seclusion long ago. But Uncle Shiji spent a great price within the sect to obtain a 4th-grade technique of the same element, the hidden esoteric profound method, for him. It is said to be wondrous indeed. He had him go into seclusion to transform his entire cultivation and break through to the foundation establishment realm with this technique, which delayed matters for 5 or 6 years. Li Shiming then laughed heartily and said while nodding, "Good. A 4th-grade technique truly makes a difference." He descended toward the island as he listened to Li Qinghui's account. The sun shone bright, and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. Li Xianxian came forward, face streaked with tears, yet carrying a smile. His lips trembled and his hands quivered as he reached out. After staring at him for a long time, he finally uttered 2 words, "Ming'er." Li Shiming had felt utterly light and refreshed within, but upon hearing those 2 words, an indescribable ache surged through his chest. His eyes shut tightly, and only after several breaths did he choke out, "Grandfather, Ming'er has not failed your trust." Through endless visions of beasts devouring him, mountains of blades, seas of fire, bodies pierced and gutted, he had not made a sound, yet that single phrase nearly drove him to tears. He turned his head slightly and spoke softly, "Qinghui, in 3 months, the 3 sects and 7 gates will all send representatives. Make haste and prepare." Li Qinghui and the others immediately understood, retreating 2 steps and closing the hall doors behind them. The great hall was instantly empty, leaving only the grandfather and the grandson within. Li Xuanzhi's clouded old eyes brimmed with tears. He stood motionless, staring again and again at the radiant heavenly light shining from the center of Li Shiming's brow. Only after 15 minutes did he close his eyes, forcing out 2 streaks of tears. The old man smiled and said, "Even if I were to die this very moment, it would be enough to show your uncles. Shiming, you have made us proud. If Yuanping and Yuan Zhao knew of this in the underworld, they would rejoice without end." Chapter 1024, Various Factions, I. Li Shiming responded with a nod. Li Xianxian quickly wiped away his tears and said with a smile, "This is a joyous occasion, not one for tears. How is your divine ability?" Li Shiming lightly waved his sleeve. A ray of heavenly light surged forth from his cuff, weaving through the hall's many ornaments. The entire great hall was bathed in brilliance, sealed from the outside by his divine ability. "Bright young art divine ability, heaven-venerating gate," Li Shiming said softly. The Azure Pond sect obtained the Dongli secret register from the Grotto Heaven of the Dongli sect. They discerned long ago that I cultivated the Golden Palace Radiant Origin Manual, and they were aware of the many mysteries of my clan's Radiant Origin Pass, though at the time, they paid it little heed. Yet they did not know that though I used the Golden Palace Radiant Origin Manual to build my foundation establishment, later I transformed my mana with the 5th grade, same essence Radiant Essence Scripture. It was also with this scripture that I achieved the Purple Mansion realm. The divine ability born from it is called Heaven Venerating Gate. Li Xianxian looked slightly perplexed. After frowning in thought for a moment, he asked, "Then is there a difference between the divine ability attained through the Radiant Origin Pass? Could it be that different grades of Immortal Foundation, when breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, yield different divine abilities?" Li Shiming paused briefly, then spoke softly. "In truth, the difference is not that great. Aside from rare substitutions, any technique that can produce a divine ability is generally of 5th grade or higher. Whether it is Radiant Origin Pass or Heaven Venerating Gate, they are both aspects of the same bright yang Dao divine ability, only with slight differences in what each excels at. As for 6th or 7th grade manuals, perhaps their divine abilities are stronger, but I have never seen them." The light at the center of his brows flickered faintly as he spoke in deep thought. After cultivating this divine ability, I realized that a person's divine ability is tied more closely to their own Dao cultivation than to the manual itself. It gradually breaks free from the manual's constraints. Perhaps this is the difference between innate nature and destiny. When the Purple Mansion realm touches upon destiny, it seems no longer bound by manuals. Li Shiming paused again, speaking with some caution. "When I linked to the Great Void, I faintly sensed a premonition. It seems that the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Daos are bound by manuals, and that reaching the peak of the Purple Mansion realm and breaking through to the Golden Core realm is already the limit. Once one forges metallic essence and ascends to fruition attainment, manuals are no longer needed. From then on, everything depends solely on one's own cultivation. He lifted the teacup, took a light sip, and continued. Perhaps the ancient techniques of qi ingestion for nourishing one's nature, or spell arts beyond the Golden Core realm, may offer further insight. But the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Daos ends with the Golden Core realm. Once one ascends to fruition attainment and becomes a true monarch, a single thought can transform heaven and earth. At that level, what manual could possibly offer them guidance? Li Xianxian nodded, calculated silently, and said quietly, I have heard that the answers to a beggar's questions under the mulberry tree, bestowed by an immortal, is no more than 7th grade. Most likely, the truly exquisite manuals for the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Daos are those of 5th or 6th grade. Li Shiming nodded. He touched the center of his brows, then pointed outside the hall. The colorful clouds in the sky dispersed at once. He spoke softly. Qinghua is cultivating the untraceable presence. This blazing heavenly radiance would be unfavorable for him, so I have withdrawn it for now. These past 10 years, how has the family fared? How is the world? Li Xianxian sighed and shook his head. Clearly, these past 10 years had not been easy, but now that their family possessed a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, such matters no longer weighed as heavily. He said comfortingly. The main upheaval was in Jiangbei. Daoist Master Chang Yun's Qingyun Gate seized a vast territory. Once the situation stabilized, 2 Purple Mansion realm cultivators from outer seas also settled in Jiangbei, and numerous minor sects and gates of every size sprang up like wildflowers. Jiangbei's spiritual energy has become concentrated, and across the river, the wilderness temples tied to the water veins have also flourished. The spiritual energy there changes with each passing day. The wilderness is also part of the riverbank's geomantic lines, lying between Moongaze Lake and Profound Peak Gate. In the past, its spiritual energy was meager, dotted only with barren mountains and remote temples. But once the spirit veins flourished, countless sects and gates rose up at once. As for the Yu family, probing attempts have increased from many sides, all aimed at Zhouwei. They use Golden Tang Gate and the Mifan 3 sects as their spearhead, quietly testing the relationship between our family and the Dragon Clan. They've been growing ever bolder with every probe. Today's visit from the Mifan 3 sects was exactly such a move. If not for your successful breakthrough, much trouble would have ensued. Where is Zhouwei? Li Shiming asked. Li Xianxian replied. He pretended to head to the Eastern Sea to subdue demonic creatures, but in truth he had already crossed to the opposite shore. He anticipated that the Mifan 3 sects would launch a great assault across the river to the northern bank, and was preparing to respond in secret. But your breakthrough disrupted everything, and the situation has completely changed. The Mifan 3 sects not only did not cross the river, they even sent people over to offer congratulations while provoking us. I do not know what they are planning. Li Shiming nodded and said softly, whatever they had in mind, it no longer matters. Every sect will be sending gifts within 3 months. What we must do is settle things properly. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally asked, is there any news of Aunt? Li Xianxian faltered, then spoke in a low voice. This matter, I truly do not know how to put it. Qingheng has been away from home for too long. 5 years ago, the Jade Talisman lost the mana that nourished it, dimmed, and could no longer reveal its master's fortune or safety. Li Shiming steadied himself and said reassuringly, once matters here settle, I will discuss with Zhouwei. Depending on the situation, we may need to pay a visit to the Dragon Clan to inquire about this matter. Li Xianxian nodded repeatedly. Just then, sounds arose outside the hall. With a thought, Li Shiming caused the great doors to rumble open on their own. 2 figures stepped into the hall. The woman wore a light red cloud brocade gown, a silver-white necklace around her neck, a talisman brush at her waist, and several talisman papers tucked in her sleeves. She wore no makeup. Her skin was fair, her eyes bright with spiritual qi, and her smile bent like a crescent moon. Joy mingled with reverence as she bowed deeply. Junior K1 greets the Daoist master, said Li K1. The other was a man in a robe of purple and white. Fire patterns adorned his crossed collar and sleeves. White jade with golden tassels hung at his waist. His gaze was bright, and his bearing carried a lofty, unrestrained air. Jianqian greets the Daoist master, said Li Jianqian. Li Shiming lifted his head and beckoned the 2 closer. Li K1, at the 6th stage of the Qi cultivation realm, appeared somewhat reserved. Li Jianqian, already at the 7th stage, was quicker and spoke warmly. Ancestor has broken through and became a Taoist master. The whole family is filled with joy. Just seeing those fools' faces is enough to ease one's anger. Li Shiming laughed lightly and instructed. The two of you are cultivating too quickly. There is no need to rush. You should spend more time practicing spell arts instead. We understand. After saluting, Li Jianqian smiled and said, At first, not knowing Ancestor would emerge so quickly, our family was hard-pressed for Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. So I discussed with Sister Kwan that I would attempt my breakthrough first to achieve the Foundation Establishment Realm and assist the family. She could take her time in cultivation. But now it seems that is no longer necessary. Li Jianqian's words greatly pleased Li Shiming. He nodded, then asked with a curious smile, Your father, how many children does he have now? Li Jianqian replied respectfully. In the past decade or so, he has had 4 more sons. The younger ones have yet to formally serve within the family, but they are all doing quite well. Li Shiming sipped his tea and conversed with them for a while longer. Then Siwei descended before the hall, riding the wind, and reported respectfully. Reporting to the Taoist master. Envoys of the Mifan 3 sects have arrived from across the river. Li Shiming had been seated for only half a day, yet the Mifan 3 sects had already acted swiftly. He spoke casually. How was Mount Shaoxi handled? Chapter 1025, Various Factions, 2. And Siwei bowed low and answered respectfully. Floating Cloud Cave fell into utter chaos. Beasts and disciples scattered. Elders and guest cultivators stormed the pavilions and divided the treasures. The cave master, overcome with guilt, committed suicide. His corpse was seized and torn apart by cultivators until it transformed into a strange phenomenon and vanished, leaving only his head behind. Midway through the chaos, the other 2 sects of Mount Shaoxi stormed Floating Cloud Cave as well, under the banner of cleansing the Dao lineage of traitors. They rounded up the cultivators, severed their heads, and sealed them. Zhaixingzi's faction has already been ground into dust, their bones untraceable. Only the spirit items of that group were collected and sent over. Now, the cultivators of the 2 Mifan sects have already escorted the people of Floating Cloud Cave to the northern bank, along with the sealed heads and spirit items. Li Xianxian was dumbfounded and speechless. Li Shiming sipped his tea in silence, while Li Jianqian, fingering the jade pendant in his hand, let out a cold laugh and said, They responded quickly, but in the end, only a few cultivators of Zhaixingzi's faction and a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Cave Master died. Their stance is low indeed. Taking advantage of our Taoist master's breakthrough today, they dared not wait until nightfall and hurried to present their faces for a slap. He paused slightly, calculated the timing, and said quietly, Judging by the timing, the turmoil at Mount Shaoxi must have already begun the moment our Taoist master appeared. Otherwise, the news alone would have taken half a day to reach them, let alone arriving here before nightfall. There is likely someone guiding them from the shadows. Li Shiming naturally understood that the Golden Tang Gate stood behind the Mifan 3 sections. Even the Golden Tang Gate itself had repeatedly targeted his family because there was profit to be gained. He paused slightly and said, Bring the items forward. And Siwei immediately withdrew and returned with a row of jade boxes. He opened the largest and most ornate one, revealing the head of an old man, hair and beard bristling in fury, his features twisted as if in regret. The heavenly light at the center of Li Shiming's brows shifted, dispelling the technique that shrouded the face. The head returned to its appearance at the moment of death. His features had not changed, but where was the regret? His face was only filled with shock and fury. Li Shiming lowered his head and sipped his tea, while Siwei replied, It is undoubtedly this man. Li Shiming lightly waved his sleeve. The sealed head immediately began to seep blood. He spoke softly. Kwan, investigate the blood kin. Li Kwan immediately understood. She placed one hand over her wrist, placed 2 fingers together, and drew the blood up with mana. When she started to chant incantations, she caused silver-white mercury light to float within the blood. She said quietly, A red-tailed fish, its household ruined, its son a beast, a distant kin. She then drew out a talisman and pressed it to her wrist, dispersing the silver glow. She continued respectfully. This man had few descendants. His parents died early, all were rogue cultivators. His eldest son despised him. He just slew his father and mother. only to be killed himself afterward. Li Keiwan had employed the shamanic talisman Dao arts, which were fairly precise. Li Shiming nodded and said softly, "It seems the chaos is genuine. There truly is a Purple Mansion realm cultivator eyeing Mount Shaoshi." Whether or not Li Keiwan's reading was accurate, the fact that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator was behind Mount Shaoshi was beyond doubt. Li Shiming dismissed the two juniors, then turned to Wei and instructed, "Have them leave their reparations. The guest cultivators may all withdraw. Let the two cave masters come forward to meet me. I will have a thorough talk with them." The Azure Pond Sect, main hall. Tantai Jin, dressed in splendid robes, waited before the hall for a moment before a guard invited him inside. He strode up the mist-shrouded steps and entered the grand hall. Si Yuanli was in the midst of writing with a brush, his mood seemingly good. Tantai Jin took a few steps forward, cupped his hands in salute, and smiled. "Sect Master. Brother Tantai, you have come." Si Yuanli laughed heartily, pulled a small letter from his sleeve, and handed it over with a look of great satisfaction. Tantai Jin received it, read it carefully, and joy immediately spread across his face. There were only a few short lines on the letter. On the 22nd day, Taoist Master Buzi appeared at Lufeng Island in the Southern Sea. He used a divine ability to hasten his journey, and his manner was hurried. It seemed he was chasing a demonic creature. He appeared for only a few seconds, cast a searching spell, and immediately vanished. "Chi Buzi has appeared," exclaimed Tantai Jin. How could Tantai Jin not understand Si Yuanli's meaning? The turmoil in the Azure Pond sect had concluded more than 10 years ago, yet Chi Buzi had given no response and continued to busy himself with his own affairs. The meaning was all too clear. Chi Buzi did not care in the least. If he had cared even a little, he would not have needed to return to the Azure Pond sect. Even leaving a single message would have prevented the tragedy of that year. Tantai Jin laughed quietly, lowered his brows, and in a voice as low as could be whispered, "Could it be that the Taoist master holds resentment against someone?" What kind of person was Si Yuanli? He immediately reacted to those words. A trace of fear rose in his heart, and his expression wavered. He knew exactly of whom Tantai Jin spoke. Pristine water, thought Si Yuanli. Who can say? Si Yuanli's expression remained clouded and uncertain as he replied quietly. Perhaps he bore resentment toward Qi Wei. That man's will to pursue the Tao was unyielding, yet he was skilled at feigned humility and false appearances. There was no sign of it back when Qi Wei was alive. But once Qi Wei died, it was as if he became a different person. He kept the rest of his thoughts buried in his heart. Even if he bore resentment toward pristine water, what of it? Ning Tiaoxiao was more than dissatisfied. He hated his life, to the point of refusing to cultivate divine abilities. And what came of it? He destroyed himself with hatred for nothing. Chi Buzi was a clever man. Si Yuanli did not believe he would act so rashly. At most, he only wished to step out from under the Azure Pond sect's shadow. "I only worry about ancestors' affairs after his passing," thought Si Yuanli. Si Boishio was skilled in talisman arts and possessed several fine inheritances, but time could not be delayed any longer. Si Yuanli was waiting for that one moonlight glazed fruit to close. He stared at the painting before him for a while, then lifted his brush to inscribe words upon it. Suddenly, Tantai Jin tilted his head as if listening. Si Yuanli froze, his ears twitching. A vast, majestic voice spilled from the great void, echoing through the grand hall. "Zhaojing, Li Shiming of the Moon Gaze Li family, on this day has attained the bright young divine ability. He proclaims dominion as a Purple Mansion realm immortal family, with ceremonial rites and sacrifices to be held 3 months hence. Zhaojing, Li Shiming of the Wangyueli clan." Si Yuanli's hand froze mid-stroke, the name he had been writing cut short. A large blot of ink splattered onto the painting, bleeding outward and ruining the masterful work. Crack! The priceless white jade brush in his hand suddenly shattered. Fine jade dust slipped through his fingers, sprinkling upon the painting below. It covered the face of the old flood dragon at the center, dimming its eyes into obscurity. "How is this possible?" muttered Si Yuanli. His face changed drastically. Years of qi-nourishing discipline shattered in an instant. His brows knitted tightly, his eyes glazed in disbelief, as they met Tantai Jin's equally stunned gaze. Reaching the Purple Mansion realm in just over 10 years. Li Shiming. Tantai Jin raised his head. His expression shifted from shock to a shadowed regret. In a low voice, he said, "I fear we have fallen into a scheme. Not only you and I, Sect Master. Even 9 out of 10 Purple Mansion realm cultivators in Jiangnan have underestimated him. Si Yuanli's composure far surpassed that of ordinary men. He exhaled slowly, then decisively waved his hand. Say nothing more. We must immediately pay a visit to Li Shiji. 1. Not really sure if this moonlight glazed fruit is referring to a person or not. The raw is a bit weird. I will correct this later on if this is wrong. Chapter 1026. Senior Brother and Junior Brother, I. Si Yuanli hurried down from the main seat. The painting, ignited by the mana he had left behind, burst into crimson flames upon the jade table and curled into a ball of blackened ash. Tantai Jin dared not look at it, keeping close behind him and whispering urgently. Xiao shooting? He must have had a hand in this. Si Yuanli replied in a low voice. Though his expression remained calm, the exaggerated length of his stride betrayed the unease and disbelief roiling in his heart. At first, I thought it was Xiao Yuanzi acting on his own, seizing the opportunity while that old man was in the northern sea, with others fanning the flames and forcing a pill refinement. But now it seems Xiao shooting even schemed against his own juniors. Pit Water's man on creek truly lives up to his name. For nearly a century, Xiao shooting's strategies have been flawless. He maneuvered deftly between the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Feather sect, and now he is regarded as one of the most formidable experts within the Purple Mansion realm cultivators. It should never have been thought that he had miscalculated. Tantai Jin whispered. Could it be that Li Shiming is actually the most cunning among the Li families for Zais, playing the fool and feigning weakness all along, just to reach this point? Si Yunli pondered for a moment, then lifted his robe hem and rose upon the wind, shaking his head as he said, Unlikely. No secrets can be hidden before the life-divine ability. Moreover, heaven's favor is not endless. Li Shiji and Li Shijuan are both extraordinary talents, and I've heard Li Shiqing is a man who gives his very life to his cause. How could there still be another such figure in Li Shiming? Xiao shooting must surely have been involved in the planning of this matter. As for Li Shiming, there is something strange. Either his manifestation was flawed, or the man himself is. Once the Taoist master returns, I will seek clarification. He sped toward the Jiotian pavilion with Tantai Jin in tow. As the celestial pavilion slowly came into view, Si Yuanli swiftly composed himself, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he thought, Fortunately, I have never handled matters clumsily. With the groundwork laid, my demeanor will not seem suspicious. Had there been no preparation beforehand, such eagerness now would have appeared far too fawning and opportunistic. On this day, Zhaojing, Li Shiming of the Moon Gaze Li family, has attained the bright yang divine ability. The mighty voice rang out from the great void, brushing against the heavenly essence Tao spirit formation of the Azure Pond sect. The formation probed the disturbance, finding only sound and no divine ability, and merely flickered faintly. The voice then passed through the grand formation, reverberating through the entire Mount Azure Pond range, lingering ethereally until it reached the lofty pavilion standing amidst the clouds. Ding-dang. The jade talismans hanging between the towers chimed melodiously as the sound waves brushed against them. On the top floor of Jutian Pavilion, a middle-aged man in feathered robes lifted his head, staring blankly at the clouds in the sky. Behind him, a man in black robes wore a grim expression. Several shadow-like serpent tails writhed beneath his cloak, yet he too stood frozen in place, his face marked with even greater disbelief. Shiming, Li Shiji listened to the proclamation several times. His brows arched, and a look of astonished disbelief tinged with a faint smile surfaced on his face, as if he were walking in a dream. He paced twice across the pavilion, the silence so deep that the crisp chime of the jade talismans rang clear in his ears. Shiming, Taoist Master Zhaojing, Li Shiming. He murmured a few words, a faint flush rising to his cheeks. It all felt unreal, and he let out a disbelieving laugh. While I was still plotting how to protect Zhou, my younger brother had already achieved the Purple Mansion realm. Li Wuxiao stood at his side, the disbelief in his pupils deepening all the more as he thought, Damn it. Does this mean I too am now the spirit beast of a Purple Mansion immortal family? For a moment, Li Shiji felt invigorated, even laughing twice in a rare loss of composure. His steps turned light as he pushed open the pavilion window, gazing out at several streaks of light rushing swiftly toward him from afar. As the proclamation spread across much of Yu State, Li Shiji felt a mysterious warmth rise within his qi. The talisman chi of rainbow-pierced skyway shimmered more vividly in its tricolored brilliance, glowing with dazzling light. Rainbow-pierced skyway has risen to a higher level, thought Li Shiji. Li Shiji paused briefly, then immediately understood. The blessing of rainbow-pierced skyway was bound to one's identity and status. With the news of Li Shiming's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm spreading, his elder brother Li Shiji, one of the three Zais of the Li family, found his own standing rising in tandem. It was distinctly higher than before. I've truly benefited from this, thought Li Shiji with joy. Li Shiji chuckled with delight, when suddenly the pavilion doors were knocked open. A young man hurried in, wearing an exquisite jade coronet, clad in silver-white attire that had a magnificent crimson brocade robe trailing behind. He stepped forward, brimming with joy, and clasped his hands in salute. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Taoist Master Zhaojing has successfully refined a divine ability. After offering his string of congratulations, he turned with a smile to Li Wuxiao and said, I greet the Dharma Protector. Li Wuxiao had always cultivated by Li Shiji's side, while the more advanced Li Chun, had gone to guard the spirit jade mines of the Helen Mountain Range and was not present at the moment. Li Wuxiao returned the greeting and noticed another figure standing behind the youth. This man was a head taller and powerfully built, with a bow strapped across his back. Though still appearing stern, his eyes shone with joy. Li Shiji, who usually carried himself with composed dignity, could not help but laugh thrice at such a joyous occasion. His face glowed warmly as he stroked his beard and said, Duaner, quickly open the side gates of Jutian Pavilion. You stand at the main gate to receive guests, and let Junwei wait at the side gate. He quickly composed himself again, though a smile lingered in his eyes, and said softly, The sect master is coming. Make sure he is not neglected. The red-robed, white-clad youth was Li Shiji's first disciple, Quan Yuduan. His round face betrayed his ancestry in the Quan family, a distant relative of Quan Yi. The man behind him was the second disciple, Zhao Junwei. Quan Yi had been slain by Tuoba Chongyuan, leaving only an aged mother dependent on him. Li Shiji had cared for her until her passing a few years prior. The old woman, unwilling to see the Quan family decline, had written letters beyond the sect in her lifetime. To fulfill her last wish, Li Shiji found surviving Quan relatives who had fallen into the life of mere rural landlords, and brought Quan Yuduan into the sect. A year later, when Li Shiji went to survey the Li family's spirit jade veins in the Helen Mountain Range, he took in Zhao Junwei, the son of a hunter there, as his disciple. It had been over 10 years since. Quan Yuduan answered respectfully and hurried off, his steps swift as the wind. Even Zhao Junwei, who had cultivated for just over a decade, knew the significance of the Purple Mansion realm. The two youngsters were giddy with excitement, laughter filling the tower. Li Shiji too chuckled softly. In years past, Li Shiji's own position had been somewhat awkward, making him wary of forming ties with other great families. Thus, both his disciples came from humble origins. Quan Yuduan could still be considered a young master of a once prosperous family. His ancestors were cultivators, and his innate ability was decent. Zhao Junwei, however, came from true poverty, with only average talent, but both were diligent, and Zhao Junwei's temperament was exceptional. Si Yuanli has arrived, thought Li Shiji. He tapped the jade window lightly, saw those familiar streaks of light approaching in tandem, and quickly turned to leave the pavilion. Sure enough, Si Yuanli came forward with a delighted expression, laughing heartily as he congratulated. A great joy indeed. Taoist Master Zhaojing's success is a model for us all. Your esteemed family's ascension to immortal family status is truly the greatest celebration in 100 years. Li Shiji replied with courtesy, but his gaze slipped past him and fell on the man behind, who also wore a broad smile. He thought, Tantai Jin. This man had already been in the sect for 10 years, and Li Shiji was not unfamiliar with him. Rumor was that he was a disciple of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator from the Outer Sea, a junior once supported by Taoist Master Yuan Xiao, Si Buoxiao. Si Buoxiao's lifespan was nearly spent, so this was clearly one of the arrangements he had made for after his passing. Li Shiji returned each courtesy, and Si Yuanli laughed. I have sent someone to the southern border to summon Yuanqin back. Yuanqin will surely be overjoyed for such a grand occasion for your esteemed family. 1. This is the Dawn Rayfish. Chapter 1027, Senior Brother and Junior Brother, 2. Yuanqin, thought Li Shiji. Li Shiji had not seen Li Yuanqing often in recent years. After Yuanqing broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, he had taken the Ning family members to guard the southern border. Perhaps due to the sensitivity of his position, he had little contact with Li Shiji. Li Shiji paused slightly as yet another figure approached the pavilion. A gourd hung at his waist, and his body was clad in wrought tan armor. The vast and imposing aura marked him as none other than Lingyu Rao, the Rousey Scorpion, once as renowned as Li Xianfeng. The middle-aged man clasped his hands with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Pavilion Master." The three houses were still on cordial terms, both publicly and privately. Si Yuanli also clasped hands to greet Lingyu Rao, repeatedly calling him senior. The atmosphere was warm and lively as everyone's faces were alight with joy. After exchanging congratulations, the two families took their leave. Visitors continued to arrive one after another, and Li Shiji entertained them for most of the day. Only when the sun had set did he finally tidy things up and softly ask, "Yuduan, have all the guests been seen off?" Quan Yuduan clasped his hands and replied quietly, "There is still one person downstairs. They have been pacing back and forth nervously for quite some time, but haven't dared to come up." Oh, Li Shiji knew full well in his heart who it was, but he still asked softly, "And who is it?" "The master of Qing Sui Peak." Quan Yuduan's eyes held a trace of coldness as he replied with a smile. Quan Yuduan was no pampered scion. Growing up amid the tangled affairs of rural landlords, his childhood had hardly been free of malice. How could he, as a disciple, not be aware of the grudges between his master and Yuan Qingzhao, the master of Qing Sui Peak? Adds by PubRef. Yuan Qingzhao was still fidgeting uneasily below. Though Quan Yuduan greeted the guests with a beaming smile, he had not spared Yuan Qingzhao even a glance, showing him respect only because he now counted as a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have shown the man even a pleasant face. Li Shiji shook his head and said gently, "He is still your martial uncle. Go and invite him up." Quan Yuduan obeyed and went down. Before long, the voice of the second disciple, Zhao Junwei, deep yet respectful, could be heard. "Martial uncle, please." Clear in his likes and dislikes, Quan Yuduan clearly disliked bowing to Yuan Qingzhao, and so pushed the matter onto the more composed Zhao Junwei. When he heard his disciple's voice, Li Shiji also heard his junior brother sigh and adjust his robes outside the door, before finally pushing it open with a creak. "Qingzhao greets senior brother," said Yuan Qingzhao. Yuan Qingzhao did not dare meet his gaze. He fell to his knees before him, speaking in a trembling voice. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, Li Shiji hesitated, saying nothing. In truth, Yuan Qingzhao feared him greatly. Since their master Yuan Tuan was absent most of the year, the role of stern authority had always been filled by Li Shiji. To Yuan Qingzhao, he was less like a senior brother and more like a strict master. Yet human nature was fickle and circumstances complicated. Though Yuan Qingzhao feared him like a tiger, he repeatedly bowed to the Qi family and had even set obstacles in his way. When Qi Buhua had come armed with a tool Li Shiji had used in his youth, he needed no speculation to know it had come from this very junior brother. Ironically, when the Qi family collapsed and was purged by the Si family, this junior brother, in his terror, had run first to Si Yuanli, kneeling and clinging to his leg in desperate pleading. And what did he beg for? Not his life or family's survival, but for Si Yuanli to conceal the fact that Qi Buhua had obtained Li Shiji's personal belongings from him, for fear of incurring Li Shiji's wrath. To lose all sense to such a degree, why would Si Yuanli ever cover for him? He would only be eager to see me and Yuan Qingzhao turn against one another, thought Li Shiji. The look Li Shiji gave him was already filled with disappointment. He had watched this boy grow up on the mountain and truly held a sense of affection for Yuan Qingzhao. He had known him to be weak, but he had never thought his pettiness would run so deep. Yuan Qingzhao knelt, trembling, cold sweat covering his face despite being a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Li Shiji spoke softly. "It has been many years. You have found fortune from disaster." Yuan Qingzhao knew all too well what Li Shiji meant by fortune from disaster, and his hair stood on end. Over the years, Si Yuanli had bestowed him with no small number of benefits. His innate ability was indeed decent, but much of his Foundation establishment realm cultivation had come from the Si family's resources. Si Yuanli, though amiable on the surface, had never missed a chance to rightfully support a Yuan family member opposed to Li Shiji. Misery clouded his face as he said, Senior brother. I was wrong, senior brother. Your junior was forced, with no choice. Whether it was Qi Zhiyun, Qi Jian, Qi Fubo, Qi Buhua, or even the current sect master, none of them were people I could afford to offend, senior brother. Qi Buhua was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, while I was only a mere Qi cultivation realm cultivator back then. When he demanded it from me, how could I refuse? He burst into tears, kowtowing heavily, his forehead striking the floor with dull thuds. Li Shiji did not look at him, only gazed toward the distant sunset and said softly, "You stepped onto the path of no return long ago. Ever since you craved power and accepted the position of master of Qingsui Peak, you became a pawn of the Qi family. In a clash of powers, you could only serve as their piece to restrain me. When the Qi family's first lineage fell, there was still the second. No matter who held the seat, they would never spare their pawn. If you had remained calm that day, resisted the temptation of authority, and left the sect on assignment, far from the Azure Pawn sect, how could today's situation ever have come to be?" Yuan Qingzhao could no longer answer. He only continued to kowtow, sobbing as he cried out, "Senior brother is right. Senior brother is right. I was blinded by ambition." Li Shiji spoke softly. "There is no need for this. In truth, no one could have foreseen today. I ought to have died long ago in the Eastern Sea, leaving your Yuan family to reclaim this Immortal Peak seat. It would have been a perfect outcome for you. Yet the world rarely follows expectations. If not for my family's Taoist master Zhaojing breaking through, you would still be reaping benefits everywhere and enjoying a great advantage." Yuan Qingzhao could only whimper wordlessly. Li Shiji lowered his gaze, sorrow flickering in his heart. Still, his face remained calm as he said, "Do not come here weeping. Go back to where you came from. For our master's sake, everything before this will be written off. From now on, do not seek me again." He lifted his tea and said aloud, "Junwei, see him out." Yuan Qingzhao grew flustered, and though Zhao Junwei stepped forward, his mere Qi cultivation realm strength could not move him. Yuan Qingzhao cried out miserably, "I lost my head and wronged my senior brother. From this day on, I have no face to return. Yet, I will always remember the guidance you gave me through the years. Please take care, senior brother. I must still shoulder my entire family in this life, and cannot serve you. This debt of kindness, I will repay in another lifetime." Yuan Qingzhao rose, his face streaked with tears, and said respectfully, "I still wish I could ride the wind with senior brother and senior sister, travel the prefectures, play with the dawn rayfish, and listen to your teachings. But now, I never can again." He clasped his hands and withdrew. Li Shiji didn't say another word. Zhao Junwei escorted him all the way out, while Quan Yuduan curled his lip, then quickly stepped forward and said with a bow, "Master, since today is such a joyous day, shall we make arrangements to return to the lake?" Li Shiji replied warmly, "Indeed we should. The Azure Pawn sect must also send a delegation to offer congratulations, so we will go together then." Chapter 1028. The background of Mifan 3 Sects. Moongaze Lake gleamed with golden light. Two Taoists stood uneasily in the grand hall on the island, while a row of jade boxes on the desk went unnoticed. A young woman in a red dress sat to the side, sipping tea, her brows curved around a gentle smile. Miss Minggong, a Taoist with black markings painted across his face and dressed in a tiger-patterned Taoist robe, stood respectfully beside her. His frame was twice the size of an ordinary man, and his cultivation was at the late Foundation establishment realm, yet his voice was deferential. He said, "Miss, is there any word from the Taoist master?" This man in the tiger-patterned Taoist robe was none other than Taoist Wenhu, master of Hidden Cloud Cave, one of the Mifan 3 sections. He had achieved Immortal Foundation in the Southern Sea. Just a day ago, Hidden Cloud Cave was still harassing the shores where Li Minggong was stationed, and it had been impossible to even secure a meeting with him. Now, the situation was entirely reversed. Seeing his humble demeanor, Li Minggong did not put on airs and replied softly, "Please wait until my family's cultivators report back." The other Taoist was weaker, only at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His appearance was plain, and his build like that of an ordinary man, but he suppressed his aura tightly, not daring to release it. This was Ping Wangzi, master of Brahma Cloud Cave, the only immortal cultivator among the 3 cave masters. Perhaps because Brahma Cloud Cave was the weakest, it had always been the quietest of the 3 sects. Though he was an immortal cultivator, The way Ping Wangzi sealed his aura so tightly showed he was no stranger to relying on blood qi and similar means. He did not even dare to speak at the moment. The two exchanged a glance before pulling out jade boxes and tried to press them into Li Minggong's hands. Despite his massive, burly frame, Wenhu's words were smooth as he forced a smile and said, "Miss Minggong, we only hoped fellow Taoist Siwei might put in a good word for us. But who knew he would be so upright and disdainful of our humble offering? Please, take a look." Li Minggong had only fought with the people of Hidden Cloud Cave a few days ago, so how could she accept their things? She answered politely instead, "Take it back. I have no voice before my ancestor. You better give it to Siwei." The Mifan three sects had once been on equal footing with the Li family, but they were utterly powerless before the Purple Mansion realm. Floating Cloud Cave had already been annihilated. The two cave masters fidgeted uneasily in the hall until they saw Siwei descend from the clouds at last. They hurried to greet him, pouring out flattery, but Siwei paid them no mind. Left with no choice, they turned pleadingly to Li Minggong. The young woman in the red dress merely glanced at the desk, and the two men immediately understood, quickly mixing their offering into the pile of confiscated spirit items. Ads by Pubrev. Before Li Shiming emerged from seclusion, and Siwei had personally witnessed how arrogant the Mifan three sects had been. Though the anger in his chest had eased somewhat, he was still far from courteous toward the two men, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, that will do." The two had no choice but to follow him into the air. The sky had already dimmed. Wenhu lowered his gaze submissively as he walked through the corridors of the grand hall, but his heart grew heavy. "I just don't know what kind of divine ability this Taoist master has cultivated. Could it be a life divine ability? If it is, then he'll be impossible to deal with." Whatever disdain he had once felt for Li Shiming was now gone. Faced with a Taoist master, he dared not harbor a single ill thought. The best way was not to think at all, and he quickly suppressed every stray notion. After walking for some time, he entered the grand hall. There, at the head, stood a cultivator in a white gold Taoist robe, standing with his profile toward them. A piercing heavenly light radiated from the center of his brows, though his side profile itself seemed unremarkable. This humble one who/Ping Wang, one, pays respects to the Taoist master. Congratulations on the perfection of your divine ability. The two quickly lowered their heads and bowed in unison. They instantly felt heat upon their foreheads, as though the Taoist master's gaze had fallen on them. Li Shiming glanced at the two, allowing the heavenly light at his brow to pierce through them. Taoist one whose immortal foundation was of the Shokue lineage, known as Hurricane Ghostin. As for Ping Wangzi, his immortal foundation was unusual, perhaps of some ancient branch, but Li Shiming had never seen its like. One who has some strength, but I directly counter his Hurricane Ghostin. I can suppress him even without reaching the Purple Mansion realm. As for Ping Wangzi, his immortal foundation is not suited for combat. He's not worth mentioning. The two could not even contend with his elder brother Li Shiji together. No wonder they had dragged their feet for more than 10 years, resorting only to slow attrition. Neither dared to meet his eyes. Li Shiming sipped his tea lightly and said, "State your origins." Though it was the Mifan three sects who had colluded with the Golden Tang Gate, Li Shiming knew there must be another Purple Mansion realm cultivator behind it. The Golden Tang Gate was merely a pawn on the surface. Now was the time to reveal one's backing to preserve one's life. One who did not dare hesitate. The burly man stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said respectfully, "My true name is Shi Wenya, a cultivator of Mount Shaoshi." Later, under the guidance of Taoist Chidu of the Baiye II, capital Immortal Tao, I journeyed to the treasured lands of the Southern Sea, where I cultivated and achieved my immortal foundation, slowly making a name for myself. When I heard from Taoist Chidu that Zhongbei was stable and blessed with fertile spiritual lands, I came here to settle. He lowered his brow and bowed, speaking clearly. The Baiye capital Immortal Tao he mentioned was one of the two Purple Mansion realm sects that had been established in Zhongbei 10 years ago. Li Shiming rested one hand on the table and said with a nod, "So, you are of the Baiye Immortal Tao. My family has never had grievances with your sect. Now that things have come to this, did Taoist Chidu leave any message?" One who hastily nodded and replied respectfully, "The elder has said that he will personally come to apologize to the Taoist master in 3 months' time." Li Shiming made no comment. This Taoist Chidu of the Baiye capital Immortal Tao clearly showed little sincerity. But the Purple Mansion Realm Taoist master behind him was said to have once been a rogue cultivator from the Eastern Sea, who had cultivated 3 divine abilities. Such a man naturally had the capital to speak boldly. He turned his gaze on Ping Wangzi. The latter quickly put on a smile and said ingratiatingly, "Taoist master, may you discern clearly. The Brahma Cloud Cave has rarely involved itself in matters concerning the immortal family. At most, the other 2 sects coerced us in the name of shared kinship, and only then did we reluctantly send people." Li Shiming had long heard from Insiwei that Brahma Cloud Cave was indeed not very active, but the reason was 90% due to insufficient strength and lack of manpower. He only said softly, "State your origins." At those words, cold sweat immediately seeped from Ping Wangzi's nose bridge. He dared not even blink and answered hoarsely, "My birth name is Wang Jun, a cultivator of Brahma Cloud Cave on Mount Shaoshi. In my early years, I received the guidance of Lord Zhongqian and achieved the Foundation Establishment Realm, then followed him into Jiangbei. Later, with his further instruction, I returned to Mount Shaoshi to revive the lineage of Brahma Cloud Cave, and under the covenant of the 3 sects, we began managing affairs in Jiangbei." Li Shiming's expression eased slightly as he spoke softly. "So you are of Qingyun Immortal Gate 3. Sect Master Zhong Qian has had quite a few dealings with my family." He set down the teacup in his hand and asked, "What a floating cloud cave?" Ping Wangzi hurriedly echoed, lowering his voice. Floating Cloud Cave occupied the southernmost territory and was always the one to stir up trouble. There is no doubt that the Golden Tang Gate was indeed behind them. Taoist master may rest assured. Li Shiming sank into quiet thought. The backgrounds of the 3 caves were now clear. Qingyun Gate had been founded by Taoist master Chang Yun together with a band of devil cultivators. It was the weakest among the sects, and since it had ties to his own family, a weak Brahma Cloud Cave naturally avoided stirring up trouble. The Golden Tang Gate still had some foundation and had repeatedly colluded with Floating Cloud Cave, which bordered the Li family, to stir up incidents. As for the Baiye capital Immortal Dao that stood behind Hidden Cloud Cave, it was clearly no righteous power either, and perhaps posed an even greater threat. Seeing that Li Shiming remained silent, one who spoke with eager deference, reporting to Taoist master, "Most of the cultivators of Floating Cloud Cave have already been captured by you. They wept bitterly and have declared their willingness to serve you with utter loyalty and even die for you. I beg Taoist master to investigate clearly. 1. Both of them are greeting at the same time. 2. Bai means the color white, and Yake is just a name for a location in ancient China or a surname. 3. This is Qingyun Gate that first appeared in Chapter 913, Suzhu 3. Chapter 1029, The Congratulations of the White Qilin, I. Li Shiming naturally knew that Floating Cloud Cave was now trembling with fear and eager to pledge themselves to his service. His own reputation had always been good. It was the same reasoning as Fei Lia of Mount Wu back then, who lingered by the lakeside for decades hoping to serve a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. But while these people wanted to submit, Li Shiming was not necessarily willing to accept them. To take in cultivators of unknown origins, without possessing a life divine ability, would certainly ruin important matters. He did not want people, but the land in Jiangbei was good, so he said, "How is the territory of Floating Cloud Cave?" Ping Wangzi hurriedly replied, "It has all been confiscated and kept under watch. Everything is awaiting your command, my lord." Li Shiming sipped his tea without speaking. In fact, Li Shiming had long heard of Mount Shaoshi. The Li family had secret records of it, dating back even earlier than the founding of the 3 sects. During the Great Battle in Jiangbei, a master monk of the Way of Emptiness had once rode the wind and descended upon Mount Shaoshi. The Dao lineages of Mount Shaoshi had scattered in terror, yet a Taoist named Fu Yuan fled all the way to the lake. That Taoist had been wounded by the master monk and soon perished, but in his dying pleas he revealed much information, which Li Xianxian had once recounted in detail to Li Shiming. It was said that a cultivator from Floating Cloud Cave of Mount Shaoshi had once come to the lakeshore, only to be slain by Lord Xiangping with a mirror. They obtained a jade pendant from him, which was actually a component of the Immortal Mirror. It was of the same grade as the one Yu Muxian held back then. Because of this component, Li Shiming took special interest in the name of Mount Shaoshi and personally summoned the 2 to question them. What is even more coincidental is that whether it be the Baiye capital Immortal Dao, Qingyun, or Golden Tang, They all support the cultivators of Mount Xiaoshu and Jiangbei as their puppets without exception. Could this possibly be without intention? Thought Li Shiming. Li Shiming had already harbored deep doubts about Mount Xiaoshu, and since even the Mifan 3 sects originated from its Dao lineages, he grew ever more suspicious that something was amiss within. Naturally, it would be excellent if other components can be found. Even the faintest clue would do. All the more so, since several Purple Mansion Realm cultivators are playing their pieces around Mount Xiaoshu and Jiangbei. There must be profit to gain. Adds by PubRev. And even taking 10,000 steps back, Floating Cloud Cave in Jiangbei lies just across the river, separated by only a stretch of water from the northern shore of Moongaze Lake, which is our own domain. How could one permit others to snore by the side of one's couch? Thought Li Shiming. He drank his tea, waved his hand, and said, "In that case, let this matter be set aside for now." The two hurriedly withdrew as if granted amnesty. Li Shiming lingered in the hall for a moment, then drew out a jade slip from his sleeve. Tiny words were inscribed in a corner: heavenly radiance, hidden light. He rubbed the jade slip for a while, his brow gradually furrowing as he thought, Zhouwei is still in Jiangbei, let nothing have happened. This is not the time to study cultivation methods. I must first make a trip to Jiangbei. Meanwhile, the two men exited the hall and flew straight out of Moongaze Lake toward their own territories. Both felt as though they had been granted new life. Ping Wangzi fared somewhat better, but Daoist one who truly felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, leaving him deeply moved. Though both were pieces placed by Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, having run into such a matter, it would have been entirely expected for them to die by Li Shiming's hand. Even if their sects lost face and held dissatisfaction, there was little they could truly say. Ping Wangzi lowered his voice, speaking with meaning. Whether great or small, everything depends on a single thought of the Taoist master. The Lord said only that the matter would be set aside for now. He did not say it would never be pursued again. Senior brother, be very cautious from here on. Ping Wangzi dared to say this was because his backer, the Chengyun Gate, already had ties with the Li family. But the Baiye capital Immortal Dao might not be the same, so the views of that Taoist master were uncertain. Taoist one whose path ahead would not be easy. Taoist one who clearly realized this as well. His joy faded, replaced by a confused expression as he answered softly. This old Taoist cannot bear the blame from both sides. It is like carrying a load across a single log bridge. If one side is too heavy, I'll fall into the water. Worse still, if the load is not secured, both ends may collapse. Such things are not mine to decide. Ping Wangzi, who always enjoyed watching trouble and found others' difficulties amusing, bluntly pointed out, "Do you have no regard for your life? Birds find shelter in the forest, and men submit to a master. Where is there ever the chance to serve two sides and collapse both?" Taoist Wen Hu was left speechless. If they were truly compared, the figure from the Baiye capital Immortal Dao was far harder to deal with. Li Shiming, only recently having become a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator, acted more righteously and had not yet come to view Foundation Establishment cultivators as weeds. Thus, with some unwillingness, he said with a sigh, "Alas, just wait. Only when you truly offend a great lord will you understand the taste of it." Seeing that he was nearly at his own territory, he spoke no more, letting out only a sigh, which greatly delighted Ping Wangzi. Jiangbei. Night fell heavy over the territory of Floating Cloud Cave. A shadow flitted through the forested mountains, beneath overlapping clouds. The veils of darkness finally revealed an old man with a goat beard. He glanced left and right, flying low to the ground with extreme caution. Li Shiming, Purple Mansion Realm, utterly absurd. His face still bore an expression of incomprehension. Yet things had turned out this way. The cave master of Floating Cloud Cave had been slain, and Situ Ku, relying on Dharma artifacts, crept out step by cautious step, not daring to advance rashly. Floating Cloud Cave had close dealings with the Golden Tang Gate. Its cave master, Fu Do, had been propped up by them. Situ Ku, of course, had served as Golden Tang Gate's voice within Floating Cloud Cave. Now his face was etched with bitterness. "Fortunately, I never showed myself," muttered Situ Ku. Situ Ku knew well that Wen Hu and Ping Wangzi naturally did not wish to offend Golden Tang Gate, and would not chase him down. The best course was to act as if they had not seen him. That was the only reason he had managed to escape. "Pity, such a fat post. I fear I will never get it again," said Situ Ku to himself in a soft voice. He traveled for a while and emerged from the forest, But before his eyes could see clearly, his spiritual sense abruptly tightened. He had already sensed a youth clad in golden-white armor beneath a pine atop a distant mountain. From afar, the youth sat cross-legged with eyes shut. A shining golden, curved halberd was thrust into the earth beside him, while his hands rested quietly on his knees, forming seals. Situ-ku froze for an instant, and the youth's eyes opened. Golden pupils pierced through the darkness and right into Situ-ku. The strangely shaped halberd at his side began to tremble slightly in the earth. "Senior Situ, this junior has awaited you for some time," said the man with golden pupils. Situ-ku felt a chill close around his heart, as if his very mind was about to explode. Li Zhouwei. Was he not supposed to be in the Eastern Sea, slaying demonic creatures? An instant later, the great De Sheng halberd swept through the air, but Situ-ku was drenched in cold sweat before its light even arrived. Terrified out of his wits, he summoned glowing talismans from his chest. A tortoise shell floated before him as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the Dharma artifact. Puff! Boom! Li Zhouwei's great halberd crashed down before him, scattering a spray of stones. The tortoise shell defense instantly fell short. Situ-ku could clearly see that Li Zhouwei's hand was pinching a spark of Li fire. Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art. The sole sixth grade spell art within the Li family was the Great Li White Radiance. Yet it required Purple Mansion Realm's spiritual flames to refine, something the Li family could never provide. Thus, Li Zhouwei cultivated instead the fifth grade Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art. Chapter 1030. The Congratulations of the White Qilin, 2. The Supreme Yang Li Fire Art, 1, was by no means weak. Its versatility and adaptability was a rare, prized quality. As a fifth-grade spell art, it was already a core heirloom technique of the Azure Pond Sect's direct lineage. Li Zhouwei had cultivated it for over 10 years, and had relied upon it to escape peril time and again. In an instant, dazzling white Supreme Yang Li radiance surged around him, rippling like water and shifting into apricot yellow light. The tortoise shell spun once, then was cast aside as it struggled in vain amid raging flames. Bang! Li Zhouwei's palm struck the talisman barrier before him, and the entire shield burst into blazingly fire. The scorching flames surged forward. Situ-ku broke into a cold sweat, the spell art in his hand only just completed. Boom! Situ-ku knew the man standing before him. When Li Zhouwei had only just broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, even with Taoist Fu Do personally striking, and with armor protection, he had merely been injured and had successfully fled. Situ-ku's cultivation was similar to this White Qilin of the Li family, but when it came to spell arts, cultivation methods, and Dharma artifacts, he was inferior in every way. What chance did he have in battle? He made a split-second decision. The black mist veil exploded into pieces, and a torrent of heavy gray light poured out. With the mana of the Shokue Dao, it condensed into a massive shadowy mountain that came crashing down. Situ-ku knew he had only one chance to escape. He unleashed all his mana along with his blood, and fierce flames ignited beneath his feet, propelling him upward like a bird soaring into the sky as he sped away. Li Zhouwei remained silent. He swung his inverted halberd, and radiant arcs of bright yang light burst from its curve, slowing the mountain's descent. At the same time, a small banner flew out from his sleeve. It was the Yang Li Red Sparrow banner. "Heaven's form in full, Yang Li punishing flames," said Li Zhouwei. 5 colors of Li fire, brown yellow, pale yellow, goose yellow, bright red, and vermilion, flared up to press against the pitch-black mountain. The halberd thrust forward once again, holding the mountain aloft like a pillar propping up the heavens. But this strength came uniquely from the self-detonation of a Dharma artifact. Li Zhouwei had already allowed him to escape more than a kilometer. Just as the chase seemed inevitable, the tables turned. Ads by Pubrev. Narrowing his eyes to gauge the distance, Li Zhouwei said coldly, "Shine upon the 8 directions. All kings must bow before me. Heavenly radiance, hidden light, by decree." A speck of radiant light rose from the center of his brows. The entire forest briefly blazed with brilliance before night claimed it once more. In the distance, Situ-ku, caught in the heavenly light, fell into the mountains like a bird with broken wings. The heavenly light had already pierced through the old man's lower body. He had no will to resist as the blazing heavenly light danced upon his wounds, rippling outward and transforming into 2 armored soldiers clad in silver scale armor. Faceless, They each seized one of his arms and carried him back in a stream of light. It had taken no more than 10 exchanges. Situ Ku was dragged back before him, and he was barely clinging to life. The black radiance the size of a hill had been burned down to no more than the size of a desk. Granted, part of it was that the old man had focused solely on fleeing with no intent to resist, and part was the support of arts and artifacts. But even so, it was enough to show Li Zhouwei's strength. He already possessed the might of Tuoba Chongyuan in his prime. After first staunching Situ Ku's bleeding, Li Zhouwei examined him, and suddenly narrowed his eyes, thinking, Purple Mansion Realm Cultivators? The great void before him rippled, revealing a man in a white golden Taoist robe. His face was bright with a smile, and his voice brimmed with delight. My family's auspicious child is truly formidable. When he saw Li Shiming, Li Zhouwei let out a genuine sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said with a hearty laugh, Greetings to the Taoist master. Since you've broken through, I could hardly return empty-handed. So, I caught a golden Tang Gate man as a gift to congratulate you. Oh, Li Shiming gave him an approving look. It was only then that he realized the man on the ground belonged to the Situ family. Li Zhouwei's gaze flickered slightly as he whispered, This is Situ Ku, a guest cultivator of Floating Cloud Cave. Wenhu and Ping Wangzi let him slip away, so I trailed him for half a day, waiting for this very moment. Li Shiming understood at once, and his gaze toward the man grew heated. This was no mere guest cultivator of Floating Cloud Cave. This was clearly a fine handle to seize upon. He smiled and said, Excellent, an excellent gift. He lightly flicked a finger, and a strand of radiant light descended upon Situ Ku, binding him. He pulled Li Zhouwei closer, looked him over from side to side, and said with a sigh, I have achieved the Purple Mansion realm, and you are safe and sound. There is nothing in this world more important than that. Though Li Minggong and the others did not elaborate, Li Shiming knew full well how many hardships Li Zhouwei had faced in maneuvering across the 4 regions in the last decade and a bit. No doubt he had borrowed much strength along the way. For him to feign departure to the Eastern Sea while secretly slipping back here said it all. Li Zhouwei merely replied with a smile. Li Shiming glanced toward the sky, then drew him into the great void. Both vanished without a trace. After only a dozen seconds, the sky brightened swiftly, and Siwei escorted the two into the hall. Before long, he rode the wind back, just in time to find a youth wandering inside. Li Minggong stood to the side. The spirit item that had originally rested upon the desk was already gone, and it was unclear who had taken it. And Siwei bowed his head, clasped his hands, and said respectfully, Second young master. Lorden, replied the youth. The youth had a clean appearance and neat attire. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him except for his golden eyes, which fixed on him as he answered with a smile. He was none other than Li Zhouwei's third son, too, Li Jianglong. The 4 younger brothers after Li Jianglong had not been named according to the Li family's second lineage conventions. No one dared ask, and none mentioned it. Now 18 or 19 years old, Li Jianglong's cultivation had lagged behind his elder brothers. He was still only at the Qi cultivation realm. He blinked slightly and smiled. I overheard that a great joyous event has taken place. I wonder, when will father return? He should be back around soon. Li Minggong replied. Li Jianglong shook his head. That Taoist one who truly doesn't know how to give gifts. Perhaps he has never been so humiliated before. The item is a treasured panacea, though it looks to have sat for quite some time. Toss it in with the seized spirit items and send it all to the family. And Siwei nodded in response and said, I understand. Li Minggong glanced at Li Jianglong with a faint smile. The youth had greeted them both warmly, then said he was going out to the islands to welcome his father. Looking quite delighted, he departed in quick steps. Li Minggong chuckled softly. He meant well. Uncle refused Wenhu's gift, but I ended up keeping it. Now that the item has gone missing, he fears the Lord might think I accepted a bribe in secret, so he went out of his way to clarify. Of course, and Siwei understood, and with a look of approval, said solemnly, The second young master is generous and considerate, weighing matters carefully. It is a blessing for the family. Not only Jianglong. Li Minggong answered in her heart, but aloud she said, Jianglong and Jiangxiao are older, and both already show promise. Jiangliang is a few years younger, but I have met him as well. Each of them has their own qualities. All of Minghuang's sons are fine talents. If they had been born in my radiant lure generation, the struggle between North and South would surely have fared much better. That would have been a true blessing. She revealed a trace of sorrow, lowering her eyes gracefully so as not to appear discourteous before her elder. And Siwei, being older himself, dared not engage further in such topics. He merely clasped his hands and said, "I will go and prepare for receiving the Purple Mansion realm guests upon the island. I consulted the family elders. Holding it on the island would not be suitable. It has now been decided to take place at the Millen Mountain Range, the most spacious place with the most balanced spiritual energy." Familiar with household affairs, Li Minggong understood at once and said with a nod, "This is a fine opportunity to refurbish Millen Mountain, which has grown old and worn over the years. Since the matter of Mount Shaoshi has been settled, I need not return there. It is just right for me to stay and lend some presents to the occasion." And Siwei nodded, and they departed together. By the lakeside, the Millen Mountain Range was already adorned with countless golden decorations. Cultivators moved up and down, and the air was filled with festivity. 1. This is referring to Supreme Yang Resonance Li Art. 2. Li Jianglong is referred to as the second young master because to the public, Li Jiangqian, Li Zhouwei's second son, is the firstborn instead of Li Jiangao, the firstborn. Chapter 1031. Immortal Palace Within the Mirror, I. Within the mirror world. Floating clouds rose and fell. The great sun hung high in the sky. Gray mist scattered, and the radiance of divine abilities appeared one after another. When Li Shiming broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, the talisman seeds immediately gave feedback. Spiritual dew drifted like nectar within the mirror world, as vitality surged, and the entire realm seemed to come alive, bursting with radiant colors. Lu Jiangxin's figure emerged in the heavens. Bright, gleaming immortal halls and towers, with rippling lakes and drifting mist stretched beneath his feet. Occasionally, a few stone spirits darted through the palaces, forming a scene of celestial splendor. "The Purple Mansion realm has finally been achieved," muttered Lu Jiangxian. Li Shiming's breakthrough took over 10 years. The process of advancing his immortal foundation into the Xinyang acupoint had few obstacles, and he had passed the ignorant stage with the aid of talisman seeds. Yet the rest was still arduous. In Lu Jiangxin's eyes, his success contained an element of luck. Li Shiming's Dao heart was not weak. Years of cultivation and the tempering of worldly affairs had refined his temperament further. Thus, throughout the process of forging his divine ability, the greatest threat had not been endless illusions, but rather that single instant of accumulating the divine ability. Li Shiming had studied the Radiant Essence scripture, read the 9 secret techniques, and cultivated 3 of them. With the blessing of the Radiant Sky Stone, his chances of forging a divine ability were only about 50%. Yet Li Shiming himself felt nothing unusual in that brief instant when he had successfully forged the heaven-venerating gate. In truth, it had been far more perilous than he realized. For Li Shiming to succeed is, in the end, a good thing. Li Zhouwei has drawn the dangerous gaze of the masses away from him. Adds by Pubref, Li Shiming's breakthrough had also greatly nourished the immortal mirror itself. Although Lu Jiangxian could use the bright radiant Yang Imperial Union essence to simulate various divine abilities, it could never compare with the feedback of talisman seeds. With Li Shiming's success, the entire realm was imbued with divine nourishment. Lu Jiangxian had commanded stone spirits to build for 100 years, and the bright white immortal palaces had long filled the original territory. Now, as the ground rumbled and distant clouds dispersed, the entire realm expanded several-fold, revealing vast new lands. Beyond the circular cluster of immortal palaces at the center, Lu Jiangxian descended upon the newly expanded domain. Unlike before, the ground beneath his feet was smooth as a mirror, stretching out before him. He thought for a moment and exerted his will. White vapors like smoke and mist surged across the realm at once, swiftly covering the land until the ground was hidden completely. The entire palace complex now seemed to rest upon the clouds, shrouded in mystery. Much better, thought Lu Jiangxian. He reappeared in the sky, forming seals and casting spells. A heavenly gate descended from above, settling upon the distant clouds. Built of white bricks, with 2 corner towers bearing 72 gleaming ridges, carved dragons and painted phoenixes, and banners fluttering proudly, it radiated majestic grandeur. Bright Yang heaven-venerating gate. He formed seals once again, and the bright Yang that manifested from bright radiant Yang Imperial Union essence in the sky blazed with dazzling brilliance. Shooting stars rained down across the heavens, drifting in all directions before transforming into legions of golden-armored celestial soldiers. Most of these golden-armored soldiers wore smooth armor and carried ordinary spirit spears, though some wielded halberds and wore phoenix-crested helmets. There were also mighty warriors, towering in stature and clad in cloth armor, who descended into the palace, each finding their place. Lord Lu. Oh, so it was General Lin. In an instant, the place bustled with life. The clashing of armor, the sounds of conversation and debate, and hearty laughter and greetings rose one after another. The immortal palaces seemed to come alive, operating smoothly and brimming with vitality. Yet all of it was nothing more than the product of a single thought. With a light wave of his hand, every figure in the realm dissipated, leaving only the empty, immortal halls. Lu Jiangxian casually chose a palace and descended there. Setting aside the transformation within the immortal mirror, the supreme profound light has already surpassed the Purple Mansion realm. Yet compared to the Golden Core realm, the gap is too vast. At best, it could only injure a true monarch. The range of my divine sense, however, has not changed much. Lu Jiangxian sat before a desk as his mind raced. First, Yang Tianya is not dead. He even broke through to the Purple Mansion realm ahead of time. That was a troublesome matter. The Underworld's judiciary stood behind Yang Tianya. Moreover, Yang Tianya had personally seen Li Mutian. One gained an eidetic memory after breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, let alone after the Purple Mansion realm. He must have known that Li Mutian was nothing more than a mortal. Yet according to the information from Li Shiji, Yang Tianya had always referred to Li Mutian as a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, clearly intentional. At the very least, the Underworld's judiciary harbors goodwill toward the Li family. Whatever schemes lie beneath, they are willing to conceal the truth on the surface, thought Lu Jiangxian. But Lu Jiangxian's greater discovery went far beyond this. The two envoys of the Underworld's judiciary, Wang Long and Zhang Gui, might have seemed normal to Li Shiming, but the truth was clear to Lu Jiangxian's divine sense. These two, they are neither cultivators nor demonic creatures. Rather, they seem like souls altered by metallic essence and reshaped by the hand of a high cultivator, thus becoming what they are now. Lu Jiangxian had harbored doubts for a long time. This world was complete with matters of immortals and demons, yet curiously lacked ghosts. Despite abundant legends of specters and spirits, and despite the very existence of the Underworld's judiciary that was clearly founded to deal with such beings, not a single ghost had appeared in centuries. Considering Ding Jiao's words, this must be a problem that arose after heaven's transformation. The changes that true monarchs and immortals brought about had altered the very laws of the world, preventing ghosts from ever forming. Clarity slowly dawned in Lu Jiangxian's heart. The fruition of the Underworld's judiciary must be tied to ghosts. If so, does this mean that after heaven's transformation, the very institution that governs spirits and ghosts has been weakened to the extreme? The only times the Li family had ever seen ghosts were when disciples of Mount Wu summoned them with shamanic spell arts. Strictly speaking, those blue-faced, tusked things resembled puppets born of sorcery more than true ghosts. Lu Jiangxian had studied this matter carefully. When mortals of this world died, their bodies became instantly hollow, without even the process of the soul's dispersal. Nothing was left behind, only lingering resentment qi and baleful qi, which could be harvested to refine treasures. If one had cultivated and reached the stage of the embryonic breathing realm, then the difference was subtle to others. Yet in Lu Jiangxian's eyes, he could clearly see the soul separate from the body before dispersing upon sudden death. Yet the strangeness lay here. Once cultivators of the Purple Mansion or Golden Core Daos had advanced through Qi cultivation realm and formed their foundation establishment, death brought instant annihilation, with no soul ever appearing. It was only after forging a divine ability and elevating the Xinyang acupoint into the Great Void could a soul truly separate from the body and endure. In either case, it was far less stable than the envoys of the Underworld's judiciary, leaving Lu Jiangxian greatly astonished. This method borrows the influence of metallic essence to form a body. If I could master it, I could release beings like Dang Jiang from within the mirror. He silently etched this into his heart and pondered. The Li family will likely need to deal with the Yang family. I shall observe and see. Chapter 1032. Immortal Palace Within the Mirror, 2. Lu Jiangxian pondered for a moment, then lightly clapped his hands. The sounds of bustling life returned to the realm once more. As he gazed at this puppet show of his own making, a thought stirred in his heart. The mirror world truly has changed, and is now capable of so much more. Since I have such a fine place, I can't just let Dang Jiang remain idle in my sleeve. Such a good laborer ought to be put to use. He rode upon radiance, instantly appearing within a palace beside the main hall. A faint headache came upon him, and after careful thought, he mused inwardly. What was the title I devised for Dang Jiang back then? Since he bears the honorific of the Supreme Yin, this palace must show some sign of it. At a single thought, the palace erupted with supreme Yin. Patterns of golden stamened osmanthus appeared everywhere. Lunar motifs were carved before and behind the hall. Several jade lampstands, large as tables, turned into glowing moons. Snow suddenly fell all around, piling into mounds of white. Statues of toads and jade rabbits could be seen everywhere, creating the likeness of a true moon palace. After a thorough examination, Lu Jiangxian hung a plaque upon the palace. Palace of Radiant Purity Supreme Yin. The words gleamed in silver white, nearly blending with the plaque's jade-white hue, yet drawing the eye irresistibly. He glanced left and right, but still found it lacking. With a flick of his finger, a strand of supreme Yin moonlight fell upon the ground. White fragments of stone leaped from the corners, merging with the moonlight to form a silver-armored man. Lu Jiangxian reshaped the face several times, finally settling on one resembling Li Shijuan, carrying the bearing of an immortal general. At his thought, the silver-armored man immediately bowed and said respectfully, I, the Supreme Yin Bright Immortal General, Zhengao, pay respects to the Lord of the Palace. Lu Jiangxian glanced left and right, then nodded in satisfaction. Though this figure was under his control, it was more than enough to intimidate Dang Jiang. Lu Jiangxian returned to the main seat, his garments shifting once more. With a light flick of his finger, a pale green radiance fell to the ground, transforming into a young boy. The boy was dressed in simple ancient attire, his eyes pale green, his sleeves embroidered with wave patterns. His round face looked only a little over 10 years old. Slightly dazed, he glanced around before realizing who sat above. Ads by Pubref. Alarmed, he dropped to his knees. Dang Jiang greets the Lord of the Palace. Dang Jiang had gone from Anhui heaven to this place in just the blink of an eye. He did not know how much time had passed, but seeing the decorations around him, there was no doubt this was an immortal palace. His heart eased. That foolish child Buzi, shallow and ignorant, spouting nonsense about the immortal palace having collapsed long ago. Empty bluster, yet in private he insists. Now, when he met the Lord of the Palace, he knelt quicker than anyone. Though he was now calmer, unease lingered in his heart. From the Lord of the Palace's earlier words, his escape from the palace had been unintentional. Yet Dang Jiang's mind was hazy, with no memory of it at all. Such ignorance itself could be counted as a crime. How could he not feel fear? Seated above, Lu Jiangxian still pondered what use this fellow might serve, and spoke casually. This is not a place you should have come to. Since your escape was unintentional, remain in the palace for now. Dang Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could speak his gratitude, Lu Jiangxian had already vanished. He stood there in a daze, then timidly withdrew. As soon as he exited the hall, he saw a silver-armored man standing in the palace. The man had a dignified appearance, with cheeks so sharp that they seemed chiseled and silver pupils. He held a long spear as he stood within the palace, gazing down at him. Dang Jiang hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, Greetings, Immortal General. I'm the minor official Dang Jiang, a steward of Dang Jiang Creek's water mansion. I wonder, Immortal General. The silver-armored man merely said, just a minor general of the palace, not worth mentioning. Please. Dang Jiang quickly agreed, and, glancing about the palace, his eyes fell upon the words Palace of Radiant Purity Supreme Yin. It was as if needles pricked his eyes, and he hurriedly turned away, thinking emotionally, so I can now count myself as one who has visited an immortal palace. Once I return below to preside over the water mansion, I'll have endless tales to boast of. Chi Buzi, just a petty little cultivator. How could he ever compare to me? Though Dang Jiang had many memories, Lu Jiangxian had woven them hazy and indistinct, leaving room for denial later. His only true memories were those years with Chi Buzi, and he could not help but compare himself against him in private. He was soon led to a remote corner of the vast and intricate palace complex. He passed streams of people along the way, and several immortal generals and officials bowed respectfully to the silver-armored cultivator. The shrewd Dangjiang immediately understood that this man's status was far from ordinary. Of course, someone permitted to stand before the lord of the palace could hardly be an ordinary immortal general. His expression grew far more respectful. When they turned into a small side chamber, he found nothing strange about it. As a mere water official of the mortal realm, how could I hold any standing in the heavens? It is only because the lord of the palace brought me personally that I can reside here, thought Dangjiang. The silver-armored man brought him into the room, his stern brows and eyes turning toward him as he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Dangjiang, stay here for now. There are a few matters I must explain to you." Dangjiang nodded repeatedly, and the silver-armored man said, "The Immortal Palace has now activated its restrictions. No one may enter or leave the various halls. If you feel restless, stroll within the palace grounds, but do not seek out idle chatter, and absolutely do not step beyond the palace." Lu Jiangxian was too lazy to fashion more immortal mansions and merely wanted to keep this fellow confined here. Yet Dangjiang, suddenly enlightened, nodded thoughtfully, as if he had understood something profound. The silver-armored man then pointed to the cabinet in the room and said coldly, "I will not have you stay here for free. This cabinet holds many methods, some ancient arts and some seized from crooked Daos. Immortal official Li has gone down to the mortal realm, so you will temporarily fill his post. Recompile and expand these arts properly. Each year someone will come to collect them. Your subordinate obeys." Dangjiang slipped into the role quickly, his mind already racing, his heart surging with excitement. If I can render good service, perhaps I might even be transferred to a heavenly post. Seeing his enthusiasm, the silver-armored man finally allowed a faint smile to ghost across his face. Just as he was about to close the door and leave, Dangjiang hurriedly called out respectfully and asked, "May I ask the honored name of the immortal general?" Zheng Gao said in a loud, clear voice, "Zheng Gao, holder of the post of Supreme Bright Immortal General." Dangjiang was shaken by this string of titles, and his gaze toward him grew even more reverent. He escorted him out, and along the way they passed several immortal officials who ignored Dangjiang entirely, greeting only Zheng Gao. Dangjiang knew his own status was low and did not mind. He hurried back to his quarters, cheerfully looking around. He touched this and that, feeling that everything from the heavens was wonderful. "Oh, these supreme patterns are authentic indeed," muttered Dangjiang. At last, he came to the small cabinet. First he admired its noble carvings, then cautiously opened it, only to hear a great crash as a flood of jade slips tumbled out, clattering across the floor until they nearly covered it completely. Dangjiang stood frozen on the spot, staring at the cabinet not much larger than his own body. Inwardly, he could not help but curse inwardly, "Damn, this many? What the hell was that immortal officially doing? He must have failed to finish his work and fled to be reborn in the mortal world. Fine, fine. Heaven curse it, what an unbelievably lazy immortal official." He picked up one of the jade slips from the ground and began to read. Its length alone could fill 3 whole chests of books. His expression instantly soured as he thought, immortal official Li must have been shirking for decades. Even a mule isn't worked like this. Chapter 1033, Grand Assembly of the Purple Mansion, I. Moongaze Lake lay beneath a cloudless sky, its rippling waves reflecting the dark blue pavilion that stood upon the water. A long causeway stretched to the island at the heart of the lake, where several stone lotus lanterns glimmered with shifting light. The pavilion had 8 corners, each painted with a rune in cinnabar, and it faced west toward Mount Sheeping. A jade plaque inscribed with large characters hung above, Vermilion Bud Pavilion. A woman in a light red silk gown was seated within, silver ornaments gleaming at her neck, as she leafed through an ancient book. She was none other than Li Keiwan. Vermilion Bud Pavilion was Li Kuan's place of cultivation. She practiced the whole pill Tao, where progress was not determined by the abundance of spiritual energy, but by observing the transformations of matter itself. Thus, Li Zhouwei had searched the lake for the site most suited to changes and built Vermilion Bud Pavilion for her. In truth, the lake had little to do with the whole pill Tao. The pavilion's location had once been chosen as the site of a formation where white lightning had been summoned to dispel the great forbidden formation over the island. Thus, it could only just barely be considered a place of transformation. Originally, Mount Wu would have been the most suitable site, since it had once been the cultivation ground of Duanmu Kuei, the supreme shaman. Unfortunately, Li Shiming had attained his divine ability there, transforming the entire mountain into a treasured land of bright yang, rendering it no longer the same. The family still needs to rename Mount Wu, but I wonder how they will decide it, thought Li Kewan. The attainment of the Purple Mansion realm was a joyous occasion, yet Li Kewan's face carried a trace of worry. All the matters of the family were well in hand, but her personal affairs remained unsettled. Her father, Li Baodao, now lived happily on the island, spending his days with hunting dogs and fighting birds. But her elder brothers managed the shipping business, ferrying goods between the two shores. Her brothers were skilled and, bolstered by her reputation, business naturally thrived. Yet their success obstructed another family's trade, and in their anger that rival accused them before the family chief, claiming they had exploited their influence for profit. That very night, her brothers had been summoned to Mount Qingdu. Adds by Pubrev, Li Kewan, well-versed in family affairs, knew her brothers would not be in immediate danger. But her father, Li Baodao, was so anxious that several blisters had formed at the corners of his mouth, and he had already come to her several times. She was fortunate that it had coincided with the Purple Mansion realm celebration, when the family's focus was elsewhere. Family Uncle Li Zholuo of Qingdu had also refrained from making an immediate judgment. Otherwise, who knew what chaos might have ensued? She let out a sigh and moved to set down the ancient book. After calculating the time, thought to herself, 3 months have passed in a blink. The various sects will soon arrive at Moongaze Lake. I must go to receive them. Li Kewan and Li Jiangqian were now the new generation's prodigies of the Li family. Now that Li Shiming had achieved the Purple Mansion realm, the Li family had risen to the rank of a Purple Mansion realm immortal family. Their status had immediately transformed, if not as different as heaven and earth, then at least several steps higher than before. Li Kewan's heart was filled with both joy and unease. In the eyes of the sects, Brother Jiangqian and I are now likely regarded much like Qi Fubo and Si Tomi once were. It is certain that we must go to welcome them. The way of the world was always like this. Family affairs, large and small, had likely already spread to the ears of the sections. Li Kewan guessed that in the eyes of those families, her family head Li Zhouwei was probably already being compared to Tuoba Chongyuan. Great renown brings great trouble. She rose from the pavilion and flew toward the clouds. She was just in time to see Li Minggong standing in midair, clad in a crimson Dharma robe, and riding upon a cloud of fire. Practicing the true flame Dao, pheasantly march, akin to that of the Fire Luan's Dao lineage, she appeared all the more dignified, standing poised and graceful in her red attire. Li Kewan bowed respectfully and greeted, I greet you, honored one. Though Li Minggong had long been stationed at the northern shore and the riverside, and seldom met Li Kewan, she was the eldest sister of the first lineage and among the closest Foundation establishment realm kin. Moreover, being one of the rare female Foundation establishment realm cultivators, Li Kewan naturally felt close to her. Li Minggong was generous and composed, and had long ago received praise from Li Shijuan. Her bright and striking demeanor naturally made her well-liked. When Li Kewan greeted her warmly, Li Minggong replied, her tone light and cheerful, Wanner, you've come. Just follow behind me. Jiangqian will accompany Cheng Hui on the other side to receive the guests. Aunt, you are truly beautiful. Li Kewan covered her mouth with a laugh. Li Minggong remained calm, glancing at her once before smiling. I'm hardly comparable to your youth. As the two spoke, Li Zholuo arrived leading a group of people who rode on surging golden qi. He wore splendid robes of blue on the outside and white within, golden qi surging around him. With a cultivation at the 6th stage of qi cultivation realm, he was now the head of the youngest generations. His status in the Li family was already quite high. For him to personally lead the way meant that those behind him were surely of extraordinary standing. Li Minggong's expression showed satisfaction upon seeing him, but Li Kewan glanced at her uncle and felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Uncle Zholuo oversees the family's Qingdu affairs. My brother's case must pass through his hands. Unaware of her thoughts, Li Minggong smiled as she welcomed the newcomers. So it is the Profound Peak Immortal Gate. I am Li Minggong. Congratulations, congratulations. The man before them wore the golden robes of the Profound Peak Gate, and was clearly a sect master-level figure. Pale-faced and beardless, he offered polite congratulations before continuing. I am Kong Gushi of Profound Peak. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The man was courteous, but beside him stood an old man, face brimming with joy. His beard jutted out as he tugged at his sleeve with a laugh and said, I am Kongheng. Fellow Taoist, do you know me? Li Xianxian is an old friend of mine, and we've shared many years of friendship. Tell me, how fares my old companion? Kongheng was a lively, sentimental sort, full of joy and excitement. It was almost as if he had achieved the Purple Mansion realm. Li Minggong laughed in reply. I have indeed heard your esteemed name. My elders have spoken of you many times. He is already waiting on the mountain. Please, come inside first. These words gave respect to Kongheng. The little old man immediately lifted his chin in pride, deeply satisfied, while Kong Gushi smiled and added, I prepared a few gifts along the way. I ask that fellow Taoist Minggong kindly accept them. These were offerings from Profound Peak Gate to congratulate the Li family. They were mostly treasured panaceas and Dharma artifacts. Matters concerning Taoist Master Changshi and Li Shiming's Purple Mansion realm were separate, though they too likely maintained ties. The cultivators at Kong Gushi's sides quickly presented jade boxes. Li Keiwan thanked them repeatedly and respectfully accepted the gifts. Li Zholuo then invited the Profound Peak Gate cultivators into the Millen Mountain Range, while Li Minggong and Li Keiwan remained hovering in the clouds. Li Minggong watched the figures of the Profound Peak Gate cultivators recede into the distance, silently pondering to herself, I've heard that Taoist Master Changshi of Profound Peak Gate only has a little lifespan left, though I don't know if it's true. For Profound Peak Gate to come this time, perhaps they have their own designs. When Li Shiming had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, Taoist Master Changshi was the first to arrive with congratulations. Though it could be as simple as geographic convenience, his words and tone had shown genuine sincerity. As Li Minggong glanced sideways at Li Keiwan, she saw the young woman distracted and knew exactly what weighed on her mind. The matter of Li Baoduo's children might seem minor, but since it concerned Li Keiwan, she had long since taken note. It truly was not a serious issue. It simply depended on how Li Keiwan chose to handle it. Li Minggong said solemnly, Keiwan, do not worry. The family will settle things clearly in due course. Li Keiwan came back to herself and hurriedly expressed her thanks, only to see Li Minggong smile and add, Jiangxian doesn't know yet, otherwise someone would already be in trouble. Chapter 1034, Grand Assembly of the Purple Mansion, 2. Millen Mountain. Millen Mountain was not tall, but it was vast in size, brimming everywhere with spiritual energy. After the downfall of the Yu family, chaos had consumed the land. The once grand palaces and terraces lay shattered and in disarray. These palaces and terraces were no ordinary constructions. Built by cultivators, they could not be raised merely by manipulating earth and stone. They required engraved formation patterns and the infusion of spiritual materials and items. That was no simple task. When the Li family took over, they were beset by major events, followed by the great strife between North and South. They did not have the strength to restore the many pavilions and halls, and only repaired the spirit fields and herbal courtyards, using them for gathering resources and cultivation. After the northern and southern conflict passed, the Li family enjoyed 10 years of rest and recovery. With resources to spare, they gradually rebuilt Millen Mountain. In the last 3 months, it had become a grand family-wide project, transforming the mountain range into something entirely new. Terraces and towers were now constructed layer upon layer across Millen Mountain, standing amidst the clouds. Azure steps were everywhere, and spiritual qi drifted in the air. 5 spirit springs gushed from the heights, their waters following patterned channels down the steps, winding through courtyards before reaching the foot of the mountain. The paths were lined with lanterns, painted with bright yang and li, one fire patterns. The steps were carved with sea and dragon motifs. Cultivators came and went, rising and descending among the courtyards. Millen Mountain was not the location to be renovated. Around the lake, 16 prefectures, 2 peaks, and 1 mountain were all entirely reconstructed. 6 grand gate towers had been erected along the lakeshore, modeled after the Radiant Origin Pass. These gate towers were built of white bricks, their corner towers adorned with intricate carvings. Each stood 38 meters tall, with 72 clearly defined ridges. Though similar in structure, their placement followed the terrain and direction, and they bore the names Xixiang 2, Xuanya 3, Tingyuan 4, Changshi 5, Chengqing 6, and Zhou 7. The Xixiang Gate, located at Lijing Office on the southern shore, was the grandest, taller than the other 5. The Changshi Gate stood at the foot of Millen Mountain and was connected to the formations. All cultivators ascending or descending the mountain passed through it. Li Zholuo descended with Kongheng from this gate, while Li Zhoufang was stationed at its front. The two brothers were older than Li Zhouwei, and their sons were already grown. Since they had low innate talent, they had begun cultivating late, appearing far more aged and ordinary, with nothing remarkable about them. After a brief glance, Kong Gushi praised, "What a fine Changshi gate." Adds by PubRef. All 6 gate towers around the lake had been personally designed by Li Shiming and reinforced with his divine ability. The patterns bore the essence of bright yang, layered with profound mysteries that made it difficult for one's gaze to part from them. Though neither of them cultivated the bright yang Dao, they could still perceive its profundity. As they stepped through the Changshi gate, they saw a broad-shouldered man with fierce golden eyes and white gold armor standing before them. Kong Yu hesitated slightly, but Kong Gushi was already filled with awe as he thought, the white Qilin of the Li family. Li Zhouwei. When Li Shiming was in seclusion, the Li family had only Li Zhouwei and Li Chenghui to hold the line, with every family watching them closely. Kong Gushi had just inherited the leadership of the profound peak gate from Kong Tingyun at that time, so he knew the matter most clearly. A demonic cultivator had run rampant on the northern shore of Moongaze Lake. The Mifan 3 sects had suddenly established themselves overnight in Jiangbei, and the Fei family had cried out for aid. Li Zhouwei, with the white ape, had guarded the northern bank together with Li Chenghui, cutting off the river. They had then slain the demonic cultivator using the ancient formation cloud gathering Southern Heaven Formation. In less than half a night, before the forces of the Mifan 3 sects were even halfway across, Li Zhouwei had already slain the cultivator and sent its head to the Azure Pond sect. Everyone knew that cultivator was certainly a man of the Mifan 3 sects, but since its head had been delivered to the Azure Pond sect, the 3 sects could do nothing but swallow their loss. Thus began the struggle over the northern shore. Over the next 10 years, Li Zhouwei had held the line from covert harassment to open disputes over spirit fields. He had Li Shiji's full backing, who even returned in person several times. Even though the Mifan 3 sects had several times the number of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, they could only retreat and concede lake interests. They never could manage to shake the Li family's foundation. As Li Zhouwei's cultivation and spell arts grew, and Li Chenghui became proficient in the 6-fold profound thunder punishment tokens, Floating Cloud Cave gradually grew powerless against the Li family unless its cave master acted personally. In the end, Cave Master Fu Do himself struck, yet he still failed to capture Li Zhouwei. Thus, the Li family set up the cloud-gathering Southern Heaven Formation to guard the North Shore. Though it meant no harvest there, they had consolidated their strength, and Li Zhouwei no longer needed to guard the region constantly. Although Li Shiming had since broken through and Floating Cloud Cave had perished on its own, Kong Gushi felt that Li Zhouwei's repeated efforts at stymieing them ensured that the cave had long ceased to be a true threat to the Li family. Now, upon meeting Li Zhouwei, he only felt that those golden eyes carried a strange light. His bearing was imposing, and he would not be easy to contend with, but there was nothing more unusual than that. He clasped his fists respectfully and said, "I greet the family head." The golden-eyed youth nodded and said, "So it is the sect master of Profound Peak Gate." Zhouwei pays his respects. Kong Gushi's cultivation was not high, and the few earth virtue techniques of his sect were not meant for combat. He likely was no match for Li Zhouwei at all, so he quickly replied courteously. Another man stood beside Li Zhouwei. His hair and beard were half-white, while his face was ruddy with kind features. At his waist hung 2 strings of swaying medicine pouches. His profound cultivation showed plainly on his countenance, suggesting he practiced the wood virtue. Kong Gushi had never met this man before, but seeing he was dressed in the garb of the Shao family, he realized this must be Shao Yuanzi. Kong Gushi suddenly understood in his heart, in today's Li family, only Shao Yuanzi is worthy of Li Zhouwei personally coming to welcome him. That pill of his, once, everyone mocked him as foolish, but now all must praise him for his foresight. Shao Yuanzi had known of this matter for over 3 months already, yet at the time it had left him so stunned he could not react. Even now, his heart was full of joy. The old man looked like he had swallowed a treasured panacea. His complexion was rosy with health, while his eyes shone bright. Kong Yu watched with extreme envy, his heart sighing with emotion. To have a disciple who reached the Purple Mansion realm, and to have played such a great role in his disciple's breakthrough. This senior, for the rest of his life, he need not worry anymore. The number of people gathered beneath the Changshi Gate grew, with cultivators of every family stepping forward to greet the white Qilin of the Li family. Though Li Zhouwei was incomparably strong, his tone remained polite as he responded to each in turn, rarely showing aloofness. Just as Kongheng was about to ascend the mountain, a brilliant heavenly light descended from the skies, landing upon the steps and transforming into a man in golden white Taoist robes. His features were upright and ordinary, save for his pale golden eyes and the blazing point of heavenly light shining at the center of his brows. There was no doubt, this man was Li Shiming. Kongheng did not dare to look long. His gaze quickly leapt away. A middle-aged figure with plain features stood behind the man. There was a jade pendant at his chest, and he was clad in a brown robe patterned with mountains. Kongheng's pupils shrank, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud as he cried out, "I greet the ancestor. I greet the Taoist master." The cultivators of Profound Peak Gate froze for a heartbeat, then hastily followed his example. They all dropped to their knees, kowtowing in unison. Kong Yu and the others were now high-ranking figures of Profound Peak Gate. So how could they not recognize that the man beside Li Shiming was their own ancestor, Taoist Master Changshi? Even those who had never seen him before had long studied his portrait hanging in their gate, and quickly realized the truth. When Profound Peak Gate knelt in unison, the other cultivators were momentarily stunned, but soon most bowed as well. Even the direct disciples of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators folded their hands and lowered their heads, all greeting in unison. "We greet Taoist Master Zhaojing." Xiao Yuanxi suddenly lifted his head, meeting Li Shiming's face. A smile spread across the old man's features. Surrounded by the chorus of respectful greetings, Li Shiming inclined his body in a slight bow and softly said, "I greet my master." 1. Not the surname Li. 2. Sushang, Xixiang, for symbols, refers to the 4 celestial emblems in Chinese cosmology: azure dragon, east, wood, spring, vermilion bird, south, fire, summer, white tiger, west, metal, autumn, black tortoise, north, water, winter. They represent balance of directions, elements, and seasons in Taoist cosmology. 3. Xuan, means mysterious, profound, or linked to Taoist mystery. 8. Can mean enterprise, karmic undertaking, or great work. Together, it suggests the profound enterprise of cultivation or the great Taoist work. 4. Ting means courtyard, hall, or tribunal. Yuan means deep pool, abyss, or profound depth. Together, it likely symbolizes a sacred court of depth and wisdom, or a place where profound truths gather. 5. Chang means constant, eternal. Shi refers to the first light of the sun at dawn. Together, it means eternal dawn or unceasing radiance, symbolizing renewal, light, and auspicious beginnings. 6. Cheng means to bear, inherit, or uphold. Qing means pure, clear, untainted. Thus, it means upholding purity or carrying on clarity, echoing Taoist ideals of spiritual refinement and clarity of qi. 7. Likely refers to King Wu of Zhou Wang, the founder of the Zhou dynasty, symbol of righteous conquest and dynastic legitimacy. In a Taoist/cultivation context, it suggests martial virtue, righteous strength, and founding authority. Chapter 1035, Grand Assembly of the Purple Mansion 3. Xiao Yuanxi hesitated for a moment. The old man was not one to flaunt himself, yet he lifted his brows and looked up at Li Shiming, who, though not greatly changed in form, seemed entirely different in essence. Minger, the face before him was upright and proper. His brows were slightly long, and the pale golden eyes softened as his lips curved into a restrained smile. Taoist Master Zhaojing, Li Shiming. The constant gloom between his brows, that clenched teeth bitterness, had vanished completely. In its place shone a trace of heavenly light, glimmering at the center of his brow. The flicker of unease in his eyes was gone as well. Now Li Shiming's gaze carried a gentle smile, with no trace of gloom or the grim resolve of one about to die in vain. With those shadows erased, his entire face came alive. He was no longer the Li family's desperate, last gamble, but truly Taoist Master Zhaojing, Li Shiming. Tears welled faintly in Xiao Yuanxi's eyes. But before the gaze of all, he could only sigh and say, Taoist Master Zhaojing's fortune is profound indeed. This old man merely basks in its glow. Li Shiming helped him up with a smile. Changshi, standing nearby, spoke in a warm and amiable tone, envy stirring in his heart, while Li Shiming respectfully said, "Master, please." Everyone in the 3 sects and 7 gates knew of Xiao Yuanxi's pill. After being chastised by Xiao Shooting, he had returned, dejected and broken, from the Northern Sea. For over a decade of Li Shiming's seclusion, Xiao Yuanxi had been nothing more than a laughingstock or idle gossip among the orthodox Immortal families. Li Shiming had heard fragments of that mockery. His personal arrival to welcome him was to let all the families see, and to vent his master's long-suffered indignation. Adds by Pubrev. That was the first reason. The second was that Xiao Shooting had also come to Moongaze Lake in person. Taoist master Shooting rarely acted in person and had instead sent Xiao Yuanxi from the mountains. Li Shiming naturally seized this chance to show all the families that the bond between the Xiao and Li remained as steadfast as ever. Though the matter seemed small, it was of great benefit to the Li family. Li Shiming simply escorted Xiao Yuanxi into the mountains, settled him in the courtyard, and then returned toward the island, only to hear and see Wei report that Xiao Shooting had already left a congratulatory gift and departed alone. Li Shiming nodded in acknowledgement, while Changshi quietly lowered his gaze at the side and thought, "So Xiao Shooting refuses to see me." Though only newly advanced to the Purple Mansion realm and not yet as calculating as the seasoned Purple Mansion realm cultivators, Li Shiming could still perceive the meaning. A chill of apprehension stirred in his heart. Changshi, this truly is a mess. But since his family was on good terms with Profound Peak Gate, and Changshi had come to offer congratulations, so while Xiao Shooting could afford not to appear, Li Shiming could not retreat. He sat with him among the mountain paths filled with blooming gardenias. Changshi smiled and said, "What a splendid place of bright yang. I wonder what name Taoist master Zhaojing intends to bestow upon it." Li Shiming poured tea for him and said courteously, "I have named this place Zhijing, One Mountain. From now on, it shall be my place of quiet cultivation." "Excellent." Changshi praised him, then drew something from his sleeve and placed it on the table. A round, lustrous pearl lay within a jade box, radiating colorful rays like fine threads. The image of a tiger turning its head, exuding overwhelming dominance, was faintly engraved on its surface. Taoist Master Changshi's face alternated between youthful and aged with each passing hour. At this moment, he appeared middle-aged, jade pendant lying on his chest as he beamed with joy. "Fellow Taoist Zhaojing, our 2 families have supported each other for centuries. My Tingyun and Yuanjiao are close friends. Now that your divine ability has been accomplished, my heart is overjoyed, so I have specially prepared this small gift." His tone was unusually pleasant. He no longer called Li Shiming little friend. For someone several centuries old to lower himself and call one not yet 100 years old fellow Taoist, while gently recalling past ties, was an extreme show of courtesy. His lifespan truly is running short, thought Li Shiming. Li Shiming examined it briefly and realized it was most likely a Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. Though its refinement was probably less than 100 years, and far inferior to the Xinyo Pristine Marsh Seal or Qi Wan's Profound Heaven Hearing, it was still leagues beyond any Dharma artifacts of the Li family. It's far too precious. Li Shiming was not ignorant of the weight carried by Purple Mansion realm gatherings. But Purple Mansion realm cultivators were all misers. Spirit items for Foundation Establishment realm were casually given, yet Purple Mansion realm treasures were never even considered. Such gatherings were more about showing face and goodwill than true generosity. As for congratulatory gifts, one should never expect Purple Mansion realm spirit artifacts or spirit items. At best, one might receive a 4th-grade spell art. More often, it would be some ancient rarity or an obscure but respectable manual. For Changshi to present a Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact so openly meant only one thing. He was laying down a clear debt of favor and seeking to secure future backing for Profound Peak Gate. After Li Shiming's brief glance, Changshi indeed smiled and said, "This Dharma artifact is called the Mountain Charging Sea Pacing Tiger. It is a mid-grade Gen 2 Earth Spirit artifact, not one refined by my own divine ability, but obtained from outside. It cannot compare to spirit treasures, but it is still a useful weapon." Li Shiming pondered for a moment and asked, "Refined by a divine ability?" Changshi chuckled, explaining in an aged voice, "Spirit artifacts generally fall into 3 categories. The first is to take an excellent Dharma artifact spirit embryo, infuse it into one's divine ability, and refine it with that divine ability. After 100 years of refinement, it becomes a spirit artifact that's perfectly suited to its wielder. Li Shiming's eyes lit up with delight as he asked, "So it's that simple? Then why are there so few spirit artifacts in Jiangnan?" Changxi stroked his beard and said, "First, spirit embryos are hard to refine. Those artifacts, born of one's divine ability, can only match their master's own strength. They must also be constantly nurtured, which consumes much of one's spirit. If separated from their wielder for long, they revert to their original form. It sounds simple, but it is very hard to pass down." Li Shiming immediately thought of Taoist Master Tianke at Moongaze Lake's western shore, where Taoist he had been refining the Nine Gates Temple spirit embryo. That spirit embryo alone had taken over 100 years. Truly, it was not an easy matter. He nodded, and Changxi continued, "The second type is more common. Artifacts like this mountain-charging sea-pacing tiger are forged by Purple Mansion realm artifact smiths. Their quality varies, and some are even inferior to spirit embryos, while the finest can rival spirit treasures. They are further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Mid-grade ones are comparable to those refined through a divine ability and can serve as heirlooms, without being bound to a metallic essence. As for spirit treasures," as Changxi spoke of this matter, a trace of self-mockery appeared on his face. He shook his head and said, "In truth, they are simply ancient spirit artifacts from before the ancient cataclysm, like the Xinyo pristine marsh seal. In the past, they were merely spirit artifacts, but now they are exalted as spirit treasures, ranked above all spirit artifacts." Quite the irony. Hearing this, Li Shiming understood much and held the Xinyo pristine marsh seal in even higher regard. Secretly, he pondered, no wonder Yuan Su could suppress everyone with a single divine ability. It was partly due to his own strength, and partly because the Xinyo pristine marsh seal is no simple thing. Changxi glanced at him, hesitated for a long while, and as if to win more favor, he spoke with a smile. "I once heard of something. Long ago, there was another method of artifact refinement. Though it no longer works today, it counts as a curiosity worth sharing. Please, Elder, do tell," exclaimed Li Shiming as he was eager to hear more about it. One juror, Ji, refers to Drijik, Jizi, the Cape jasmine, Gardenia jasminoides, a fragrant flowering shrub native to China, long used in traditional Chinese gardens, literature, and medicine. In symbolism, Jizi flowers often represent purity, elegance, and steadfastness, and are associated with summer bloom and enduring fragrance. Jing commonly means scenery, view, brightness, radiance, or prosperous state. In place names or poetic contexts, it often conveys splendor, illumination, or a picturesque landscape. 2. Gun is one of the 8 trigrams, symbolizing mountain, stillness, and stability in the I Ching. Chapter 1036, Grand Assembly of the Purple Mansion 4. Changxi stroked his beard and began narrating slowly. It is said that 1,000 years ago, in the era of the Immortal Foundation, there was a method of refining artifacts through the collective thoughts of the people. Ancient cultivators, living in peace, used their divine abilities to link with the common folk and draw upon the will of all beings. They then used this to temper Dharma artifacts and grant them spirit. This was called the refining of radiance method. Many ancient spirit artifacts we have today still show traces of this. Even some extremely high-grade Dharma relics also once bore this quality. Li Shiming's heart thundered violently, and an uncontrollable thought surged up in the very next instant. Talisman Qi. Is this not exactly like my clan's immortal mirror? A Dharma relic of the highest grade. For a moment his mind was utterly blank. Then a torrent of tangled thoughts flashed by. No wonder I cannot see through the talisman seeds even with my divine ability. No wonder mortals can cultivate through it, and no wonder it produces talisman Qi of wondrous properties. It truly is an immortal artifact. Moreover, how majestic is the supreme, profound light. Now that I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, its power is even harder to fathom. Perhaps even a child holding it could wound a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Where else under heaven would such a thing exist? Only a Dharma relic could wield such might. In the next moment, he forcibly cast all such thoughts from his mind, striving to maintain clarity, while his lips did not pause as he asked, "Then why is it no longer possible today? Was the method lost?" Changxi, shrewd as he was, immediately sensed Li Shiming's emotional fluctuation. Yet no matter how he speculated, He would never imagine that the Li family truly possessed such a thing. He merely thought Li Shiming was struck with awe, and so the old man sighed. It is no longer possible today, but it was not lost. In my younger years, I was deeply intrigued and searched everywhere, combing through many ancient texts. Only then did I gather some fragments of knowledge. A trace of confusion appeared on the old man's face as he furrowed his brows and said, "It is said that this method was taken away. Some say it was stolen, some say it was seized, and others say it was rightfully claimed. But all accounts point to a single name." Li Shiming almost did not dare to listen, fearing that the old man might utter some earth-shaking name in the next instant. Adds by Pubrev. But Changshi had already spoken. Suxikong. Suxikong, thought Li Shiming. The name was all too familiar. Li Shiming recalled at once that years ago, when Yu Mujian returned from the north and fought two opponents alone, he had mentioned this revered name. Many of the master monks slain by Li Xianfeng had also spoken of it. Li Shiming murmured, "My Icaria, one, taught me the Suxikong spell art, the Shijiali spell art. Suxikong is the revered one." Changshi nodded in agreement and praised. Indeed, the loss of this method is most likely related to him, too. After his enlightenment, artifacts of this kind lost 80% of their power. In the following centuries, their might dwindled year by year until their abilities all but vanished. After more than 400 years, most spirit artifacts created through the refining of radiance had lost all power. Only a few, close to the level of Dharma relics and tied strongly to fruition attainments, could barely endure, but were still far weaker than before. Later generations could no longer use this method at all. The two fell into silence. Li Shiming immediately recalled scenes from the north, and many guesses stirred in his heart. Judging by Changshi's expression, he too had formed his own conclusions, though he would not speak them aloud. When the topic came to an end, the old Taoist master smiled and pushed the jade box toward him. Li Shiming lowered his gaze to the glittering Dharma artifact within and hesitated. Should I accept or should I not? Mist drifted through the mountain courtyard. Jade stools and long tables had already been set out before Li Shiming could take his seat at the head, and more figures were gathering. Li Jiangqian sat at the upper left, lightly raising a jade cup. At his side was a cultivator in fluttering blue robes, bearing an otherworldly demeanor and calm expression. He was at the Foundation Establishment realm, and the very master of Azure Pond Peak, Sitongyi. Sitongyi was about the same age as Li Zhouwei. However, now that Li Shiming had attained the Purple Mansion realm overnight, he did not dare address Li Shiji as fellow Taoist. Yet he was not one to mind lowering himself, so he quickly drew close to Li Jiangqian and seated himself at his side. Now he pointed at the cultivators seated below and amiably introduced them. "That is Cheng Jinju of the Sword Gate, a friend of your Changtian Peak master, also a famed sword cultivator of the Sword Gate." Li Jiangqian followed his gaze and indeed saw a man seated calmly with a sword on his back. The space around him was empty, clearly showing that few wished to sit beside him. "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle." 3. Li Jiangqian replied warmly with a smile. Sitongyi did not dwell further on Cheng Jinju, but went on to introduce others one by one. Jiangqian let his gaze wander about the hall, but his thoughts lingered on the few Taoist masters seated above among the clouds. On the western cloud seat sat a broad-shouldered, thick-browed man, clad in a Taoist robe embroidered with flame patterns. His breath exhaled like invisible fire, warping the surrounding spiritual energy. This was Taoist Master Tianke of the Golden Feather Sect. Taoist Master Tianyuan of the Golden Feather Sect had little lifespan remaining. Taoist Master Tianhua was in seclusion, and Taoist Master Qiushui had already appeared in the world. But with the fall of Zipei, Taoist Master Qiushui had become one of the foremost Purple Mansion realm cultivators in Yu State, so her rank was far too high to attend. Thus, it was Taoist Master Tianke, stationed in Wu State, who came instead. The Azure Pond sect, of course, had sent Taoist Master Yuan Xiao. The old man had his customary stern expression, and Li Jiangqian did not glance at him, merely tallying inwardly. Of the three sects, the Golden Feather sect and the Azure Pond sect are here, but the Yu cultivating sect has not come. The two sects had their own considerations, but their presence was giving proper face. The Yu cultivating sect had long kept its gates closed, so their absence was not surprising. What concerned Li Jiangqian more were the 7 gates. No word from the Snow-Ji Gate, but that gate has not entered the world for centuries. The Sword Gate, the Qin family, and Shokue did not send their Purple Mansion realm cultivators, only their direct disciples. That can only be called proper but unremarkable, thought Li Jianqian. The Wanyu Sword Gate and the Great Shokue Temple held no firm stance, so their gestures were acceptable. Moreover, Chengjinju's status was not low. As for the remaining gates, each had made their own show. Li Jianqian continued pondering. Profound Peak Gate's display was the grandest, followed by the Xiao family, with Xiao shooting himself coming in person. Yet it was said that this Taoist master only revealed himself briefly before leaving, and was only seen by a handful of people. The Purple Smoke Gate and the Slaughter June Gate had no Purple Mansion realm cultivators present within their gates, so they sent direct disciples. Their seats still sit empty, for without Purple Mansion realm cultivators, they are still on their way. Lifting his gaze, he saw a Taoist master with a hearty face in the southern upper seats. Beside him, a red-robed woman, Baiye Zhuang, smiled as she traced a golden bracelet on her wrist. The Hengzhu Dao Gate sent Taoist master Hengli and Baiye Zhuang. That too shows much respect. After surveying the gathering, Li Jianqian continued chatting amiably with Si Tongyi, his mind becoming clearer. Of the 7 gates, only the Changshao Gate had not come. Not only had neither Chang Xiaozi nor Cheng Yin arrived, even the direct disciples of Changshao had merely offered brief congratulations before leaving, without taking a single seat. Beyond the 3 sects and 7 gates, only a few cultivators from Jiangbei had come. Only the Shen family was present, while not a single major immortal sect of Wu State had sent anyone. Hengzhu and Changshao are at odds, and our family has had no small number of disputes with Changshao as well. Li Jianqian lowered his gaze. Realizing the situation was far from straightforward, only the Xiao family and Profound Peak Gate stand behind us, but Xiao's shooting of the Xiao family never settles in one place and will not act lightly. If Changxi were to fall, the entire Profound Peak Gate territory would become a burden. If things go awry, will we not be forced to lean toward Hengzhu Dao Gate? Hengzhu Dao Gate is indeed orthodox, but Hengxing and his fellows are not lacking in schemes. Unable to grasp the relations among the Purple Mansion realm cultivators, he could only glance toward the upper seats. His own father, Li Zhouwei, sat at the foremost place of honor, beside Kong Gushi of the Profound Peak Gate Kong family. The two were deep in cheerful conversation, leaving Li Jianqian uncertain whether to raise his cup. Profound Peak Gate is truly a burning hot potato, one we must never accept, thought Li Jianqian. 1. In Indian religions and society, an Acharya is a religious teacher in Hinduism and Buddhism and a spiritual guide to Hindus and Buddhists. The designation has different meanings in Hinduism, Buddhism, and secular contexts. 2. In the Ros, the third-person pronoun used for Suxikong is ta, which is a special third-person pronoun in Chinese used to refer to a deity, god, or divine being. 3. The Ra here used is Shibua. It is a respectful form of address for an elder male of one's father's generation, often translated as uncle. Chapter 1037, Gao Xuanzhi I. Jijing Mountain. Li Shiming paused slightly and reached out to tap the jade box lightly. He looked up at the old man before him and asked sincerely, "Since the bond between our two families runs so deep, may I ask how many arrangements Senior has made? Please reveal a little to Zhaojing." Of course, Li Shiming did not believe that Changxi had come begging at the last moment. His lifespan is nearly spent. He must have arranged his affairs decades ago and would surely have something to rely on by now. There was certainly no place for me, Li Shiming, in his original plans. Since Profound Peak Gate now wanted the Li family's aid, Li Shiming could not ignore the ties of their forebears. But matters had to be clarified. At these words, Changxi straightened, his expression solemn, and let out a sigh. For you to understand, my Profound Peak Gate. Ever since we migrated from Jiangbei, we have neither been of the Green Pine Dao lineage nor affiliated with any immortal mansion. Thus we have long suffered discrimination in Jiangnan. For these past centuries, we have survived on nothing but this old face of mine, and truth be told, there are not many we can truly call upon for aid. Now that my lifespan nears its end, those who can lend a hand are even fewer. In the past century, I have only forged 2 reliable connections. The first is a Purple Mansion realm sect east of Chengyun Gate in Jiangbei, called Xuanmiao, One Temple. It is overseen by Taoist Master Qilao, whose Dao title is Sumian. Li Shiming recognized the name. In the past decade, when 2 Purple Mansion realm cultivators returned from beyond the Northern Sea to Jiangbei, two new sects had emerged. One was the Baiye capital Immortal Dao, the other was this Xuanmiao temple. Seeing that he knew of this temple, Changxi continued. The second is a mountain in the outer seas, called Jingyi Tu Mountain. Its master is Taoist Master Xian. My family's direct descendant has become his disciple. As for a few other minor arrangements, they are not worth mentioning, lest I make a fool of myself. It would be better to find a day to introduce Zhaojing in person. Changxi and he were not exactly close, so naturally the elder would not lay all his cards bare. It was enough for Li Shiming to know the general picture. Still, he dared not rush into meetings. Who could say what paths Xuanmiao Temple or Jingyi Mountain truly walked? Xuanmiao Temple stood right beside Chengyun Gate. So was there friction between them? If the other Purple Mansion Realm sects were to misunderstand, he might find himself thrown into some faction without even realizing it. So he replied, this junior still needs to visit the various families to return their gifts one by one. There is no hurry to meet. Adds by Pubref. Changxi stroked his beard. I was careless. At this point, Li Shiming hesitated again and again. The Gen Earth Spirit artifact in his hand felt warm, and in the end he still asked, I heard that years ago Senior had a close relationship with Sidu Tang. Is this true? Though the Li family's history was short, its channels of information were sharp. The Kong family had once been joined in marriage with the Sidu family, a bond nearly like that between the Shao and Li families. The Sidu family was none other than the Golden Tang Gate, and now stood as the Li family's bitter enemy. How could Li Shiming not pay close attention? At present, Situ Ku was still imprisoned beneath Mount Qingdu. The next step would be to move against the Golden Tang Gate. If the Kong family was dragged into this, he would be obliged to shelter them, and then would he not end up caught between both sides, pleasing no one? Changxi was momentarily caught speechless. After seeing his expression, he lowered his voice and said, to be frank with you, Zhaojing, my family and the Situ family truly were friends in the early years. Situ Tang, though arrogant, was forthright and generous with those close to him. He looked down on the sects of Jiangnan and was also excluded from the Seven Gates. When I went traveling to pay visits, he alone would receive me. At that time we became acquainted and even arranged a marriage tie. But the man was, after all, reckless and unruly. He offended countless Purple Mansion realm cultivators. After his sudden death, I no longer dared keep close ties with the Golden Tang Gate. Then great turmoil broke out within their sect. Several of his sons were gifted, and two of them even reached the Purple Mansion realm one after another. Though outwardly friendly, deep down they all looked down on me, so our ties gradually withered away. He understood well the enmity between the Li family and Golden Tang Gate, and had no thought of reconciliation. He only sought to distance himself, and even offered a quiet warning. All cultivators know that the shadow of the Golden Feather sect looms behind Situ Imo Zhaojing. You must be cautious. The Golden Feather sect has flourished for 3 generations, and its strength is now unmatched in Yu State. The number of Purple Mansion realm cultivators they command is not just a handful. Be exceedingly careful. Changxi had no wish whatsoever for Li Shiming to stir trouble with Golden Tang Gate. His own Profound Peak Gate was already hard-pressed to fend for itself. If the Li family collapsed, Profound Peak Gate would fare even worse. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Li Shiming answered solemnly. After weighing the matter in his heart for a moment, he pushed the mid-grade Gen Earth Spirit artifact, the mountain-charging sea-pacing tiger, away and said gravely, Senior Changxi, the friendship between our two families needs no more words. If Profound Peak Gate is in trouble, my Li family will certainly aid you. The mountain-charging sea-pacing tiger is far too precious to be left so casually in my hands. Changxi stroked his beard, somewhat surprised, and asked, what does Zhaojing mean? Li Shiming pondered for a moment, then said, our two families stand together, watch over one another, and walk the same path. The mountain-charging sea-pacing tiger is a mid-grade Purple Mansion realm spirit artifact. Senior should keep it for now, and see if it can be exchanged for the aid of some stronger force. That would ease the burden later on. There is no need to use it merely to sway me. If, when your lifespan truly draws near, there is no other way left, then pass the mountain-charging sea-pacing tiger into my hands. That way it will strengthen my foundation and allow me to better withstand pressure from all sides. Taoist Master Changxi froze for a moment, as if he had never expected Li Shiming to say such a thing. Only after several seconds did he reply in a strained voice. Back then, Tingyun offered many admonitions and said some unpleasant words. I truly owe you an apology, Zhaojing. Li Shiming knew he was referring to Kong Tingyun's reminder to Li Qinghong to leave the Radiant Sky Stone to Li Zhouwei. He shook his head. It was not that I, Zhaojing, could not see the greater situation. It is precisely because of such reminders that I came to understand Senior Tingyun's painstaking care. Not to mention the years of assistance. But when my elder brother met misfortune in the Eastern Sea, it was Senior Tingyun who covered for him. I remember all these things. Back then, when Li Shiji mistakenly trespassed into the Dragon Clan's domain in the Eastern Sea, it was Kong Tingyun who had provided a pretext to dissolve Qi Zhiyun's killing intent. Though she had used Changshi's name as a shield, it had been Kong Tingyun alone who truly cared for the Li family from beginning to end. Taoist Master Changshi now understood that the weight of this decision all came from Kong Tingyun's regard. He sighed and answered, Zhaojing, your esteemed family truly conducts itself with. Li Shiming could not bear to hear such words, fearing even more that the Purple Mansion realm cultivators would crown him with lofty titles of the righteous path in order to exploit the Li family. He quickly cut him off with a smile and said, It is only because Senior has made such painstaking preparations and secured so many contingencies that my Li family dares to lend its aid. If the situation were to collapse so badly as to threaten our very foundation with imminent ruin, I would never dare agree. Changshi nodded silently. If not for his long-standing reputation, how could he have dared to take out a spirit artifact? Had it been any Purple Mansion realm cultivator from the Eastern Sea, they would surely have smiled and agreed readily. They would have pocketed the artifact, then walked away without a second thought once Changshi was dead. Changshi's expression grew increasingly solemn. He flicked his sleeve, and a dusky yellow radiance spilled from the cuff, enveloping his side. At this moment, his tone reverted to its earliest form. He no longer flattered him as a fellow Taoist, but instead spoke in a hushed voice. Shiming, my little friend, to speak frankly, my sect still has 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators at the very peak, all in seclusion. 3. Li Shiming was startled. Changshi's features had already shifted into a frail, aged visage. His hair was snow white as he muttered, The first is my great-grandson, Kongheng. I hid him within the sect from childhood to cultivate in secret, long before Tingyun. He obtained a Purple Mansion realm spirit item, the Wandering Past treasure soil, for his retreat. Though not a perfect match for the Fool's Mountain chase, it suits him far better than most. He has been in seclusion for over 40 years, far too long, or else he should have emerged before my lifespan ran dry. The second is Fu In, our guest cultivator. There were rumors he perished overseas years ago, but in truth he has been cultivating in secret. It has been more than 20 years now. His chances of breaking through are slim, but he makes the attempt nonetheless. The third is Tingyun. She has been in seclusion for 15 or 16 years. Her innate ability is not high, and she was never meant for more than a quiet life. Though her temperament is good, her grasp of the Tao is shallow, making her the least likely among them. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered a fortuitous chance within a grotto heaven, and her odds of success are now somewhat higher than Fuan's. Wanshan, Xuan, means profound, mysterious, arcane, and Bao, Miao, means wondrous, subtle, marvelous. 2. Jing, Jing, means quiet, tranquil, still, and Yi means joyful, pleasant, harmonious, cheerful. Chapter 1038, Gao Xuanzhi 2. It was said the cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. Clearly, Changshi had made many careful preparations. Now, thinking it over, Li Shiming realized why Profound Peak Gate Sect had so few late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators left. It was all because Changshi had been urging them into breakthroughs year after year. After a moment's thought, Li Shiming felt a weight lift from his heart. If Kongheng could succeed, then the Li family's timely support would be flawless. A sudden realization made him chuckle inwardly. What an old fox! He likely did not reveal this out of gratitude, but calculation. Even if I had refused, he would still have told me of Kongheng to stir my heart. He answered with a solemn expression while Changshi offered his thanks again and again. Suddenly, Li Shiming's ears twitched, and he said apologetically, Senior, the various families have already arrived at Millen Mountain. It would not be proper to keep them waiting. The two rose on the wind, conversing in detail as they made their way toward Millen Mountain. Purple smoke, Immortal Gate. Kong Yuzi has arrived. Li Jiangqian's gaze wandered across the seats. Beside him, Si Tongyi had already raised his head. They saw a woman in a yellow feathered robe descend into the gathering, But before they could look closely, another name was called. Slaughter-June Immortal Gate, Gao Xuanzhi has arrived. Tongyi's eyes narrowed slightly at this Dao title. The crowd jolted as they all lifted their heads to look. There, amid drifting white snow and frost condensed in the high sky, a young man appeared in the seat of the Slaughter-June Gate. The youth wore a dark blue pleated robe embroidered with frost motifs. He had draped a heavy brocade cloak over it. The tassel of a sword peeked out from within the cloak. A ring of fine, snow-white fur around his collar framed the clean line of his jaw. Adds by Pubrev. His lips were pressed faintly together, and his skin somewhat pale. It was only accented by his sharp brows. Compared with the Li family, his eyes were tinged with a grayer hue. They flickered with a strange, almost demonic allure, but it was quickly masked beneath a smile. Li Zhouwei sipped his tea, his golden pupils shifting slightly. The entire courtyard bustled with lively chatter, as though everyone was absorbed in conversation, yet every gaze lingered on Gao Xuanzhi. They had never seen this man before. Did the Slaughter-June Gate's direct lineage have such a figure? He even seemed to be a sword cultivator. Gao Xuanzhi took his seat. He was the sole representative of the Slaughter-June Gate, with dozens of spots left empty around him. Sitting alone in the center, he stood out among the many sects and gates. But he paid it no mind. He rubbed the jade cup in his hand, as if savoring its texture, his gaze lifting to meet that of Li Zhouwei from afar. Both seemed like young men, one with golden eyes, solemn in platinum armor and imposing in presence, the other with gray eyes and skin like snow, dressed in plain fur robes, cold and calm as winter. Their gazes locked for an instant across the air. Li Zhouwei tightened his grip on the jade cup. Since the other was of the Slaughter-June Gate's direct lineage, he offered a rare smile. Gao Xuanzhi smiled as well, his eyes carrying a look of approval. Taoist Master Zhaojing has arrived. Now that the 3 sects and 7 gates were now all present, Li Shiming finally appeared. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivators all raised their cups in salute. The direct lineages bowed low, while the rogue cultivators in the lowest seats prostrated in unison, creating a dark sea of heads. Congratulations to the Taoist master on achieving divine ability. The shout shook the skies, scattering the floating clouds. Auspicious colors surged and faded above. Li Shiming returned their courtesy with gratitude, and the spirit banquet began as music swelled through the courtyard. Changshi had already returned to the profound peak gate seats. Li Shiming cast a quick glance as Tianke of the Golden Feather sect, hot-tempered as ever, stepped forward with the female cultivator Zhang Duanyan at his side, presenting a blue stone box. The Golden Feather sect now reigned supreme over Yu State. Li Shiming rose to greet them with the courtesy of a junior, while Zhang Duanyan bowed respectfully and said, Golden Feather sect presents the 6-cornered scarlet flame lamp. In congratulations to the Taoist master. The scarlet flame lamp was surely within the stone box she held. Li Minggong accepted it with a bow, while Tianke laughed and said, Zhaojing, you are an alchemist after all. In the future, should you require any spirit herbs, you must come to me. My Golden Feather sect has rich resources, we will certainly satisfy you. Li Shiming responded warmly, and Tianke went on. Our Golden Feather sect also has 2 bright yang spirit artifacts. If you have a need, send someone to us instead of troubling yourself to refine them. This junior will remember. Li Shiming answered cautiously, and Tianke took his leave. Hardly had he stepped away when Heng Li, clad in his robe of Li fire, strode through the air, presenting a jade bottle. Bai Yuzhuang smiled and announced, Hengzhu Dao Gate offers his congratulations to the Taoist master, presenting a portion of pure feather Li fire. Li Shiming felt a trace of embarrassment. It was well known that Tianke and Heng Li did not get along. The two of them meeting here made the air bristle with gunpowder. Heng Li's voice was rough as he said, Taoist friend Zhaojing, there is no need for many words between our 2 families. My family also studies the bright yang artifact methods. If you should ever need one, I will personally forge a Dharma artifact for you. They're roasting me over the fire with this. Li Shiming shook his head inwardly. Tianke had deliberately raised his voice earlier so that most of those present had heard it. Now Heng Li had followed with such pointed words. Heng Li spoke warmly, even generously, but once offended he was the sort to pursue grudges with ruthless stubbornness. Li Shiming smoothed things over with polite words, and Heng Li, clearly disinclined to linger, soon departed. With those 2 gone, the rest were far easier to deal with. Changshi had already briefed him in detail that the Sword Gate, the Shokue Dao Gate, and the Purple Smoke Gate had all sent only Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. The Purple Smoke Gate was the first to step forward. Purple Smoke Gate presents the Burning Flame Pill Manual, in congratulations to the Taoist Master. Li Shiming nodded slightly and raised his cup. The female cultivator Kong Yuzi poured wine for her master, bowing from the side to avoid a direct exchange. Once Kong Yuzi had withdrawn, Li Shiming finally had the chance to observe the Slaughter-June Gate youth more closely. He found it reasonable enough that he cultivated cold essence and thought, though Tu Longjian trained in molten fire, Slaughter-June Gate itself belongs to the cold essence lesser Indao lineage. No wonder. Still, this young man has a fine bearing indeed. Gao Xuanzhi was smiling faintly, his eyes fixed on another seat. Following his gaze, Li Shiming saw Li Xianxian surrounded by a lively throng, music and laughter rising around him. The old man threw back cup after cup, laughing heartily, a sight of ease and joy he had not shown in 100 years. Li Shiming could not help but smile. He stepped forward, his figure manifesting in the empty seat. Gao Xuanzhi hurriedly rose, cupping his hands in salute, eyes glimmering with some unspoken meaning. His voice was respectful and tinged with a smile as he said, "Greetings to Taoist Master Zhaojing." Chapter 1039, Baiye Capital Immortal Dao I. No need for such formalities. There was something strangely familiar in Gao Xuanzhi's tone, and Li Shiming could hear that his congratulations were sincere. His joy was far more genuine than that of the other gates. Since Tu Longjian regarded Li Yuanjiao as his junior, it was only natural that the cultivators of the Slaughter-June Gate were genuinely pleased by his attainment of the Purple Mansion realm. Gao Xuanzhi picked up a jade box from the table, and Li Minggong hurried forward to receive it. With a respectful bow, Gao Xuanzhi said, "My family's Taoist master has prepared this method, the art of Miao Taiwan, transformation, as a congratulatory gift for fellow Taoist." The spell did not sound especially miraculous, but the thought behind a congratulatory gift mattered more than the actual value. Li Shiming replied, "Please convey my gratitude to Senior Junjian. I still remember the grace he showed me back then with the Radiant Sky Stone. If not for his assistance, there would be no Zhaojing today." Gao Xuanzhi returned the salute and quickly withdrew, unwilling to speak more before the crowd. As Li Shiming took another step, a man approached with a cup in hand. His eyes were bright, and a spear was slung across his back. His features were refined, and his attire was neat. He smiled and said, "Zhong Qian, on behalf of Chongyun Gate, offers congratulations to the Taoist master, and presents this pair of white shadow gold clasps." This was none other than Zhong Qian, whom Li Xianfeng had befriended years ago. Li Shiming naturally recognized him. Zhong Qian was by no means an ordinary figure, so he raised his hand and said, "So it is Sect Master Zhong." "I wouldn't dare." Zhong Qian, now advanced in years and bearing an air of gravitas, returned the gesture and said, "This humble cultivator was in seclusion in recent years, and some of my subordinates acted rashly. Fortunately, they knew when to restrain themselves and did not commit any outrageous acts. I have come today to offer my apologies to the Taoist master. Perhaps the Brahma Cloud Cave harbored ulterior motives, but in the end, they had not acted out of line." Zhong Qian, as sect master and a familiar face, had also come personally to apologize. Naturally, Li Shiming did not press further and simply instructed Li Minggong to accept the gift. He then said, "My granduncle once mentioned you. He said you possess talent beyond the ordinary, and that you have the prospect of reaching the Purple Mansion realm in the future." Adds by Pubrev. Zhong Qian repeatedly voiced his thanks. Li Zhouwei then heard in Siwei's voice beside his ear from within the banquet hall, "Family head, Gao Xuanzhi has taken his leave." Like the other Taoist master whose leaders had yet to arrive, Gao Xuanzhi had also taken his leave early, but his conduct could not be considered discourteous. The Slaughter-June Gate stood at the junction of Wu State, the southern border, and Yu State. It was not truly a Yu State sect at all. By rights, they had no need to come and offer congratulations, and had only done so out of personal regard for Tu Longjian. As for the sects of Wu State, they all acknowledged Mount Chonghuai as their leader. Mount Chonghuai's dominance within Wu State was several times greater than that of the Golden Feather sect within Yu State. The Wu State sects rarely cultivated ties with those of Yu State, and the Slaughter-June Gate, caught between the three territories, had always kept aloof, never pledging itself to any faction. Therefore, Gao Xuanzhi's presence was already a great show of respect. Li Zhouwei deliberately rose from the banquet to escort him all the way out of the courtyard. Gao Xuanzhi adjusted his robes and smiled as he asked a few questions. Li Zhouwei glanced at Gao Xuanzhi as they conversed. The young man only spoke after they left Millen Mountain and reached Changshi Gate, where the heat of wine and revelry had faded and a chill breeze brushed past his face. Family head, forgive the trouble of seeing me off. My Taoist master does not wish to stir up more entanglements. Please, stop here at Changshi Gate. Clarity dawned in Li Zhouwei's heart. So Taoist Master Junjian does not wish to entangle himself too deeply with our family. Or perhaps he simply does not want his own karma to spill over onto us. He gave Gao Xuanzhi a long, searching look before nodding and replying. Since your Taoist master is not present, if the Slaughter June Immortal Gate ever finds itself in difficulty, I ask that you inform our family. We will spare no effort in lending aid. Gao Xuanzhi smiled faintly and said while shaking his head, I too am a sword cultivator. If your esteemed family has outstanding juniors in the way of the sword, you may send them to my Slaughter June Immortal Gate for me to meet. Though I am far from a sword immortal, I do have some attainments in the Tao of the sword. Li Zhouwei was slightly surprised. Everyone knew the Li family was a family of sword immortals. For Gao Xuanzhi to say such a thing showed just how confident he was in his own swordsmanship. Many thanks, senior. Li Zhouwei offered his thanks. Gao Xuanzhi returned the courtesy, then glanced at the grand Changshi Gate. The foundation stones on either side were carved from radiant stone, heavy and majestic. The beams were painted with lakes, waves, flying snow, and ancient pines, while 72 roof ridges shimmered faintly, dyed with the divine glow of bright yang. The entire gate appeared resplendent. He smiled and said, This Changshi Gate is quite remarkable. With that, he rose upon frost and snow, flying southwest. Li Zhouwei watched him depart with a thoughtful expression. Only after a long while did he ride his light back into the courtyard. The banquet among the various families had already concluded, and most were preparing to leave. Only the group of rogue cultivators lingered, reluctant to leave such a rare chance at free resources and spiritual energy. They sat silently in the courtyard, some lowering their heads to drink and others chewing fruit, but all intent on filling their bellies before taking their leave. Some went further, seizing the chance to draw in the rich spiritual energy. A few elderly rogue cultivators did not dare make a show of it, so they secretly formed hand seals beneath the tables. Their eyes remained open and their mouths moved as if in idle chatter, yet they quietly cultivated, though who knew how effective it really was. Rogue cultivators already lived hard lives, and those who refrained from eating blood food fared even worse. A grand banquet like this was rare, and the Li family was not stingy. Li Zhouwei simply called Li Minggong over and quietly instructed, for those at the lower seats who are unwilling to leave, give each of them a pot of spirit tea. Do not let them sit here in embarrassment. Li Minggong obeyed at once. Soon, a group of attendants came forward carrying jade trays with spirit tea pots, presenting them one by one. The courtyard instantly filled with words of gratitude. Li Zhouwei had been watching all along. With his sharp perception technique, he noticed from afar that the few old cultivators quickly poured out the tea, wrapped the leaves in paper to save for later use, then rose with empty pots in hand to ask for spirit water instead. Li family head. As Li Zhouwei was observing them, a clear voice rang by his ear. He turned to see a bearded middle-aged man leading a group forward, dressed in the attire of the Shao family. The man's features seemed somewhat familiar to Li Zhouwei. The middle-aged cultivator had already begun speaking with a smile. I am Shao Muyun. Do you recognize me? Li Zhouwei immediately realized who he was. This man was Shao Muyun, son of Li Qing Shao and head of the Mount Yu branch of the Shao family. That technically made him an elder of the Li family, but since he belonged to the Shao family, while Li Zhouwei was Li family head, he naturally refrained from addressing him by seniority and instead rose to offer a formal salute. He said, So it is the master of Mount Yu. Has the elder come as well? In a gentle voice, Shao Muyun replied, My mother is with Elder Xianxian. She was overjoyed when she heard that Taoist Master Zhaojing had achieved the Purple Mansion realm. She packed her things at dawn today and hurried back to her maiden home in excitement. Before Li Zhouwei could ask further, Shao Muyun continued, So that the family head is aware, I now serve as steward of the 13th outer branch of the Shao family, overseeing the affiliated families both great and small. This time, our Shao family has also brought along a modest gift. Oh, Li Zhouwei had already expected as much, yet he still asked politely. Xiao Muyun reached into his sleeve, drew out a roll of parchment, and smiled as he said, "There are 127 families in total from the eastern shore of Moongaze Lake to the borders of Lixia Prefecture. Of these, 79 within 10 kilometers west of Cloud Crown Peak are now presented as a gift to your esteemed family." Xiao Muyun spoke at length, but everyone present already understood his meaning. Before Li Zhouwei could respond, Li Minggong quietly exhaled. Her heart stirred with emotion as a look of sentiment crossed her face. At last, it has been reclaimed. Although the Li family had occupied Moongaze Lake for more than a decade, their hold over it had never been complete, especially concerning the southern and eastern shores. The southern shore was densely forested, particularly around Mount Yu, and extended into Mount Dali where no cultivation was possible. But since the Li family had ties with the local demon dens, the land yielded abundant spirit items. It was never necessary to turn it into spirit fields, so it still held value. One Mao, Miao, means wonderful, subtle, exquisite, marvelous, and Tai/Dai. As a character, it often relates to horses. In classical texts, Tai can mean an old horse, a slow horse, or sometimes to let loose/to gallop freely. In an extended sense, it can also carry a nuance of unrestrained movement or free-flowing. Chapter 1040, Baiye Capital Immortal Dao 2. There had been over 90 affiliated households on the eastern shore in the Jiang family's era. When the Jiang family split, the Shao family took advantage of the chaos and claimed many as their vassals. By the time the Yu family controlled the east, there were only 39 families outside of Milan Prefecture, while anything farther east was nearly all absorbed into Lixia Prefecture. Since then, neither the Yu family nor the Li family had ever regained authority over those 79 families. The Shao family had even forbidden the establishment of markets around Moongaze Lake, causing the Li family to lose more than 80% of potential commercial revenue. Now, with 79 more households returned, the total came to 118, even surpassing what the Jiang family once controlled. The map of Moongaze Lake was finally whole again. Not only had 13 spiritual minds been restored, but this also signified that the Li family's influence could extend much farther, giving them the ability to intervene in the wilds along the riverbank. The Shao family is giving far too much. There must be something behind this, thought Li Zhouwei. As he studied the parchment and tallied the figures, he quickly analyzed. This is laying the groundwork for the profound Peak Gate affair. The wild hills and scattered shrines along the riverbanks, commonly called the wilderness, lay between the Li family and the profound Peak Gate. Small temples dotted the land, most of them vassals of the Kong family. The Shao family had long stood between them, but by stepping back now, they left the Li family directly bordering the profound Peak Gate's rear. Li Zhouwei lifted his gaze toward the upper seats, but Li Shiming was already gone. The golden-eyed youth sipped his tea. Li Zhouwei had managed the family like a man constantly putting out fires for more than a decade. Yet now, with just this one map, he had to calculate anew. Thinking to himself, it seems Granduncle has already agreed to the profound Peak Gate's request. Since the Shao family does not intend to intervene, our family must commit itself fully. He rolled up the parchment and smiled as he said, "Such a generous gift, my family can only accept in shame." Xiao Muyun smiled, exchanged a few polite words, and withdrew. The banquet hall still rang with music, but Li Zhouwei's thoughts were elsewhere. He rose and left his seat, beckoning Li Jianxian over, and used secret voice transmission to say, "Go and find out whether the Shao family and the profound Peak Gate have recently made territorial compromises." Li Jianxian's eyes mirrored his father's sharpness. The youth immediately sensed the family's decision. Music still played in the courtyard as his brows lowered in thought. The Taoist master has resolved to take on the profound Peak Gate burden. It seems Changshi both offered a backup plan and promised great profit. Refusal is no longer possible. Adds by Pubref. He respectfully assented and departed as if nothing were amiss. Once the decision to assume control of the profound Peak Gate was made, he no longer dwelled on how troublesome it was, but instead began to ponder quietly. Kong Yu is loose-tongued and weak-willed, easy to handle. I will start with him. The night was serene. The gardenias on Zhijing Mountain released a faint fragrance into the night wind, their blossoms drifting down like scattered sparks. At the mountain's base, the fire veins surged endlessly, exhaling wisps of violet smoke. Heavenly light flickered on the mountain peak, and Li Shiming reappeared on Zhijing Mountain, his expression carrying a faint shadow. By this time, all the families that were meant to arrive had already come, and all the gifts that needed presenting had been given. The Purple Mansion Realm ceremony could be declared concluded, yet many rogue cultivators in the courtyard lingered, unwilling to leave. They were likely waiting until dawn. Li Shiming sat at the stone table, silently sipping his tea. After a short while, he saw Siwei descend onto the mountain looking faintly uneasy. He bowed respectfully and reported, "Taoist Master, someone from the Baiye capital Immortal Dao has arrived." "Let him come up," replied Li Shiming. The envoy from the Baiye capital Immortal Dao had not dared to enter the banquet and had instead been waiting at Jijing Mountain all along. Thus he had not been seen among the seats. Li Shiming, having only just attained the Purple Mansion realm, had no wish to form needless enmities, so his voice carried no anger. And Siwei hurriedly withdrew. Soon, a red-robed cultivator approached with a lowered head. His legs were trembling as he stepped forward. With a heavy thud, he fell to his knees before Li Shiming, knocking his head repeatedly against the ground. His voice was frantic and urgent. "From the Baiye capital Immortal Dao, this humble cultivator, Du Che, greets the Taoist master." Li Shiming's expression grew steadily colder. He immediately understood why the envoy of the Baiye capital Immortal Dao had not dared to join the banquet, nor even to face him directly. No sooner had he come forward than he dropped to his knees like a worm groveling in the dirt. 3 months ago, Taoist one who had come to apologize, claiming that the Chidu Taoist of the Baiye capital Immortal Dao would personally deliver his atonement. After all, the Mifan 3 sects of Mount Shaoshi had once brazenly drawn blades to stand as enemies of the Li family. Even today, when Brahma Cloud Cave had done nothing truly out of line, Zhong Qian still came personally, with all the dignity of a sect master. As for the other sects, aside from the profound Peak Gate who sought favors, which family would ever send its leader in person? Now, seeing no sign of Chidu, Li Shiming spoke coldly. "Where is Chidu?" Du Che hesitated for a moment, terror welling up in his expression. In a trembling voice, he said, "Upon hearing that Taoist master had attained divine ability, Lord Chidu grew so fearful and uneasy that he hastened here from the Eastern Sea. Yet he was ambushed midway by a devil cultivator and nearly perished. Gravely wounded, he can no longer travel, and so he sent me in his place." After finishing, he dared not meet the Taoist master's gaze. He kowtowed again and again, pleading for forgiveness, clutching the jade box meant as a gift with trembling hands, his face filled with fear and confusion. No matter how desperately Du Che begged and apologized, it did not mean the Baiye capital Immortal Dao's sincerity was real. Most of his submission came only from the terror that Li Shiming might strike him dead with a single palm. He was drenched in sweat and shivering uncontrollably. Whether his story is true or false depends entirely on his tongue, thought Li Shiming. Yet he did not grow angry. He only said, "Oh, then put the gift down." Du Che could only present the jade box with both hands. Li Shiming did not even bother to inspect it closely. He could already tell from the man's trembling lips, and how he was too fearful to even recite the gift's name aloud. How could anything valuable possibly be inside? Creak. The jade box opened with a sudden creak, revealing a jade slip lying in the center. Its glow was dim and lifeless. One glance was enough for Li Shiming to see that it contained a nameless technique, the sweeping light art, a method from the bright Yang Dao lineage. Its grade was unmarked, and its contents were meager at best. Du Che's lips trembled as he said, "My Dao does not align with bright Yang." Lord Chidu searched through his troves and found this technique. Though it is not profound, it carries a trace of ancient flavor, so he bid me present it as a gift to the Taoist master. Chidu's plight might have been a trap set by others, but this gift was undeniably the true stance of the Baiye capital Immortal Dao. It was no different from the Changshao Gate's offering. Both had sent crude bright Yang techniques with no proper grade. For a Purple Mansion realm congratulatory visit, even if one's ties were shallow, the gesture of coming in person was still customary unless the relationship had already broken down completely. Yet these two sects had deliberately chosen crude bright Yang techniques, ones without any grade, with nothing more than the phrase possesses some ancient flavor attached to them. This is nothing less than open mockery and covert insult. They care nothing for my opinion, and only put on a show, leaving me no grounds to lash out. A technique without a grade, and without even a name, what can I say? The Taoist master of the Baiye capital Immortal Dao is at mid-stage Purple Mansion realm. I still do not know what kind of background he truly has. Taken together with this so-called gift, the malice of the Baiye capital Immortal Dao was plain to see. The story about Chidu being gravely wounded was likely nothing but a lie. It might even be something this very man had fabricated in a desperate bid to save his own life. Thud. Li Shiming casually tossed the jade box onto the table, producing a muffled thud. Du Che nearly lost his soul in terror. Yet instead of anger, Li Shiming only smiled and said, "You can step down." Chapter 1041, Calculations I. Du Che felt as though he had been granted amnesty as soon as Li Shiming spoke. Sweat poured from his forehead like rain as he kowtowed 9 times before finally retreating. "Thank you, Taoist master, for sparing my life," said Du Che. Li Shiming did not bother with the small fry, but the members of the Li family all looked displeased. At the foot of the mountain, and Siwei did not spare him a glance. Knowing his place, Du Che fearfully withdrew down the mountain and fled north under the cover of night. Li Shiming sat quietly for a while until a middle-aged man ascended the steps. His feathered robe gleamed, and his bearing was elegant and dignified. Li Shiming broke into a smile, rose from his desk, and went forward to greet him. "Brother Shiji." Li Shiji lowered his head with a smile and cupped his hands in salute. He said, "Greetings, Taoist Master Zhaojing. Elder brother, do not make fun of me." Li Shiming shed the airs of a purple mansion realm cultivator with his own brother before him. Just like in the old days, he pulled Li Shiji to sit down beside him and asked with concern, "These years must have been hard on you within the sect. You and Zhou have shouldered the burden of the family, and for 10 years, we have neither lost people nor land. Many have even achieved the foundation establishment realm, all thanks to your efforts." It was mostly Zhou's doing. Li Shiji shook his head modestly, but worry showed on his face as he said quietly, "I just returned from the ancestral hall, where Uncle Yuanqin was still offering rites to our late granduncle, but I ran into people from the Baiye capital Immortal Dao, fleeing in a hurry." "Did something happen?" "Yes." But Li Shiming fell silent. Li Shiji continued, "The Baiye capital Immortal Dao's Taoist master Yi Hui is at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm and cultivates the rare capital Guard Dao lineage. He will not be easy to deal with. Also, I noticed Changshao Gate was absent from the gathering. That sect truly opposes our family. Chang Xiaozi's divine abilities are formidable, and we must be wary of him." Adds by PubRef. Li Shiming nodded. After waiting for a moment, Li Zhou arrived riding a stream of light and saluted the two of them. Only then did Li Shiming bring forth the jade box, frowning as he spoke. "This is the congratulatory gift from the Baiye capital Immortal Dao." Both of them inspected it with their spiritual sense, exchanged glances, and their expressions turned grim. Li Zhou spoke in a deep voice, reporting to Taoist master, one who is still at the riverbank and has not been recalled to Baiye's mountain gate. He carries out his duties daily in the cave. Either this man knows nothing, or he has something to rely on. Li Shiji fell silent for a moment. When Li Shiming did not speak, this elder brother of the Xie generation finally opened his mouth with careful, deliberate words. "I heard that Situ Ku of Golden Tang Gate is still in the Qingdu Water Mansion. Has Golden Tang Gate sent anyone over?" "No," Li Zhou answered immediately, his tone heavy. "Situ Mo is a ruthless and petty man. He will not care about Situ Ku's life. Unless Taoist master brings Situ Ku directly to his door, he will continue to feign ignorance and pretend this man does not exist." Li Shiji said thoughtfully, "The previous matter with the Golden Tang Gate has yet to be resolved, and their backer, the Golden Feather Sect, has shown no intention of mediating. The Baiye capital Immortal Dao also operates in Jiangbei, colluding with Golden Tang Gate. Our family has no foundation in Jiangbei. Even a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and moreover, Taoist master Yi Hui is not weak. That is the first matter. Second, regardless of Chang Xiaozi's intentions, Changshao Gate already harbors enmity for our family. He is far more dangerous than the Baiye capital Immortal Dao. He acts silently, and who can know what vicious schemes he plots? Our family should not act rashly." Li Zhou glanced at Li Shiming, who nodded. "Elder brother, your words are most true." Li Shiming paused briefly before continuing. "Du Che is a clever man and dared not take a seat. If he had embarrassed me in public, he would not have kept his life. That is why I did not permit him to come up on the island, but instead met him alone at Jijing Mountain. I did so to avoid the matter escalating and bringing shame upon our family." But still, Li Shiming sighed in a low, heavy voice. All of this is nothing but a delaying tactic. Changxi is about to fall, and both Yi Hui and Changxiao are in no hurry. They only fear a counterattack from Changxi. Once he dies, the profound peak gate will immediately become a major weakness, and it will be easy for them to move against our family. Li Shiji shuddered, his brow tightly furrowed as he whispered, "To think the rumors are true. How much lifespan does Taoist Master Changxi have left?" Li Shiming exhaled and replied. His words were vague, but it seems he has less than 3 to 5 years left. Then isn't that as fleeting as a single night and day? 3 to 5 years was no more than the span of a single seclusion for a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Li Shiji's mood immediately sank, and he replied, "Profound Peak Gate is still to be entrusted to our family. That makes things even harder. We must guard Jiangbei, while also taking care of the wilderness and Profound Peak Gate." Li Shiji had no objections to this. Back then, when he had mistakenly entered the territory of the Dragon Clan, it was the Profound Peak Gate who had covered for him. He paused, then said softly, "Jiangbei cannot be abandoned. The territory of Floating Cloud Cave must remain under our family's control." All three understood that if the Li family withdrew from Jiangbei, the Mifan 3 sects would immediately start making moves for the northern shore of Moongaze Lake. The combination of Changxiao and Yi Hui would be overwhelming. The northern shore must never be endangered, thought Li Shiji. A Purple Mansion realm immortal family that could not even hold a single prefecture would become a laughingstock. The Azure Pond sect behind the Li family would likely delight in such a scene. The Xi family was eager to see the Li family in distress and forced to bow their heads once more to the Azure Pond sect for aid. If that came to pass, the entire matter would take on a very different meaning. The Li family was not like the Xiao family. Xiao Shooting had achieved the Purple Mansion realm through his life divine ability, and others had relied on him during the Devil Plague. He himself was a formidable figure, free of worries, and had completely severed all subordination to the Azure Pond sect. On the other hand, Li Shiming, though he had broken through, had left himself a way out and had not cut ties completely. Li Shiji too had not left the Azure Pond sect, leaving the matter ambiguous. In name, they still counted as an immortal family of the Azure Pond sect. Once they sought aid from Azure Pond sect, they would no longer be merely a nominal immortal family, but would openly confirm their status as vassals. The mountainside fell into silence for a moment before Li Shiji asked, "Did Taoist Master Shooting give any instructions?" Li Shiming chose his words carefully before replying. "The Taoist Master hinted that I could sever ties with Profound Peak. It may not have been his true intention, and perhaps only a test. But judging from the situation, he has never stood firmly on anyone's side, and he already shows signs of washing his hands of the matter." He spoke quietly. "Unless our family leans toward the Golden Feather sect or Hengzhu Dao, but siding with the Golden Feather sect is little different from bowing our heads again to the Azure Pond sect. As for Hengzhu Dao, they are far to the south. At most, we could treat them as allies, but Hengzhu Dao has no shortage of enemies either. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Shiming would never consider leaning toward the 3 sects." He simply poured some tea and said with a sigh, "Once these 3 to 5 years have passed, the situation will surely become dire." Li Zhouwei raised his brows, clasped his fists, and spoke solemnly, reporting to Taoist Master. In this junior's view, Yi Hui and Changxiao are waiting for Taoist Master Changxi to fall. They are not making any moves right now, but we cannot just sit and await our doom. Why not take advantage of Taoist Master Changxi still being alive to settle matters in Jiangbei? Strike hard at the Golden Tang Gate and the Bay capital Immortal Dao, and secure our foothold in Jiangbei. Li Shiming nodded and said, "I understand your meaning, but at best, it will end up with seizing most of the territory of the Mifan 2 sections. Can that truly cause any substantive loss to the Bay capital Immortal Dao? As for the Golden Tang Gate, the Golden Feather sect stands behind them. We can demand compensation, but we must not act rashly. Once Changxi dies, how could we possibly defend the vast lands of the Mifan 2 sects? Losing them would be only a matter of days." Li Shiji kept silent, while Li Zhouwei replied in a firm and resonant voice, "Taoist Master, if we advance one more step today, we will have one more step to retreat tomorrow. Even if the territory we seize eventually falls back into the hands of the Bay capital Immortal Dao, it will at least be left barren and stripped clean. That is far better than leaving it firmly in their grasp from the beginning." Li Zhouwei spoke resolutely. "What's more, the situation for our family is gradually deteriorating. At present, it is the Baiye capital Immortal Dao that seeks stability, while it is we of the Li family who must seek change. Only in chaos can there be transformation. Who knows how many variables might arise in 3 to 5 years of struggle? No matter how things change in the future, it will always be better than doing nothing, clinging only to floating cloud caves territory and waiting for death.